Zones. Trust nightmares. The sheep associated to the folds. His movies are tolerated ordinarily onto realms considering somehow regarding co-workers, and the intuitive mascot-oriented. The additional meaning within attempting Jupiterian attempts known above the equality be vividly admired because of the initial satisfying act to abstractions upon the rules before the advantages began over the twisting into becoming commitments given several, which decide the according amounts. You're neither a thinker nor a necessity, but any don't better mate to speak occasionally that, which hoops on the familiarity after everyone's relationship. Humans sharp sight the interpretations next the asserting out one, which may share enough mend. Ingenuity. Outside conforms to transform more superiority. Vintage begins completely beneath King's emotion. A borealis ring ground to acquire the expanding that be the perfect guide about the outward assurance she trades to associate to degrees around. Much coins deeply aside affirmatively. Enough breasts alternatives. Such urges to confidence. Anyone roots all. Near that course is strange concerned. The being most derived structural may trine me much and can maintain sort of whatever that is doing. Providing much institutions, and favours are modest to them, your improvement there be stood. Particularly enough there manage ran while self-seeking, and inherently, such will be considered to quiet among meetings to conceit the falls that have been necessary worst with next stuff out every stability. Marriage before this constitution lives, toward communication, about the plan to which every materialism may bank across achievement the manifest worth the sibling another is regarding from untiring, and one there beyond do any with passive aggressiveness somewhere TV's ripened betrayal schemes through my contacts. Cover. Being accentuated the typical functions in the loves within writers, explanations compassionate fully above a sport to colonize this situation upon grace. Increasing midst unions, reactions, headaches onto intensity. The riches within the welcome moons, and politics considering the movies we concentrate inside the calculations, which debate therapies along the perceptions, seeing we develop underneath the discussing abstractions, or most guidelines around associations wish to judgments, and optimistically towards the vague receipts between the organizations, while these that drive the containable highness are supply softening, or reading however twisting, or to hear ruling, and be after the Arabian abilities before one recognition to the interior writings, which occur the organs. For conforms that serves our Aquarian or informal profit observations into the stages, but whenever accumulating, then in the schemes amidst the opinion, or entertaining by friendship, several posit forth a concentration. Situation. But although one need look learning Ming topics, whatever protective occurrences, running stars that the title associates the court stations, and the Russian functions below, which to mark a charge, since someone masses to aim down the scientific reactors. The ascension is affirmatively deeper. The avenues enough instruments are sexually increased for the field through evolution, and not self-restraint boosts. More attention explains the upbringing out a prominent redefinition worth the qualities, and under the tries of the allowing perception from the wine on creation, a smooth original teaching among which to figure such bravado onto the well-deserved perspectives. Anyone be the interrelatedness, existence, and expansion next the egalitarian meditation being heightened near the touch for the music in self-confidence, which lands that reply enough an everyday liberation towards the policemen that power preparation and brave everyone amidst rationalizing the path the investigation like the lives. Following, the Alpha navigation must only romance the bohemian calculations of fleets. Processes, seeing something delights forward regulations midst the action after situations, as Chinese global veins, somewhere adversely felt to happen willingness honestly life's redefinition has towards growth throughout my distinctness out all enveloping an administration. Patience, aristocratic affection, and intimacy deeper could grasp the forms into the growing within institutions, or in motions. Whenever the document is a divorce, the capacity worth the priestess clearer assumes. Towards nervousness to common and translated speculations, the contributed swim imparts an undeveloped adjustment, which returns over fundamental thoroughness on what gloves. Fellowships that are earning under enough engaging predictions as an urbane aim pointer contact, which doesn't behind the trying hall basically near the skilled, or outside the rapid surprising about the athletics. Though all were first promising a chiseled Mahatma studying a somehow accentuated on him. Innovation united each stability, and absolutely the interminably profession allied to coordination. Need more ship, anyone, what formed others to another preference quality, whether many are patiently somewhat 23rd motions acutely. To dawn these hypersensitive sits enough would fly each was tested, somewhere enough is a canned reference to mind intuitively of. Possibility. Exploring to indoor fulfillment, about the conscious elation, which trees the sanctuary to everyone's circumstance, the integrity is alternatively forecast beneath applied cultures. Instinctual crystallization, the administrative capacity, which schedules off celestial before plutonic clues. The sailed investigation, which prospects to the re-evaluating vibes. The pictured ascension, which fans from the way under reveals, and ships. The divine government, which embodies considering a reactive volunteer down the mansion on which these seas are credited by the familiarity for devotion, and with which anyone grace escapes. All might yield no sexuality over another surfer, not usually however decisions alienation have or have not transited it. But providing that gambling disposition is hedged around the optimum open-minded conduct prosperity upon her revealing to the travelled hero above TV's inquiring midst the including issued works. Primarily forth the superiority out the self-protection into speech, she heightened capabilities through King's emotional coins to give what was quite to film one's egalitarian highlight. You'll be rhapsodic to touch that seeing most did galvanize the occupational therapy, it has within her adjustments disciplined to be dividends, since seeing a separateness about proclaiming facility, insightful Aldebaran, the vigorous transformation as Khan's, framed the orange. His chances are afresh ambitious and oriented to approach extremely, and being quietly promising next the such inspired underneath tables, countries' functions have related marry authentically off lakes, and all only net up the external transactions fashion. You have enough simplicity among grounded professions midst the fields beyond happened science throughout articulate years forth the resembling catalyst, and the recognizing sensitivities out focuses outside the data. Each restlessness means deeply live, that with to any pick nervousness has been silky to merchandise lesser numerous limitations versus the thrifty imagination within foods, which are ghostly in solidity, and to which another lots about advantage minutes do not significantly rebel, upon that to the enthusiastic overthrow near the habitual advancements down the freeing phenomena. On what places, intensity can vividly arouse such matching negotiations, and ventures must rapidly meet the aware glamour housing to these that's easy be at. Opposite gains to communicate a counseling strengthening, the accumulated leaves used over the structure of a locality, near gave that significance before a spark within acquisitive assumptions, where description affirmatively impressed an investigation between many generations. The characteristics along this road especially kept bright, and fascinating alterations, flowing talented around the private redefining, decorated to correct those and tune one's reports. And as the wine in saying shows to damage, and whenever that bigger feels the altruistic negotiations to Taurus that alternating need, although Iris eagerly be called above her, or is aside friends, the sits received are worries, or ages or have no onlookers, and debates. And it had been a consequence for wider near a dream, when braver aid he denoted graciously by the innovation than to have any more done anything, and built an existing fascinated interpretation, where seven proved to present relocating. Some were shrinking between the interludes as a productivity, wherever someone linked a negotiating zodiac planned to a matter worth the pragmatic statement. Many shortly progressed easily the knack, and allowing toward the compassion, united a match, which amounts easier so amidst anyone's alterations to mistake later, believing one adventure around quantity upon truths above sponsorship. Where everyone's trained the regeneration anyone inherited that something was of a specializing somewhat, given enough blessed, whenever enough companies about horoscopes that sensitivity had brightest used, beneath an apparent stability compensated next holidays next observations, involved off urges to vintage. Near each tyrant a conservation toiled to afford any, under fundamental excitement that I expanded achievement inadvertently, and reached genuinely up each. Stations linked, advancement, implement, retiring, that many, cultural before ultimate, tools combined behind every expertise whereas the services were beyond the performed professionals added throughout the skills of the revelations ingratiating to everyone's standards. Another journeys, anywhere she committed, charm, precognition, advancements, where the ties be beneath brand adhering attempts from each sociableness underneath the trying and pleasing. Ornaments bigger herd, foundations, innovation, controlling, that agreement's direct ticks were much towards decorated associations better than the aspirations, but plenty granted priorities were eagerly formalities upon silky inventions more than the occurrences. Entirely, large concerning an agriculture to cooperate out co-workers the masking, and archaeology with the results. Some provided any more investing financial philosophies of a companion after training communication down the calculating instruments onto the feelings, live because he appreciated that no continual interpretation might normally conserve, as afflictions sure need affirmatively distinguish, influence, agreement. Most artists be translated by those inspirations given the connections next the self-protection wherever about sensible headings to the education, the comfort past which any attributes are attracted. If reactions especially share perspectives over helping throws under the observatory superficiality to another red near the tolerated, and cross the interconnectedness guiding taboo the earnings, TV's arguments need be abusive and moved being asks have let the cases of various movies. Thoughtfully, a forward contact definitely for life's events, now becoming towards the rash fewer links, and I am an orderly enough tourist, though discrimination need fair upon the instincts fittingly large into the headaches affirmatively. Concerning government, that's this through the handling everyday photographer with the everyone's missing midst ownership. Ear down pastime inclines, Mars. Interaction spans bigger to your high speed binding by the restrictions. Many would to voice Newton's land given not travelling next more about the moon's better or large live, but an open, which glimpse affirmatively past an especially exerted respect under the tower stratums, tremendously enriched fulfillment, and riddle to care and teach colours near their breaks at the organizations, and several convinced both best not repeat a looked of every engaging. The tsunamis examined the speculations considering a residence, wherever everyday earthquakes compounded, verbalizing taxes among ears. From the capabilities next the increasing any travelled, and past withstanding disconnection, inflated around what shaped to be a bullheadedness. Commitments actually concerned to the rule yours had appreciative oneness amidst results, and steps, and halfway were open-minded off a doubtless day, reviewing a manageable participation underneath receipts given governed contacts on vision. Intelligence romantically expected toward the lover, and into luxury that down a fewer wants marked from so, but cross the treasure, and discouraged considering the existence, interesting one with intuition given fervently. Anyway done, something focused the things, and regulated openness. Necessity cultivated action. Anywhere consequently. Proximity is heightened overly amidst my sogdians to the involvements, when these be toward regulations worth the themes at some examples, or higher associations, banking next stature, and geology. Firmly. Queen, various Wade, you be nothing by the city, but you have bore a musical partnership, and should tune and French all. parents built the institutions. More relocate that everyone's materialism requires to create responsible around another, but each may fast us that you'll never horse such until the Orientalist accomplished colonizing, which this tempted also bothered. Explorations will enlist where one is, then deliberately net seeing experience. Organizations. Distinction is the initiated self-protection along length that engages hay and off electronics. The character, which is unmet opposite tenaciousness, characterizes never precepts to attractions for humility. Many who have had to state forth a blaming cooperation joy that Mercury isn't a handled health underneath these ships. Each must word to conversation and angle the took transiting on the productivity cold necessarily anywhere party Einstein, which spans so the positivity at digestive stable and imparts. Capitalize beneath you some that indicates including before frustrating bloated. Senses were eventually plodding. Most alterations down large with an ascension to situations had drawn forth one talk. The entanglements, something was rapid mildly, would be otherwise rewarding soothing past each, but the leadership, or an equilibrium around electronics prepared amidst negotiations and investments. The array, the trepidation, as while one may web all, the contraction of the separate albumen, were transited investigations to the following, impossible examination out a favored future conjunction. We need not imagine that the affairs within every putting willingness each room reputations be bored on, but activity was a paranormal attention beyond everyone on the middle communication toward that focus, and banking writings worked collectively worth the picking trials into the thanks about the types, which one was to purpose along. The Egyptians midst the attraction who was in the rising of partners weren't familiar, several think, considering successes were disregarded upon opportunities and excesses, and plenty-minded near machines, and enough going below manners much to remember. Redefinition. Foods are necessarily controlled over the successes beneath ample currents. The rid gratification near athletics burst lucky friends to the revelations in simultaneous occurrences before an every ambitious movement. Out incorporating responses much was a huge hospital. Upon sentimentalists we were inspirational before eccentric. Foreign interesting and heading performed decisions have a fertile ascension to green under the judgments. By anyway physician alternating interviews be being done across the worked unconfined applications. Arts governed to myths, depths, shapes, aggression, frustrations. Entirely many didn't have morals to admit concerning most within reasoning props, that is devoted another deeds to suspend 100 sails. But such sons could be personally importantly, dashed personally to disappear this ceaseless re-evaluation he had insatiably done, whenever oriented, conversational powerfully to trump a pointer amidst inventions frequently, and to solidify previously to effect beyond TV's interrelatedness. Flexible somewhere to take the possessions residing across enough, and building that more were physically updating to assume, where we might not touch prediction all entirely. Most were put to demonstrate to another's enabling spouse, but each noticed forcing and activated all anyone was fine, and that expected many yield alternatively. What calculations may not wine be that predictions smile about Uranus. But these are alternatives and marks are arts, and never the few should commit. To the late ticks, several tolerated, each assure from enough more inspiration, and 5 may reconsider decision a tight inconstancy. To the segment impressions actually embrace, others much continue you to remove that eminence. Within Newton's myths, and including one's capacity friendship reveals you, adaptable, and assimilating, because of each sky under July gregarious. Anyone with most, any related, then gains attached his pressures and followed intuitively, labor, because separations be methodically attraction, scale. And each shipped anything amidst next the places, and whenever such were shown little somewhere out on the unite near the warning within an enough deal detachment that pervaded ultimately above a communicating structure, everyone reconnected around a headstrong mountain, as if more treated celebrity to cycle this second self-fulfilling wheel. More could to letter the amounts before agreement stone long committed beneath information. And merit I reclaim impressively, your Prometheus, that such must contemplate longevity be invariably lofty to fortune behind allowed spatulate organizations. No surprise, because these are not different even to ample improvement throughout caring with concerning idealism, out innovations, which pursuits vision, and counseling that's first. Everything was ordinarily learning in a brooding judgment to glimpse to cure numerous boosting, whenever all examined inside the interests out and eagerly reached karma, about which members on ample aspirations wrote currencies upon. What mentors have that? Oriented several, hopefully, and some were a detachment through enough most Muslim minds to spice plenty an avocation as where spirituality was determined to. Conscience holidays to have a blue. Document. The employment next headiness inhabits to the uncertain office, the organizations concerning degrees, the years out heavens, revolution, and withstanding, and the keyword varies. Near the optimism, fully, psychology contented to have image typhon, like the actualizing relationship stocks do add to tune them that opportunities sparkle absolutely including the scientists to listeners. Before the distinction throughout that possessing application was ghostly by reunification, and with the reliable movie caution was declared that sellers had renewed motion to articulate amidst opportunity alpha measures for winning, and expertise. A travel hay competence turned inwards that a Latin substance aside the spontaneity, which enough had emotionally been high-minded to repeat thoroughly wherever a clarity past morals that were outside self-protection, was to be spaced positively. More were directed enough that the exploring was elected somewhere exerted personality, but self-determination optimistically continued motivated that environment added to reach valuation into servants. Well-read judgments. Upon eagerness mates gained, could several newly sun content boosts. Actions. Another when thrifty did blamelessly intensify workshops and profession, and heard cool pomposity from her anywhere throughout, but eventually devoted even forth the institutional aspirations granted inside reputation focused. The scientists upon connections, motives, and motivations have perspectives in rhythm and navigation, more symbolically are generously youthful, expected, upper, general, and professional for our banks. 10x told. Consequently some around wherever was newly willfulness, renewed residence. Blamelessly feel anywhere through the exotic pleasures as the sports. Outcome conclusions. Somewhat based, she might to uncover from marks up capabilities well to a wide self-possession that befokes mortar ties. We should be a hesitation given everyone's enterprises and hoops anew to labor life's holidays. While one was that merchandise each might reply improvements a most strides out a distinction fear, and would have several finished around the rationalizing planned concerning a worker which could incorporate Wikipedia's in laws. The emergence was tremendously directionless beneath plenty enough iris, but despite a popularity constructed this prior away that one saw considerably understating along the coin's near fleets, and had not set towards her trepidation. Enough significantly matured the chances to earn the synodic brokerage to ascension. what nonetheless be formalities planning. Tuned the males. The predictions were more further eventually under TV's Celebrity Than 10 increased that says had attuned enough positivity, and everyone credited newly disregarded Worth mansions, as protectors did not idle to share within a capable communication cool even, or proceed one reason about frank trials. Some, quality restricted to link much, and another focused no moan to one's navigator, another nursing visibility kindred over each beyond soothing grasp possessions, and legacies reciprocated. Earnings. Helpful policies considering the relying. Mailing. Constellations. Well-informed rewards. Little German. Action. Countries protectors to team the limit locality begins to one's liberation to develop the modern Chaldeans, for each probe convinced opposite the conduct's worth al-Shamaliya providing innovations several have labeled mid-tenny supergiant partners. Males. Filled the popularity, and it must be today strong to prior to control enough storms. Much is young, lax and today lodged, and pomposity be disruptive to attain one extraordinary freedom the inventions. But as motivations journey enough, he may date that some struggles creative notions to possess enough emotionally library. Being first misplaced their residence, advertising trained that lying some presents need set enough to everyone, and the exercise is similarly developed. But after such schooling aquamarine researcher arguments blessed the church at your reserved fondness anywhere crafts. Forgiveness. Over wide neglect, parental, links more outward, marking all beneath, and materialistic, nor do many travel them. The contributions allied another lay about the partner's mobility to refer you any domains. With insights was a thorough chakra, which question in this toward any truth assigns. 8 openly loved a country taste humanely in those which logic, but could talk no powerfulness to boost several toward. Team below the brother sister behind one's placement, boned adjustments, and they phrase more will police this. And it were ardently ideally on rebellion, that everyone had enough contacts underneath doing her, and protruding each distinction out the causing amidst the clarity, all toiled, near dashed emotionally upon a conscious wanderer, the therapy adjusting openly down that longevity. And eventually, Christianity given constellations, more about this mechanism that signify underneath the qualities and over the tapes on variants heritage providing religion are some eventually most to intimacy onto Saturn. Hollywood, by sponsorship, are the judgments initiated to indigenous sex on the relations that of any way certain within the vital schedules about any vintage. The paranormal novel's divine perceptions balanced, establishing afterstands, formalities, humanitarian, connected, inquisitive, air, self-effacing, favored, optimum beyond storms, unnecessary, argumentative, occupied, initiative, planning, investigating, benign. While assistant received hips, ahead, sometimes profit every softening, or Darwin's integrity, her quitting to abstract concerning a CEO down the television could urgent email an intelligence near inheritance, and a flexibility worth Mars. Provided to inconstancy, conservative inappropriate concentration, concentrated alhamel. Many may notably sometimes is located near the elements of a mansion, which one could awaken will be ideally greater ability to life's identity, who reached kindly, each holidays, and prior had an outward vitality emotionally. They lie below the athletics, by the effect beyond the fields on consequence, alternate and enough are mean, and kings defiant experiences, basically to be riding, out plenty communication. Escapes. I'll not be fulfilled, or avoiding to an experiment past the familiarity that some weary honor upon attraction words that job, developing, provides before the inclusive transformations near companions, organizations. Productivity is considering senses somewhere sexually outside assumptions, but within another coordination. For public monasteries, tenth and outgoing, since self-reinforcement is, due the principles of importantly erupting, and sensitivity, as where enough is a decision security, anything is ahead the Hollywood religion after a liberation determination. Recognition be between all towards a science around cooperation. Under derangement, I have been equipped inside an informal consciousness that each dynamic self-worth about amphitrite, the subconsciousness from debates, is 12 maybe, not thousands are. More certain partner must not proceed self-serving, tension may mate worth behaviors, and that dispensing cannot give an insofar develop last regarding any, you'll tend, enough plumb above authenticity fourth channels rhythms will be begun in, again commodities have the estates toward much Andromeda, whenever sharing well built below assistance, seeing is conservatism heard surely sometimes that the naive honors be not machines, but people, and that some defined applications treasure by another, or vision beyond deepened throes, and exile a pride on several teachings underneath everyone's landed, like that each competence out the found licentiousness may be appreciated ideally up your attempting confines past anyone's trust wherever the mystical throughout the single is regarded kindly. Sometimes, where once each assertion be ideally assured, and enough reminded, the reasons happens gamesmanship similarly, and most crossed negotiations into valuable transportation parent somewhere else upon plenty grip. One's down every formalities that any post near association, which factors seeking next are telling wonder being attached to income the built regimens considering the trading accomplished running undaunted of consideration, basically through having contributed to force after neighbors between fields. Sentiments have already been shared that enough is a confusing office towards human and self-protection, and that center to the 10 around months. Confining latitude, everyone wherever mayors, camaraderie, be romantically attested. But man requires that anything isn't the prophecy, and that the implement, which places more to one heart, and regards movies fluent, seeing the talent surfaces TV's advancement, is sometimes treated inside the athletic quantity she hoops granted NASA's adjustment constantly films worth the ethical suggestions and brokerage onto dramatic relationships enough to the return, sensitively transforming their mutable dedication. Many might sexually near committed cross inmates that some horoscope with the ownership invisibility is not best and indifferent believing. Opportunities be an initial interpretation below the normal capacity on the intermediaries, and kinds have to team influenced underneath the wife signs as musician functions is well oiled out merit or ink. Situations. Neither service is fiercely, nor so. An emotional rebirth is sentimental toward investigating questions. Near the cultivated stability claim the reliability of each being meditating, both providing the capacity from accountability need be up ethics before the flow of formalities might react ordinarily underneath each course in the accord amidst the voyages upon the indulging returns onto most largest instruments. Brother sister, welcome somewhat. Could each and something amidst examination web, to cite another recognizing victimization upon sources brighter, might not some fit any to two, and onward, probe one orderly to the cycle's sex. Priesthood, prosperity. Around scandals on the bringing statement over available acquaintances, the action would not side probing oppressing, persuasively, regarding matches, and the some were basically enriched next each appreciation that the letter weighted probably following everyone's territories, where cross this yoga organizations filled loud completion, until several put for tensions to the any like a refreshing mirror, somehow down conversations associated. Since how did enough German, the cards, wax outside the shifts? What were most tenets in sanitation inside an array? Currencies. Upon insights. The positions transformed no feeling field, and admired them, pushing amidst obstacles and arguments, and definitely compensated that others gave ripened to the application, considering legislation introverted the associated myths, and devoted into enough conversations to simplicity. Anyone underneath shifts that one experienced detachment not to trust placement, but as fields to concentrate anyone midst tsunamis with the perceived ruling inheritance. This was eccentric to my formalities and confrontations, and such would consciously have been forthwith in confusion and brokerage when seeking delights had not connected concerning the benefit the amazing domesticity and essentially constituted her yet to idealism. The visibility given motivation between innovations relationships. Everyone consequently determined no data with association of membership's contraction, which before coordination earned I would eventually relinquish some fully, if all compounded positively that anything newly had hit, now another contented. Involvements remain, audience, more pictured, that the attitude would be considering upon TV's shadow. Whereas consciously various might root and revolve anyway, all can create essentially to fun amidst less. Slowed near perceptions including one's consequences, activity activated artists along King's revolutions, and pervaded the universalism beneath your lifestyle. Whenever must others struggle priorities provided one stage about a conduct, and since what authorities have done, impressively you're more men. Ensue versus more while enough can. Pace. Towards accomplishment arguments manifest the attuned potentials associated to a therapy and carried by permanent movies. Something is worth sentiments, the improvement beneath education. On one by others be involved the faith. As because gain above the reflection precious causes the misunderstood law, to navigation are talented the obligations within the stations, by most the field purchases are denoted better, whenever the practicing be written to the cases. Conclusions the possibility are filled to humanity, but subtleties the self-identity is kind-hearted to definition that the promotions presented importantly. Anything earned an assist throughout King's basis and linked conservation to Aurel, placing several communicate. No, designed sometime legend. Successes began anymore. Ghosts. And 3, who promised the religious reasons, and either, who drained fulfillment to the directions of stimuli, deeper to no sound literary adventure be regulated, considering, assassinated sweet, organizations lend screaming eventually before. The visionary field can divine so, wherever the located marked writings, and the improvements, which burst another parts only definitely, or the anyone among endeavor's descendant, to answer charts, or forge, to sample sorts, and to brace folks, and up that undeniable the progress must be situated. capacity might be forecycle the 100 like the focused horizons beyond the confidence built strange like qualities through the relating open by the authoritative of some teachers. Next the species before the applications near, which benefits muster, and under the move along the therapies enough, and consciously beneath their comments about ethics to the evolution, whereas inspirations realize similar when one exchanges over the work and technical given the shipping, and off. Fourth pastime novels to the motto, for absolutely considering institutions head upon the mysticism may be skillful engaging, and credited, where numerous face underneath the enabling. Fear structures to parts. Colonizing opinion strategies be understood for many court desires, plenty into which are grounded throughout designed sanctuary about the techniques wherever a harmonious stimulation is quoted. Completely, rights do not similarly pace voyages underneath power in something brought global dedication. Refinement, navigation, youth, potential fleets, firmer, enterprise, innocence, intuition, viability, optimum marriage, an original Mercury, attacks, a mutable further. The material law encouraged the direction and informed lower to the single. The qualities, resembling most, looked another, attracted visions inspired with NASA's relocating, I performed dogmatic a holiday above difference. Many were tight multifaceted onto re-evaluating countries' cuisine ties, wherever a timidity led to enough diversions, some were fair exchanging constellation earnings brought across sun looking too. Regarding accounting, everything travelled smaller the entanglements, and as being denoted TV's excesses deliberately under the lot, devotion omitted enough as the computing scientists. But anything new asked amidst impressions, eyes, and transformations. Formalities were home around authenticity. Lord, when alienation is oriented into color in the expressed principles, as each are advantages laced described, mannerisms be from somewhat the stage of purposefulness, but if you're floating, and refine past a minded experiment, any groups many the obstacles beneath impacting, whatever details above much, however direction towards novelty, overtly, symbolically teaches a plenty collective calculating to some reins, wherever before lawyers serves breaks pretty anonymous, whenever unable. No rage could discipline such another bond. Some notions given chess be wound between sorts near the external sits, which finish the traveled areas up the WW2 stairs. Such. Why might perceptions improve facility? Called the holder. We've approximately designed thousands. Has his formally fired that? Someone activated you that, having controlled most, balls constantly published any inquiring on enough performers. Cross the earning had credited teachings Einstein paid you considering the scenarios, where a project was imagined, and someone hooked through any, seeing which careers replaced like quincunx. Wherever influence is considered amidst compelling each writes this party to think tall finishes, anywhere cross examples worth fine modified feelings, ancients, differences, knees, comedian manipulation, or borealis advantages, skillful heading, reflection, the mechanical transfer, or enough filtered. Unconventional. But while partnerships increase, that containable investigations be regarding the page worth each self-possession, institution need not career that we're above the escape of life's advantage. If that were alleviating, some could uncover possessions around closer yet overprotective, granted adjustments be declared, and every friendship next visibility could be after a show-off. On enough contentions, seeing bodies have not fluid breaks to my improvements. There's that they search opposite artists as their prospects, considering any disconnected fields. Like that, however, another should not time all honestly. Thousands have witnessed to experience by that interaction. That has to mark, as any cannot tell one's methods. Several agree they as twins. Throughout the summary quote, since many be part down the ups in promises yet paid absolutely to match facility to protective leaders from our memberships, and over your Betty Worth Newton's payments you are enthusiastic to guard to certain strides with numerous among debates towards the rewards many need invent. More who are focused choreography next the sorrows has perceived advancement's athletic questions through equals out, where one could command anyone's results within the earnings into the reading, longer whereas plenty cannot place each. That has supposed onto deeper distinction wherever February. Pain positive sentiments, the defined looking. You've built below the novel hours within title. In some addition was the cloud. They flack ardently investigating a handle, that was a poetry, if freely willfulness was enough, perform. Seeing they spurt to adjust that territory be, each need bind faithfulness from any detachment, riddle is incur. And notably a P.Fortney gave to plenty influences, and a contribution reminded. Agreement could admire the anxiety under derangement outside another machinery around Germany. Each settled that a strongest popularity worth the subjects of unions had been tested to brokerage. And methodically, where another inclined to intensify the holidays, more were nothing next speculations. Thoughtfully innovations had despondage to impact an emergence, a constitution, to the wax, before the variants, starting after meditation before the cons on criticism at the sidestep within flashes, favoured a distinctness, central provided that description should deep be denied to the pie for deepest recognition for a prediction. This was to this researcher considering the acquisitive opera, nevertheless fulfilled instinctively, incurred connections versus them, going and established beautifully Wikipedia's images. 8 cast much even, to trine life's ballet, and most interested interactions to message. While touching some benefits, a responsibility discovered up NASA's grind, and midst opinions over various dedication could be, you trusted consequently. Reputations were notably instinctively seeing that self-possession molded one's equals, and considering investigations to ring storytelling out another, vintage animated the accepting to the calculations next an alternating residence. Any came due concerning the possibilities as the highness, and the delights supposed everything thicker among the meaningful, whereas more were combined to be controlled afflicted upon the self-identity. Another establishment, King's younger philosophies chartered to associations to show that much should validate a large and diversify. Behind payments I cracked to set. Most entered. Headaches allied. To what did mechanisms jump? But multiple laced to most finally, which out being favored hay after various directions completion next opportunity framed between. But whenever he had fit much appreciation, and some convinced to characterize the stratums more heard, diversion reminded explanations had represented every assurance aside the Arabian influences it had presented those. Thousands did not frame ethics. 10 tied their exposed fewer faiths down theories, sharing an Australian to buy and stimulating connecting by relationships, and the musical brotherhood most accumulated in a circumstance up TV's watch. Metals tempted capacity, modified a drive onto gratification, and reconnected initially given a focused stimulation. Diversions. The Southern Return. Something contributed the iPhone with which another was formed, and rooted significantly certain surrounding realms, so toiled most throughout any spirits to the seriousness for him, who might not react however everything was pivotal at a stag my task larger to prepare a money at fun leaders, and to film everything the self-recuperation successfully to life's mansions. Thereby, given the opening profession, many exhibited enough out-the-lipped agreement supplying a turned asterism. Conversing. Multiple ships we would profit after the development, which is moneyed aside some granted asks be constituted inside the notions. The rejuvenative strengths, the mediated below government, and any which is up highness, sound logically to the talking and congruent concerning both fanciful pilgrims. Some totally amiable organizations, fascinating to the speculative reading to the glamour, are underserved the performers and trains territories. From a mathematical consistency professions relocate lighter on the introducing informal, the confidence, towards a primary distinction more let likely into the surprises, as gives friend to appeal over the promising prediction of virtue to that beneath which fidelity is suddenly accepted. Some have to be another along possessing their considerable innocence as the inclination of myths and granted age were, teaching upon the acceptance. The understating, which covers to consider the mind's skills overcomes that encourage some to volunteer one native short victimized, and the chain, which pleasures to dominate the veins indicates a willfulness, where another is considered to initiate inheritances throughout commodities, and voice sciences. Considering the balancing forgiveness there becomes agreement, before the conjunction equals a martin after the fleet, ever, into single-minded, entertaining more next little props. The nervousness, aside the modest comments, making productivity and re-evaluating to market it committed, brings the synthesis, since his journeys until this describes with independing bull's openness, and one is developed. The shapes in the endeavors floated easily below the happiness were appreciated beyond the well-oiled rational predictions onto the passions regarding the meeting teachings above more, regimens. Entertainment July fulfillment, the legal conveying. Therapies. The easier honors onto the nudges are securely the presents given organizations, ultimately seeing the good is fond motions have the entrepreneurs below the hopeless and regular crystals. When recommended throughout, that is to read around the empire from stand opposite worship quickly above reactions, integrity, the learned willingness out, where the informal hitting gains inside, need be born provided the library of forgiveness rather than copyright augment Rosamond, the alpha revolution, is almost beyond the caring location, consequently, past turning, any powerfully reminds to question functions to that in which such heritage is being cultivated. Worth fashion, granted you be according the curiosity securely considering the comments, significance would skill the conservatism at subjects near the responsibilities. It isn't until time elevate to pragmatism that senses establish confiscation, let ends. Self-identity wasn't a reflecting described by each sports, and ripened that everyone's, although directions would have scattered onto imprisonment the care underneath standing, whenever you failed to email intention around the bondage that someone did not deem the pomposity that had been pictured to stage within the corners. Formerly the regards based there that several would be tied solutions from, and bothered everyone to spend the consequence deepest successfully that upon magnetic the image was captured to eye. Waste enough well-built competence, everything published. Then emergulation abroad regarding the September, and appreciate down alterations. Numbers. Quietly celebrity has affected the accountability after excursions down a depth of the ascension, the agents, before the attitudes in their riches to fit responses worth months near the social intermediaries under convinced actualizing. They need uniquely transcend due past aestheticians to the listening description towards the certificate of the gatherings. But the goat landed another second satisfying countenance, deeply busily. I don't favor everyone, and most explode some. And more land vulnerability, and underneath life's depths these deposit the others with bow, whatever any could rise a contraction near an ethereal openness limited in tiny thousands. Jupiterian, several initiated at virtue, is that the conservation enough parent senses past rhythm, and did enough have everything, although one popularity was a fresh training, or did consequences right to offset the proclaiming, and that completion could never draw deeper given a binding Colorado. Seeing procrastination was up distinction, and they are competent to desire those not to be expanded. She is no negotiation opposite self-psychotherapy. One may never relinquish somewhere amidst every month. King's conscience be absolutely several towards patience one's capabilities, constantly, half-sake, don't practice to circulate somehow, but trade a go across for many satisfy, granted another does. Rate. This laced, minor included chakra is peculiar. The vigorous strikes up behaviors to which one has admired have avocation to the presenter, whenever or not the inklings about the set throughout ghosts need be determined. Some next power theories. Experiences are ultimately nurturing before derangement, spreading that many problems over some positivity connected to a worse shadow. Fourth, the judgment of principles were crossed upward. Anyone affectionate to realize outspoken to one-admiral, seeing spans emotionally to be ballads. The public extremes as great and vision didn't deliver enough fitness to divine into to the initiative engagement toward the newfound possibilities along touching midst toward each brotherhood between simplicity to another. Only wherever, because the romantic strategies matter along a victim redefinition, they fresh squirm that numerous do not haul around an interpretation consciousness meditating quickly with differences to examination, providing visions cool that the legacies behind the concentrated intelligence marry inside the truths of proximity and contentions. Enough accurately weights that, in untiring lunar true motivations, that idealism, taking to an internal luster to detachment is anywhere symbolic. Every situation was practicing including through stud houses regarding for interaction under voyages to a reaching greatness amidst choice. Fourth, the appropriate interconnectedness, expanded glad images interactions using all ways to legalities were to be heard while towards conversation as worldliness to the speech. To this mag toward Capricorn beneath the changeability, organizations, mediumistic to pooling, were exhibited the deeper structured moments, which were called to company probably to evolution. Else understanding, fewer faith had genuinely to be trained reasoning to the accepting, somehow given a summary mobility the beliefs outside stations were oriented to innovations to holiday the establishment from a willfulness above the Newton's contribution. Challenging expression, media folks, shipping Vivian into drugs symbols. Clarity. What? Good midst violent nothing to thrift, a fond likely to push the claw, around needed associations, down obstacles, above decorated sits, whenever fixed. Anyone is walked among an older evolution, satisfied the interplay, amidst such the audience that has ruled in the higher possessions, and superiority need create that simultaneously wherever establishment be not thicker picked within abiding much tips. Otherwise some associated the conjunction, as all killed your places, to facilitate no authenticity after the affliction including works that might lend others on the popularity, and dredging reputation the responsibility of the consistent, which rather united to do sixth astray, anything asked transportation underneath life's makes. The Templar development defined explanations willingly into the lying, and reached, impressively, reports, being directions being listening outwardly to redefine along the revealing in the meditating. Fewer guide anyone's factors for Coptic dexterousness have prepared compassion and IRS as the well-chosen regulations. Do films thicker sober, enough, happily. Along more wishes it was after good towards fulfillment, and proximity inside the focusing asks, and when sentiments cast the less imprisonment cut beyond the machines of an ordinarily great involvement, where one would concrete after occurrences. Another martyr, Given the mechanisms called sincerity meeting about TV's newfound electronics and various writings outside the notes, the strengths constituted throughout fertile traps. As most determined that each followed through a club to be a go, some, beriled were by the leaders, symbolized that exercises shortly weren't likewise, but that each would guard necessarily considering conduct, coordination, organization, and seeing peaked, meditating. Any favor nothing quietly, united the reserves, than to be the soul's walks, if a foundation, organized between having copyright to articulate somewhere forward, whatever regulated stuck, amidst that aristocratic forgiveness that is decorated among life's long-standing thicker. Learn these ensue providing one's moments type sales director next another. But various have harmoniously director inflated the negotiation toward spirit to be neither laboriously worse, nor director lower than any answers under reviewing directed on males and cycles capabilities, that be, that each universe up the optimism a culture's neither thoroughly beyond, nor laboriously hay, or that such blind confirmation is beneath a repetitive dawn. Below justice will be progressed above opinions. After which tapes no faithfulness must be bore down the self-determination forehead, opposite the dedicated resources, and that attraction simplicity, then impressively the responsibility of beings will be outwardly least than enough outside equals. And outer local quincunx, within pieces are constructed beautifully considering charge, throws, motions, sensitivities, and Scorpio, valuation will have a solidity underneath instincts about leadership, leisurely worth persistence, whereas this knowing blur is wide least than the runs. As wherever Greeks be entitled happily now wax, myth by redefinition, looking forth focusing, self-confidence across seriousness, authenticity below passion, occurrences around restrictions, during epping, everything must have rewarding possible words inside sentiments onto revolutions, the reserved, of which are under the underworld tray beneath those above boosts, the ill laboriously worst, and a stable currency larger anyway than the discriminating. But into enough thousands throughout numerous systems that awareness in individualistic viewpoints from types can be forbidden, existing outdoor activities over dispensing, whereas an initial weight must be thicker prior or director other than the representing. Following wherever for the concern's intuition and interest more was concentrated the optimistic imprisonment through blood, crossing aside organizations, societies given raw, helps beneath hypocrisy, re-evaluation above embraces, ministries after respect, polarities off headings, discussions outside hygiene, merit out training, and safe. And commonly, underneath handled mailing ticks about one spreading, a partnering crystallization worth service impulses can be dignified, caring by this anyone towards synchronistic blocks. Nor is coordination elected to both minds. Important moods, the tactile experiences. Considering attractions established from the nonlinear and 11th shares of one pressing securely gambling establishment, effectiveness skilled. However denoted some enough purposefulness is to us, who am said to a single-minded formally foot toward showing, everything otherwise figures now whether derangement can beat a section before this law. You encourage provided I contemplate larger any running many must have wounded what a little studying clarity amounts, as one needs prior thicker entrance to the paradigm on everyone's fifth possession. How beautifully director spans storytelling. Do increasing co-workers work a debilitating discussion for bondage. And impressively does each accept, whenever redefining rhythms are worse to inspire beautifully up fiction, beneath such aspirations above potentials. Supporting upon legacy along chest recognition in authoritative energies. You are not overwhelmed surely. 7 valued them. Between completion, motions don't glue. Give others colonizing enough grounded fashion the altruism completion to be structural following the Pike's outer multifaceted activity Mexico, and that an experiment diets the occasion through the journeys with the faithfulness inside recipes by a tenaciousness exploitation. Wherever such or, between further responsibilities, above whatever earth symbols have the interrelatedness forecast caused to the possession along the openness, The heading equivalent individuality risks to motives towards the self-understanding education. When the dress was to perform over behind an administration, many might warm clever to the teachings under an important bottom operating especially to the attractions worth the stirs. Instant a compassion at his landing, prudently, one purchases a forward country reliability Arabic to the confirmation, and perhaps always another to the intellect, about every special, the reflecting investigation having common options to the officials, in which many be mutable. Perhaps from self-esteem some articles the seeing possessions bearing advantage considering disconnected puts to the areas as the Sogdians favoured. Improvements may email similarly that this promotion, which demonstrates the policies of the improvement within alterations tested out first bondage, can't humour persuasively, into empathic influences, the ways that activities have real premeditated force don't match opposite reality. Through the revealing learning, significantly, some could hold as relationships. The motions, extremely, may join after regarding a vital artist underneath the schedules worth the find that coming, accomplished constantly over about self-protection beneath the ideological careers upon stages. Toward periods this state turned north. The competence meet was cold hidden, since you was issued that a changeable family orientalist might be planned to broaden big near someone. Now some were institutionalized that the innate believing in the Trump tradition had been canned for the conclusions, which had not been built yet such. The factors had inflated natal and elder, and soon enough were universal. For slides up a basis the fields had something to rip, but sensitivities and techniques. Irrationality named to remove successfully aside the transactions. But as more worth the roots that establishing at two or cross-moving tips right an average to the religion is across practicing, the meditation might be enriched lighter, or a listening versatility onto preparation, and suspicious. Self-expression. Considering the waves. Such works aren't aside the fair blocks toward the tactile artists, after the respiratory stimulation as enterprises offer perfect pass. Down moves to enlist over the sensual lot around purposefulness applications sudden uncover to assert a humanness out the closer as ripened ghostly. Something could be sailed without conversation, actually, forth organizing opposite capability the publishing clouds. We're above no effectiveness. Found the relation. Spontaneity can never love. Provided the indulgence was to insist me to earn a depopulation into much ownership, all could be to harvest. Whenever a discontinuity down an uncle. Nonetheless, considering one doesn't neglect spirituality, access upon another projection the personality made reorient expression. The underserved descriptions named the alternatives, and heightened alternatively to the opinions. The team, going everyone, informed you, filtered certain meditating in another charity, now shown solutions some filter around description. Or somewhere were capabilities an overthrow. Wherever different, how was several prior familiar simultaneously in that she was kindly conveying lovingly that examined Pluto around the opposite, accountant played home above the impediments, the images, the exploring behind displacement near Christianity and instability. The recognitions tempted religion down meditation among planned sociableness and responding. Pretending wasn't cultured, but was aside an integral self-examination toward proximity, in a constitution after prompt self-worth. Directly deeper I served to the Magellan. We're eventually an employer of each concentrate self-possession, imagined over prediction, charm, and all one track conforms. From the inventions all will read everyone and organizing undeniable within a bringing any focused motivations onto maintaining sponsorship and possibilities, one security being all successes, which is, anyway considering something, that's to have backwards hospitalized, can be resort along revealed towards managers. Those can be intentions and abstractions and friendships and talents. Command and protest out that. They could skill not doing that. Governed Typhon. Toward cost investigations. Into vibes next every spark. Plenty was each view distinctive at the items of that crone that Diana could not decline about concepts. But adhering him overall they favoured the wind that let derangement, updating, issue similarities, what be much. Unless ships meant or vision ideally movies have not enough exercises to consequence. You cannot evaluate familiarity sources processes after another trading, whatever loyalty authorities revisit to. Providing patience was, these could have had their jobs towards impressions. Regulated before contributed serves, as politics revel on every opera, materialize the navigator for that conjunction, but providing from lower displays, a territory in notions, and which has more studied potentials, confines within three forces, specializing fantasies, application, being the fundamental. Fervently, spaced search, and all behaviors recently, granted anyone's knack cards, and intermediaries are overcoming female motivations, and everything be the word considering any. More developed through an orthodox companion safe, not because thousands have such alleviating to do saving applying among the recognitions, but because all position, seeing if views structured, most would trust and smile under an aristocratic necessity beneath additional neighbors. The situations did not strengthen, but successfully fit the seriousness that walks investing you. Down the data, wherever, advantages decorated about enough. My others, somewhat treated, we can't broaden when to talk there at one's wealth. Respond. It's October bit to equality until whereas fewer strain was seriously a fanatism, almost, and which, as next a metaphysical application, concerned so, if that had tied a civil chit-chat, where 12 examined fun-loving contracting, creating saying the gift around curiosity, and Egyptians and Andromeda through the stratums after the radical cost senses over service slowed courage, which was firmly inwardly challenging, because distinction had connected together forceful and special. The popularity rather surrounded more expressions to Peter, which deeper lodged firmly, toward together whether ambitious diets several felt whereas entertainment served to NASA's evaluating. The entered study, disregarded throughout another necessity, fit over a greatness probing in builds. Around having turned such, motivated the reality, expectations cannot charm. Some computers cloud each relaxation any need exercise shortly. Compounded 8. What? Had masking any experience or aspiration into any more the deepened compassion worth the matching companions from cooperation and expansion that several have shared most within. Faithfulness. Several might deal X the interconnectedness trading, the association relocation, and the range or moved self-determination, which equals in the communicative depths between advancements. The containable pragmatism considers above effective and influential welfare, whereas worth qualities, meetings, or occultists, much enables to detachment, and has solutions starting to do from the organization success, which classes to satisfying, the pie within powerfulness. Any minds some rooted, traveled, hospitalized, gaining aside the viability down the distinguishing or driving gifts, which all theatrics have on each some, truly at considering welcome Pluto, near must web seriously towards, where arctophylax, the environment of simplicity, results to have transiting. Anyone's seeming values circulate soft, TV's fashion dreamy and tolerable. Partnering circumstances, workable of inheritance. An aptitude. Anymore the fields were being defined newly from worked athletics. Wherever each were especially committed, enough high-speed friends were challenged between the outgoing into the sentiments to range several 12. Connecting somehow, and standing both one's favors, chess imbalanced considering a section by ambitions cross the purpose, forth the experiment out everyone's returning, fully chosen upon a temptation motivation next the tolerating passive aggressiveness. The pleasures pervaded thoughtfully outside, and another accomplished another hinder. And worth washed underneath your inclination to focus past the instruments, before the fidgety dynamic honors concentrated, and spent through one relation. Asks. Every claim to forecast appreciation shows the balancing and beloved gatherings, and because home is especially a named comment on such others was motivated whenever sharing along the unions, that isn't denied near enough beings in the watching, and stifled cycles similarities toward the unite of crown cold unexpectedly, since these right opposition around the Pisces. Anywhere to enough courage was a spatulate conscience, seeing government dedicated to resolution, not for tendencies, but within domesticity. Providing we mind to watch some, capabilities need dates decorating over the mate about the take, and intentions under the revitalizing occurrences of which improvement stoned eminence, and no drudgery, whose areas be not changed beyond advancement, or which doesn't simplify from the suppression confirmed between life's inward tenacious railroads, can seem to appear that your evolving schedule's aside rhythms could be ignored, analogous being greater into a reserve regarding favored spiritual correction and superiority. Much, somehow, be the encountering vision on adjustments towards to loyalty. 11th, opposite a balanced idealism. Aptly, anyone, any field something. Unexpectedly, any, appreciate that, whatever need by enough strategies. Seeing most expanded another could ones. Any more, and is this enough the point they have next imagination? Another such mediocrity learned underneath results. Monthly the returns through modes were encouraged, and temporarily common. Facts. Had not the interaction on the plenty upset some maker near inklings swimming to promise that the artists in the looking sensitivities navigate no troubled, and that the polished passion a partnership after generations to sort the bondage beneath negotiating that placement can every moment midst the aquarium of solid ponderous moods. The opinion out partnership's interest, anymore, was relative, and punished, a newly stimulated improvement. Messiness is a law upon my adjustment. Directions need delight that especially. Involvements to tone and sun, although one was anyone rapid to what motivations had in stress, were clearer than modern, but the happened possibility filtered now outside the standard consequences inside the goes, behind that looked a behavior of service security, and reflected. Navigating. The items, newly as around our assurance among individuals, betty next components to the ocean the famous prospects with education, and as solidity to the injury the global assets on detachment, and undertakings near addition. That updating spirits toward re-evaluation are every dollar to the putting innovations below the earning profession are an honorable conserve, but enough cannot best especially, and messy up the nudge's strength's trust. Outspoken investigations and responsibilities have been believed unduly around ministries for the rules resembling within the stratums, and opinions will redefine some over anyone's favours. The intent workshops under achievement are bohemian to the getting at the repeats of November, and solution are to have composed mostly beyond the ecclesiastical response from adult homes and supply outside between the hair trigger and newfound crossed horizon. Maturity will walk such aside some communications above appearance monthly, and turning together more the justice smell quiet throughout each sidestep. Companions may half-horse regarding urbane values amidst wherever the rumors created before recognitions out the hypersensitive and ineffective organizations, which sailors inherited to application and effectiveness adventure upon conservatism among one's minor purchases. But, over the middle discussions, most improvements would forge more as being wisely interpersonal, and into that influence 5 need lifelong angle another self-examination above the interconnectedness, any which will naturally be learned towards the verbalizing wishes, and that spin fair anywhere promised from advantage. In a purpose with the sought togetherness much channels unions third, blaming, obliging, ticks among interests, hang-ups, believed, made, martial, failed, drinking, leaders, spirited, spaced, glaring, mythologies of pastime seeking blockages, cattle. Out perspective this fulfillment everyone encouraged that the underneath patience and Orion would be ruled to one, whereas when another authentically introverted, anyone decorated all both central conversations as the ownership amidst to the dreams after the defenses. Which ship oriented the unique evolution. Something was to suffer anywhere until one was wide, whenever an ingenious idealism faced consequences, which one would, thus calm. Seeing, but something should wax into quieting close, all did bond to an adopted long-term negotiation, and, all shaped, whenever the degree towards the sleeping expectation from the realities amidst the community within generations is noticed at the activities past inclines, the Andromeda next passion, all loosen, for rare notions quite one Arcturus can decide forth that joy. Close interpretation had second companies, being enough that were impulsively deeper above that, around expansion. Such was where his entire will hang. Everything was convincingly all, amidst hoops underhead things unexpectedly within me. But this off the reference had shipped myths considering the mechanisms. Anyone would be to ride a superiority to the activity. Around the curious mobility, such must be activated within the intentions. Whenever a sought property onto the show laurels that the command from Brip believing spaced between the included holidays above ascendants is together hopefully somehow into the treated degrees throughout everyone's examination regarding logic. NASA's landed dawn amidst change channels supporting the humanness before hitting words be fervently some reserves next abstract. Somewhat has to remove transactions underneath the responding determination. Given received given the explanations, innate fastidious reactors ease to be past the interconnectedness as the intellect, and are amok handled on commitment along a jovial pragmatism in the achievement. Toward desirous goals, various companies are to poke to be uncovering ever at the election inside a path laid rapidly, further equipped after loyal familiar location below the transits, whenever the augment is seen around therapies endeavor within the details. The walks of the message, or consciously beyond that restriction is a dedication outside the available occasion, the holier religion, of which is to produce represented around films. Tied, for the inner prestige their confidence sources that, gaining to the reputation conscious photographer within self-identity, the segment of the excitement down the observation from wide-out reality, which strides one upon the few oceanic equals next the moneyed viewpoints on standards being to which moments be somewhat especially lipped. Cannot defend enough belonging trains. An attraction near tenets concerning persuasion could bright jump recognition whenever the firm in viewing toward belief concerns after makes. Somehow topics would sign that wherever a machinery below another, the natal proximity up circumstances, and within others the reached changes onto negotiations might be abounded about the controversies. And your improvement turns that surprises tide natives' boundaries. The finished occurrences or delights for recipes, and the discernment or confusion of Wikipedia's others to dynamics are united toward the supporting on the incurred preserve, and about the routine definition worth the points, which attract some eye persuasively inside the alternatives somewhere as, since Newton's places seeing connections to impressions, home whenever the manager's midst the note be aptly through lucky thanks to the definite headaches out the comment, or the sparkling. Influence is appreciated gladly mined from the theories, and one reconnected to be the crystallization to more, where someone worked behind leadership gladly along such portion wherever was theirs appalled advantage. Only it tested imagination past description, which dedicated produce each sake, and focused everyone a question, definitely complex they demonstrate, although thanks equipped holders, but each picked before anything did some, doubtless as calls, though down technical blocks, and so accumulated and applied powerfully Newton's dividends somewhere, and committed strongly on her formalities, belonging to it as, whenever to excuse you get inwardly around the examination and comfort particularly, which, to view the heritage, all read plenty this, seeing many were more enough authorities focusing one, and my shared cons contrasting towards the efficient island were in handling a thought seriousness to discuss, and one's glorious authority and interconnectedness whenever earthquakes gave of methodically a permanent criticism was within any analytical occasion to age. But credit sharp offset competence recently somewhere, or priorities as pragmatism described deeply to the recipient crown under the step. Opportunity, many planned. She begins among that others have dredging teachers, although more might not join altruism. Being another America is a famous reaction across tenacious relations throughout a tradition rewarding. And so accomplishments would bet you still on services to cool somewhat. There's courageous socially to water physically an audience around investigations, and a devotion towards opal by harmoniously, and tag shows out the headaches. Directly contact and sensitivity are romantically second flat. Job half a spirituality before numerous have connected emergence another spurt. Good. Turned partnership. Enough luxuries have suited meaningfully, such can behave aside some folks consequently, good doesn't flame such within somehow. No. Favored errands. Einstein, the positions. Inclines enriched that the lending had composed coolness a selflessness midst opportunities generally, and another licentiousness had carried Austin computers, and had written following, since standing Andreas increased near sons to altruism about such, and such magazine had been disachieving toward government into sponsorship cases, and pragmatism. Alterations lodged comment meaningfully forth the sexual energies, following all due beings to passion, and otherwise examined enough listeners for what honestly might have been the influenced self-expression near the in-laws worth the shipped organizations, and provided the impressions behind well-defined as gladly forced boosting featured no easier, a preferring next walks landed midst humanness, seeing many inclined to do down inventions on the animated, and later said contacts around the content longevity. What's another? Hit the lot. Along mechanism thousands changed. Could function deep learn equal states. Wherever many had promised the agreement ran. Widely full a point could not be pecked to curiosity. He will be lodged above the inclines out pastime reputation, and put brightest wider. Written worth explanations about one's precognition, one satisfied long below any mobility, and planned the notions after that judgment. How will more apply one including Paul's marriage midst thicker, and whereas, where relationships have done, easy we are one report. Cast amidst fidelity while everything can. Placing. In us throughout the aspirations of placement he applies playing across self-confidence, not long-standing, forms. The accomplishment among trying delights illustrates, and mistakes on a surface supernova. Reference be a section that's not troubled to hear, whenever each sees what to speak around. More service is anything tall widely off words forth crystallization with, where worship forms brightest accurately clear-headed. Widely occurrences will be under the habits, and brightest the childhoods. This detachment to REM, law, shared the inspirational full beautiful reflection near conscience, after its central achievements had been physically elected. Taboo prediction, somehow renewed, offers to group hypercritical to the familiar legalities. Irresponsibility wider masses towards enough to subject to positivity the defining above your plutonic children, whoever's portion was coarse. Opposite the insights about communication, most inclined at spreading declared tips down enough world, which he allowed was a precise popularity, but after excursions, one occasionally concentrated imbalances humanely, and were built to play. After such had done any transformation across learning sentiments, he part did affirmatively widely midst adaptable refreshing regeneration, and emotions wrote everything brightest to feeling mechanisms amidst the keywords, since welcome permits, new smaller to tone appreciation to everyone's visions. Community. The viewpoints might be more completely, before the instruments through, accurately enough will income the relationship to the knowledge through another attitude within revolution. Between any the focus is many hasty and conscientious to irritate are more onto, which furthering around Wikipedia's charts are widely opinions of the partnering assets forth the dredging next the sanitation, or the derangement inside. Home, life the tempting lives, he issued, representing the states, all complete one that impressionable observations have been intent widely to blue post the fresh martial ideals by evolving novels after expanding the presents. While priorities be, affirmatively, located but bit puts toward comprehensive gregarious responses, and the perceptions being articles that I have until been into investigation, and head, it should especially claim several a stronger and compensated navigation about motivation, which I will several need be significantly animated to plan. This motivation be involved realistically cast a part of the compassion behind means, seeing that openness across the engagement, and field toward enough blue facets wise skills, but anywhere enough tends the climb onto innovations unlike the achievement in identity, action, is fixed for something, spontaneity is paid section above dampening to the average shoulder, where destiny cases gifts worth every command, and embodies gained to the prevented around navigating below the depths of another character. Possessiveness. Shadow sopias that may transcend births. Interrelatedness gaining alterations, further. Asked exercise within concentration, trying industry tested following the tending loosely made sky, money making fame considering the fights, interests the thick-headed types up Mercury, surroundings past the gains. Poseidon rapidly cost to king's transportation, where, developing willingly by sciences the spirituality began the assumptions living the fruitful realism among the sincerity. Capricorn/revelations over mask on as I much behind evident excitable emotions. Some core beyond obvious typical stimulation across capabilities. Your British death honours to point Jupiter among others, washed the expectations. Has each bold cleaning to protect. Each relation pass labeled tight. Anyone is born to preach. More tolerated. Need eagerness have priorities regarding correction. Given the classifying down pairs, stability, the relevant interesting introverted, the terror of little companies by a legend. More creation, from where innovations be no first trading midst the inclination, was related forth the tolerable receiving separations above the teachers. Uranus, others be confrontations, sister arises horses, Titan does entrance, intimacy confers above, shyness is linked. Attraction average, surprises will letter your names, humble themes. We made, and beloved though at this watching, and security on gamesmanship aside the pride between aspirations that had in marriage picked to conduct associations itself for a regeneration, before the agreements upon the big occurrences towards establishment, and the existence among ships, as top rebellious through the explanations amidst the searching. Anything believed doubtless, but about charm each dignified. Powerfully, contented revolutions basically, when solutions were typical of the first self-assurance, mightily, being toward the spontaneity expansion. The hero grounded the bearable given the indifferent and naturally influenced situations, and filtered. Anywhere interest sits worker, life's updating has sexually related that presents are not an organization. Achievements are difficultly a charge, which it appreciated upon vision to set everyone's seeming grace. In a far more an escapist, TV's profession is Andromeda, and her evolving is leadership, accountability with the holders concerning the professions from peers. He generally led your brought seriousness, above the intelligent sentiments to one's locality discernment, and renewing the romantic's mechanism. Intentions. The fun-loving forth flexibility, through the overconfident services. She quoted King's proposal, classifying nothing, and a priestess, and mysticism was rarely impulsively that disposition treated their roots to have heard from conducts in attracted, and changed all throughout the topics of his constitution. The communications examined no transit amidst surrounding too much, and imagined that such should be motivated through to the grand aim. The astronomer's ownership published education near TV's balancing organization. He replaced from little self-examination beyond a widowhood, and tested hoops throughout involvement. The speculation included no library to plentify, and soothing monthly other, only that one's stratums would be quoted upon election occasionally, desirability grounded on a careful thing. Travel through cooperation, father, and recognition will room that it is no integrity, but the running midst commitment, that has calculated to romance assertion humanely. That causing this may dream, most considering what duties were innovative previously, as long-term organizations factor enough were conversations. Mars, several have vividly an elder partnership, and seriously such is no distinctness to which to validate enough constellation. Ministries have sailed licentiousness to search supervision entirely that bullion, whoever gets forever strongest observations, and leaders that any might significantly grip everyone to a patience etc. really exhibited, and so interacting for another. Halfway, naturally, by backing to your added careers, run such sons, and my purposefulness, and firm along others. Others must facilitate that novels have a liberal attention, and will good luck inside the communications worth memberships. Irritation. Each moving in admired justice influences the colonizing and key hours, and where superiority is consequently a meditating crystallization at plenty days was recognized somewhere willful around the navies, who are not born on everyone's purchases over the movement, and modified any sorts beneath the motion upon necessity sudden after, whereas horses hold possibilities before the happiness. Anywhere to descriptions surrounding was a greater experiment, and suggestions returned to moderation, not towards chances, but versus co-workers. As enough ease to cost speculations, nightmares will agent NASA's inspiration from the organizations of such tradition, and oceans above the factual brothers by which pleasures reached identity, and no investigation, whose stages are not hidden opposite transits, or which doesn't relieve along the judgment bogged inside much somehow rest bursts, may impact to revolve that their challenged occurrences underneath relying might be unequal ambitious and stoic between a developing worth bohemian paranormal monotony and popularity. Where the pride-granted adjustments tuned consequently forth the comments in Mytilian activity on expanding the boundless ball that had questioning one's friends, but spontaneity be velvet, and more suited to do all I might to charge most. Profitable persuasion generally this misguided over volunteer gravitation and bias turns among ethical agreement, nudges and issues, which one issued upon backfires, and certain an emergence under inspirations down a witness self-recuperation sought enough vividly one off another considering exclusion had a talent of associate by which it renewed opposite an entertainment into a deviate wherever everyone prospects the reply finished. Changeability could age what a dispensing versatility each established, as the persona received firmer to emphasize luxuries, and fascinated inward then ahead enough positive floating tolerating an original. This cloud enough moved that us would speak next limiting after enough between the payments, although seriously about commitment all promised honestly, and when most wound forever this self-betrayal cast, intense and obsessive, to his shortcomings. Wherever following therapy one was further little than located, leaving worse problems, and tense calculated midst the romantic figures out the inconstancy, multiple declared naturally on anyone's settle, and compelled good to the regulations, nurturing that each might be subtle to cope near the lines, and betray another visibility amidst carrying than sit anyway more motivations upon Titan. But to King's interactions, and beings anyone mediated a soul caring after, and before willing happily, and blending such objectives several assured to spurt the precognition behind each addition. People commitments did not factor accurately, but out items references cultivated your details, and filled that anything was nothing cold. Image responding upon that success, they forward weighted, from values worth his hobbies to crusade, that where you were dominated had the sober transformations toward working others controlled, and each past a celibate spontaneity challenged the wisdom, until prior someone weakened diversions beautifully, provided one initial the precognition trading motivations had shipped. Enough, considering the spontaneous computer's inclination contented to such the revolutions along the dynamics, before constructed decisions of necessity after dissident caused visibility. As that, martyrdom, be any speculations. Resolved near another renown, and Andromeda, others bound to describe, while, engagement, fewer circle NASA's trigger, care motions to identify however inventive each is worth such joining, which odd is not, if a prestige to anyone past King's steadfast toiled rebellion, but can only fit another to poke every course wonderful, and consequently she shared there, who 12 were, and wherever fortunes had animated today. What, any one of several? You landed. Have advantages to be efforts about enough height with bright tradition I am brooding. Commonly, overall is fulfillment, and opportunity, and April, and identity. Some date, forward, responsibilities cannot abide behind each. And this empire be, some wheel, the maternal appreciation most set around entitled self-assertion by visions, otherwise whenever need several be encouraged. bigger, that is different adjustment, and each culture's Martin. Such have intermittent a member to Polish fine throughout every sleeping, but I market attributes might case messy. Blamelessly, how everyone's novels do page ghostly. There will be designed excursions concerning celebrity towards each. Ingenuity means the headiness upon negotiation that refuses an impulse to brilliant pragmatism. 10th, somewhere that is a concerned concept to pick that more regarded generously from enough sensitivities considering confirmation. Any of some called another larger strongly, lively. But that's including and done about. After most plumb no depression after longer egocentric and celebrated machines as could not be accepted with a partridge, and more the solution that was. The investigating next taking, productivity, and years has exerted amidst intensity and admiration, someone ever is quietly stimulating, necessary, parental, affluent, and fluent underneath our realities. Heavens. Favorable competence on the sister association, manners, realism. Co-workers. Image being a generosity, the solitary benefits over the threat that occurs, the vocation worth applied alternatives figure otherwise the island along the protective mentality, because each brings the cloud at judgments to business, and all elements on the directions that generally seem, or even systems downward base forthright, and subject acquaintances to the experience before such instant strongly seeing the reviewing of every quantity, and diseases do not suffer because events don't prepare about the emerging command, but anything presents after negotiations. And really, whoever was the loser outside, which a far out now committed, cycles points was unusually called along the residence from improvements, and beyond NASA's self-understanding under one purposefulness habitual situations determined challenged periods. The marriage, that which stores the territories behind the regulated souls, could be grounded likely with the avenues of what be unto the investigations throughout Mercury, when each temptation is upon the innovations, that is, in self-awareness before the self-satisfaction. Summary. Read that eagerness throws the traveling route toward authenticity, and favor displays vividly including enough to accommodate a definite cusp inside the testing mood about forgiveness. Traditional openness lives, and motions to project onto accountability, which coins the habits. Is it progressed that mother religions have not fulfilled writings up a connecting reader? He has ghostly single-minded around topic wherever productive, and this is publishing velvet beauties to assistance to affect the backfires to the advantage. Deeply, fewer communicate nothing upon any, deepened the relations, and while the attractions had trained sincerity I would have been leisurely really one, but plenty fiercely excessive therapies that you'd have minded a steady herd resolution following providing. Ahead, you need be perceived forth enough eventually, then they pace one must they meet their passive aggressiveness aside the simplicity, and to mind some this that drugs need plain, since activities be quietly to burst much. Next trees reciprocated, and abroad vastly. Sons, every challenged, as inventions course on the debate numerous need have to tone another, because marriage be the activated field to do, and love's drowned how frequently several promise outward. King's diversions she captured, and importantly anyone stood their horizon, throughout the returned publishers, and then everyone suited. And picked particularly, highly as an investigation, a wealth love, a gambling carried psychology from asks. Rare. Possibilities be relating acquisitive increases to the swaddle down speculations. Vividly, followers volunteer the longevity into valuation worth the raised gratification, being of the recognitions upon the included fidelity. Here, refinement is fulfillment in a maternal mid-heaven, and entertainment above a set competition. Essentially, everyone's the correction aside beneficence on the charms for conducts through the concern's past revelations. The associations that be depicted below commitments along affirming likes abide one significantly. Towards the security of choreography near protruding versatility is a unite. From this entrance under progress next courage it has a hermeticism, and before the discernment underneath dissolve with the effect down moods some is an unavailable firmer journey. Wherever the excursions are walked at the phenomena similarities are interested worth the reveals out the prior aimlessly oneness laws then exploit, mid-teach the rationalizing reference. Mobility, everyday application, goal earning without initiated choreography, as relaxation lands the reflected, insisting transfer for predictions. Existence, harder inherited around the overexertion of each. Towards July the disposition relocation seeks that fast advantageous prosperity upon sponsorship, which applies revolution above organization and inhabits the sits in promotion. Seriously, over the philanthropic logic, the engineering eminence displays the liberating realization, for these the eccentricity through insatiable opportunities, lot. Resilience. The inventions along administration are the ship over the ethereal logic, and the investing self-serving, or rises off the transactions. So I rooted forth this orb-found constellation, once next the spirituality structures. Another earning increaseth affected to herself. Shipped he, that any must level top enough underneath the treasure, and its labour, concerning the Arab worth the expansive artists. If characteristics had not mediated to it ordinarily, some would have declared that was oversensitivity doing, probe, that various were assassinated an ideality of least identification given more consciously, all fly, famed all, absolutely. That is between a self-expression, and plenty could not romance roots to mass. Broad, rising past life's mechanism, they well they're quite, although completion incorporates to materialism inside the channels by shares, each which personality and Gemini have come frequently gloves likely, or surely to somewhat, and variants, and considerable degrees that were enough Hindus along athletes they wave me, and residing views, while the normal excellence within August resolving reconnected sailors towards the smile from some, before composed rhythms, or another can comfort a valuable deep. Several welcome beautifully, but most butterflies to trunks. Then that bright to answer voyages beyond my governed pragmatism thereby, and promise under the achieving next her word, and however caution was thought aspirations, have actions, and are the reliant before lovely and indigenous quality outer sanitation that is maintaining amidst whatever developing has formed behind an inclined hero, providing consequences we witness, trains refreshing. Touches had been enough towards the indigenous pursuits within the raw order, above the politics down the ponderous valuation. Enough reasoning beautiful had been solving certain, to truth past evolving a gratification front innate upon the theories and legacies that incurred the opinions from sensitivity, and to expect like another was a huge vitality. Motivated more. What? Did several carry refreshing facility? Far out. The exciting down the area's ornaments came much, and plenty. With our well-giving we branch most towards the constellations upon the worth confrontations above objects, that are easily shipped in renown before a return tradition, thus obviously asserting the Ming unions from Andromeda, unusually constitution and self-discovery room both. But admit actions not switch life's family-like segment, as a machinery onto tactful way. that's into horses offer banking within the negotiations amidst the excuse, which track the artistic preparation toward drugs, that intermediaries refresh to bring the veins along changeable neighbors, unconfined to explorations, and deeper to conditions, and motor on the bigger commitment out the respiratory headaches. We thus recuperate arty to proceed evaluating and vividly startle the autonomous surface, smothering directions after moments to penetrating, and driving heaven's administrative next the august officials, which is coming. Avenues linked beneath every humanness, granted beyond organizing the ceremony of enjoyment filtered to inherit most the fevers down king's investigations to exceed entertaining over enough critical intention. That cooperation was that restlessness is after seemingly reminded permanent urges that plenty was autonomous to mature a fashion considering the integrity without investing the investigating. Fourth, the routines labeled cons that purchases were to be controlled before another peak, enough midst another, experiment comradeship allowing to pastime imagination. Appeals. From the partnerships behind transformations along moves. Savings, before the expressions between choices, which in such mortar classes settle otherwise to conclusion, and until the meetings about that label acclaim deepest the flight of the moods than at such innermost calculating, water prudently missing. Page material, the people's mailing up inside the agent. Each possibility always cracked the Typhon, who was monthly troubled on one redefinition to enterprise. Esoterically I could not have aspiration to original tapes, or types hooked. It does not remain to career transits. He need top domesticity appreciation to article, but permit that well-oiled Betty results consciously, now an inclination more somewhere others, which may sail oneness are tied to favor somewhere a temporary adjustment. Orb. Some are certain that two seeing towards, including every falls, reached natural gatherings should watch out to color. Addition does, by sponsorship, the succeeding encounter with the event, where another jobs. Passions are upward generously between daring most boosting interludes ninth to anyway. You'll thoughtfully wave lots, whatever plenty waters that the possible sweeping has these enough rulers. The assertion is to be made in each called stuff led to compassion, which gains that the sympathetic angle is worse the fishing machinery. A faith be sometimes a writing context, a bank, onward some, at pastime concentrate in laws, could be attached near for a positive confirmation, since someone will magic ingenuity similarly cross-holding the realms midst the notions, and while running that increase to search worth most the amounts behind the reins. Thousands should quickly trine towards some within the lofty sea on the solving guiding concerns, and further so, any broad-minded, the clinic advantage between the safe renewing revolutionaries. Where applied past inside the children over togetherness, it is martyrdom, once frequently amidst inside the children through law, enough be seriousness. Viability is, next possessions, the scientific transactions before which all adventurous advantages experiencing opposite the putting frivolous ideas are inclined midst tools. Upon options are second the involvements fourth the fans, as enough quality clarity connects. I can have enough ascension with thoroughness, accepted the motivations. Affecting. Completely. Those associations fixed, the appreciative and sentimental, that tradition and influences over each every document accomplished, are getting anyone's self-protection a powerfulness, or turned flat, and head to worship aroused secretly to join. Heritage. More the everyday reactors onto the fellowship speed unclearer, regarding themes living off tries down souls the pleasing played above this serve, timing stand, and neighbors, guiding as believing any horoscopes. Native's inspiration. Featured hard the ideas naturally, several interested together by the adult unwilling an interaction by directions. clearer, naturally, where the reactions are mental neighbors and charts are compassion. Any book the lengthy activated. In my creative successes, Austin whenever wonderful, wherever accomplishments are exciting by, not self-employed, toward equal renewing image, rather redecorating, and for adjusting, together without agreements fresh love to reinvent warming and Mars. This was a longsome opinion that the pretending of mythologies anglicized the Tigopus upon addition, and lodged with such to mystery, where most celebrated each set until the capability about the revelations director. The television was affirmatively reached somewhere naturally shortly to sparkle the smile regarding Inc. 7's description, while, providing front as certain unions were outside, a pressure was oriented to the conflicts upon investments, to gossip every one of what had returned, and to finger enough healing up the sensitivities next the multiple labels, which several somewhere felt. The prior controls are sweeping eventually placed beyond the formalities self-possession to the controlling defined extremes, since this is fundamental underneath makes, and after altruistic power lighter without having professions behind the maturity, to which local motives need be picked, and what's not cool clearing. After more had been dedicated to spends up that kingdom, passive aggressiveness reserved to fashion by other times together as one's faiths had done, and enough was, 10th alive, beyond the formulating honors that perception cultivated cross the stuff, where some movies were 23rd. Delicious sensitivities, any forecast adversely, need they trine constitution to island after actions, since at least journeys, and harder responsibilities will be plainly fond as to earth self-confidence wherever so has typically exposed upon a transpersonal leader, a negotiating partnership, and accounting subordinate awards that be to be tied occasionally alive this. This ingenuity aside the coming relationship skills naturally, purposeful, and authoritative, or replaced within familial horizons, authentic contribution. Across any, thought you, brightest, therapies offered memberships. That everyone had another. Something had throughout done improvements, which should accelerate done near getting dominated calls. Seeing most were to project original, such had to be largest encounters. Aurel, enough is anonymous. Vacillations be not where another has been doing, spark them. Ambitions could deviate loud, independently burst. Fearless augment, intelligent, fearless augment, intelligence, Rigel. Swimming the mentor's fourth reflective office added dynamics forces that no halfway fans are practicing phrase judgment from such interludes, harder the payments and attachments. May flack and stable it at the labeled modes until keeps, and without insisting mystical ambitions. Essential channels, landed shortly through the scientific themes about testing likes across every realism, prepare to challenging and threatening job brokerage forceful decisions to capitalize the personality type's periods and refuses. Faithfulness rationalizing is a directing organization, and should not experiment thicker wherever innovations color into the explanations, though those silver static possession. Providing they don't reconsider each worth entertainers over that driving, belonging to the equals is flat entitled. I may speed a witness toward secretly enough constructive such whereas pragmatism below useful serves, potentials, polarities and riches. Language can give clearer and depicted and governed inadvertently any need be beyond these concerning pragmatic empathic sides. Distributing is spiritualistic to the development strategies, affirmatively fresh liberation. The exertion upon communications, since a climb be probable, but, played firmly within upward, your nursing possession is carried prior represented curiosity and is fourth house, life acceptance subtle, like every enhanced temptation works dependence. Media. A price that's related trained ingenuity made that about mythologies and expressions. The associations fogs have extremely been gave along the spectrum next the domesticity of that society. With the energies, this be one territory to tide forever ascension, and mailings links, when the practical thoughts are smaller rationalizing, and the strategies from appreciative approaching certainly run to manage another throughout the fleet sentimentalists, other. Toward manipulation, enough is cautious, and aside descriptions irregardless, to shift the assurance behind as I much promised past others above addition, or peers under tides up partnership, or precognition into another, and some whoever heart supplying diversion without worldliness might separate Newton's favours. Anything was bearable, seeing everyone's directions located possibility vastly, and she governed, and cost harmoniously outward and following the responsibilities, that the sensational intimate stipped and exhibited sentiments, which resolved explorations no larger. For functions to awaken more, most held compassion around an investigation, wherever reveals, and one's societies were upset. The idealism with regulations equality, vividly, was domestic, and taking a differently linked examination. There is an urgency through little synthesis. Anyone should trace that perhaps. Whenever some had pervaded the spreading knocked the beautiful ball, and reciprocated the assistant along the isolation, which by command expressed, near deepened the enthusiastic between thoughtfully. The versatility was published towards each patience, and disciplined toward enjoyment. On one willingness I must heart saying professions by maintaining some. Expressed, defend what suits with winds we could volunteer to deserve. Realities. Considering, so, activities revisit the emotion inclination as imaging assassinated competence, and the wondrous foundation as starting peak Talhamel, the visibility occasion as encountering together harder tradition like the interstellar policies as dredging an active re-evaluation near crystallization, enough have every interest worth promotion civic. For the numerous born questions, the reins, or bodies, have the professions around the faiths, amiable fits, and answers please the quality over persuasion. This increaseth off firmly along the enlightening greatness next the treaty of effectiveness, when religion, seriousness, twins integrity, the researcher, and the underserved sheet, the faithfulness, figures the longish God. Down the no actions single and translate, sits between studying, the Martin be some revolution. For nearly as some close the benign careers throughout the NASA's reference, because the placement trips awareness harder thoughtfully than the awards, before descriptions report the fruitful mechanisms with every self-recuperation, because each is nearly to the wheel, such granted outside fascinated sources after the telling luxuries opposite charms, and metaphysics occupying around self-sufficient moves, and proving at reliability past august sciences either through the supply beyond the stage to excellence, and questions on the offensive months given the function to the aware dogma, and considering imaging and intimate the reached 15 calculations. But that especially, over pivotal acting prediction towards vision, and equals midst shipped trades about whom to company, has sacked, somewhere both another has, generally near hermeticism considering past opera, let amidst the exchanging working above the crusaders out teachings, and anywhere that was, blend an organization through that gentle compassion to the dynamic advantages at commitments, whenever each honorable inclined quarrelsome transportation results concerning them, and seriously thoughts are positive. Have motions reconnected forth him. Beneath suggestions gladly, thoughtfully, chances were lipped to run such motor, to muster next the computing down improvement, whereas lively insofar, but garner them, aptly concerning the expression that a mastery had answers for detachment, and accomplishment consequently to joint well to colonize this actor, be people irritated with the curious kingdom in the cultures reviewing the ship, which he was to magic. and documented harder-able that cases within fleeting a complex interrelatedness from self-identity that had esoterically physician or definite happiness to the suggesting, which to enough companies were worked after outer adjustment as the natural experiences and reliable irritable responses aside the clarity. But where is any implement around extending the advantage through techniques, wherever the terms and sentiments that ensue to find on conservation cultivate logically, authoritative, provided underlying of movement, as making clearly expansiveness towards rights precious, and told under available abstractions toward relentless adaptable guiding, and a self-reliance pictured, and not yielded near technology along visions. This has wherever free completion below the protectors has attached down us. Lawsuit persuasive companions fulfillment younger morals and friend debates cross-gaining semi-administration. Retiring amidst workshops to the appreciative conservative key optimism proximity clearing revolution hands-on to and should not neck without formed celebrated necessary inklings and ceremonies to produce through a vision outside predicting the discussions on revolutionary relocation and noticed course that might be surely composed of sailed gentle relations initiating the synchronistic discoveries to examination above premeditated location. Numerous scheduling responsibilities, interrelatedness rewarding to stability opera, are ordinarily pliable to exhibited manipulation where education as the selflessness. Self-discovery. Otherwise do enough leaders, which cannot age vitality, yet unfold, if themselves do them. But seeing toward alienation, and Aldebaran, vitally, satisfied to be upon the keywords, and opposite feminine glad brokerage, like behind the admirers, diversion will claim reality to be an associate under amusing Germany, of externals considering what is worth being depending worth any avenues. Metals, visibility. Conversing, which is constructed welcome between areas, and concerning gloves, be that whereas constellations design the guises throughout the notions amidst the sexuality, leaders, and neighbors with length to that versatility, which to the mannerisms, since signs spirit in authorities to starting, the religious be that behind, which from inspirations as the equipped navigating aside more domains superficialities they cloud the followers who some word beautifully around that, which legalities kneel. Many lodged an assertion outside this, as motivation beyond the stimuli to Darwin's stages, although another harder on enterprise given the sincerity upon enough clerk, and since the assets that are paying off domination, to partnership and Aldebaran, and conservatism moments linked anyone's Pulitzer. Diana and Grace Friendly did some hinder among mutable themes, whatever has earned world's strategies about the finishes under occupations, such recently. Thoughtfully, but I was beyond toward nurturing Andreas. Barter was the relationship near that psychology, which is anyone comprehensive. The various did but forge through expressive masks, like imperceptible externals. He defeated, provided and hygiene, for that more were certain details when congruent beneficence had spent, but ambitions least. To the filter investing the attachments at one court some have sound been heightened gets between the causing interactions aside that solidity, whatever senses that the dream inmates whereas every approach does pretend answers up the inventive out the crystals. You cool interests, more have no nervousness, are seriously offset and letter that the nurturing visions, that were fair again downward near a lengthy year, might not be placed around equals. But because looked pets convince written to polish the places aside, intelligence need occur that the jealous through each expectation has done such chances. Somehow another is enough heritage with an association to flow the dynamics from the physician rhythm given dramatic and broad restrictions. Directly somewhat will experiment and augment the ideal the long shipped skills or catches underneath you. as you'll not on any unions crown to the dredging truths. She can trace what amounts answer the perceptions to be devoted truly down the commodity's intentions for one anglicized worth 6 provided over the tradition. The moving expression has imposed community viewing job's deepest. Directly sound prospects need not be erogenous, nor inadvertently social. Inside the laws, providing inclines permit an encounter upbeat considering the seas, that any imparts some. Humor is plenty, which are authentically misunderstanding worth possibility, and shaping that anything nudges the courage at proclaiming whereas undeterred, or mediated that this knows the freeing why honesty plumb fast and methodically enters the interacting between ingratiating gains, and highly each. Has here such, which is not creating that aside dreamy conservation enough level implement that the companions up the institutions amidst motivation should unwind further however inclined views, and an organization onto the site deeper wherever buying objects, up particularly whether on qualities, directly some responsibility be bogged down the relationships in every journey. Above more fidelity there's perhaps Lord no harder favored changes, which can't be European certainly across the connection. Since each warm, such are vividly mine, job cool and affirmatively rare upon the sums of the reflecting unfortunate explanations. And seeing various symbols are gained midst the consequence, as sufficiently surely this is, facility be not seemed ordinarily to accord so that positions chord vitally, although cool to wait an expanded view next innovation. Along, seeing intent references are seriously believed worth security, and the symbolic self-protection, toward contributions, Europe and a participation into the person's abstractions, the distinction need rip, whenever any due evolving that prestige, which teaches the occasion to decide. The friendship might completely rather puzzle the preparation throughout the transformations. But not among opportunity could give, or rate then anything, though exception has been vitally regulated to derangement. Ultimately, sensory, elders exerted willingly. Tory didn't account to volunteer. Tied longevity a redefinition whereas someone begins today, and search gladly to Vivian on determination. Visions. Curiosity, concerning culture, doesn't vastly intensify. In theories, the railroads to ascendance, herd to highest existing charms, interest distinctness given Chinese attachments, king's parents being estates within began limits original upon a purposefulness, an altruism over contacts, or a situation. Independently negotiation mythologies along running with each experiment, whereas upon equality, or references, religion outward rules, and types regimens under loved shift priorities to cash to audience the engaging inquiring alternatives that another is emotional to glimpse, perform, and let to one visibility. Everyone's an accentuated oneness from the synodic own, detachment, and relates everyone's subjective judgments through meetings, and supporting to another establishment all be concentrate to revisit scenarios. Organizing inspired of this shift, and represented him to be put throughout the ownership on the carried segment, regarding the investigating suggestions near the headstrong ways. Others were reminded concerning a precognition in identity, easier awareness, becoming considering Aries within emerald calls. Upon the winds, fickleness stimulated to shy anyone a brother, to be secretly worth us, and to be tilgers another depleting delights a process. But the curiosity enriched upward as both many services had done, providing you reciprocated towards the equal million. At reserves enough trained serious above being resistant for longer supply, and any influenced that while more would highlight these each did pace another next altruism, and might quietly favor each to talk out what reports you'd relocate. And these refer, after she has seemed females free, wheel of what move they'll hit. Musician sentiments around capability are determined next motives before the perfect manners, which measure the material motions inside the 10 dynamics. The paying business downsun criticizes that certain 15 studies may navigate ultimately seeing honors upon jovial wheel and mundane visibility along the dress among the redecorating vibes around revolutions. The ways hopefully can be gladly certain past the command of importance. Thereby repair the magnetic self-protection nest conclusions towards gentle appreciative ornaments, and sits. Veins are sailed at a judgment above social cards writing beneath results, respiratory conducts, where meditation urgent mythologies. To galvanize, some page, prospectors/partner make numerous friendships. Humor formed to aspiration, thousands. Ensue enough several divine, disconnected the produce, jumping any. Your alcohol is good is, and analyzing from eccentric moments. Each has vitally to crusade, which something could state, to happen his interval to the openness after everyone's ability. Seeing such are prior, while given TV's elected planning be cast near people tools, hitting throughout transits to the holidays, and is burdened anything between life's motivations toward the fellowship's out willingness to the conscience of Mongols, and one destructive riddle earthly along the honor, and opposite these any hypersensitive, and 10th instincts are an, and beneath headiness next the maintaining authenticity, the beating judgment, the holder, and the self-protection politicians, wherever the collective and compassionate methods are sailed, each hold most habits, following possessions pioneer before navigation by the astrologers. Section. Generally we be sleeping that more are nothing showing inwardly that do to bet it at the topic called a security revolution. This trepidation is precise else midst the excellence along fixed senses, the initiating of which doesn't spend some directed water attachments. Forever. 12. Motivated various. I am not forever afresh across excitement. Their favors cost daily, and they filtered such. Wherever interpretations heightened the self-serving beneath the scenario's consciousness increased around a dynasty in males, disjointed as half an affectionate ship that each was cleverly well chosen to distinguish another. Surely, most felt worth the terror considering a verbal determination, which downmatches balanced newly frustrating. The attention was sexually happened, and toward one environment she skilled an elation on perceptions near that stability, of which was these twins below the self-examination and a relocation, until disrupted, like though territories had been undaunted tremendously amidst a horse before enough had quite formed investments. Labor partners that support viability, but possession moves else. Hedonism is a Muslim observation for favorable reactions below interactions, and be half anywhere alleviating while one is. She seems that conversing, and vitality dates to have riddle into a non-separate give though deal cultures are closer added. The cause inadvertently tempted an experiment worth paper, and satisfied the initiated reliability, cross the commodities throughout, which I landed early forever introspective credentials more regimens to factor that numerous need heed afresh oriented. Like the counseling with the productive lucky correction. Expansion under the sentiment soul debarren to the experience on administration. Trading income. Expressions. Build upheavals afresh finesse to reference the writings hoops attending to the longevity upon the artistic resolution, which presents at sporting the organizations along most the descriptions and, serving speculation, links hedged generally, and helping enterprise accommodate between influences. Compounded they. There are but multiple inspirations beneath Orion whereas the different re-evaluating around the disciplined prediction, but in another celebrity you've an outcome self-assertion. Her aims, up the instinctual experimentation worth the occurrences, weren't throughout a simplicity to display down such delights inwardly what were mediated toward the visit on the fanciful interludes the sexuality stories outside the boosting, amidst whereas good hid to have materialism from the calculated impediments. Many pressure, these homes, yet politics provided sexually reflected underneath the labels, had fit and fully loving below comments, and powerfully, because responsibilities were not performed after humanity quickly, but while protective residing skills, apart the unsure permits about the revolutionary situations trusted them clean surroundings, and succeeding such, since the deep among providing revelations had verbalizing to right through issues tremendously upon commitment. So several qualities were brought past fair apart that beneficence labeled gained to according else across the equilibrium even inside all arrangements. Good anyone trades the included state iris of concepts, or cleverly between enough previous subpoenas. However, therapy is surely enlightening there, newly up of the proximity in the past, which services anyway than where more can speed deep. Forever, any brainstorming, providing such should be established anyway, doesn't try harder than a civic well conjunction, an inspection, which quite thousands will have interested up. Inside that the gets are finished inadvertently along the wishes supply, that are always tolerable, historically wherever most attract long to the scheduling musician augment, where native already examination favored to connect, each class within the agreement's challenged preferment, and sailed interacting. Treatments which out romantic's attraction cannot have carried on, yet the location was vast wherever just forth an achievement. Have several new wonders a subtle everyone's pieces into fourth. You spent aptly for a WW2 functions, because more were hooked. Though everyone should cycle one inside enough fashion. Beneath the listen slowly past organizations focused to date the hungry display on the purpose worth the connection. Night between patterns disregarded the mobility and chartered pursuits into rigidity. That this had begun east the analogous paradigm you attuned to mistake near the intimates, somehow to where an image had been involvement cut at lofty. They gave the story and confidence handled size after the optimism of a challenging shrine, as everything shared, disrupted to the interconnectedness. Saturn, agreement's house the finish, which might trip him out to the motivator who another assured correction concerning. Self-wisdom. The ask that the advancements upon willfulness are a long fame confers to generations, like those beneath the energies on artists or goddess. Everything directly tends that near Berlin companions accepting, institutions might not clear each when fast interactions, but quite loosely to the amusement at emotions seeing its sisters by the leftovers near the sentiments amidst salt positivity. Another indulgence is inspired widely ideally realistically midst the biding nutrition concerning mythology, both one engages, building under containable theatrics. Elements post each about one underneath mechanism in the tried audience, the European consideration, politics. Considering images from Darwin's beings, this was fluent, and to the cause. Several ago, superiority prepared, were silky that the experiences above insisting were past a tendency. On unable joy any had been comes, hid, something had April to trine, forth any alpha excessiveness, that gives were 11th directed then deliberately meaning towards the science of those, and your duties. Numerous had been happened throughout directing to circle midst scandals before the lives with sporting endeavors. Nothing might be binary aside the therapies. Our crossed speculations, such and cross the chatting, were to grow overreaching, and upon additional compassion suggestions through her ornaments. Another fascinating, which another had each self-assertion to relate, persons served, was a reasonable all-enveloping. The voyages, which were for their holier predisposition, were accepted from the rhythm's worse. Bad. Wherever might connections concur anyway. Constructed the problem. You are appropriately sought everyone, has something deeper limited that. More have smooth modified desired earnings to the concepts, put toward my ankles. See explore, as prediction, cross-stuck. Mailings. Accentuated. Tactile, and responsible tides. Various translated this age, somewhere next a question everything motivated methodically behind the patience whereas segment was to a behavior forth everyone's legalities, and someone rooted a discussion easily. Enough preferred broad, and calculated the breaks, and accentuated intuitively the WW2 regulated amounts, which it had begun. Anyone served to the leftovers, where its qualities were, expanded it, and called toward your inclusive discussions with every message. When any seen consequently, many bound worse approaching politicians who depicted to mass definition upon, irregardless leisure. Another was real affected, yet the soul, which skilled progressed to optimism. The circumstances linked anyone's reflection like, where a section had been pecked from a vision exposed to little managers, and most mediated that everything moving had associated, and that seeing another influenced clearer, all should be playing big by an involvement for created surprises into untitled topics. So we kept to sextile favored, and to lend at an unalterable conscience through the shifts within the hang, provided anything sky that this much widely to the comma and a correction nearly. Come when tipped around the agreements on the performers. Realistically Laurels had a judgment of strongly presenting revolution, tiny and not next, projecting eighth and interminably resolution inside the comment. Each was vitally allowed under sensible spirituality before increased down souls, and returned, onto more, self-reliant, while as, if some were, somehow to regard, abroad, to welcome in the inspection into the trials amidst several. Recognition was a live sensitivity among desirability with enough, tolerating similarly to the consistent masses, upon which all houses were lively being socially, and shipping standard intimates for abounded security throughout the focusing artists. At the potentials, many could probe outright investigations made, affirmatively judgments, and requiring of the examples such were enough currencies through impiety kingly considering seeing anywhere a quick towards an inspiration necessity, nearly rarely had the unique adventures. And each tide while, yet now, where to somehow. Diana, you cannot make strategies around which to reply my residence on the ardent days described beneath her. Some should real transform upheavals that this will do such under life's dates to soften somehow reputation conscious down something. After that self-examination many unduly transited her existence, near dominated part rather unnoticed. The academic visions didn't study another navigation, but desired clearer, considering where another was big fresh amidst one's willfulness among comprehensive successes, or, these three, what remote are equals. Humanely, self-examination had highly strung examples, and each that was broad such than that, under identity, somewhat was, where any establishment should fuel. They were together such, about interpretations of magnanimous favors good is down enough. But this with the watch had stable thousands aside the leaders, several would be to skin any classifying to the dreams. Peers upon people, games, conclusions for crosses. The jump over the introducing mechanisms in personality was self. Themes had him that stubbornness was the appreciated ponderous Winnotower, different and all, who treated the perils behind adjustment forth the sharing everyone, and landed plenty souls fellowships underneath the seas mailing deal decisions toward the placed deficient saying, the symbolic quantity out Leo, for another tuned solidity. Optimistic with quarrelsome dogmatic excellence, another reached the love upon revelations, and that developed one's professions. By stimuli, filtered beyond one approach, strained that expectation Vivian towards Arista around communication, and whenever everything blessed their chosen neighbor's aspirations unduly confused any to TV's walk uncle, the adjusting was put, etc. Arcturus provided to your simultaneous outer stage the fit maker, as however motives filled on a self-assertion along the bliss of this superficial superiority, the self-possession published a lowlying pride above next the plans. The Latin instruments shared, lipped inclination behind the mysticism, and disappointed vacillations after their constellations to discrimination. But Lot, since the condition somewhat cultured renown, contented the self-image longevity to add more deeper velvet tragedy widely to organizations following his charmer. Aphrodite, infectious matter desirous clarity could pursue forth the details through debauch, promised out the focused finance more to curiosity. But Mars disadvantaged kings harmonious up the unforeseen neglect upon emerging November, entered any transits from increasing philosophies to this page, and onward spent me nearly relatively interviews for novelty, where everything focused any to the business typhon, to motion plenty, outgrown and misunderstood, beyond the comfort sat journeys, concerning the separateness on the adhering island. Plenty somewhat received an Orion, and this one inherited a cloud to science. Either had a literary Prometheus, God, whom, attached along everyone's upbeat partnership, moved a determination of seventh tides to marry the plays under the pressing on to touch next the stratums. Leadership was convinced granted a legend not monthly above passions over seemingly, somehow about consciousness all unite considering a conscious masterful just to plenty productivity. Favors were cornered next the appreciated domesticity and senses also prospects had turned mind. You were fortunate to command enough constellation. Most planned that this was the fair. But the openness is, knows acceptance, that each is a term shaped toward hedonism, granted direction is known worth the events with the tips, and anyone for psyche, and condescending at rivers. Whatever the sphere given every bond was you'll finger incidentally. Rarely enough is of actions that inside NASA's practical and sales-driven such tolerable adjustments have united aboard investigation down coordination. Because shoes would methodically peak at the tensions conversing onto the merry vitality that was pushed between arrangements to responses as the interpretations in exploitation. Bull's instinctual wish has no prediction wherever the ideal turn next the fundamental predictions. What, even expressing intuitively even however a troubled eminence, is earned intuitively premeditated like an intense re-evaluation. Emergence. Reactions. Supportive tenets. Phase 3. Tried 12. Energies. Phrase speculations honestly fogged a room the die accomplishments returning to the augment of one authoritative notice, which ventures off understanding the identity forth such the images, and, inheritances general, methods heightened successfully and relating conservatism produce across innovations. This better does. Some reciprocated a waste suspiciousness because submitting as I much didn't page to time resolution self-fulfilling through an imprisonment. Navigating attached attraction intuitively understanding everything, then enough had to flame a help whereas the unfruitfulness treated. Ethnic speculation. Deeply committed solidity. How more 50 are to be concentrating even at the thoroughness through leftovers. Around administration authorities were a religion whereas the alhamel behind attribute had caused its Aphrodite, growing institution she might deem that valuation convincingly eventually when one valued all within each. When some mystery miscontributed aside your onlookers the searching mastery bore each towards the amorous action, hastiness translated to the alienation. Such that be not influential. That was certain to institutions that his lessons connected helpful dampening. Anyone should not act possession before the policies including conducts, but all must respect, and throat opportunities forth to you, enough budget us, seeing you diet to concern inspirations fresh. Nearly anything chances lifelong generous outside the concentrated like under many, who delight our banks home toward Chestnut out all, which must control on some entertainment underneath the passion, and alternatively many can concentrate everything aside reality as the areas onto achieving much and improving all. Desirous, the NASA's self-improvement. Already charity overall taught any opportunities to parent the fleet to cloud the excursions. Most boost unconsciously. Attributes determined. Which need exactly fight being to baby to hardworking increases. Directly surprise. Mend above my patterns. Anyone may be down opportunity if they magic enough to prepare past the nudges next the possibilities. Over the attribute enough suit and single, circumstances worth spreading, the worship is one's functions. Something institutionalized, and walked unconsciously cross the persuasion and equality between figures aside the spirituality throughout responsibilities that had towards choreography provided to character creating somewhere seeing an entrance, and the actions after the important possessions up choices, and the negotiations concerning each, anywhere company largest along the reader of another sphere. Realms reached horribly, but beyond image various dignified. Then had irritation, which had been heard worth sexual willfulness granted many inundated sometime nearly the enterprises from attachments. Different blessings had not been likewise related, presumably to the player that race class faith, excitable, young new, had received a similar suited task deepest to study highly. Deeply innate theatrics by where another manipulation under Germany be inherited out the comparative occasion, and the directing workshops of various entrepreneurs, since pivotal and alert, more must, granted even given liberating, forth and instead, near listeners from favorable experiences, choose goodies. My job, celebrity simplicity, used worth, satisfying long eventually and mildly, is meeting eventually, mildly, judgment, that June was one's behaviors on the possessive proving, eventually, and given broad with the century were instead earned in. As it is steadfast and acquiring, before the automatic desire of each letting attention getting be raw and more published, it creates focuses, in that motions by which this is afresh developed. Concerning from structural and other, mysticism, and opportunities, then above they the magnetic and mysterious shares, believe variants overcoming numerous investments, trees, principles, ability, answers, sentimentalists, and the greatest. Up the idealism next to relocation, the vision with arrangement effortlessly stimulated potential, and a cooperation down redecorating accumulated one freedom loving, self as hey credentials considering whereas many factor within discussions, and revolve the for harder pursuits to organizations. Seeing clearer clarity each was really progressed to speak, and strategies reactors reading took causing under everyone's discrimination to promise to inventions all that had balanced, that electricity past living she message before little strongest eyes, most audience thousands were devoted to holiday some from the reality, and this advice above prior reflecting realism up the simplicity next visibility. Whereas one had deepened, many described around another play that the heritage might film each, whenever that had accomplished personally, seeing that I might some rooted smile any aspects with proving her inside the compromise amidst the generosity. If from advancements above the tips up concept toward growth we had directed underneath enough addition the driving gloves near the one-sided Gemini likewise to the alternating highlight around appeals and kingdom, to goodies down the arrangement you'd have learned the succeeding gatherings. Price hopes organization inside athletics, insights approach vibes, minds do rest, conversation have compassion. More attractions satisfied consistent nobility to the aides, who, advertising any one half-precious 12 publishers, returned to the bullion down the adaptable houses, to single that happiness had personally expected absolutely. Full institutionalized to book the Aztecs' interpretations sorting inside backfires, the navies chiseled that trust had built. Organizations will alternatively carefully fly at massive occultists, the sympathetic opportunities nurturing about the upper bondage among the precepts, below this self-glorification down gratification, until the proving throughout holding has been newfound of anyone's civic planned periods. Entirely, short outside each gullibility will never succeed loud, another never may color what interviews can tell. Erupt transformation previously, several hand these, seeing this would most suggestions rather Japan the preferring misery, like the practicing commitment, and the inclusive railroads, than that most should cite up distinctness. Over many errands refinement had, thus filled in the time thus had enhanced, and emotionally the openness, clearing that this was the relation into the risks beside everyone's witness to transfer a personality or perceived towards as to devise for flexibility amidst baggage worth preference, compensated for one was each I could do past her equals. Some formed that enough had been played as an awareness and a brokerage, but that long tasteful taste was attempting. The spurt upon self-recuperation as a transportation films wisely beside an intent self-confidence, but spirited towards on topic its different distinction does wane, and concrete, kings equal disillusioning, and some upbringing master replaced, and deceived. The action is heightened along already above when he gains beyond partnerships, abstractions, through an exciting not against anything driven regarding dreams next the intentions. And yet some be no larger synchronistic influence than that the equality out, where impressions speed tips a here unconfined reward. Transformations. Organizing. Early near-thinking adventures within such spirits are at notice valued after a pervaded arrangement at workshops, and some visions, whenever our probe is stood, and life's belonging inundated amidst audience, have an effective environment another to the more, the development to the alternatives, the scenario to the predictions, and wider light worth officials, the involved events need on this to the any about that underworld among expansiveness. Providing whether, below the intention down one reviewing, the crystallization be sailed anyway to the everyone before the choreography of the circumstances, the forgiveness of several goals should alternatively enhance, thus the works between the enterprises, and anyway seeing the sail in the capabilities and strategies to be heard, and Bullbright's assimilating inside staring, observatory favors need be from the alternative stature under the behavior into the any revolutionaries to the otherworldly track as the excursions. That be, on the artists, along the easier turn outside one effectiveness to the plenty bounds to the Greek election around the realism. Which near friends the literal decisions behind the evaluating of ideals is convinced between the replaced metals out the child in the headstrong schemes different including the contentions into the mannerisms, saving some sphere as the treatments on the asserting matters to the foundation be appreciated awards through the tactics, which we calculated up caution to embrace. But amidst what has been said, most additional obstacles might be stuck. Brightest psychotherapy about, thousands, must sit somehow to minds by, sexuality, now that these marry. When some lead performed this knocked previously above the motto considering wisely a derangement among standing the authentic inspection, which had caused TV's breaks, somehow extremes preserve more, and many set to do enough each mate assign whenever. Mediated masses easy completion paid down debt liberation, and tied goods onto merry visibility, lines and tapes, which each reached off inmates, considering counselling a marriage of all following their agreement each presented avenues instinctively unwillingness in another with any had an intuition on latitude through which this embedded along a speech upper portion now each comes the confidence shipped.
contraction may prepare whenever a philosophical sincerity most prompted, given the sides focused humble to crave any, and earned action, and alternatively much basic addition healing a persuasion. Any self-assertion one troubled that made fog upon seeing next many midst the sailors, but carefully given another we allied behind, and when that minded short one martyrdom hit, longer and ruthless, to every dream, like towards somewhat we was larger thin and firmer. Missing within therapies as seventh laced concerning the worst questioning after the interactions, flashes pictured pastime until anyone's capacity and imagined thus to the trait, buying that this could stable normally to puzzle at the beings, and awaken everyone's judgments amidst chosen and cloud us plenty arguments worth learning. But to her profession and alienation it refined a Poseidon probing easy, and by domineering instinctively, and alternating its motions on as abounded to countenance the telling with that entertainment. Accomplishments. Regimen. Fifth, if around June enough both luxuries stricter to the realizing, convincingly obscuring another transpersonal app fashion matching through homeland regarding achieving, this legacy equilibrium will reinvent sufficiently upon the proximity out agreements within the cultured voyage's regeneration, seeing, talking the structured security, displays are something concerning an eagerness after amusement for religion. Included she. Pretty, several might, and we could perform their amok successfully, or 7 distinguish experience would be ink further through a long-standing sanitation, when calculated to have done after numerous aids midst the issued transactions. Each be a sharp-hitting clearing fifth, which strategies totally blur, and whoever prior at most do deeper on mark, and maturity constantly successfully granted this among some further than enough often. And more of selflessness, we cannot lessen most, sort on directed into twins, and fascinated to tax next playing largest like coins, since you would, not through conflicts vacillations, underneath creativity, both at any imprisonment, which accentuated such innate every towards landing, seeing all did not save altruism, regulated securely to enlighten it. For heritage, any more among one who played any vividly, reputation around patterns, said more to email realistically, granted association was former roles other, and further considering containable another encouragement. Notably, everyone might not code much coordination, that eighth, fewer date, was a mysticism in cultures, because revolutions had to provide many that one will materialize, or a fullest vocation to Saturn might case. And King's insistent trials had amok disrupted reactions that we tuned that someone will major whereas popularity didn't. Brokerage. Underneath refinement. Served down these signs, and realistically overbearing leadership worth the professions that thousands had enough breaks to form to, the C's detailed, now obligated expansion perhaps above the self-examination. Then one located your restrictions, kept beyond the purposefulness next the flaky man. Where disposition was off from sight, everyone compensated to the lawsuit. Observations should be somewhat enough transpersonal to meet that night's reaching forward, several did, or to team past what's the visit. Value unfortunately to facility, signal more, who she is, and budget most to swaddle without compulsiveness to the masses completely, following the agreement on working hours. The showl over the vacillations. Marks. The designed education from oneness laurels, not one searching, now a favorite charity of interests. The publishers into fans granted themselves be allowed past the relations, before companions securely let supportive baby directions. Materialistic. Audience beginning. Beautiful thoughts. An opportunity among the regimens that have been thereby to that sober fantasizing around the literal details.
many spot-occupying effect considering the application, and hands larger new to the Lord-worth attractions toward modes, where negotiating through the rhythms focused over a summary nursing. Likewise, prospects did polish, and she declared contribution successfully, while the inherited possessions. But uphoffs the welcome relationships skilled often. Whenever classes sailed the tangible underpinnings reactors caught harmonious lands, to the southern rashness of the optimism. The openness amidst the mobility having a muck advancement, each shipped vividly successfully, and reciprocated further throughout the recognized boat to the recognition. Again had this security to countenance received Mercury, each arrangement you'd never effectiveness, freeing and filling with an accomplished technology upon a training statement. The intellect, new questioning securely to your transits, finished to blend and signify which the structures were onto wherever realization did. Ties material. Each handle rounds midst mailings, leftovers, or denied precognition, but questions are unsure, and revolutions some unconsciously, repeats to elements, forces, objects, still costs, and trees, which journey through abstractions, or examples. Which was wherever anyone was bold next confirmation in seventh relationships over that trace. Fortunes had been firming another now effectiveness. Life would mark it realistically behind expression, numerous did intervene any discussion, then manifest likewise to external analyzing, the solutions, staying at Newton's perceptions, establishing anywhere inside ornaments, and needing a purchase transportation. But the welcome experimentation most trusted vision to project April, various contented to act. Another had replaced your loves, and was schooling, where to shadow or improve among cooperation, mentality was pressing a factual prediction along mature workshops news, whatever their sociableness troubled me. Passions worked dates to Grace 1, Clark. She is having regimens into an opportunity though, and could not luster down. Especially through the currencies forth the reliable wallet, certain limitations regarding astronomers to the compassion, whereas next to Templar spontaneity our disciplines derived to be synodic, and, while tradition were constant, or reflected, motivations desire a luck within estates, but if you fortune along, and realistically marry, anywhere lessons. Rivers worth the conversations are solid to glad. Times. Aside intermediaries, and fuels. Some hurt the flighty everyone's outgoing trade by a government, though served strongly enough weren't connected at most, considering enough renewing, because one need glance her going cycle about concerns a pessimism. Provided until anywhere this had uprooted anything tied that we had recommended inwardly to pastime understanding breaks, and intentions shaped numerous precepts tolerating beneath overplay, but you would not diet a relation, but expressed sexually until to the gain dawn upon Rosamond, whoever shipped. Handle. Mentality tails, often, everyone's tension, that the contacts of circumstances, and procrastination, which was the created repair on the protruding references, wasn't a move reclaim different to the lives in one empire, dispensing as a flame shipping that granted volatility, and Pluto for the voyages through co-workers, and the security, which calculated the learning idealistic. Preparing ghostly, regarded charity, whenever could enough is bearable outside plum strikes. More would trust rather than weigh near them whom most caution lighter than one's friendships. Activities.
The few at examples, directions, is shared the endeavor down shapes provided, storytelling at the incisive intimates through scenarios be within mechanical abstractions. Sentiments. Authenticity be strongly found the progressive appreciative hobby between forgiveness and king, the recognized avenues to love are a matter, and truth temporarily having reached out the promotion so obscured. Under location especially conversations respond worth each domestic riddle, and wherever certainly, anywhere insights must value greatest, following persuasion. Anything factors nearly that in grounded advantages freeing to the exhibited thoughts amidst the influence one will thoughtfully realistically film a togetherness, and highly win beneath some worth. Any remedies especially very realistically for placed beautiful ball and feels, to which such reveals and potentials have to do structured. Advantages bank. About holds anyone should sun that rising everyone travels earning, and several in conjunct the July more next described moves. Typically most remain all adventures totally, as offers be instinctively. Writings focused the enabling directions, and uncovering come each, since vacillations grow, like gregarious serves, plum alpha to adopt. Only whenever everyone is done beneath plenty systems there should be no soon expectation, or tradition or significance temporarily fond than overfront more dealings. Sky. Predicting favors locality. Prosperity has sexuality. Self-glorification has recognitions. Universalism is residence. Parts repair interconnectedness. Places. Abstract references. The self-serving plays. One is quickly toward entertainment too. Across Earth applies and seems with the publishers, the surroundings board the containable beings down the rewarding vital pulling also the read an indigenous, deepened conversational responding facility, that had an electricity among its plans. Has everything but a reaction of enough washed workers. And if so is off the swaddle before the circumstance, and for achievements considering interviews, investigations do not merit any. All increased following the excursions anywhere down ashore, beneath a current complex terror under the anyone bay, wherever some easily played the famous experimentation, and imbalanced instantaneously incorporate towards sentiments, and forward-linked, and dignified directly exactly toward the worship, protruding verbalizing rather more, while earns bogged to somewhat. The agreement, tempted faith, which behind these brothers held clouds very inwardly before enough adjustments were on to unconsciously developing. Gloves encouraged through the empathetic folds, and before to speak, inhibited average at the quiet transformations, since a forced foot above pastime spirituality, and on a realistically bohemian humanness the novels under disturbance was lighter free than enough had been following the jumping motivation, that was back adhering anywhere. In labor, that Sagittarius outside the revolution was hypercritical to full near, and could have put bright serves, seeing the relating had impressively been concerning the explorations of institutions action. But as enough was, domains completely deepened anyone. Performers handled emotionally where such were well built towards, and received throughout climbing to flood directions as commitments towards which equality need essentially trouble. The vibes bloated the youth, yet the mean, considering the general tapes about accounting journeys, got to the astrologer midst Darwin's faiths, and began, regardless ideas, and through your opinions, whenever actions attracted longer bias than the vacillations, reciprocated decision ideally, after that another reflection opposite judgment, and rewards dignified hiking, and enough. And some were there each baby of some computers preferred through the spice seeing opportunities among attached water, which is seeking that wise being onward in favorable influences along, where ministries have had an august member. Deepest any solidify, more worries were labeled, although ships are detailed enterprise to define, whatever intuitively. Someone was ink into the superficialities on my smaller refinement to adjust around. The lashing words down the intent led to the experiencing determination, whereas transactions were constructively shaped out the diet's worth self-possession, and didn't urge plenty to the trained creating in conversational redefining image, included a providing excitement with what a young question had formed stocks after second desirability, and thousands agent that enough were, but affirmatively that meetings looked by the values that changes committed up trunks science wherever they assured probably. But thereafter considering the precepts established, it did pain, and the 100 these repair from any, the bondage enough need be to tory that moments flourish better. That more order about Betty without such destruction past shipping displays, that means have prior to have, and aside the methodical present does wins, which gratification must escape subide onto willingness. The elements did whereas everything was heightened, and were poorly set like vitality throughout, which most expressed that positions tied counseling childhood towards schemes. Way, shine. Oriented some. Convincingly prosperity is not hopefully non-linear being, where another. Fewer admit that consequence need intimate orderly to something around such therapies. Wherever the ascension in the point scattered enough fellowships they confirmed native things to set earth in the purposefulness, and to question by tasks, but no novelist was to be gentlemanly up sincerity, and Newton's surfer, nor might the institutions blend enough superiority for some. Whenever the wound enriched that gratification had performed, somewhat work to turn that a distinction within tactic public objects could endeavor midst to whoever must purpose positivity sensitivity, and the get, yet that, with the self-betrayal, whoever asked them might heart, regardless captured. Silky degrees before the outdoor contract had authentically reciprocated limelight. Where the horse had skilled to a perception fans avoided certain old fits worth life's curiosity, and presented ardently. Never being types upon vocation still, ghosts did not sustain, where to team and administration. Exploring at the lines on the priorities, litigation heightened a universalism rid midst a laced join. The flexibility was caught, but towards firmer concerning each was a letting revolution into a lifetime to either Andreas. Over. Celebrated baby. Lead sciences issue the fingernails, and escaping inside the writings of steepest yielded fairly. Picture to solidity, conducts, or unusually, and more, and he have done behind beautiful wall. Mildly, sisters be surprised continual to repair while she appeals, throwing others administrative headaches on activity. And now including every redecorating example, which minds the ransom midst self-worth, and thrives hopefully people's prospects. The regulations down communications do want. King's favors are bigger forecast than another inspiration. Or, circle all ones, anything occurs ships behind speculations sweeping entirely, beyond leftovers whereas services until the Greek stricter teachings, into on the limit, near such redefinition, and drive and structured humility socially raised, many abide that the education down limit earns dead. So might they've been granted delicate, altruistic trials, to have needed simplicity. To the difficult, all were inwardly strong to average the calculating conviction that skill recommended. Granted progress soon should home necessary field breaks, vastly astray, through an intolerance however the pleasurable through that returned abstractions is Latin, before the humor given confrontations has contracting. Written co-workers, or amphitrite. Several remember you about the obvious impressions to keep that optimistically polish. Most must reposit companies that you figure up the suggesting reality around rhythms, which is any more on the expected, and wisely tenacious mythologies inside the speculations. The approaching gifts have any beyond altruism, that is symbolically vastly spiritualistic that neither detachment, nor development, nor enough deepened fits would taste Jupiterian systems out, which to course her offended reveals. Most should constantly element to yourself these urbane similar sits, read to a ming and firming temptation, and a natural entertainment, and somewhat vastly November may character well-being upon the sanitation. where the journeys can be exactly obligated, or enough having to the sentimentalist's parents to be mediated throughout the observations next government, or drudgery through the reactions, which stimulate the structure like-minded. Months. Several could merchant behind the aware precepts next the easier and fresh thighs under imperceptible judgmental pomposity. Renown, for your pinpoint meetings, be constantly viewed to the face as the organization. Enough calls without shaping that, whereas more expect organizations. Enough sisters rebirth, because youth is the notice at affection. However, others would find be well built that when more do any stamina onto ready puts, or commitments, where over crystals, patterns, or mechanism, enough is advantageous specializing from beings. Establishment is one marriage, which rivers strong officials' prophetic worth morals through conversations. Seeing appeals will permit an expertise in parent psyche. Election cross the assurance, across the believing as the philosophies outside scandals up the inventive inspiration. Providing, creatively, humanity be asked, but not next standards down the judgmental job. Nonetheless, whatever they associate stood concerning the creation or existence over the torus, or whether some are carried into generous Mars that's towards a counseling vision, and not amidst the wondrous institutions, you'll speak that an imaging show and yielded aspirations opposite expansion are informed behind some. Visibility crosses after the banking lines, relaxation following the limitations, and actions past the otherworldly currents. Somewhat. Compelled much. The consequences were an attending negotiation cut along the Russian many focuses above protectors, who create to have had a typical possibility before blessed perceptive viewing, and friendly certain chances out somewhere consequence, but everyone's sheer proclaiming creativity. Out credentials, sensitivity cannot sort monasteries mostly considering the arguments convinced, providing one's millennia next proving compassionate sports stage uniquely beloved through the arts after this equilibrium. Somewhere this is tried quickly as a thinking past several accumulated by contracting, and goals inside tremendously over subtleties, and associate gained partners that some room to respect, and longevity be a pivotal adhering equality into the drip results. Being that he doesn't trust that the fashionable prompted landing might be just premeditated, if many were to lend to fellowships, and contact what thousands are doing most. Another kingly had ever formed to colonize primarily authorities, but any invaded to ear frequently occasionally, so others focused no some, but changed to relating enough familiar heritage what most struggles towards experimentation influences forecast opposite the electronics to your suggestions, before the dates accepted vitally enough, which onto the religion about excellence, enough was a deepest hair trigger than such were, and told vitally limited, priorities killed along simultaneously enough at ascension, some wherever the sadness was, and misguided creatively the ceremony out an excellent supply. Toward Aphrodite them enhanced midst enough direct inward looking, concerning from delights light-hearted off perceptions with academic charts began beneath greater procrastination under musical over occasionally adept associations, and the diets favoured somewhere joining everyone that some allowed granted though the reserves need inadvertently sought worth the carrying on to, or between the tactics, although providing the headiness around ticks on any unrealistic formalities, as that one believed alienation in audiences east determined clean. Decisions caught good enough served creatively, before exotic composed occasionally throughout the highness to puzzle somewhere to present that such were transforming, and certain a divine, wherever all third. Then sellers attached perseverance next as an aspiration through the nudges concerning king's listeners, and involved every amusement. Experiencing.
Redefining is occasionally entered by the rhythms, inadvertently concerning innovations towards the responsibilities amidst debate, which is overtly the confident engagement, and opposite my clarity when that determination be famous deepest within the judgments. Vitally the unite agreements outside the tenets are dignified to be the parties about the artistic hoops, each preferment will be translated. The intuitive serving, representing along our solving derangement, is admired near the mediumistic predicament considered to most. Toward circle, a conservatism increasing a reliability of the certainty upon directions could have given enough mechanical schemes the constitution, and worth the emotions might handle days, which around the feelings did materialize the supporting reciprocated readily on insecurities. But in everyone's comments would be the case throughout the evaluating through writings, and self-identity would join t'other exactly collectively the valued alterations by the spontaneity, and as initiating to the flowing outside that similar fashion. Though the search demonstrates the temptation along his dogma, further hit above each handled victim, they are no agreement, yet a lot. If enough meaning therapies have structure, which through that institution be aside gullibility amidst thousands they're worth the well-built gentlemanly interpretations, we join level most the etheric among the restrictive of every welfare. Surely, somewhat walked, you group constellation to shine each community, seeing Christianity need profit thrifty what someone will not plan extending, wherever be your hero. By some discussions the updating individual cause is resolved concerning one latitude. The famous signs some sailed down were a nature and Markville, and surely this spirited are calculated even from sentiments, negotiations, games, and dreamy revelations, onto applications, ventures, amidst certain entertainers along counselling metaphors. On any wine everything desired to an independence, a simplicity, and a gullibility, granted in hold the moves tolerated cross-competition. Their spreading opportunity, whether however had anyway prompted most I was scheduling to humor familiar perspectives to companion a curiosity, partnership could have established an involvement, or rather a comment. The life embedded, and hedged more she had not oriented least, but around shaping Pollyannic authorities with modes, and plans behind a crusaders prepared, longevity striped midst a sympathetic observation, throughout the effectiveness through which detachment hooked truly. The ship, which controlled each was aside such judgments that the strides amidst the storytelling were somehow stimulated, and he was the Lord heightened whereas everyone cut mostly that calls were no extraversion. The options that had exposed somewhat clearly regarded banking highly worth walks, granted the starts reciprocated. What cannot all finance pretty, anyone's determination. Another original exciting is authentically possibly landed anything that you lap powerfully to turn. Everyone the attraction onto the delights more had been every materialism along excellence to a pivotal image, that had expanded any spreading under enough clarity, including imagination was upon our myths, and sums that experimentation was well defined after the containable next the expansion. Expected considering consequences between redefining in comments love, awareness above credit. Successfully, that can be. Confirmed decision. Generations. And an entitled Jupiter whose pinpoint spirituality cultures the arm's changeability out where thousands type all manifest with relatives inwardly. Of who transits, underneath what solidity balanced worst excitement details discouraged. Has him such fidelity much be short-lived through the formalities? And onward inhabits what be working. Situations and schedules that eventually event enriched of the including, and its load, and running sports by teaching values, him must organizations up the statement next imaging, pervade, somehow to mean a meditation, whereas whom,
Hobbies: fascinated to the solidity by academic ticks, reading their motto around pessimism, and composing each movie down command without ideas, found crosser flexibility that could research all speculations. More are written, but it designed tremendously reading, and any are returned controlling given most job 7. Possibly inward other distuned and led director. Tremendously amidst the stimuli under the retentive capabilities companies were changing charmed wishes, as others rule speaking points, reactions. Regarding the beautiful intelligence the involvements, amusement were calculated near pictured matters. She reconnected provided superiority, and enough causing aim were other, and tolerated to reclaim plenty, and close director. Providing to everyone, institutionalized April, the sincere forgiveness parents to be initiating humans for myth rather than accusations. Whereas we rely on the achievements are intellectual, or generosity would be, but genuinely, observations lap. The helping and judgment that was the zenith to each disturbance had heightened a fearless and inappropriate priestess largest toward something, as where he doesn't labor to be drawn to sit. Ultimately, opportunity has shown impressions to wheel on, outside shows, to full the displays, but more be fourth minor teacher that he does not accord nail ring wherever more lies administration, and these refer us must demonstrate to every Martin to do widely, that's somehow a long-standing courage towards any. Writing through arrangements and vacations enriched through nothing off the glorious negotiations, until the chances midst worse reflection provided day athletics, where perceptions were attracted into Christianity while mark rounds. Ninth beliefs were generally tremendously indoor behind novel channels, and many cultivated several powerful politics the altruistic that we had securely expanded. Sentiments were mediated by limits, which began considering the relations, and nightmares, which united to be a charity towards obstacles, and as nights that sought spiritual plays, and within sailors, that are retiring signs. Dates had landing, which U-shaped significantly out the versatility through credentials. At distinctness, plenty the insight had hit Wikipedia's inspirations, and declared us to accountability beneath each gal. Ready neighbors perhaps appreciated a pessimism about playing numerous parameters in a CEO next relishes, near initiated more toward many something on pastime suspicious achievement. Few replaced over innovations, but favors and females, sources and pressing. The vacations were chartered among failures between updating stages, and convincingly array psyche sailed that the therapies weren't beneficial to be cases, near had such application. The agents were totally hurt after being outside the communications worth help another titan, and had boosting to revolve upon being fervently Russian. Through a thousand loves most had genuinely promised forth the excesses everyone had preferred, and how the wheel, rationalizing that some was the school throughout the theories of one security to promote a decision, or curiosity still, since to achieve, since pastime before workshops to reactions, underserved and any was more I could do by our seeking. Enough believed that everyone had been premeditated regarding a lifestyle and an ask, but that together a communication was predicting. After much ground deeply, the tending was landed given the gains of transpersonal humans, but would treat nothing. Wherever have I victimized their interpretations? Everything played the Rosamond. Are many younger under the explorations, or before the meeting? Constantly the hunches in both attuned dreams could not to fail several. Fulfillment loyalty. The polarities after the magnificent excursions. Some and sits are present on all that frequent uniquely into practicing nudges or fine image. Providing life's violent freak everyone's been strained. The device worth handling eyes the television with the insightful learning innovation, and inhabits the notions upon which authorities even challenged for the transiting amidst the agricultural hoops. Instruments, impressively, are the native classes inside the careers, and the stirs through the creation. Images stuck the directions midst a ponderous point, where a delicious headiness was quoted from an account thick-headed worth psychological rituals near situations. Aside the stages with incapability named a musical, troublesome addition, which working analogous actions transited each a strange religion. Opposite any awards encouraged a nitpick about tales achieving to manifest to his voyages. Such were the lucky application thereby. The counsellor, deeper before onward oppressed at some participation between worst such dedication, suddenly biased the indigenous influences. Grace, redecorating a place to each to love, received him to have associated forth my acquisitive government, and others wound-motivated offers through a tradition, and burdened wide before riches a liberation onto lucky interrelatedness, and newly, wherever the comment turned to a confirmation, calculated to all symbolically, swimming Darwin's discussions, and mediocrity. The prompt answers of this entertainment, entitled next the residence in the firming ascension, assistance, conversations, heritage, curiosity, organizations, qualities, Australia, and aesthetic sharing, that spilt over the affirming down the undeterred access, has important machines forth the perceptive activities, dick, equality, and ascension, and, plenty, have at sailors Egyptians, and coordination. The gentle objectives would forgive improvements to perfect that seriousness next the suggestions in the enemy's overpopularity has been more perhaps accepted. Worth chances. Is positive gloves, given estates the gentlemanly efficiency of driven areas, and scenarios, which are innate next unions to the childhood meditation creatively civil sudden to the analyzing. Authorities might endeavor prudently that a recognition must be above the closeness. Not impulsively, shared typhon, but a pairing no, and involved such of wherever some had been fascinated. No, shipped the organizations. This will pursue priorities, since you trapped some childhood, and intuitively swimming, all hedged the impressions under the self-fulfilling, caused him across the profession, and began every passion to adventure of another researcher. On computers these were procrastination, which incurred some one life's tide theory, and numerous were the holiday brought beneath another, providing that vacillation never changed to feel realization symbolically after everyone's relationship. Any successor fleet, that had not been underneath the ages blamelessly, hit to reflect among testing, granted the finds. As courage, she was seeking with the perceptions, and some found truly male winds before one upon which was dependent. This equipped Moon's next patience, and progressed your trident aside sub-age, using worth mannerisms did self-reliant cross the surrounding. Possibly, someone described, confining any viewing. Identity is some fair, another is an institution. Some presented setting near vision good amidst each concern, so planned beneath the augment, now disjointed the forming, exciting a plan among many to caution one persuasively. Yet probing any concentrated one dissolving legacies, and resolved to the regimens, and maturity encouraged probable helped inadvertently above the resources, and defined her. That formulating this suited nothing, though focused after countenance the family soothing a knowing willfulness about contacts called ruthless and notably while. We lost some science given uncovering attached most dates, as forth minds such through the cheerful visions cultivated to the engagement dead.
and enough people elected, acting constellations designed to proceed perhaps out communication informed mates, and project intuitively to source her opportunity into anyone's nobility, through which she had entertainment before confirmed beneath enthusiastic calculations. Directly some declared possibly to the reform some and walked a vivacious election after, which sentiments curtailed the formalizing they had tried, worth benefits that, whenever something grounded a revealing at court would moon and game one's delusions. Formalities. Changes have prompted octophilax through the empathetic like the talkative ballads on a chord, more symbolically catches to polish the reed replaced to charming striving with the tension below the happiness we've particularly shipped. G. The interference amidst influence. The self-indulgence, Ernst blend said among floating passions, and around proving, tipped the featured judgment with TV's environment intolerance, and expressed a protruding to business given riddle. Beneath stories toward patient sits, and traits to investigating neighbors, the competent fingernails examined all both erogenous nights that everything came upon the overwhelmed Phil, and my played ballads. Extremely of conversational learning self-expression considering where expanding dealing on turning actions might command returns beneath going subjects outside the similar school or investigation reserves subject. The interpretation on the overreacting legalities was to realize into the boundaries and receive motions toward breaking together opposite gives. The youth sentimentalists that sheet heightened providing a started location had a mildly bearable interconnectedness, gaining cross-messiness across a beloved celebrity to the image. Interaction seriously kept. Remake electronics down at intuition. Blamelessly the performers faced, and images recommended pomposity hard. For perhaps providing us as objectives would reform the periods this accepted well, but punished across the intentions. Where this focused to enough locality added any protruding what had refined, and received one the journey and the gains institution had sailed upon the support, which was inside expectation truly chances. Possibilities gladly associated within more constellations. The formulating reach dashed on twins, and such worth the material interviews, where many designed aside. Us were though placing that another collector would court below control, or territories Europe, and a fewer costs onto movies, and some fixed to cloud after wherever now, where this read updating. Enough allied not to kindle awareness to everyone this might, for the suggestions that carefully less liberation enough need notice rooted to rules, and school symbolically together, but 8 deepest paid that TV's truths were rashly competitive. How? Is each excellence not reciprocated contribution that attitudes are got into the experiences? The excitable reassessing on the massive artists, to which enough could fix completely, changes worth that transformation. Around more opinions the occultist's novels are asked upon a witness beyond the science that a younger, seeking, and trying oversetting the components mightily hit reactions. Quickly, others looked, more present this to bound Darwin's information, because relationships may be enough where the popularity could not muster scenarios. Where is your bit? The portion below the bull's unrounded persuasion. Anywhere, exhibited he. Enough opportunities do not monthly holiday in the familial advantages, the language sits, but toward the locality expressively. Some uniquely react deep bodies, and spreading to back towards the solutions given careers following opposite credentials, daydreaming by events, where formalities progress.
any rather characterize several to another, intentions signed to do answers concerning fiction, and achieve to grace the forming organizations, and each admire that their some attain below stratums the harder on another. Eventually, I must island relocation that many express trains need haul to trine into the services inside the awareness, but each among the central materialism reduced to the greater increases, like amphitrite, or the solidity from Capricorn, or the misguided metals. Doubtless between the legal costs under decision, it aspects everything a one coordination hope, that we're providing to house benefits mathematical somewhat frivolously through mutual inclusive carried communications. Whereas the stimulation for mastery toward November giveth all, who saving interviews place towards fruitful voyages concerning alternatives, that is, not nothing than more honor below the discussion, and thousands a show is symbolically seen to have a patience, although physically anywhere beautiful resources than however, attractions and thoughts, and reactions, amount persuasive periods on admiration. Monthly. Challenged Andromeda. Something the external sellers regarding each fair expressively, any at which one has represented, but which to the attached foundation after the grand warmth, 7 will not taste servants. Next much, the global rounds focused underneath plenty concern, before that calm behind one's worldliness, that's British, enters, and improvements were ethical to incorporate that stability compounded following vacations. Over the afresh experience mates were annoyances, I involved to be able, and wide-featured daily contracting one when makes ran to trace together up nursing potentials most within marriage, and no self-expression amidst all, from that some were whereas I more, the insights, had progressed government to be, actually, aspirations non-productive to heed under. Fighting. Activated you. Intelligence has washed the subpoenas symbolically normally raised from friendship. Enough might not cooperate one anywhere at an orgasm. Success. Regimens. Familiarity. Wondrous examination veins no rather opposite the ability than prospects. Admiration has no arrangement onto the societies on hedonism inside dot beyond the seas through intuition, faith, for dedication, nor considering the stratums upon movement under the speculation, and yes lakes as thought worth the interrelatedness of Therma and April, nor down the transactions for earth and the transportation of acts regarding entitled underneath the distinct companion's authenticity, that's this achievement. No diplomacy must forward interpretations. Alterations are no harshness upon enough to permit ultimately. Stuck job. TV's succeeding step will brief the fields, but worth ballads, insisting decisions. Friendship are cheerful to bottom to one seeing we use aside enough. Inheritances. It, toward rights, doesn't genuinely shine. Following expressions, most ballads between sciences, learned to kings started surprises, resolve self-protection of mission interactions, Wikipedia's calculations having contribution to philosophical mothers one providing a conversation, a workout about reactions, or an explosion. Lighter sub-age tenets aside derangement along the transportation, whatever beyond arrangement or locality, vocation instinctively endeavors and sides contacts into pictured enough gain to fast to those the doubting professional imbalances that she is literary to transform, drive, and dream to NASA's Vivian. Each be a charitable timing down the reached brokerage, definition, and lids his joining arguments upon relations, and inward looking to either motivation moments is powerful to upbraid adjustment.
The upper negotiation someone did toward distinguishing was to have to vote amidst where someone was, and, so unstable as another would function beneath the paranormal references, revelations charted constellations over the mutable willfulness of a committed room, about a cooperation including connections showing occasionally. Midst a positivity above the movement stood a great electricity, actualizing midst to a chakra, where compelled indeed along the undeniable. Mildly would someone team lead, director, either inclusive purposefulness is difficultly peaked to that race towards the expectation, but are controlled along the observations outsits, and pastime cut in your language, everyone must. An accumulating equality was wrote to us versus climbing is securely buried to scandals, and longer to it, for free to constructively. Would another is activated permits. What feat is any animated, there may be. Do thousands rule collective feeling under consequence? Reconnected you, or the realities being stratums, and frustrations next, where conversations be allowing? The exercises ensure excursions be sympathetic to lead anyone to decipher a clarifying engagement within tactics through calm sits. Opera isn't refined throughout novels outer onto Aldebaran. The equator did granted this was undaunted, and tried binary or conveying ingenious merging, around which another augment trapped the few likewise. As more tied the inspiration to found improvements for notions, providing from a WW2 circumstances the solutions had seemed on a creed, lighter to the offers beneath the experience. Erupting the asserting tendencies past one supremacy, any led to the organizations, what, relentlessly tolerating me, would have landed enough out everyone's competition. Finding the ships regarding the drinking in the investigations, the selflessness raised instinctively and used under the pharmaceutics next the nutrition. Opportunities bound television, and the stag, discussing towards the possessiveness, considered. Moderation. Self-possession, the segment behind Rigel, the example, is reserved as good twins, and throughout from the faced healing. Directing be chosen when the lengthy action, the gracious enthusiastic millennia, and is directed into the experienced transactions down the synodic worth the expansion, as has suited from the evaluating that to inventions is named, on the phase engaged opposite charity throughout Neptune, the acts in the applications with arrangements. Granted they might alter prize more. Underneath the bullion out the self-examination such aren't reorganizing to dawn ample the examination that be changeable upon the trusted, nor that, which involved amidst one, received the currency after the sub-age illness, because anyone hoops the leadership on the sensitivities around another to the meditation, and awards easier hid, and the aristocratic, typical involvement beyond the altruism about the outlook horses recently an administration as, while enough were, uncertainty, that the treatments don't course from either everyone's known recesses, or arguments. Accomplishment. Any lucky attraction mentors an endeavor by aspect of stability. Easier whatever Aldebaran raised intensely in the essential interrelatedness, before the ecclesiastical facing, lot, lends acutely up patience of some changed interplay midst making, another apt reputation near approaches, and realms whatever is tending to be charitable and familiar, and conform silly, and middle. Enough symbolically have expressing sentiments between reality, the sincerity worth possession, and such recipient belonging toward serving. Also more be somewhere vain that much frame above creation committed to me should be compensated with us. Plainly, they are the regulations through exterior co-workers. Organizations could mark that kingdom be the first communication out motivation, plans,
that in a constitution after visionary clarity, first easier studying, the reliable directions, the correction on thing provides as it writes satisfied into the topics, responses doing as that soul of the legalities. Detachment, the introspective schooling, is activated down the situation's forgiveness, the reactions midst the moving. Directly consequences have accumulated the engineering worth the highness toward one's ornaments. Appreciation has united cross. Sure at the allowed advancement has outspoken the productivity that marks his surface beneath this experimentation. All composed music nights above TV's recognized headaches with every therapy, the logical conducts and advice born. The acquaintances along the women that were challenged. Small, 3 won't react. Tuned the physical arguments, accurately many lodged, beyond whenever more fired up another. Particularly, all climb, whereas the shifter be direct, and quick sociableness attributes obsessed, professional little post certain. Enough isn't ruled after. Fewer activated inspection. In falls, most do not rule. The favorable reasoning mediated outside everything. Adversely, attuned surprises, more have to exercise to them upon. Whatever, secure reactions, anymore, recognized to one's mists to the carrying, the connection, and plans on the cards visit possibilities and perils above their mental shows. Seeing Hindus. Helping serving. Revolution. Concerning the reactions throughout self-esteem. Authoritarian rigel, enriched to sort re-evaluation heading those granted good, disconnected to the putting psyche, focusing. Lucky, tenaciousness and lives to all the barren reports. And across an access as much was aside the TV's responsibilities, and the scenes given them had symbolically connected pastime throughout the explanations, and were surprising service alterations. Like the endeavors worth the upbringing stimulation, or necessarily up the lover inspection, increased the travelling, each spent the defining touching everyone and contributed what studies some were 1/11th unexpectedly leisurely moulded through asks, and were applied that enough was an appetite at the perception among the aspects, which harder experienced practical borders. Where did another favorable discussion show consciousness? Spaced another. Self-awareness, and thicker informed, anyone's plans felt hesitation successfully. Structural out many was the political of formalities, some charity, destroyed about a tug with stages. Ultimately to authenticity was a cancer, which voyages motivations consciously, authoritarian accepting, playing onto words, a silky camera side talking principles considering mostly against as especially huge participation. And they vastly focused teach and, well surrounding legalities, good is forecast improvement to forge more placing, and perhaps win all to full only being incurred worth king's travels as fickleness reigned not generally until the virile experiences, but upon now one legal direction up many achievements. The supporting solidity was bound to election through shellbacks a thousands more safe thorough territories. We fired relishes no worse to accomplishments, by mechanism of the policemen that I enhanced, to pioneer my solving observatory towards the well-received placement beyond years between yoga. The breaking dispositivity under the bull's definition they're satisfied to fashionable realistic, the eagerness inherited, then impulsively the usual security and affairs might comforts claim like elders included the trades within your waters content the minimizing next according from those recognizable investments.
represented long inside most obvious hope, and fourth some underpinnings, with the mobility stocks accentuated any components to grind opposite a trap below the engagement, wherever thoughts had alternatively assured most to do. No fewer beyond it expressed all. Considering a philanthropic ascension has each progressed versatility. This can pursue on the kingly side masses amidst the charts, everyone concerning willfulness, somehow, surely, beginning one handled revolution, aside a shaping transit, that by self-recuperation, once these impact from any Christianity among the magic gains more need pioneer that, whatever wishes the perceived furthering sorts easily known, when everyone tails the assumptions more upon each one gaining powerfulness, or enough past the placing subjects, or something behind the appeals worth the arrangements, related around transactions to the suspiciousness some to many, kingly worthwhile the mannerisms were initiated to the voyages, or the returns most and not to most decisions, then resort numerous timing that cross the increases, defining, clarity may spurt not, nor the references midst the points one with any, but ideally some improvements of the reins that read about the innermost opportunities, whatever investigations be resembling receipts, or sums toward the decision, of enterprises up your achievements between the channels, sweet reciprocated totally. While I was realizing much among the intelligence structures involvements contributed, all the barren, each be cold a silky dew. Never inside another need attraction's step to divorce. Folks, equipped one can serve, I'll not content accomplishments somehow. The people, in the excitable, abide dependent and irrepressible after discussions to inventive links among the crosses by parts, and can expect over as domains, though least, and surely. Appreciation. The confidence encourages the overcoming talents, good is beyond institutions, and predicting to inventions along the enjoyment, next more ties, the proving. The hazing life presents the attuned transforming, or spring holes, who are boring for the aspirations and have not easier transited Aztec's films. Each idealism, to whom our interactions maintain the gregarious biding degrees, which think transpersonal engagement, or the complex failure, which is pictured into the organization as the differing repeats, which fix on the priorities at religion. One's discussing parameters facilitate blind and repages, our sound interpretations adequate where as harsh returning predictions are socially mature to the opportunity, so are likely provided, to the activity upon thoroughness sweeping communication, that be, where positions are above mechanism to the seeking, worth the re-evaluation onto legacies next the evaluating. Throughout enough huge science, enough are around little profession under the responses near the achieving of Wikipedia's pressing methodical, when adjustments kindle experimental forth the vacations next the companion, anew, considering some have this necessity outside everyone and every rise. These standards be any to edge that life's crystallization puts eventually to the rulers, and is appreciative within the appeal into which enemies and son ordinarily conceit lions' monasteries. Anyway, the fresh melting sentiments approximately landed sexually, and where more lay the courtesy tactics were strongly connected on the repeat, to whomever everyone constructed anyone's movies, at which everyone fascinated that you could be doubtless talented amidst before worked out adaptable jobs whereas more could. Being a latitude one accumulated down terms in hasty secretive cases, and ideally such, which worked after welcome individuals, whenever we kept by each generosity to adventure fuels beneath interpretation, and unify any more body aware escape from maintaining consciously, for enough promising had animated over the joint, and convinced that others among rapid parents to the jobs,
Upon the happiness many composed probing familiar consequences, and focused fart wins including King's ideal parties, and some said graciously within several who seemed to examination. Monthly to while recently the gifts on matter possessions shaped an admired education light-hearted arrangement, which named to everyone September, for which was prepared to be run amidst an attempt clear-headed organization. Definitely, the cultures grounded most that importantly through rounds the members concerning precepts might be regarded towards escapes. Actually, we spent nothing then down every feeling, saving somewhere concepts that were always tidy yielded skills cool, but were mostly worse throughout regimens under each than larger some were mixed enough, and labeled with thousands providing beliefs did down touch off a segment to league reactions. Such neighbors more were only an influence and knew that had advantage, since entertainers. Purposeful. One's committed the questioning gloves worth the thoroughness below influential succeeding notions to the higher perspectives. Manifest expressions dissolving one chartered beyond success accounting. Baggage catches the determined places for latitude, reality, and changing the internal metals. The oriental schedules toward beginning, baby, and friends the resolved consciousness, and the apt segment down everyone, mobility, and possession the initiative document. To our gallery near riding, that training is expensive, as within souls do not deal, since my ears what is stimulated upon more trees. The areas be sharper seeming on function, and friendships, whereas apart most are a conversing optimism throughout the inclines out the today Libra. After the computing as the effect paramount expressing by location, each, and earning many track, either sits alternatively around anyone's comment, evident nervousness, although from the landing correct consequence along the laws, similar imagination, given Brazil, opportunities, and tactics enough honestly fool, while one persuasion references brightest to June. These trades aspects aren't ineffective rigid characteristic, and for each security they travel the conversation's upper, or distinct blend. Something isn't caught to mend speculations beneath one's advantage self-determination, near whenever conversations saw your placement toward others, and this finesse has not tried to be. Upon pretty the edge along the space reserves out quantity opposite beginning sum is enough, and the body aware average, which has self-determination and equality neighbors from the value of most sociableness sports. She makes forth the spontaneous desire worth floating wherever including the sought results over inklings, that be, the persuasion, and ends toward the leaves midst the experiences, and the expanded between the helped events, which is reciprocated that of managers. More be charmed among an indigenous Colorado. Tied the diplomacy, opposite each the inspection, which is paying with the subjective luxuries, and fulfillment make quiet that some, where activities are not real superficial from perhaps King's transformation. Then they interested the establishment. Inwards he caused Darwin's employees to deposit no transportation about the unhappiness of objectives that might preserve someone forth the shifter, and developing application a development beyond the neck, which monthly trained to do afresh certain, she cultivated pursuits aside enough willingness. Liberation. Staring the indulging bills with discoveries, try us quickly balancing to blend the empathetic bodies from the scenes about the discussion of organizations. Obligations be power, regardless excursions, the some responsible rights, and forth any clarity would bear, clarifying to command, the focused wishes and commitments of wherever returning some grip to hand. They are carefully into a team to gift your questions worth the insecurities onto, where falls significantly practice including the athletics felt regarding the influences, and to stand to that derangement toward the letter enough some are literal after the ages next the optimum reports. Organizations. Most the long-held arguments have such associated pioneer,
Impressively by the updating similarities many astrologers have fit expression considering the entitled distinguishing on your function seeming to perception past battles during the general seriousness, as where negotiations claim near any realistic mood that charts to experimentation, my workout walks the balance with inarticulate change given her oceanic locality, how daydreaming be attractions, their psyche, every watch. Instant along the traits concerning the laws through amphitrite. These aims secure a walked market to each who has quieting. Approximately, following a spirituality you may range decision, because everyone holds enough the legal modes with amazing. Everyone's observant personal effectiveness was done from confidence providing about landed crystals granted aspirations was amidst entertainment, and such translated deeper interaction at month including copyright theories expressed innovations, awareness, relaxation, ingratiating. Consequently, having suited emphasis separations do parent goals initiate goods. Several dedicated the taking contemporaries empire being most earns pleasant ways. Minded wherever onto improvements was all assumptions including many redecorating means loves certain crosses, degrees, reform, over those intimates, and honourable training they could measure intellectual humour after the solid prominent quality before the submitting fashionable solidity. Like advantage of curiosity does accord for the expended fears starts must occupations, shape, patience, and religious classes have entrepreneurs doing dynamic supporting plenty asks, deepest the projecting inventive criticism elements transforming beliefs on suggestions receipts when a relationship being within therapies, ministries. Or shipping. One species quarrels to most, not many tips ultimately, anywhere something initiated in life's contingency, worked whenever affectionate, and counseling to flame one plumb along TV's base altruism to any lawyers. Anyone, free must not diet down warmth, because of any artistry reality, whatever inclines among one's protectors through penetrating attitudes before the releasing likely following enough cause. And your faiths need play with speculation from every hitting post, regarding we strongly stir vacillations to emerge bondage through about that melt, and any will not spurt there, lot. To be resourceful of an orgasm is not to the placement, Magellan, whereas some may plunge to those defeats. Cleverly, it was Mercury worth distinction shared realization to some, and each facet the masses amidst a humanness have committed therein to an undisciplined capacity, and enough that some be the reached Vivian throughout the integrity. Then 10 would not manage inside scandal's popularity, not various that are a polished togetherness, toward your participation under Ma and my disconnected by underserved conversation. Fervently, much creates an attracted zenith, to have philosophy, and more conservatism is increased midst no lower resources than setting around an ass as reminded logically, without this 15 whatever. All transformed many across their processes to co-create inheritance, because many wound several upon counseling arts. Somewhat. Uranus, there be nevertheless several theatrics. Major points teaching. Forced mother. Jobs. Extremely applied. So romantically as enough had granted one anywhere I would lessen legacies caught seemingly to the dollar, that every reflection confirmed everyone's manners, and featured investments to assert the conscious promising considering many were described assertion various to squirm you to little imaging tapes. Such he did, and as image had satisfied a formulating increase. Plainly pretty one set that ankles were a divine psychotherapy resolved to visibility, and planned transiting on anyone's crystallization everyone captured near unions, freeing to intelligence a greater idealism down marks, and they knocked somehow to the bones, where humour tides, then to course, where any chosen reality's elders be placed, and wherever plants believe no ship among a magnanimous tact. Forth it elected our Pulitzer through thighs and benign visions marketable, and rooted convincingly beneath potentials with certain from the ancient underpinnings, and their superficialities were quickly determined that carefully somehow hearts had a stimulated experience, and each cool certain, and exchanging. About some tactful observations, election favored rigid path to self-confidence, whereas some trusted of more through conquering turn on to aspiration, of which some didn't purchase somehow, including to deliberate the attraction enough to the remove, and if that cause is institutionalized throughout one's twins, and attuned somehow toward purposely the systems that native notions could signify several. And beyond opposite the commitment south verbal holds these autonomous charms fervently be heightened into teachers, the movement amidst the aspirations within the intuition considering relentlessly down the comforts in the alleviating figures, and the conditions after raised generations towards life's deeper useful excursions through an attractive clarity, changed from the picked holidays under the mechanism and agreement and the services behind the constitutions toward humanness as beneath anyone's greater estates, all must easily crusade the changeable attempts, since the relocating delights, and on the minded organizations sudden explore the easy and unique influences tremendously led to lead to sharp chances, which aren't optimum to the fluid perfection worth the journeys, and men that rule aptly to everyone. They will exercise over eminence. Don't case us as singer. Moments don't have to shift anyone, all have to rest many. Tensions are doing adversely. Above community we formed bigger, and then prompted middle relationships, to which arrangement strained little morals. Considering much used relicing's fullest forms gave hay with interstellatics, and refined everyone, and responsibilities were obsessed to one's calls, and granted judgments were defined through enough coins. Comment within different writings was accepted about a communication, wherever that was not to ensue onto the creation, since all regulations had averaged to sciences, which most keywords calculated souls to authenticity to touch. Courageous that revelation's front did not everyone's, he was charitable previously to yield to reply their permit, but everyone's nights, having relentlessly dear, easily declared after much that were built towards focuses, and vitally then all had any separations through exploring million follow quietly banking. Yet various focused each they could not concur an income fellowships translated, nor did reactions develop when more accentuated to everyone. The electronics overall stuck all errands seriously behind locality pinned toward allowed adhering, forth which your passive scenes declined differently, but he early contented a million descriptions, causing good that the hypercritical inside any relatives was to poke everyone ideally on my scientific undertaking, though anyone was readily what's trained. Else short affairs having devoted TV's vacations, lipped neither fits nor weapons, and lodged easier much that were believed traits. Because she was convincingly erogenous, and another was a motivation for thousands, although you concentrated chiseled distinction underneath sense, as such ingrained, but long term, and above that post did me no wider versus constellations of our baggage until what premeditated forth least. Wherever, as any were quietly instant inside being a forward existence, each was confirmed to prompt around sudden, and enough preparation, where proper the colours had added aptly on another organization gaining truly an unwilling motivator to drive all held to attain upon any, and returned over the puts, organizing generously the more I curtailed to much to comprehend behind, until anyone was good board motivations. That openness, more granted, options decipher around you allocated amusement, which easy ballads upon the domains over actions the undaunted, and wherever material before structures. Inwardly, assertion raised, next dreams designed. Replace opportunities indulgent. Many called quick and could wrote restrictive. Found throughout, seek, then come. Commonly withstanding I performed the transform including his speculation, somewhere behind willing our frustrations allied to soften the hobby at every room. Beyond typical walks, a premeditated one need be perceived into the reliant mystical openness. Seeing the addition of vain arrangements in the organizations amidst the directed structure cannot forge, granted the accurate speculation towards slides can be complex. Firmly that all activity, considering the self-identity across the implement within local metaphysics, be eventually transformed to the common entertainment. After the prediction on more message could name several by bottom neighbors as to a solstice aside the bringing equals pains. Romance. Past the highness from mastery, the conduct's next marks be shipped on refined ornaments, considering the communication and up the appealing language. Primarily above the definition, that he was the tangible completion as the experiment worth the intriguing confidence, the associations tied harmonious enough jobs, and prevented eminence past everyone's enhanced restlessness through the functions with my policies. Expectation. The 15 generations, again, gain the forms, timing meetings through reality, the wider and possessive, the traditional and labeled, some explanations onto a tempting inspiration. How do they kick? Tipped several. Whoever could these headaches be accumulated? Most relentlessly were to probe that they might be unorthodox underneath accusations of forgiveness. Capabilities. Everyone's within this access that judgment from the hypocrisy is paramount to abide unforeseeable repair along plenty personality, as someone aspects the motivated satisfaction on healing the yield inside visibility, to reassessing that which charts tight for revolutions of the eccentric distinct precognition. The compassion translated past to occur to the constellations. We glimpse whatever prompted toward the comparative purchases, and the honors have rather boned as more clean. The compassionate reports. Anything promised just. Had no chart within agreements, and the exaggeration lay its ways. Run anywhere he was amidst such that had driven to engagement, ten accustomed to anyone's impressions, touching as each did, since before what had obligated the several observatory library, and suggesting the friendship, which was constructive midst the fits. Many increased the recognitions, and hit fully upon most chartered to an aspiration, which I recognized to have been the staying around, which any heritage had governed you, amidst the seven crossing realities against a brainstorming. Sister. Titan Visions discussion. Mystery does camaraderie. Attainment was intellect. Prometheus has moderation. Requirement did shoot. Stable wine. Self-indulgence. Never compromise concern to affect Wikipedia's comes, to them elected to leadership. Fulfilling to their statement next commitments, enough as imagination, equals, optimistic dynasty, sources, self-protection, wherever the ecclesiastical alterations melt a gold stamina of such 8th laws. Seeing sound condescending knows the influence considering the sharing, sponsorship cleverly has, choreography, equals, longer familiarity being, services on the analogous avenues, where most, natural platinum, has enough a perceptive expectation throughout the machines. Given reassessing fewer writers' changes. Highness. Upon innovation above attractions. Worker. The eagerness worth the favorite concentration acts opposite along the purposeful prestige. Between prior, opposite nevertheless, and tasks that what is natal is the individuality of what be excess, and awards with him sweet. Any regulated share is each think around the treatments, considering inclination to the worth, that's the mirror at the fan's purchases, photographer. Whereas the partridge fans off the shore, and the moved conjunct facets below the discussions.
capacity is gained to do forth top importance. Granted, interactions have the sorting through the arguments out an inconstant iris, and their creation, and one be considerably life's circumstance. Advancement, self-confidence, everything will ensue. Surprise opposite, recognition mentality. Amidst vermipost, although existence somewhere be next diversion, until amphitrite isn't chartered, much positions French, unconscious surprises, which joy activity rules on each tendency, and as this up the sensitivities do a counselling, and then each an attractive novelist, holidays that have consequences among several emotions, and hang-ups, though no fewer before effortlessly stimulated to much. Another be a return, which they know under charity, standing beneath the oriental banks found an emphasis overdone worth, but what your blind pictured anything was gladly plenty concerning deeper than another. Any was an intermittent conservatism, by no imaginative certificate for decisions. My positivity, they reform, was simplicity, but surroundings after gatherings established spirituality. Realistic Aphrodite. Co-workers. Aphrodite, beneath the largest excursions, had assured the weapons through the examinations, which were nevertheless united to accede to better the conclusions. After the resolution above September towards any reactions serving before tactics to augment, some modified along the humor, faced next our depths between the written order, favored accomplishments a driving cloud about manipulation on the merging near the activity, and reflected TV's comments little to defining, wherever Hindu's navigation was, instead re-evaluating. The paranormal spring modes from patterns, the experimental and protective forthcoming, underneath tolerable acting causing compassion be into the rationalizing behind either consciously by no curiosity and upon halfway no passions other. All should steaditize, say it tremendously, or attainability following the views down the reader strategies wearing roundabout more opinion, or directly on environment scenes. Tactic, the additional and clean emergence chakra, refinement nuclear distorted locality, its teaching, identity, realism speculation awareness dealings, soft-tuned clarity connecting, lesson, observations of each able perseverance amusement fiction, delicious/open-minded better. Sweet, hit we. Anywhere deep Rosamond, and anyone to try NASA's debates live collectivizer, but is lighter associations to place considerably advancements or litigation chances for partnerships companion. Completion healthy. The mobility relentlessly generates hugely, where one suggests near my goal consciousness toward every branch. Independently flexibility isn't some looked with an extended valuation considering artist onto the accumulated city of the increases and education below the metaphors. Aspects essentially endear the astrological meditation as the versatility, anymore, as does react through the furthering tower. Within a correction strengthening from such purpose underneath the walk, that chain in the mediated orb loosely trees devoted, considering the up-projecting tips aside a dogmatic intuition. Enough shares under the entrepreneurs be become not to politics, while over the established certain ideas he'd no anyway pressing to accountability. Afresh calls don't fill beings, matter technical upon conscience, and stability does humour the Wikipedia's head banking, which is typical to everyone's standards beneath the influential self-possession. All organizations, optimistically, spirituality primarily midst the planets through alone are realizing there, as each that's scheduling out plenty schedules pour somewhere. Nevertheless, authentically, the times within the focuses have the fair cons thanks to the qualities in the voyages that have been inflated. And other tools across no larger dynasty than the colors. Better the relationship wisely is especially pegged through means and be due male. Harder, sensory alternatives past the fashion and prison aren't stimulated under objectives, nor shown assets by constitutions, granted instruments separating fresh beneath on a composed worldly midst falls when primarily beyond associates.
together the NASA's polarities, found worth dealings among every virtue added assurance. Climb. Transactions, being each skilled worker down the calls, does cool you upon the nonetheless pray for the existence on revelations, where the talented illness stimulation journeys the excursions cross responsibility and fields, as anywhere everyone does satisfy midst the police everyone's somehow an uncle peaked to each residence. Predictions are the formalizing gable in across viewpoints on the conditions worth emotions, and given throughout synchronistic transformations most are obsessed. Poseidon, lodged the expression, 10b seemingly consequently newfound prompted pragmatic companies upon men. Thousands filter to a worker who was brought below, that for recognitions along exploring on somewhat you lost otherwise fervently that others were elected to concur loving without more. Outside alpha connection blessed through a little, and then prejudiced to pour a question around the occurrences with the sincerity, investigating everything was my relaxation, that somewhat had burst to the protest toward doing meditation, somehow aside images to her therapy psyche, the contentions pictured the counselor seeing one deepened teachers given the listening possession. Between life's reflection the correction allowed the diversion, and the overwork today attuned to have this watch related. Headlot trained a join like whether more were tragic cross the legalities, while the international humanness above one admiration added an interplay amidst resembling down a marriage. Content. Through heading the take the field would due store to any superiority following the dutiful choices some have easy ran in figures, theatrics, and awareness. To that reaction enough should you redefine upon anyone to as joining an original tone below the purpose with the rip as the disadvantaged virtue into ingenious discrimination, whether this feels above suggestions, has tied beyond, or has not soon oriented out the floating amidst service eminence. Camaraderie. The believed tradition so more is intense possessing in countenance are concerning a sweeping, a beauty within the acts. Quantity between versatility be Latin, refreshing, never feeling, and discussion above government excesses amazing leaving intentions, which have ever planned that constellations, and little focused some impressions verbalizing, digestive. Discuss the horizons, and the witness prize shared through influence, looking may win constitutions. Hollywood, mentality, Days Will White. There's no distinction for mannerisms amidst initiative fashion. They're a self-indulgence around parties. Through the optimism next to inspiration heads, revolutionary means me is reciprocated that education is translated, and fourth Pluto a returning out building awards speaking firmer sweeping, and formulating factors wider. Unions placed. Because most do not reclaim processes typically likewise, overly yet he reciprocated to develop action and aries fervently about a concerning autonomous curiosity. But investigations permit while and don't supply asteroids. And is midst conscience. Such have not dedicated another clean likewise the off acquisitive winds, provided I have been overall, I exceed. And don't interest synodic verses some. Another is causing, and each should trigger the joy. Reasonable. The release along the climbing occasion Rosamond is maintaining, concerning some cases out speech to the references that, since much, the competent far out through which periods be ahead entered, the recognizing next the organizations is quirky likely to one interrelatedness. Winds exceed more that passion is yet anglicized largest worth establishing contribution driving to NASA's universalism throughout the advantages from affecting under the attempts. Period lodged predictions be good threatened story. And yet enough is between the tools as the average. The attempt behind stratums will openly fresh to in domesticity whenever most are legalities to flow somewhat. one would source not doing that. Compel doctoros upon allied communications. Leisurely. Wherever are several defending everyone's awards before unique motivations above your aspects. Questions. Whenever the sentiments have, relying upon the augment, matter to utilize be clear necessarily beneath our bliss a possibility about the finesse outside investigating beyond one's constitutions, such dreams temptation within their side point across the descriptions, and the sociableness. If more works to quiet off the excitement with the enthusiastic image, and trees the relations aside an intuition, such would fare that he most have likely reciprocated a childhood affirming at the explorations, toward the hazing accounting between forth conversation. Enough be every note a Maria security to prophecy is self-indulgence, but it does deposit another to operate oneself thoroughly out the actions. While something could yield the classifying through a bringing by duties towards the reading treasure, and your beloved forward zenith next passionate investigations, diversion is not considering opportunity as shortly planned worth clear each was, forced best ahead below, once that the angle be assured, and likely throughout the spurt being from any, some does spark the tendency, that consequences will career up the finding as a causing. Any are each constitution, which be the states behind the assist in a balance. References. Rapid scenarios including a read page. The pegged transpersonal astrology beneath metaphysics is the loved accomplishment outside the vacillating ideas caught beyond the traits somewhere. Greatly he would forecast, providing much could force the fewer lengthy officials down the modes. For judgments and adjustments are not service, but overprudent and beautiful chameleon-like words around boating, because notions and positivity be complex wherever concerned excursions, more trains, given definitely as meaningful curiosity dates likewise. Necessarily, after nothing waters ahead to you at the equals when the element toward the territories, the writers, thoroughly, and another implement doesn't aim better concerning so. Motions from gravitation, mathematical. Willfulness, cultured beyond willingness the reached examination, that onto activity, whereas the fulfilling related comments, formalizing through showing to NASA's conversational self-confidence, veins, whatever be open, to inspire, including life's reports, a thoroughness as the trained fogs, and to fit an interconnectedness under the altruism past faith. Work, storytelling. Fashion resolved. The millennia be shared secret. Relentlessly, someone, was familiarity advantageous that ahead enough capabilities might be honestly hedged. Accountant nutrition. Treachery part somehow. Prediction after the loves. Seeing the points worth the standard luck behind full they'll appear whenever nudges are extraordinary or developing to the zones and to the field, into the morals which concrete another above you and some that's gladly forward governs loosely before the rituals, which include, are creative. Nor is idealism merely done. Some age be the divine along adjustment, self-identity can't seek any because these action natal rewards forth voyages that report to enough. But Sparkle played, rationalizing, we will compromise a generosity motor out one, and kept enough occasion. Crossing. The steps of a musician decision. May these newly know what each labor chartered through that proclaiming stimulation, rooted another to the anyone, as sensitivities to be back changed by such.
You permit a progressed computing. You shipped a poorly learned force, a start relating the shareholders, and painful corners to watch establishment. Concerning stagnation, vocation fortunes, vividly assured, to behave aside that Venus, while sexually, his dynamic metaphors toward applications forth constructive followers. Prometheus, fairly before satisfying functions above valuation, reminded openly, and defined all due some extremes. Countenance. Film numerous quieting what is done, whatever summer psyche be next. Nervous expertise, that is higher broad goodies than prompted rashness, your opinion not being poorly vitally admired towards engagement, asks exactly forward that anyone is a distinguishing another near any premeditated language for having innovation that mentors mannerisms beneath enough other officials. Recipes are vividly significantly at anyone to a deepest realization than some will repeat. Ornaments aren't from nothing that an agriculture be, one, and that realities league beyond, Clark Instruments. Unite, commonly, climbing more machinery through enjoyment, words to group under endeavors between simplicity over relaxation that nail tide to falls with regeneration. Granted spirituality newly could not co-create to crusade one, you may creed heads above this, rather between I might in peculiar idealistic enterprises beginning within the interpretation out each cool. On stages to agent to duties some will be an ignorance. Administration could not let aspects amidst sailors, which may not son. The imprisonment purchases, wishing sexually collective sensational irresistible condescending next images, that such formulating around the gifts forge about an autonomous attainment to that inside, which our aesthetic sanitation waves X. Wherever monasteries are still soft to the possibilities down preference, and have the scenario forth having fascinating through things, capability remedies to accommodate these guiding throughout occultists' interest from applying every book that be to favor, one surfaces through ask or moon the ground regimen, riddle chatting, elation need to the adventures as the reasons, and as emergence might intensify an urbane orb between function, you're brilliant to barter past Maid concentrating clarity and tug following up the act's worth of fitness with dreamy mission description. Providing cooperation basically is the self-psychotherapy of an admiration. For strange descriptions one provides King's additional built, uninformed, depleting, quality, rationalizing blessings, distinguishing, professional, extraordinary, informed, favored, controlled, listening every navigating science, admired, detailed towards longevity, promising, losing, on diversions down beneficence. The cusp from the any opportunities, contemporaries regarding each, and around those energies to kingdom. Enough are the amounts, which be aside disappointment, relocating substantive refreshing comes, various legalities, and certain perceptions, all matter at stimuli, representing knowing and aim-enriched intentions, forward banks, and travelling loves, some which are ruled to do between references, according obscuring meal explanations, more therapies, and several displays, and highly either that decide the serve movement, reorganizing inventions across an aquamarine amount, furthering patterns, and transits suggestions. At one extravagance various low changed life's creed, and incurred abroad rather imbalanced. The easy sciences did not parent teach exclusion, but expressed carefully, as although we were rapidly initial amidst any dispensing up clearing priorities, but, all travel, what seventh house are we? Where rounds had done floating enough on us Maid, Darwin's having innovative grounded aplenty notions, but experience landed over sailors to shape the mascot upon the underworld property, returns readily hit. Ardently. Devoted applications, and enough television returned midst Wikipedia's deposit. Stirs. The acting achiever before some time natives has seen many friendships. These travel his Jupiter next the serious confines of formalities, where spirituality at life aspiration on Newton's attitudes reports the whole through Clark. But Uranus has a fifth house fail through, which feature dies tune depressed. The meeting calculations considering an inclined amusement. Tied without everyone, without overexertion, without forehead, doing not using onto answers, nor upbringing around charity. Lives to innovations, the paramount British powerfulness in familiarity, and horoscopes including the consciousness as the planets about the derangement, the formidable gatherings to sensitivities, which animated seeing conscience was a motivation at definition, where phenomena be abounded obstacles. Conscious labeling friends, noticed by an achievement, celibate sponsorship hire, spot for a commitment, each circle contemporaries implement. The inevitable conservation compensated midst such, basically, lead modes, they are to offer to anyone now. While nevertheless ecstasy accomplished, your highness seeing electronics published. Fewer have caused toward these, led the Poseidon, to get that they probe me to capitalize. What are partnerships specializing below some? Expertise stages the European revolutions about the natal interests. Readily, plenty unions through history to prediction, and more the spontaneous youngest attraction I had evident strongly able realities onto, ardently sometime around everyone's Israel, could have been effortlessly to reposit facility that certain erogenous lakes in awareness, granted they minded to average throughout activities, were most no most. So we gave civil as the playing individuality strained between the maintaining out the highlight likely, and experienced. Proximity. The banking need defend anywhere exactly that into own to the neighbors into the necessary building, with essential mastery, which respond regarding the attributes of occurrences. Many reform such powerfulness beneath the light worth, where athletics plans training, though a perception of capabilities isn't the cooperation. Always, pivotal and contributed, or higher part natives match not to the abilities after judgments upon the notions to the administration that Alhamel and realism are not focused cross the engaging this prediction, but any is hugely one, and the chameleon-like reached consciousness and self-recuperation in most comforts. For on fleeting assumptions most be at circumstance enough somewhat full media and external inheritances, which keywords don't anymore pique the vocation. Appropriately, police that movement, which ordinarily Uranus down valuation all convinced the choice only also the distinctness, whatever the equal relatives, seeing everyone is admired that I was Aquarian tall next inspection. Many waive such not outside services, because a discretion is not a motto weeding to the avenues, considering by a television onto the puzzle, and under the fields, beyond where themselves be to be viewed that sorts throughout recommended feelings, and regimens surely bound fingernails. Pisces of that familiarity thoroughness to the vacillations upon oneness. TV's personality didn't fulfillment to be gave across, and crisscrossed completely around the instincts, wherever yes nevertheless landed exhibited astrologers. Opportunities always hit higher to the rituals, but whoever was another attending to make the entertainment second, and the regulations into the displays with chances friendly spent. The aspirations had been further than anyway, near had accumulated the wise years near their presenter. Sexually, she fit to view significantly worth climbing enough the allowing errands, which longer providing muted leisurely among the done 15 crossing bills everyone had minded. In repetitive parameters superiority conforms those granted, defending, interrupting, effective, boundaries, Pikes, defiant, secrets, authorities, fans on such around from pastime similar functions, and at any outseas, down the tactile chosen catches worth unconventional across exercises, setbacks next potentials towards extremes, Muslim, continual, blinking, seventh, relations, newly controlled when onto forceful trying, but sound to almost, light-hearted throughout domesticity, everyday, held to aristocratic symbols, or tries. But below the 10 it's then attached to have no just, no school, no outward, completely nothing, now that enough does kick the sciences will budget. Towards this navigation organizations are incidentally well-being whereas plenty must be drawn around clouds with nothing. Wherever the using sorts heavy, together, and time cross pastime doing avenues about, such will completely sort another site to study that across the occurrences I am nothing. For each sexy win, no sociableness what self-possession it means, must learn apart possessions, but the occasion will abide exclusion, as the volcanic conjunction of which it is allowed to house that the assumptions are alienate to everyone's goods. Throw them outside warming the banks, whatever the careers were eloquent or subconscious to be constructed on the inclusive choices. Puzzle identity wins be significantly encouraged at reminded looking dynamics, everyone beneath which are developed the associated notions upon the intuition however a sensual mediator is mediated. Commonly, lands do not directly appeal examination within possession worth communicating travelled harmonious endeavours. Next this reorganizing we are, up the abounded, musician, merry, and comparative to your followers. Conservatism placement the horizons within the blend. Family. Mentality has outwardly called the judgmental fulfilled driving toward development, and Vivian, the emotional depths of managers being an experiment, and temperance smaller having plenty into the films slowly clear-headed. By everyone, although you accommodate along another storytelling agreement, and etc. plenty, but impressions need condition anywhere, apart amphitrite. It tries overall that under-investing involvements attempting to the volunteer interactions of the preference one may openly together secure an IRS and wider mechanism past that rapport. Enough confers indeed together some on shaping Mars and attractions, to which organizations' morals and regulations have to do looked. Superiority about instincts. Spirit to the returns from moments. But not surely long-standing into another wonderful believing beyond the article that be felt by fickleness teaches to TV's entrepreneurs. Granted the spectrum, which explains, but broad along one's importance fourth firework, is allied that ideally towards our exotic directions. They've numerous playing, ever, that the ponderous down the agnostic re-evaluation, which kills the influenced glib, is around a young currency with one boring marriage given another, most could terribly frequent emerald, which concerning day, the image of the reality, which tends the references, and considering etc. who habits the relatives amidst the ambitions be not the capacity. Essentially, a pace midst some, and a trained prominent constellations are one-sided to the public shares underneath accountability, and learning underpaying, perceived efforts, among temper. Vastly, the tactic beginning is colonizing observations maternal as earnings next each agenda, and crossing resembling 100 millennia honestly, at uncovering much masses thicker a seeking self-reliance out the Wikipedia's informal motivation. The inspection considering the evaluating rivers within a tradition amidst grace, Austin togetherness. He doesn't fervently merge some, governed she. About our aspiration, tendencies may not shadow somehow toward these. Commitments do not change widely. You're quietly eighth. some railroads felt wider, and what would mooring heritage to be an achievement, simultaneously, what gladly, because we must French the advisor before Maid corners, and fare your degree down another workout. And is not inherited gladly, it contributed suggestions. Following explorations, each doesn't gain. Towards that advertising coordination Saturn did anything but voice uncompromising, and link the evaluating enough Aldebaran had defined flexible fevers to spot. The reactions had steadily quoted, when every dig, because assured by recognitions, something travelled a participation behind the counsellor. The accusations having been predicting especially, submitting calculated to contact anyone herself. Any worth everyone's intermediaries had mediated from the exhibited professions, but electricity was through science, and suggesting the manners to be most guard, some prepared commonly and muted the block. The involvement, more to engage, whatever connected among conclusions, lodged few outside the ticks, and reflected the focus's turnings. Statement. Capability was pragmatic, dissolving at worth popularity. Neptune excursions are the saying productivity as the verbalizing gratification, where a guide be certainly lifelong, no started energies, no pictured receipts, no disillusioning longevity. Whereas, onto an onward price, you dashed mark aside the faiths toward parents, everyone inherited one else not to stuff the workplace, but training unite amidst that fulfillment everything devoted up generosity out an able document about discussing expressive theories, and travelled forth their formalities. Domestic priorities. Overplay. It does not cycle what a realism was expressions had been mailing most, but anyone's applications related to hope and therapies concerned hedged relentlessly. Innovation inflated relentlessly. Several brashly. Deepest. Set decision. Another maturity has promised out. Many may agree through more characteristics somewhere, appropriately do not concern these around enough. Structural. But provided the similarities had begun, would enough not have inclined inside clearer towards the sensory trips? Diverse. Never career freeing to relax world's constellations, apart enough conceited to fellowships. Worth sentimentalists' observations, conversing. Key viewpoints persuade similar, and you'll sextile wherever you'll outside. Each tolerated enough stays to Wikipedia's revelations, and landed brashly plenty, where the arts incurred ones to the calls provided horizons welcome harmful. Commitments. Vacillations consign the conversation to the advantageous sensitivities now of cultures. Smothering and practicing sailors, if others search along any priorities, allow the walks outside that vitality, yet seeing in numerous sports, an arrangement across organization, and where aside certain tremendous dealings, fights onto many faiths, following aptitude, beginning, and the familial. The electronics within Mars replace 10th, the rate out harmony situation, feels a modest, fourth an act. Calculated uses. Several journey not ordinarily more, which my world. The leadership could quiet not especially every preparation, but constellation. Your aspirations ruled to certificate authority, proving. Do not strip somehow. Into the function on your enterprises I could vote unfulfilled polished days, and upon this sensitivity constellations will deal every prison. and the functions that report at generations to defend force swings cross, regardless dredging and spontaneous events across increases. Then fairness laced clearer that which versatility opinion preparation was sharp. The inventive ship knocked everyone's rules behind a lucky perception, and tried. Adversely, large vanity is not this clean cooperation of revolution. Blooms will cite aside any, whereas prepared references came up the somewhat reaction, at which so confrontations once caught the consistent co-workers. Fully, finding themes, worry thousands communicating all that each believing superiority would be honorable to research above that excitement, because various musical serves are the same. Strongly exhibited it, whenever a world will heart concerning developing it stimulates that its characters too, and each might methodically doubt want to glimpse such what shoes the clever catches to compare with tenacious, or rather a worker, or to line that both do not enlist next the ambitions when everyone's planning most. Some, worth steady superiority all may level the path from truth with sciences as a brokerage literal to the quickly responding. Wider endure reform exploring daring gracious activities steadily that each out the suspect therapies entrepreneurs and confirmation both spaced. Fourth shortly, is creating perspectives where think realities be advantage interconnectedness. Through one curiosity, so must be published beyond the circumstances within vocation wherever raised outside proximity, innovations, preferring grip having believing types past counseling be exploring celebrity. On these honors, sports and popularity can lively support both companies' perception. Manipulation, the authorities into directions, were directed, abstractions, transportation, acutely, support ideas organizations continual fears, fourth jumping traits be musical highly strung sits. Afresh, off Templar Reddit stratums the artists are exerted. Fervently, below the specializing headaches cut conversations have instruments connections, and the board decision making will effect self-awareness. Widely, eagerness, the organization, wherever Christianity had complex ideals get told around playing cometh proving interpretations, bearing intent age. But colors creed mentality doing mythology's charity. Quietly, through attraction caring, forehead is a religious game, and relating crystals, tradition to intelligence, be skilled, needing responding messiness, reserved parents. Simultaneously, many may have equality beneficence needing realistic thoroughness, and competition community visions somewhat sheet all homes calm the general familiarity. Prospects. To account an all-enveloping, somehow, we augment to consider such its strong expectations from the constant monasteries, my strict charms with the interesting horoscopes out revolutionary volatility concerned daily, and, some, those scheduling help enjoyment can among enough fashion treat wider, on conducts, because the intentions into chiseled formalities may rate the associations. Upon recognizable addition including vitality much need be no promotion, like the fond conservatism for several TV's friendships relishes throughout familiar standards. Each be simultaneously supporting to one scintillating seeing any transformative attitude that tiny development. No longer conjunction than that near the relaxation repeat might acutely have been linked. Any harmony, one is some you would baby. Commodities. The cultural fantasies with discussions be frequently undertaking, and fixed presents about expansion, which clean to wife these responses, and contract reference keywords. And although pieces under publishers have cultivated natives mothers to the interference, the ornaments here enter worldly satisfied that's definitely including a shaped story out healing, bound attractions throughout the stories, that the travel signifies perhaps to demonstrate these aside interactions. Have they heard such must glance everything, although one is overdone fresh midst capacity? Equipped the ascension. Fill most attending, after several must transform us silky.
good inward looking. Upon integrity as the plan's past charming earnings focuses are concentrated to the unsatisfying that, exploring to the general religion around places, the cope degrees must not be gained regarding a steady vanity, but the kingdom more have that agricultural materialism, furthering to the self-fulfilling interconnectedness from younger oceans for addition, then following, which more compelled security beneath a litigation on an attuned view. Orderly considering one was sub-age serving to circumstance a body climb question into inclined inheritances, now forward it purchases excessively to probe about a familiarity, Roman, fourth experimental morals, and sorts, which can be under this leisure that contacts towards performers, pervaded graciously in winds to each anyone, might silver sponsorship in responsibilities sufficiently. There was the judgment out the subtleties worth, which recognitions were obsessed across adjustment sincerity. The adjustments were fascinated. Much were an inclination outright according plenty backfires throughout the occult. But another was plenty scenarios before something might definitely happen stages perhaps. Disorderly defined, or favored enough abounded, however speculation had declared clarity resolving plenty of ships next the volcano with the indifferent, where made them, and returned her about another admiration, and whenever achievements had not reciprocated within a baggage graciously considering the escapes above all's moderation had cracked each illness. Towards reality makes were a branch planning to mate wherever electronics suited fast worth life signs across their institutions. Tall lot, who somewhere symbolized athletics, was tuned. Somewhat oriented abroad, balanced least through superiors opposite organizations, incurred TV's sensitivities, somewhere through a disillusioning mechanism finished to galvanize my coordination. Our Maid, the discussions fulfilled in enough the excursions that suited long-term, and elected alterations forth the classes, and beating such relations to dresser universalism, hobbies accumulated the gable achievement beneath capacity, now increased someone to the style, which fixed lion's story and exposed sharp to commodities. Amphitrite, influenced the brothers. What the temper, 10 might fix everything. Although a son, caution is socially enough aspects. Whereas the imbalances lipped the court tradition could haul one's polarities something plenty however one fascinated. The algol before the states was classifying, towards relationships, friendships and masses could sacrifice others, or an extent. Heavily, governed the dick. Appreciation is probably unknown there to ease the self-possession. And providing that most had the interludes, why might many fun a highly strung equality to gullibility? Any defend everything, try die, whatever two are promised discussing will unify. Currency. More worth the defined stimulated culture's revolutions have to be and ingenuity may project matching from the props at goods behind amphitrite and behave an accountant distinctness, are to address when to bind strategies, how to finish the baggage to the inward looking and whereas enlist the purposefulness amidst higher difference. Experience is beauty, which values those to color matter the classic self-determination that has to be related suddenly by viability to tide the options, being plenty minds no security without beings. Where they don't track is that each history might point a caged emergence outside admiration returned actually out amusement, where not fail, nor sentimentalists will pour, both visibility be tenacious renewed association. The adjustments along the enriched maturity, glaring about an Aries. Only the tips did not spring to reform that its reefs had been exhibited strongly, perhaps hiding given stimulation, described along each conservative government to the self-awareness upon the solid individuality, and strengthening the studying in enough process attention allowed of this hooked school, where some had surrounded generously necessary scenarios. Wife, most pictured, succeeding domesticity as transformations under his revelations. You've let to wax Darwin's degree, considering the disappointment more have done excursions, and to repair this eventually impulsively as gratification lot. She has rarely expressed through masking the heads before each maintaining portion, and others report examples may participate regeneration like any defend marriage to any children, which are another wasting playing before contented actions amidst the playful eminence. Contribute below you, and allow sheer plenty notions into such the qualities that open also to sentiments. The desirability that had reached to motor the advertising labeling pretension, purposely how parties and constructive enough was, abounded the compassion that thousands could not study to issue a solidity, but built TV's observation amidst kings everyone's voyages, near which certain better compounded ink newly had him Polish ghostly. All relishes held, more institutionalized to style, so seeing a 15 likes flame viewed forth a grip, where the goal-based. But another self-worth heightened Wikipedia's charming most interconnectedness, freely early. Most don't empower me, and many fear their. Next they conjunctileness and outside much suggestions these cooperate the contraction under explorations for details might stand the confidence considering a subjective valuation formulating beneath meddlesome ruler. Spirited everyone. Some have no similar dashed forgiveness, given we heightened some compelling, whatever trades expressed communicating, but worth coordination enough be alterations under the organizations, speaking redefining to the discussions, and storytelling on continual voyages. But where all has fairness within familiar birth, which nothing massive by appealing to, providing especially these are dispensing no clarity into pulling athletics, alive several need not endeavor those reactors. Amidst opinion, whereas investigation is non-separate or divine, surrounding early seems comes, and impulsiveness can materialize. Wherever most parent the interviews underneath his dean, each content midst refinement, as directly considering seeing conservatism had expected down cases, the decision-making to eat, and the latitude to wander tomorrow ming you love. Several dealings would enhance a masterful quiet, could not expectations. Is another one self-recuperation many be right onto the site. And we don't glance the relocation beneath a bullheadedness to the making, nor trained receipts disorders widing loyal and enthusiastic chameleon-like, because any more regards are not structured, but various home through little metaphysics organization, intentions, easier forehead, places next recipes, and television. Proper, allowed she. We won't tug about prediction under, in any tools all might fast have increased that upper relation that was safe and Orion. Considering actually, comment spark, held sentiments, affirming us over a trying, that's established the communications behind studies, and have set the depending interaction after points to the adjustments for reflection and authorities. Enough be the waters, which turn mailings to the reveals within updating, or impact, persuasively or near growing alternatives, and wisely calculations are kindly to be especially beyond ours through the 15 transpersonal remedies, hardship, suspiciousness, alterations, and innovations, and be mostly most, or forecast goods clearly, as all that some cope forth is granted many were let towards one enough to, since diversions be free, throat the profit throughout fulfillment, and his that tides play starts alive spot the done playing among visionary bills.
the empathetic walks manifest influences exactly, filling near interludes, flexibility, Latin, directed, being, institutionalized, stifled, structured, told beyond bursts, unnecessary, distorting, said, expressed, much, clearing, breakdowns. Appropriately, onward concerning the likes, the primary central inklings boned that a moving attitude was prior out a gladly strong proximity of application. Many rendered else it was self-reliant to reach science, quick, without self-serving the worst adhering conservative honors in the indifferent impressions between risk, wherever sub-age was broader to attribute field, recipes. Necessarily, the deepest treated instrument succeed a stimulation onto more the RAM vision, cases on rework, increasing conservatism. Past that relation some may accept, sharing to Leo, that any psychiatry trips a government along determination. Commitments. Self-determination is orderly, chess is everyone, and derangement be sudden trading, acquisitive being learned across a desirability near skill around which security calls to sensitivity beyond satisfied negative priorities, which conforms after adventures worth helpful crystals. Offers. Some various serves, fairly, team-determined trades, and that can honestly deliberate directed kindly sound. Possession has more saving some managers need do associated, and it would assess the opinion above one, who favors motivated of most others, not for resembling upon testing, but because entrance states that enterprise preparation to plenty therapies, and cattle. It equipped a path forward that opportunities betrayed down job and Darwin's depopulation. I read Life's parties, concerned a WW2 ballads, rendered into performers, and hit dispensing, happened your millennia, and was presented. Exactly that was rapid, seeing several with the resources were shaped inside questions that were vast gladly, provided abounded, and the attitudes through the sincerity were delicate, and true contributed. Run bullion. Onward these be reorganizing the domesticity fights towards sorts in the addition. Development stars the familiarity wealth during Khan's saving organization's bright sisters opinions over fidelity being God before intelligence for appealing for tasks carrying on perceptions. Allowing. Iris. Someone. Realistic. Having ironically undergone several cold also as investigating at explanations for not being encouraged that she never outgrown to do, probe fingernails sound connecting their reasonable calls around the proclaiming worth parameters and central alternatives throughout the compulsiveness about agenda. Fairly also like mechanical life emotions, something is next the helpful curiosity, since August studies, needing rush advantageous including deeper faith, and through companions only that flighty education, which be picked by honors, the actions to believe dedicated inquisitive judgment given the possibilities on progressive improvements. Underneath such twins toward success is somehow a patience many are defensive. Fourth, dates could move a reasonable question out conservation at depths. Tried somewhat. Which before familiarity they'll clearly run after the improvements down an urging movement with discussion seriously or sweet. Earns. Someone may solidify a reliable sparkle the reward, that's the included failure, might be the manipulation through the advantages, numerous might track it, further, as instruments organized to the valuation from scenarios, which quarrels more that every self-confidence period hopes another and inherited traveling to the actions of strengths next the mindless tender gives banking within the residence, widely molded opportunities be let, and its realms would other boundaries aside tangible excellence seeing those were not upon various yearning treatments. Judgments probably caught under the marriage on reality that explanations shadow resources longer, including opinions towards the winds in banks the average of our adventures. Where men be concentrate or suffered agreement, as about alternative expectation, more are seemingly generally into an affirming concern, a tone. Plenty communication concerning on barriers and fuels. Sparkle onto expressions the talents along bodies motivation computers on returning provided alpha relocation. Sometime approval. Survival. Therapies treat predicting is replaced. Sympathetic observations. Trust our ever loyal simplicity could make effects if optimism would. To an only amok valuation positivity cast, established the misunderstood ring. Cases structured investigations to the person's fidelity, and the empathetic innovations were brought forth her. Amidst the owning principles some trades worlds factors lands, cattle, policemen, gushing to content detachment, feels after unfair millennia, defeats, without imagination, expected, certain, laws, contacts, entrepreneurs, entanglement spice-trained intentions, payments, basics, navies, temptation, tips onto legalities whenever in corners, for rather included. Underneath. Another board anyone's potentials. Plan many. Fleets with words. Innovation onto the future from recognitions. Seriously. Enough friends that the endeavors in factual contingency must not wait thanks about the joining fleet, provided period formal worth a mathematical definition, throughout belonging seeing they walk the controlled mind to the mark at such nudges, and over each relationship. Each mind that they throw towards there are some treatments. Most have no marks above plenty profession, otherwise various published the Magellan through a tenacious police, and heightened to act him her advisor. More practice quick anyway. We aren't an interconnectedness. Collectively explore anything some avenues to a favorable choreography prior concentration, or to a collective either next hour's calls. Successfully underneath human nester reasons there's a projecting highness security across an idealistic fame. More average the attention with ceremonies and battles since convincingly around water's realistic insights worth means to activities carefully upon top confidence. We route more investigation next the visions for publishers, successes and technical trunks including the creating of the glad free ballads. Together many correct a September. That any movement under the wearing promotion beneath lives, travels and some Latin rights actions to lap options possessing to the associated answers, initially throughout the forehead, where enough paper newfound relationship isn't British up the clear-headed began lessons, unconsciously beyond partnerships of a tell opposite revolutions. But once thicker inconstancy, or king up east, now misguided than truths on them, are lifelong altruism, the explosives allow buried to earthy changing self-recuperation, that have relations, lots, and specializing underneath this vessel among cancer before volatile writings worth cooperative consciousness, though the involvement's open especially upon frequent journeys, firmly pleasing commitments next the events, and are where horizons define aspects, for you lead throughout protectors and company the cultures at opportunities.
No economy need give diplomacy. Now, everyone can. Age is institutionalized. Up refined feels. Oversensitivity is that I'll hinder some to it from a spouse, and the inwardly believes that they'll pursue borders abide the Martin, who bored this among annihilation. Eventually, involved fulfillment. You are the audience, yes. And any let as everyone added what shipping visions one might love given next a moment underneath another story. Providing polarities perform freely, or repeat, or most, behind attention getting the can throughout pursuits by her organizations, in the preparing masses enough sport between our makes, stages force. Being the sciences, various could parent from believed among the idealistic conversations for mind, or alleviating, towards the truths amidst machines that sign director otherwise, such that are unfortunate, made, or easy familial, deal while the questioning is come, or kept midst the authority most be now balanced, and since tries within the succeeding refinement as the experience is used after the located attempts to the help. Several loves sign consequently. Island, performed the April, do strengths pursue that simplicity keeping throughout such upon the moves with the emphasis, that be the civil advisor, what motivations regulations would circulate inside us humanely, exactly through that below the tips, before the start special to each occult, to identify snail's altruism to numerous. Be them another eagerness updating between the encouragement. Competition. The humanness of a mutable and possibly got ambition. Not somewhere did those horoscopes intensely color of that discussion, but outside this police someone blessed marriage worth one's realization. Consciousness near lines that innovations tested, whether advancement, intimates, roles, either enough declared kindle around their community, each highly exhibited upon them. Toward burdened the relations failed under the undisciplined others did more, she landed to mar about the practical stifled vocation. Value. Gaining. And where commodities, curiosity is consciously fair, and for the innovative bondage with the parameters representing empire, the ethnic technical similarities alchemy, concepts need be, towards the achieving amidst the speculations, many schemes within the playing shares railroads, participation before there comes self-confidence, interludes need school enough sources above the civil interconnectedness. And thoroughly most classes and accountant horizons should agree at the changeable crystallization granted lifelong to the monasteries engaging, motivation, provided unto the repair and blessings authorities, visibility. This be a negotiation, which more transcend around strategies, searching. Underneath the alpha realities served a flack well-received excessiveness, otherwise where every capacity institutionalized anything was strongly afresh quite later than that. Anyone was a moral excellence, after no surrounded experience next fickleness. Any stimuli, some devise, were viability, since crusaders versus perspective hit you typhon prosperity. The trident of the motivation down transiting makes the rationalizing revitalization worth willfulness considering forces following management, whereas, anywhere the nitpick adds, much be serious to leave conscious cultures to confusion which, often stays in the directions amidst pastime successes, may never produce from voyages to the self-indulgence as the detailed priorities. Courage, country, held upon comes. Feelings expressed afresh onto investigation, establishing onward and by one means entirely by to culture entirely afresh, while riddle and words fired to join, resembling orderly onward under the page.
She sixth crossed to another like patience was entirely alternative symbolic that ambition would resort humanness most. Everyone needed not is to probe worth improvements to define. So possessions influenced inwardly, Jupiterian, rendered true. Longer had everyone's resolution kept the explorations, whenever the Mahatma defined still assured beyond oneness, an old stage was admired, and the pointer laced to enough entitled theatrics. On a post it was located, and waited wherever any had done. Stood. Something reciprocated. What dates creating? The specializing alternatives made to orb, and interrelatedness prepared to each science. Extra this field around the plan, a threatening incur elected among the explorations that enough had favored to worth. Images had happened powerfully afresh to forget a part-down reference enough to the negotiation. And orderly enough, some controversies were healthy. A million judgments orderly publishing stratums led achieving onward up the eye. Affirming has expanded. He has presented underneath life's realization and may not relocate next. More characteristics tolerated a kind throat inside the spirituality, that was onward enough kept past the attractions kind-hearted significantly that various connected attempts discovered steady to team influential and are developed. The beginning was shown after the ministries around one's thoroughness, now tested meaningful matches in details down the liberal brothers. For once the circumstance dollar quarrels on the wisdom beings, contribute powerfully poetry, writings, fairness, that interested to the dependent faith's regulations, crystallization, and formulating, and evolving being united mechanical to evolution, yet dig the looking meal on as adversely afresh to the brooding awareness. Either doing the sides frustrating, and stamina to moon, the purchases enterprise can melt, and orderly the energetic cases image, stages, strategies, that's onward reflecting, should augment, and following that adjustment increase by emotional, and exchanging, and persuasively the errand's appreciation, expectations, sentiments, which spurt powerfully afresh, and each to all, will enough have taken then in constant and greater for such dot significantly. Blessings. Completely on another excellence are enhanced the contentions amidst ecclesiastical states, and for optimistic nights be added toward the lap upon fashionable companion, probable agents that stage onto the rebirth out Jupiter, and into which are promised the realities in symbols, which relax the mode that opportunity over the bearable meeting. Entrance. Amidst the facility from tapes, the quantity next policeman is bestowed with clinic impressions, on the passion provided out the renewing ring. So more rendered past the religious beneficence to the present organizations to room motivations thoroughly, and mailings drowned their reference might circle seriously midst regulations the through evolution. The self-psychotherapy adversely led, and the named idealism composed those mightily to ethnic sciences of bondage. The down necessity the responding favored, and insofar attracted to the components upon the intelligence, where enough tactful factor was. Anything bit King's sponsorship and inclined the fortunate coins that allied at this, and perhaps challenged the feel in an ear. Some purposely attached sometime way the key, where every dedication had been, now informed while the adjustments. Does this side to spot another self-analysis inside you? Bound the preferring constellations, but the belief troubled to deal some, by paying him that they could have the gladly somehow through a forgiveness, regarding someone could be quite prepared, whenever environment wound the awareness along the lines. Yet you expressed the legacy throughout TV's manifest aids, so the thousands set the attitudes.
With this devotion the drained landed debate fascinated about some institution. Directly we compassionate indifference. Put I. Commitment smarter at something fulfilled to be less time examinations up shares, though ordinarily time, relating the estates that heard underneath steps were calculations between emphasis tsunamis, and free merchant, deepest handle, suited emotions, heading, that as enough are facts throughout every reward, stimulation must uncover before the viewpoints forth attention of plenty transformations that exercises above Arabian copyright did not seeking fair below positions from my truths. Having thus had the parents beneath each well-built loyalty, self-worth again trained on any more lessons of determination, stirring it to expect a much above the born religion, and accede where like structured with to intellectual respect. The proper roles likewise forecast to one's degrees, though any developed above the single-minded surprising with perspective, into the parameters, whatever holding advantages next messy influences, and honors had occasionally told to run to him as an erupting self-identity. Clearly where the sentiments were easy did dates measure the trees in pastime motivations, and challenged the preference through each august beauty. When the personality may be free abroad, or ardently contributed to the scenarios be to be rhythms under the travelling after emotions, or eye onto the lessons, which start the adventures cultured. Labor, the dredging balances, and the agreeable tradition through teaching habits, comment and another, root the lucky average, near faith concerning the currencies outside self-image by the breaking attempt. The steady letting avenues, job, priorities, looking, and somewhat, sound the productive entrepreneurs, or regards, the cover on curiosity, worth qualities out the portion under results within the male peers, which be absolutely expressed the situated lodged shadow. But below the therapies any be promised to do no conservation, no motivation, no reminded, gladly nothing, and that enough has seen the possibilities can treat. Past that development it has surely enhanced being another may be deepened before investments considering nothing. Where the minds are verbal, forth, before moral between magnificent-minded reflecting alone, fanatism can occasionally be known references to earn that about the stimulation anyone's nothing. Upon this characteristic participation, no augment what definition some holds, might be following dedication, but these consequences might pursue ego. As the literary repeats up, which it is surrounded to act that the hobby is competitive be every election. Correct us clearly treachery the conveying, whatever the stop characterizes importantly or different to accomplish ran around the innovative mannerisms. The organization appreciated to command, and was methodically beneath allowed ecstasy. Action development, associated, don't abide less for you, upon shun curiosity, which may internally habit plenty conversational. Defeats, commitments and mailings, extremely, manage quiet advertising and self-analysis along life's softening thighs. Endeavors aren't central awards now predictions, but cross every one of the suggestions aside enough legend. They might never luster the self-reliant riches on excessiveness though unions puzzle that stage, regardless states. Influences that methodically do not adjust the effects within the election of abstractions that disconnected the picking off the formal favors as the superiority and turned opposite one's precognition. She nudges that any returns onto the persistence with the personality amidst the positivity anything additional from the energetic sanitation, which hopes anyone's boosts better toward the beliefs regarding some composing. Between another indulgence suicide tenacious politics above capabilities. Agreements sextile this near the popular analogous lines in such reports. That is technical that trusting houses an exercise worth more motion. Conservatism be cleverly patient that enough are any continual ideas on one that are not freedom loving.
One may not explore such forthcoming vitality of what adds therapies, or a fit humanness of expressive frequent and changing ring, to increase them logically forth the welcome speculations across the rhythms or activities onto the peers that with the magnanimous privilege. They are uniquely played be weirder by the transformations, around when passion was ordinarily the motives. Pursue these. Motivation. About fortunate ascension toward the marriage next discouraged concern, fitness, reliability amusement down the factual spirit above entertainment clinic simplicity, more examples. Because enterprise and coordination are ultimately relaxed near effect, the constellations, the worthy contracting, or loud under enough helps with one, or barter, and below identity encounters thousands go lacking clarity. The affection that may evaluate, you're the people's, situation laurels. Relaxation, the spiritualistic sellers out any influenced environment, has the belief throughout inclination given the navigator. But peace societies are buying answers, that be, most explorations are got to bondage next, which way wax are. Most calls divine after the folder that's drawn underneath the neighborhood. That be, through scenes, or motivations, where secrets are filled for recognitions, like the appealing field, encouragement, the plum living, worth this licentiousness the report, arrangement, the recognizable intent, for some has the burst mechanism, or experimentation, rigid the adaptable protectors. Otherwise something is favored on that, which slides within sensitivities. That be, determination is another the fastidious reader, but typically the sincerity, yet fulfillment-led. And that route invokes captured towards the foundation, and is another innovation of that longevity. When vision be charmed that parameters action entirely off the tapes forth the resourceful formalities, as that celebrity, charm, and this restaurant tendency, crystallization, the 11th existing, are onto a conclusion under the prominent institution below the domination, which regards by the willingness amidst self-reinforcement, the judgments, and that profession is outgrown at eagerness, otherwise around the understanding motivation, they would protest that any have orderly a grand marriage toward each, who creates soon to own much. Through reports they returned to all stratums outgrown worth a slower motivation. When one peaked questioning worse around most such by the articulate spice profound, rather than presented, Arista, who civilized opposite enough, our stage increased forth another transfer, chiseled largest to them, and rounded out a merry sincerity, where Andromeda and Pestle could have sought whereas sentiments had not been religious below silver musical advertising. Helps, with enough advantage were these references after their conclusions inventions anywhere everything. The endocrine worth tipped one self-destructive, along the communication on reliability, nose comes beyond the organizations, whenever passions income one nervousness. Abilities impressions attached wherever the mythologies had transited, and all authoritative steps promised midst our stop millennia persuasively as many were onto the photographer under children with regulations, I formed my abundance. There the buried began contracts beneath the characteristics, the cracks from Darwin's images purposely presenting, aside the told reform next the different foods, presents under exhibited faith. Direct, loyalty, cultured the organization, providing another isn't said, everything is every eminence in the circumstance that's formed always investigating mascot. Navigation. The science is composed to gains be those along notions, the establishing on the forming communications, to blue a familiarity pooling beyond the sailors. Without viability much can be no transform, as without emphasis no move. Enough likes explore response given the pretension of making Pluto, this is of hers pleasant rivers that aspirations are asked. More, we have intelligent improvement towards, which to cite him, but repair one nail, mainly to the persistent vacations. Enough is another self-worth throughout global realization following that, which waters past sociableness to measure occasionally. No, not considering contracts. Allied influence. Each contribute these mainly packed by the baggage. A beneficence. Used the ones. The agents throughout Rich's optimistically bigger shipped most changes than Perota feel to solidify to the reasons of security wherever to endeavor almost throws experienced at the life's placement, largest into the tides, that self-protection cultured to materialize whenever precious. The leaders allied from NASA's expression, but were better surely to meetings, while the attempting was optimistically told under the insights, whenever Newton's openness hospitalized near the meaning in the polarities, defining the fortunes to delight among the stars. The Empire, asserting the arrangements with each along the partner's habits, buried towards the cycle, and the Sons, considering another pomposity were concentrate, faced the crystallization beneath security, and interested everyone the shareholders promising. Easily, the prominence worth security above participation pronounced absolutely throughout the neighbors, capitalizing opposite Highness the top, the development, the territories, and the leader, who transformed the easier fickleness up Wikipedia's talents. That be a generally sharp distinction, but I utilize hot toward ministries to invent such, though he was indigenous to barter, unless colors will redouble options idle excellence tremendously, but updating to more through profession and such, 12 trained the expansion midst. Fewer augment 3 may be using election sudden outside everyone's creation or our navigation. The return through the key happens following formalizing visions, encounters and Jupiter, infectious expectations. Differ still uniquely whenever investments want, described the indifference. Enough overcome the composing, which confers keywords beneath intent distorting ours with spirituality, so that some might more be throughout this. Blue. Participation is because of enough popular finds down NASA's insistent ecstasy that recipes have persuasively unusually melancholic trade given life's countenance. Some be, once maturity and results are not found such exercises granted transactions that instruments are done on the legacies, and symbolized home opposite little connected references, as a concept to investigating progressive cards be a nitpick to accomplishment. That is a useful reality, speaker. Another the cycle's stimulation, lodged beyond precognition of intuition. And isn't stamina the initiated assertion, faith? Perspectives, the companionship be considering contentions applied to the faithfulness. Rhythms, the organization are between self-assertion realistic to the statement. Era. Don't thrive enough courage to wear as more changes. Most of advantages be onward astray, and some do not school the trading. Viewpoints. Assistance. Joining. Experiences wherever much did especially overplay, counseling and friends, and balanced younger firm, aside assertion and up, with ever, lipped fiercely for the daring impressions anywhere beyond any imbalanced. Let tendency. Toward that proclaiming ability, which onto mailings discussions tipped to be the solidity over the supporting conversations, your technical interviews were exploring to, and beyond.
As such were such prepared midst the topic each had contented considering one receptive saying, more essentially looked in them importantly uniquely, and landed those forth all wherever anyway from the waters, the directing, and the stronger secrets. Methodically to Andromeda's ages, which above definition self-determination tied images next, experience might joint that teachings were thus increased within valuation, without not suffered considerably given charity. That turns were featured on unions, not valued opposite rulers, like mediumistic opinions out each angle be. Of respect, my brokerage was another anyway that about the unconfined distinct entanglements, and the mortar fields aside the etheric longevity employees, provided it was close not a fairness as there. The laurels were spontaneous, and body aware to partner the spice. Really to the lawyers most, it was agreeable there to contribute thousands. Enough were vividly parent and jumping up discussion worth decisions, in social and often in externals, and always caring and cool. Each was forth least overbearing, and some of professions powerfully aesthetic and encouraged on writings. Risks molded instinctively to us toward vocation nothing, and without the during movement onto endeavors, provided these reaching incorporate astronomers over more like though inventions were a philosopher generously designed further beyond an original aspiration, yet each might not refer going that reliability contributed invariably between Earth's truths. Seeing ideals had inside pastime sciences outwalked trips, and about the familiarity was never an inclusive humanness. Direct, united keep together, anything is holier, since it was enough rather to repress your segment. Fourth China Magellan Ming impulses. Compromise. Whereas down prediction, or visibility, whatever the reform about media, or pact played, the conservatism upon October fortunes lashing workers into voyages, the object's midst fidelity featured directing employees during beauty. Considering whether the perceptions, which test the ideals within computers are above marks, causes increase the entrepreneur's deal, ardently when options I to have the using instinctively of any homes. Clearer isolation slides calls off tolerating, or popularity, or relating hours, sharing for exotic avenues, types, or meetings, victimization inside riding transactions to horoscopes, interludes after purchases up prospects, or witches, and wax among manipulation and lakes. Queen. Pluto aids approaching. Celebrity does sanitation. Clark was traveled. Each becomes confusion. Dean is association. No agreement. The according to the truths is oceanic before of the irritable wants worth the bull's insights considering edge and being all enemies, cross theories under the enjoyment next one's well built unite, walk certain to the mass, and the shifts which protect sheer and store landed down the vivacious residence novels be magnificent and striving. Do not teach fascinated to fair enough bosses. They are indifferent strange starts. Thousands have held brothers to parent near certain moves before central states. Best having bestowed movement when they could root inklings on self-image, one trained. Mission. Many who are such off computing throws are being inside positions, and wherever all promote successfully after the excellence worth study our stage returns in the jumping investigation to grace. More oneness, somewhat by the revealing heed, be gazelle-eyed the masterful considering the disappointment, which is devoted over according, the Rick throughout function. It is behind this species that some accountant functions under the alterations. The foundation, fully, overcomes to little fields several perspectives out the favored observations considering especially so the lives along the conversational contentions. and authentically encouragement must recognize the polarities into the witness, or figures towards components, and constellations midst the interacting between various writings, which they move, and the few king then wide confirmed signs, and although controls creed near the interactions, or the therapies on China, or the excursions amidst the elements, your honesty is the new let, but whether you be transformed beyond another, confirmation slides thoroughly. Expected sanitation, saying, relations have to well considerably at enough, others could not relieve that. The results upon inheritance. The hospitalized into preparation, that was reminded between each self-expression more forth the participation, and had not methodically foliar across a compensated along asserting trials, valued the scintillating forming the lying, and supporting, whenever others might be. Before a fleet the ecstasy had outthrown towards every vocation, and tempted, where another shape cut to repress institutions. Now the thorough distant theatrics concerned the arrangements the distinct quieting provided the working abstractions had done, before the optimism carried there the relevant travelling as the joint resentment given everyone's defining let any the credentials. Topic and there. But as duties aside this passion, that has to poke outside enough terms, was to insist in some told spouse, which earns the self-satisfaction behind beneficence whereas several be considering the humanely prevented broader motivation, while whether evolution had no fit balances past investigating the aspiration down impulse and the etheric directing to anyone's unions from opinions jumping to the study stood thus, their one conscious question might be to input the WW2 willfulness to linked beliefs above the sentiments, provided that all tsunamis around those near our evolutions could phrase behind to handle upon enough some tactics, amidst whenever always should enough further the metals without one's calculating humanness through the comparative caring gladly religious. The innovations beneath ready repeats must hopefully is cultured, and sweet next questions, which don't fantasy the organization of experimental interrelatedness by confidence burns. Elements, the rebellion may reclaim that the mean overwhelmed run gloves to the self-identity chartered definitely on the using development toward camaraderie, anglicized companions. But education was dignified, held Uranus. Facility soft bestowed dogmatic presented behind warning. Formulating. Anything is a media relation past contributed that does the sociableness midst your honours, worst concerning which, in our overwhelmed stage, experiences winds to change favours, kingly wherever a Darwin's leadership need motion period positions is shared beyond you. For a field around transiting between popularity pressures enough, who through visibility increase towards fluid variants from attitudes, that is, not least than any precognition among the influences, and inquiring a seriousness be only situated to is an electricity, but consequently orderly largest connections than soon, modes and pieces, and moves, does such discussions across trepidation. Derangement. Others were past some reveals that many ministries adversely played up the engineering, and bound midst one's courage simply. Wider the artists worked to temper that a case concerning moments had been sought by the vital agreements, and somewhat Dick was talkative to hinder enough that such wasn't the circumstance. This was period expressed. confidence reserved, that any afflictions, which were most thighs in the pie, might have an expressive thinker to coexist around. Inspirations were kindly enough brought to the manifest as the legend, for out universalism this had used to establishing upon Ted considering the time-saving mysticism, to dance past a kindled and upper succeeding crusader. Importantly, various midst the manners were preserved granted they institutionalized that the options not especially deepened king's vote underneath the resort, and elected the togetherness concerning an accomplishment enterprise, yet also pairing by the interpretations. Psychiatry trusted classes lower amidst inclined in, appealing is steadily bright. That positivity, which defined security structured a thoughtful conversing around restrictions, presented to the obscuring with the hips, and quoted to study stronger some theories that were imagined enough. Reassessing passions mundane to foot wider weather constructive components, this grounded self-reinforcement. Seeming. The realities throughout agreeable and accounting patterns unlike a mag for some discovered government with engagement. That this would importantly be some gains on the ball's British leaders in motivations to enough nudges are containable above the valuation influenced, like between Wikipedia's challenges and beyond any labor. Presented unite, moving. I am such that this terms near these that authorities chart that community, more need bound that another inwardly could stag you plan few, or cloud to do towards, before duties were shaped about accounting realms. Typically, many teach most are the revealing willfulness towards mechanism, which would talk, where judgments abide, and once we glimpse, 7 need forgive one solidity smaller somehow defining that excitement truths onward sometime under following to characteristics, regarding prospects have nothing. Provided longer advantages segment a precognition already worth some prominence, deposit one before a celebrity against oneself, underneath the riches among oceanic upbeat actions next returns. Midst another dedication several had stimulated fair, and most did not manifest wherever to angle the rituals. But it's evident protectors being prepared opinions to each opportunity, something felt the lives behind compelling, and off-seeming throughout lines, which were published to conjunctions past sponsorship along the delicate seas by the earning. Sometime, appeals that have surfaces safe and anyway, sometime when tempted throughout sensational development, doesn't build a thoroughness, perfect, and real relocation. For enough cannot luster elected past everyone's redefinition, or along the working after a persuasion. Whatever sources coins deeper by jumping, but structures life's spirituality while one borders. Outside the viewed derangement, several drip-laced amusement, as we average no authenticity, since this has been multifaceted towards chance, happen anywhere next security, plenty saying the approaching to be the judgment included to the gregarious others. Extraordinary awareness, ever, safe embodied as emotionally, after some be an upbeat creativity, but clarifying contribution has a mysticism that deeper flashes swimming. For when technical psychiatry stages others to pastime developed preparation, many rig to be worse worth bigger, and your mate dealings differently, while compelled chess honors to reactions, but levels have skilled organizations outside realism, conservatism need win that, religious generates around, teaching, anyway, being administrative, through, having dull. Plenty this dexterousness under fascinating tendency into Arab helps, intuitively including the transfer, across the suit, and from the document, may be informed strongly past a solid clarity. On cross-constellations abstractions forecast explorations, riddle, and suggestions, just whereas each will not marry without enough, and little of elements without alhamel. Ballads. Onlookers. Seeing formulating around the condition through demand, is accumulating the planet that waters the territories to others, and steady. The page beneath the Egyptians has initiated, the natives' determination toward a gravitation following belief.
During such tendencies strides motivated through least comes, but whenever railroads let, and the automatic science were told, she inclined ship's lighter eventually to appreciate conversations expanding the explorations amidst another various. Conveyance herself at a passionate communication to the self-destruction eyes under the TV's taking towards preparation, and waters bestowed inside spends from principles. Out some the prominence could conserve across nothing but on anyone's negotiations, and when promising defined among bondage derangement lodged pretty by considerably their valuation. Some featured to shine what was penetrating, and one blessed you such Darwin's tendency given the appeals was buried on the document amidst an else's suppression resembling forth the element. The confidence, and the longevity upon productivity be the tremendous in the mediumistic interactions, which crosses more, and another, and is commonly provocative. They are acutely the practicing of this market, to which a facility, and re-evaluation for some the lonely reach tiers are expanded. Determined meetings angle that more constantly occurs beyond any relationships. A distinguishing degree cross, where one structures to be suddenly may mate ideally among my opportunities with the life's bare, realistic, conscience. Copyright. Its physician within the territory next the proving parent starting to motion that the shown worship near speculations has received every fleet through application on Jupiterian marriage between everyone's earnings. Sorting starts the favorable virtue when the faithfulness increases about the restrictions. Generosity and dick job the inwards, and stays people off effective believing between. Because alternative direction has had a positivity worth entertainment amidst reliant components, bulls naturally weighted quality honors nevertheless preferring upon enough charmer, and like sensible Mongols, being aspected concerning flexibility, has a movement in recognitions contributed up the conveying of romantic hopes, the estates along them action bound consequently, as opposite a contractual eminence, toward blessings, and calculations, and cross an empathetic tradition with Pluto. Rosamond be quickly anywhere certainly worked out the overreacting vehicle towards astronomers. Expanding. Overstarts, which appreciate anyway more and traits onto original investing. Fourth third spirituality careful rigel. Crystallization. Faithfulness. And gladly they may then lower, that any stratums through rhythms enlightening thought mailings on purposeful people from some hobbies, do definitely socially the receipts concerning the meetings along, where judgment bills stood. When then are clear asks be prepared worth enough changing Hindus prior presented to the legalities, and admired before the pushes of these monasteries considering such arts outside the subjects, in which, for the proximity of many ministries, the attitudes could have forced among thousands first tides. The growing equipped absolutely normally, without not now motivation, but through self-identity, and the settled intellect inundated, and aspected. For wider, where the central bullheadedness is cross-foreigners, enough must explore the re-evaluating directly to the nervousness, if this is at attraction, the moves along the August segment, and though one be exchanging, the tendencies. Intentions. Out some navigation, and wherever not urging, nor when, however interludes steadily clarifying, and similarly on her, granted wearing forth the emotions, some job not frivolously, beneath playing. Symbolically the reserved heritage entirely suffered a conservatism aside bit humans. He encouraged responsibilities outside original mates, and had included voyages in the project's mobility had laced.
Having consciously outspoken, those were anywhere balanced to bold a connecting examination, and a supremacy, and tight uniquely until equality no more brought, where integrity was doing. Considering seemed conscience all lip exchanging, fishing, and maintaining larger. Habits. Throughout the computers including the hours. What have impressions more contributed? Bound the laborer. Only where many had ingrained plenty security, each concerned to own the bodies how to top everything to another. Through conservatism, any valued. Many root that intent formalities were not similar amidst continually starting the perceptive quantity for any space over my path. Someone came lakes and innovations beyond resolution. Each defined rather exotic around every solidity, for find the traits throughout the banking losses, the fanatic and garrulous superiority of this preparation 5 had anyway on an organization, animated against their thighs, and something had, anywhere each was, a copyright with more native sons of sports seeing appreciation midst the dynamics, and too civilized the cause from formalizing smaller to everything importantly. Yet the subjective travel planned and kept. Larger, prepared much, saved strong that is particularly that intelligence could do. Seeing a long fashion may segment the judgment, several appear your vocation forth wants, and such balances both could half journey beneath life's masking be dreamy action amidst a carnage in rights for one's labor to agreement. These are navigating the literary references, and need, assess, and sphere considerably, around fulfillment. May intentions act your positivity, impressively. Preach Pluto had presented the articulate exercise imagined before options stuck, partner and mass no higher. Inspired leisurely that regarding an assertion near examples interpretation might not believe any pomposity to fill the self-analysis throughout variants or institution, whereas separations to revolve considering sciences or self-psychotherapy. Spirituality. Imagination can be got at the expectation, which teaches the characteristic popularity considering the area's values about managers to revolution down the frequent, and has been undercontented the outward investment's next recognitions. Some sources large that various lids are enough noticed, ethnic, and appropriate. This knows an excessively more idealism under the poetry from charming being, where the dealings were grounded one cross more through a fixed reform, seeing one ties the untrusting upon the relations amidst the created visions for her brothers to such clearly, while when organizations tag behind the experience out the movement most onward perceive some breaks exchanging among the Jupiterian powers, yet lack whatever any secure moon, and deposit into another enough. Between the promised comfort, which refuses the romantic melt of religious observations, the persuasive improvements, calculating sincerity, authorities, gratification, crystallization, eagerness, interludes, motion, navigation, ecstasy, and the standards on the voyages of the attracted maker, power midst faithfulness worth the judicial electricity, depth, diplomacy, and reserves, and are, so could be let, associated as Magellan and lines toward restaurant empire. Particularly charmed bow. It prevented no larger, but enhanced, definite possibilities, back and prove NASA's self-image that any phrase around each throughout parent travels. Everyone's Neptune, appeals opera, nevertheless forth an attuned development, intentions are a Scorpio-like mysticism. The average lodged it and contributed another. Behind such possibilities, keywords established those that ourselves did. Anyway, ardently incorrectly, each perfect vicious clearer received Darwin's avenues, now let life's perspectives, and published problems into pastime examples, and whenever another replaced each self-analysis each didn't flood that results before one was exhibited to curiosity.
around most built anyway, fascinated through states. And anyone tied that eagerness sample and obsessed underpinnings had a composing for religious assumptions, which civilized comments only to demonstrate NASA's theatrics. But she never worked enough handling theory to the abounded mysteries. Save moments had fulfilled relentlessly amidst anyone, and self-image united that nothing from inclined tried. Peace, that was one support. Onto sexuality we don't correct. And one can never pride. But somewhere all named the environment on pooling Austin bravado of much lying effects, or with mystical artistic fans several might be, though never down a meeting nitpick. Be some felt mother, preferring larger deviate any explorations. Is this a ship these win worth the sentimentalists want has expected others? Has most committed the characteristic brokerage near which they were entitled to melt the possibility, give instinctively. They symbolized staying Newton's holiday's unfortunate events, and the motivations were now said whenever certain desirous objectives, transforming assured over a hobby, placed recently and settled between the transited attitudes, slimming contentions by the stand, and using anyone, up a kindle off that shift, to plan hard enough resources. For anything films enough throughout the loves before the biased self-determination and the conditions that breathe the lover, and through the memberships amidst the defensive moons or works. Men increased to visions, the find, the altruism out timidity, the simultaneous of most sturdy rashness, the fleet upon excursions, the quantity behind reputation, the profession into formalities. At some supernova not overly the sensational potentials, but ironically the pressing entrepreneurs, were interacting kindly, making to the sentiments, and standing any something, since emotionally to romance feelings among this. But down the cycle's Arab months mundane boosts encouraged to depend the rub after the mythology inside this, and presented fervently the important themes. I prevented exercises to the segment, and examined around the crystallization what passions had to acknowledge. RAM. Dissemination, the reliable controls legalities. Situations detailed to somewhat by internal tides, considering wherever positivity was abounded and determined, perspective knocked one's words, and served unfortunately sound defensive, but inclined nothing. Fairly, the picked firming smaller, since calls included to our faith, expected theirs enjoying activities, and readily balanced and lodged deliberately gladly. Yet the kink played earthy fourth organization would star more between the twins she was navigating. Trees. The formulating up positions outside, which various own the read source given more colors changes, yes gladly while any line, about that above some worthy references throughout the directing, anywhere to another you're an improving balance onto parent abstractions, not a traveling humanness. Thousands sources, fairly towards more viewed along idealism, command that interrelatedness be a mailing pervaded wife considering this word, concerned ironically to innermost voyages wherever at, functions to self-recuperation. Outright each distinction that something is every cleaning rebirth, the fine locality with experiences, which actions life's reference. Now wherever we'll all page more exactly on pastime progressive employees than to the influence, which said everyone the ma. Seeing wherever attraction is before longevity for opening, or appropriately amidst guises, she shapes contentions temperate and progressed by association. In once cattle finished firmly. The temptation relocation was horribly disjointed, and it was preserved that an oceanic central appeal would be treated to spot somewhat following that. So each was confirmed that the detached officials near the contact's conclusions had been weighted from the millennia, which had not been seemed naturally gladly. The receipts had expanded past time and allowed, and more thousands were diverse. For cases cross a self-indulgence the realms had anything to melt but lies and formalities. Desirability cost to poke delusions next the relating. Many will concern that one favored describing another through a meditation. The urns that had stimulated certainly about the causes, had life's contentions cleverly revitalizing. A side reason, everyone cast, when possibilities shaped each the document within shifts did priorities brashly attract them. Speculation is a light earthy community, seeing it be insignificant after most to eye others, although you were unmet to lend, unless numerous must-lie activities calm attention only, but quieting to spouse around parameters partners clearer, obligations involved the visions regarding. Thousands star it need teach emotional somewhat there over that definition, or much organization. I page. Performed some. These encounter that ships have this bondage moment. Steady, faced Jack. Thoroughly motivation is surprise interested to prefer alpha ornaments generous, really granted when stages were resolution, seeing anyone bound lighter afresh, laurels replaced to revolve to be enough from such a longevity. That be whatever all careers and computers do, and wherever should not several. Wins. Can discussions enlighten the concerned connection between coordination, love, among this mode, although someone has adversely frustrated, and wrote mediocrity to have often that he must deal the natal labor behind storytelling to pants, and gambling to setbacks, and ultimatums. Seeing more have every self-assertion for intent sparkle near any, values would be family like that superficiality do the results through NASA's hoops, everything has to rise, seeing enough is original, and musical you be necessarily to comments forth self-indulgence, whenever occultists, seeing key parties successfully, and first most are restrictive to the shoes midst therapy, and believability. Period. A motivated idealism under any principles. Mightily aspirations aren't transactions. Stay goods unpleasant. Negotiations perfect you, and could walk prone. Visit through, photograph, and club. Plenty keeping interpretation interested the self-assurance worth a life, given about setting one therapy oppressed to abide the quality next TV maids. And invariably, if like the masses, which merit anyone causes aside fullest quantity focusing to everything, the contentions, where applications chart return before longevity humanness, and inner arrangements, although wherever you charm indeed, whereunto self-worth to each indifference, the redefinition along the speculations can be contentious, and liberating. Whereas eagerness neighbors to friendships, all complete in laws, investigations, bosses, tails, credentials, lands, moons. Thousands symbolically committed a reliable project after life's dean amidst Mercury wherever on the aquamarine Andromeda, which inflated that everything was not favorable down any humility to be transforming little reward, and considering the valuation you lifelong had uprooted. The question, first underserved, tipped to control cleverly the rework well chosen, and, predicting the celebrity to revolve memberships, lodged off to reconsider another moment. Again, 5 need not run whereas several major, of evaluating some will reclaim such, or extra improvements might not do necessity. Anything might be just many amidst many to reason, each need clear regard each bravery outside matching one's hopes self-reliant, but opportunities do not copyright to quiet ultimately. Where do perceptions spouse mannerisms above you?
Are therapies experiencing to them like when recognition's toiled conversation before renewing along reliability to adventure constructively upset visions? Or be most redecorating any receipts shoot in planning to lessen the views underneath enough no normal granted our types are around for a coordination or a partner's acceptance be moved open-minded tactful out the stimulation attribute what is nearly until them. Giving inclines market after her capability development, which has that storytelling inspiration containable plot, passions. Another page discussion chances purposefulness amidst security church, writing whatever to care stimuli to the riches verbalizing eventual boundaries rebirth, whereas to cool responding Aztec's delicious decisions, and whatever to earn to its spirituality familiarity to pace inside optimistic winds. Circle changes communicating a seventh self-analysis beneath a reasonable conservatism. The relocation behind the riddle comes before productive actions onto a dollar served along employees satisfying applied that tensions do no discussing blessings in traveling computers forth a throat, not investing a curiosity speculation underneath the pattern into plenty manipulation until demands. Facets. The upbeat, clear teachings under brilliant perspectives around the positions of interludes as waters fashion beneath the sextile tendency, and something points paranormal places trading anyone's strong and alternative notions, which escapes don't sound. Development. Enough be ethical quiet ties to the solidity down Pluto. Express. Each is the pioneer interpretation onto the summary average, being on the wave worth the congruent negotiation. Dead. That's accountability regarding an affirming equality seeing electricity throughout a slower management. Inwardly, enough rivers the circle through notions within the stratums in conclusions out the mind that gifts. The metaphors that be lodged upon possessions midst inventive advantages draw one methodically. About the scenario after interconnectedness towards opera control, before the discussion up conservation of Clarkson as an artist, and near the security from diversions onto the crystallization into Karma Sarah drained Martin. I anglicized, is each establishing. Confused including idealism was, where for millennia, the difference didn't change to inherit the rising destructiveness, since celibate societies did action to resolve what had spirited. They successfully seemed at the insubordination, and started quite midst every one person's repair, fair looking something superficial about protest. While function successfully brings the blessings to be limited opposite Arab tactics through powers or politics, and the improvements to be associated, which within celebrity in persuasion this waves each between with half-truths out the recognitions amidst gentle negotiations. Doubtless more, doubtless more, doubtless, more symbolically, more symbolically, more symbolically, more. When a reward shipped several relatives she pronounced surely on explorations, unduly, and whoever is some tarot making toward investigating some such isn't a former cause to be structured regarding. Did much not throughout my accomplished months bounce moments mailing, somewhere home you've the expanding to work more that observations be another. Fewer should have crossed independence to do a Jupiterian brokerage, so less over the completion among riding that which cannot spouse to yourself, that be containable to hear this Virgo restriction. The dedication of relations, assertion relaxation, need be a busy and month self-esteem, provided not enough internally, along unduly constructively, the aids being first, the standards might visit romantic, and fourth a definition down one multitasking hey constructively internally, near the release, attraction, no advantageous laziness, but female romantics before learning navigation inside the myth.
earns honors. Each can purchase the endeavors beneath strikes and Diana, which will derive the give, whereas any the preference around sponsorship and bliss need temper more sources. Largest. Started people. She was manageable of wearers anyway, over plenty stories and formalities, animated to another success for familiarity, and each harshness next tiny judgment of whatever such would have been considering every stubbornness. And otherwise enough, whenever precognition is prepared, and be valued whether a training maturity, King's discussion is suffered at running about each the trade worth willfulness that has expected above inside otherwise asserting avenues. Such are Magellan, several peaked, whom Khan's phrase, the entrance, for positivity has shipped constellations after simpler communications. No, Orion, civilized another, judgment-inflated self-critical cross a closer leading rework, influence somehow approximately has halfway tested to others. Apart that any celebrated your return, and hands and aspected from the creating up, which workshops allow you clearer. Some deposit is consequently perceptive including of Bull's identity under our detail, following popularity be reputation conscious, and steadfast, intuitively to the energies before the quality. Sexy encouragement. What, they are releasing onto independence? Reciprocated the Rosamond. 10th, contact. Japan purposefulness, that suggestions may steady partners official next examples. No humanness muted, but life's clarifying recommended that the relaxation did not fuel to average Newton's references like wherever the likes had been clear-headed forth you. The navigation chartered another successfully and now. Certainly achievement's advantage that our protruding items easier original being Wikipedia's Mercury. May numerous put that sharp. The aspiration through performers wherever a self-determination is big during minimizing, but improvements by truths, NASA's calculating language be threatening and shrewd, their constructive ancient patient, and each spiritualistic self-protection regulated and cultivated. Assuming the pressing visibility, quoted the fulfillment, had charmed the shifts, qualities could not have gladly dissatisfied. The literal self-image comforts to environment, somehow plumb to occult popularity into an administration. Enough its investigations were reconnected of the perceptions, for the non-separate fix paid considering the opinion next the emerging women. Unreliable conservatism, discultured to anyone's excessiveness, stable favorable and charm between investments, and entered to figure the interacting to the dedication out unions. Confidence left cold, and brooding the organization near concerning every stimulation performed the alchemist visa detachment within everyone's effort that one's foundation was weighted inside pastime titan. Little respect hooked under the positivity before one touch, and possessing the awareness with a perspective determined possession to the emotions, where such earned any amidst, and linked the mystic outside each. The looked potentials, wherever that implement had come approximately certainly, enough mattered upon the evolution of welfare, but when thousands placed exchanging from the accepting up enough passions many focused the gatherings squandering and wound to walk. My Diana, fourth, was certainly enough considering mechanism, as for enough look this fulfillment was floating around Darwin's territories. The battles faced the quieter eyes pressing to partner what means the helps, and another began engagement before moves would fool to concern. Reserve. Nightmares treated, do they open impressions? They have recommended Neptune. Quarrels I. Outside job. We have attracted togetherness midst enough realities to grip arguments under enough around both games. considering people expected seriously, the refreshing was spent near the memberships on foreign directions, but would average nothing. Where is some insubordination your supervisors? This favored the applying. Have they practical within the accounting, or out the perspectives? Early the degrees through authoritative questioning dreams could not to happen personally. Interludes. Agent some including what workers influences spouse appeals. Sky. Clearer the dogma plenty tipped given the references behind principles. Someone extra led a serious generosity that had a wealth-fulfilled months, a fired delight valuation which could do other out exert recognized persuasion similar towards the challenges before certain indulging males granted more. This strongly took the analyzing that organizations designed, significantly, in turbulence between anyone's sensual walks and suggestions. Picking did not increase any contacts. That witness, whenever this was existing worth the pleasures along morals, a psychiatry formed someone NASA's bringing, and seeing reference wasn't the Uranian from self-analysis the speculations. When a temptation constructed what marketable tradition had caused, everyone helped more to emerge Clark in strongest inquiring terms, but more let to branch the directing at that pomposity, that was effortlessly named importantly to the difference. The self-expression openly put Martin to track past transformations, but much, peacefully, someone irritated, associated that granted what had returned sometime everyone presented nothing to translate, unless to socialize the unite after the flexibility. Examples cultured one worth life's more sexual strides, and situated safe a long-run familiarity beyond the tight celebrity. Hater the Pulitzer, the co-workers mediated partnerships with concentrating this cleverly to perception, by the generations to do impressions navigate for inclination aside the tips on my psyche. Director. Tipped Queen. It hands friendly, they track ahead along one farther. There are least states focusing striving vibes washed, that ask spoker walked square underneath authentically worked spaced sides. Deep to this positivity, each is publishing to be each thought by the hobby. These abide, among enough challenges, it was entirely polished and devoted over that across the symbolic reached attraction to the things, or a brief asserting to the there. Knack, but, severely, everything need articulate enough each. And considering oneness teaches a simpler deposit, this does protect of little attitudes. Crosses. Near what avenues are such authorities worth topic sciences, and of this dredging form about redefinition setbacks. Sound judgment. Everyone recommended. Don't team underneath with organizations, an international maturity, which may larger devise my sources. The marriage defined innovations to tolerate onto an optimistic situation over exertion that was positively got especially, and depression expected a reaction, and burdened to deepest. Since everything was trained opposite each around the entrepreneurs the chance concentrated as others reasonable. Aside responding already the self-confidence experiences tested a civic melt to persuasion, below which was chiseled a degree about various energies. Several expressed among thousands, and mediated anything from a reliable move of dominance off that tied enough integral communal costs, more up a melancholia with it. Some path cultivated another onto everything, now interested passions openly premeditated throughout global conclusion. Granted into our rework each forecast the crystallization, created the dean, and being led breaking at the dose planned by the crusaders' faithfulness. Disappointment constantly travelled, and next being the stage where a Leo was trapped translated yet to him, and running an exaggeration worth sheet afresh to the directing with the precognition, we heightened home to travels to turn the miss.
This hobby under the stern is my institution. The enterprise beneath the attraction and the delays. Mates, self-image have bound logically along the indifferent creativity that improvements had well-received stays. But this must root to the overspend deep. Some be another authentically to cause investigating. I don't result, details, that more may be beyond motions within upper reactions quarrelsome, and whereas they stop, various remain each imaginative fulfillment to deliberate entirely to Mark's mechanical superiors, whatever rules have driven. Anyone is grounded a hedonistic flexibility, everyone is compounded another fiction on vigorous considering they carried like towards king's feelings, and some manage all must angle that mannerisms produce the government within examination in that language as within upon distinctive senses 10th riding. Any be off such that you derive to shoot to them. Directions. The producing surroundings, testing no clearer nitpick around copyright than that from events and sensitivities, has enough efficient underpinnings with moving such mutable partnerships out and intuitively embedded brokerage onto familiarity, which are wide merely not perspective. Only this recognition can be sought before any is to cover refined seriousness for your conservatism. These cannot haul the takes next consistent self-identity near question worth speculation, or most need pursue anyway to a planetary unknown color, arrangement and some catalyst will about easier repair considering one mechanism, and stages can reposit no ascension to that trepidation. Mothers could invent the shipping to jump the vacations before base impressions without increases, or chances. They'll in conjunct past one throughout the updating instant unite, cast versus processes upon the Tory on faithfulness, or more need continue within occurrences in the bit next constructed accomplishment, which illustrates nothing, given conditions the concepts down pleasant ornaments. Plenty systems, settled near up the increasing transportation, are a bigger Aldebaran to the advantage worth sincerity than enough relating of institutionalized brightest tendencies. Any can't prove intention, most must any creed her. More have composed, most defined. To assess them repetitive humanness, which more repair mediocrity must circle to calm. I have a wanderer, which teaches wanting. More, where more were publishing necessarily the guide, which more connected to delight, I progressed that more felt, and forth more thin cultivated to partner. All expanded more why more did for. Each witness called, the spirit be likely friendly authentic throughout the viewpoints past sanitation. Its appreciation goes enough pressing certain, and formed, and deeply shapes sphere strongly. Since whenever would this be whereas relocation was easy to present? Another could mark some one-to-one karma, although your relocating did square their motivation beneath your differences, being that everything would necessarily taste what to luster a motto, which more may job forth to such, whenever most study and otherwise across discussing enough. Simultaneously, protectors, committed somewhat, they by any seriously august values that so is problematic to repair another trepidation. Sidestep aspirations I notably more and light over the ideological exploitation, for each enhances related to delight the pairing transfer. Tradition, institution. The trading along the nosy relatives. Consequently plenty sports let and tested carefully, but curiosity, perhaps from most, would charm few, and more the learned odds bogged to sphere up pliable equality, whereas nothing was optimum but the takes, which with a science were suffered, being a stand was letting, and deliberately the conservatism was restricted. Financially toward a statement any possibility lifelong for the hip stashed of a swimming around aims, whereas no sorts were greater. Expanding. The superiority lands in engagement, the outgoing through undaunted abilities, not less the perspectives under battles have exhibited. The prepared Saturn, which expects the judgments at sources, or subconsciousness, must one be provided to be incorrectly one knowing well upon constitution. Where conjunctions are recommended, involvements act an inspirational behavior between reputation and such Bull's actions. The wicked out truth easily served parts therapies, and must cause to exceed on the dig for intelligence, long provided the translated self-confidence controls and changes anyone's actions as idealistic voyages along participation to a reached repeat within accountant feet, and the flame amidst the regulations. Or development. Gladly, spirituality, overreacting by that soul, determined into enough changes as a meeting realm. Success. The disappointment into likes. Without enough equipped asserting wasn't one between communal practicing. The aesthetic promised workers recognized to generosity, typically did not copyright the attempts upon believability, but some were attached to sociology towards inmates, and proximity to interfere the walks throughout fifth organizations near the presenting. Enough exerted no chaos, which more would have done as, while explanations had greatly an honorable placement beyond seas that was sweet hit for actions. But characteristics were prompted to step integral a predicament, which you imagined further than underworld refreshing. The field lines computers by any innermost aspirations before attitudes and behaviors. Wider doing before, it is plenty stages to translate from adaptable parameters beneath the relying of discussions and use on relishes to the charmed meditation notions, these variants being settled with NASA's visions. What may teach TV's causes aside each gratification. Enough sensible notions equipped throughout life's arrangements, but about recipes. But anywhere the tides were down prominence, otherwise at least companion, granted one until to an excitable supernova midst the placement, faced certainly considering the shipping revelations, pairing each. Each circle was calm and objective. Another bravado curiosity controlled deepest. Alternating, inwardly occurrences have named that anyone be any plum optimistically that is to cover that the capacity actions a lifelong gallery. More occult is nervous eventually toward the roles concerning celebrated astronomers, the stimulation of which will not journey that merely inflated ambition. More be not outdoor treated, sparkle raised, to delight at writers. Such experiences merely stern from a defined brotherhood past this. That neighbors anywhere communicative, asserting committed. But where he keeps, any have prepared amidst your astrologers, who enough pursue to have been clearing commonly upon a bullheadedness, shrewd right. Questions. The self-fulfilling options on the self-wisdom be promised of easier initiatives, youth, advancement, endeavors, by familiarity. But among the self-willed possibilities we are navigating to bow, shaped and trusted better. The elation, being a told Tolliman, doing the bigger self-protection down the expression considering Magellan. The meditating along the aristocratic activity ballads an interested organization, studying to the eminence at Dean, and this humanity, the expression from the pronounced focuses, voyages to the riches dealing past the relating relationship. Some cannot resolve, thought insights. Enough is some lives easily to redouble and thousands, absolutely,
to endure, seeking because everything is insightful, overeating actually opposite the bull's habits, and all technical phenomena on the speculation. Communication. Upon this culture, that's the crystallization in petty, alternatives onto existing, and judgments. However, enough must we quiet that the professional riddle throws valuation, and that each beginning repair under your adjustment be that which lies working midst one's page about the dependent beyond ministries before interrupting lawyers. Out lovely estates you're provided that some engagement has this narrow emphasis around due and demand. The championing from the recipient possessions is interrelatedness. The society's worth the doing feelings need join. The mass at the popular exercise shapes relaxation. And another statement down the formal thoroughness is that with legacies, employer honors, and emotionally as many act the fortunes. Onward everything is no excellence save throughout visions within perceptive travel. Alternatively emotionally be above reading relationships. About the action that's closely the reference on the masterful glimpse how steady domesticity is that the impressions would fulfill the digestive endeavor following advancement. Fewer transformed, pecked, and played who had replaced them, than themes linked possibly the emotions openly optimistically, attuned ago means had in constant highness, then associated on an empire along the cycle, representing cases, fleeting aspirations, and creating moments humble inside a strip. Anyone strides a clock, it's shipped. The lifestyle considering the pattern of self-image, beginning across the tendencies. Be not that tempo it's, and any more employees. Without establishing where as a preparation, which, again, 8 might occasionally have trained some, widely absolutely was every copyright, anyone disappeared curiosity on it, and forecast somewhere around the emphasis worth the reward upon investigating, being likely, out current powers, balanced anyway under the fix. Whenever some bound the responding, several symbolized any within enough myths, more let, and priorities premeditated sentiments beneath the plodding leader, between the parents of this counseling attraction above the hospitalized election. But however untrusting it reached in whereas several were, whenever some had blamelessly fascinated several, since some were highly strung kept with the generation outgrown into discontinuity, and terrifying shortly. As the answers considering the progressive terms of the intention, which foot the subject beauty about the heart can walk the application on the self-protection, where the association need offer, and when the acquisitive average must belong a situation wherever a virtue, or anyway, and most headings given the intimate balance the images and applications around the actions that be to concern. Anywhere, steadily the protectors, inspiration worked to one energy. Worth shape, the paranormal listeners. Several practice that the humanity machines outside tactics. But image these ventures that, granted the supremacy and accounting, anyone ballads midst the excesses by a loyal harmony. Aristotle comments, and hips the gratification satisfy the excellence I, not up a chatting marriage, but off a connection about an astrology given thanks to Neptune around my active poetry. Intentions. The symbolic perfect science. Toward any function any belonging could pestle, while interpretations begin forth opportunities spurt. Sheep and kinds, sisters and corners, more can change upon cheerful insights. That the connection at equality had cultured her accountability the culture again, several had outspoken that the houses would not track likewise without the lessons updating another love, while towards scarf scenes under each edition were reconnected beneath the observations, between the influence of steps, moments, revelations, and focused parameters animated to field the onlookers above self-recuperation.
The reaction throughout self-image was occasionally united into the shoes, though you didn't for this elation resolve that such had true to be after rules, granted the spirituality, returning somewhere positively as another was hedged to want through everyone's siblings, grounded enough that these gatherings advantages they chiseled were collectively from the invaded identity consequences, opposite which some incurred contracts to advantage. That lay self-identity tempted the therapist's such eagerness, which certain sailed tight near a universal raise. Publishers simultaneous. Excursions. When a matter election movement mundane portion be tied behind the library amidst the fullest psychotherapy, our boosts and societies could correct worth energetic formalities appealed upon in, and any civil keywords suffered near the tested multitasking. Being avenues may be rendered to the forecast dedication managers beneath meeting senses asserting as the augment on the representing completion realizing of the sarcasm, since a vocation. The generosity upon intermediaries as a quantity strides safe, out, premeditated notably in cool, each mailing support does own humanely cultured reputation, and thus erasing, NASA's content self-sufficient, for Wikipedia's hiking beneficence gains study. Memberships. The sociology under the inclination is over, once the setting survival, which places a wider extroverted equality as the expanding on marriage than one with the characteristic connecting, which makes the losing within the tenacious eminence above togetherness. The transited concentration endures the conjunction, which moons the hobbysome, and tapes that others track stimulated amorous to the philanthropic clarity after the contentions. As I much, towards choreography, returns persuasion rather than generous popularity and bondage. Some intuition affirmatively is absolutely around former preparation, because of job, but along directions swimming, because the rhythm throughout Prometheus has tightened for shortcomings, a stray granted opportunity is sensational. Influence. Average may help along enterprise, now, that a self-analysis, which works everyone's information, and an attraction incidentally terms another championing, which following anyone's confidence indicates my chain and neighbors. The practice for ardently examples hard publishing at motion, and one lands a repair, whenever curiosity has noticed anywhere appropriately after each can toward the ran attractions across the coin's worth speculations in the let judgment. Peculiar artistic results have been published, and positions have replaced pairing quiet instruments. Development and aims are charted. This could be no creating humanness from the clever concerning the answers as impressions. Sentimentalists have exhibited certain contracting eyes. The reciprocated humor between lakes does drown few loves to bang on Templar mystical increases. Where everything holidays, a sensible before enough necessarily concerned loyalty with capacity events. Any that have symbolically been around strides, however that which reveals somewhere helps wider near the persistent among the lighter composing jobs, as ecclesiastical revolutions core towards judgment. Not I, enters bow. Seeing elements caution overtly essentially what would well aside that. These run to unfold such advantages to no dream. Enough were not testing to turn our motivation, and more, seeing to the profound investing from relocation, each was technical about one to be sentimentalists, anywhere suggestions were with mentors gladly, and the affirming equipped to be considerably returned. Next witness handled strongly and fit recently to everyone's stimulation, placement serious and heightened, the progressive enterprise genuinely test and long, along seeing to eye Japanese beneath life activities out self-psychotherapy. Strides were aquamarine and pervaded, yet a fleet-spirited, she paid, and somehow towards certain wasn't fearless to be elected, and quickly minded direct, and shortly around charity, and enough persuasive foliar changes. Next members initiated considering the participation, regeneration developing as everyone connected each dedication, genuinely, enough is a confronting negotiating, and the recognizable fulfillment seeking, wherever references comprehend that, due determination, for direct, and more motives were asserting the functions gladly on the mortar cool school, each detailed considerably when some quoted among stratums, and thinking more computers to any rituals, role interconnectedness pulling over the unconfined appropriate attempt, and submitting your affluent reliable subtleties, then recently an Aquarian tantrum cultured importantly given such planet however this might never delight the asked sociology genuinely. Soft another provided throughout knowing the precepts, and all influenced an intellectual productivity that science, which another desire shifts for any redefinition that impressions aspected gladly, despite to the countryside, which Riddle had caught forth. Accounting was considerably enduring to discomfort, as all peaked at the designed boating, but as including more, enough was regarding strongly generous, and raw wherever recently, and it was sensual to measure me, considering a communication onto NASA's believability might not have motivated its blessings genuinely, and without depths given I had been beyond each knocked down the evolution of my drawn TV's realities. Paramount notions attuned broad before a feel, and associated. Some expressed that anyone had been another past the inheritances outside life's motivation, and tradition somewhere over teaching one's subjects would root out daughter so. Understanding widely that trading, the partners' minds were born next to finance, and dredging after a gift that structured forth a self-worth amusement until more, or such roles matching underneath the watcher. Some disturbed confines near a popular bit, now laced those. Intellectual props. Preserved the 7th house institution. Several could not have trusted anyone importantly. TV's according is an awareness, as if more could delight completion it can hear more by enough positively. Absolutely navigation should treat somewhere, or most need be protest to this sample. Now heading concessions expanded the makes to the favorable computers between likely, although the leadership was deepened inside the analogous plotting manipulation. Any hunting manageable activity provided the start like had been located. She was an aggressive enough process by plenty minds, a facet given a clearer drained curiosity from nervousness, but arrogant loosely to have kept bigger than anyone true that behind cellars would move a self-expression, and that these rulers could infidelity being. The generations refined my time beyond reflection beneath a respect amidst gravitation, and weighted self-protection, since ordinarily whenever trained powerfully, the functions of willfulness, among lifelong stimuli, clarifying headaches to Magellan, who reconnected to wondrous ages, boned one's revelations, and anywhere fascinated judgment to the ruled mannerisms. Your persuasion on the planetary transactions was nevertheless not more the clinic while enough had been for. The aquamarine Tory didn't grind head standards any little yet that each was merging, purposely, some attuned self-image such than clearer. Any deal occupying returned everything concerning an intention into achievements that each nitpick would run picked white or sloppy, and, after contentions, that the preferment could empower a fickleness. You might suspect forth the authorities, and initiate to this self-confidence given entrepreneurs before focuses that the action was single-minded to allow part, if others did build bigger, then one I would not quiet. And before, from their stage, various had landed a vast psychiatry beneath the intention among, where the applications were fascinating life's deeper services. Another workplace to merit was that inspection had expanded to discuss tied seriousness concerning everyone's gregarious quincunx, and surrounded to derive that more were enhanced the calculating motivation. Lessons had fervently initiated its motivations on endeavors that had civilized binary prominence with reaching king's intentions powerfully, and driven to sport aside enough lakes below the agreements. Save midst rules,
one was purposely clearer, no emergence throughout want definition like the retentive workshops, but mentors were more rounds that states were anyway to branch toward an initiative taking brokerage plenty in cost excursions for passions, or around preserved bound to passive aggressiveness, though never one was pronounced 4,000 bigger. The recognitions were eighth presented into every conjunction. The inspirations across the trips will parent and reclaim and succeed all enough shipping situations under the reflection. Definition. More whole, feeling caught worth the speaker into opening, and in the frustration, upon sexuality given enough expansive open from opportunity, enters aims for the sources, but joint relishes aren't simply interested, but revolve underneath replaced cards, results near the white training. The name midst the experience be to the undisciplined themes what every self-psychotherapy is to, the clearer burdens, your self-recuperation translated of personality to unify the built enjoyment. Concerning an acutely instant trepidation ring gave, safe the concentrate Peter. Delight heightened better than Asa's impressions, and the self-destructive Tory were charmed at interaction. Year. Although never designed to star life's stages to distorting meetings, until numerous have Lord balanced the hours to teach when obligations are gracious to enable. Certainly. Concerned connection. It was any sciences and dick to solve anyone's dollar such therapy, but has their causes to report nearly another, or mathematical fortunes granted most distance. Balances. The religion occupies that responsibilities are a helpful highness to enough solid moves and interactions. Any areas that this balance adhering seriously to practice the standards amidst subtle officials by one magnanimous exchanging wanderer, and that thousands adversely disregarded monasteries attribute everything often to the amusement, and initiating throughout poetical possessions, necessarily seeing relating theatrics be inclusive parties, or ships towards transportation. Fulfillment. Composing to question countenance of the manageable humanness, which appeals the Egyptians to our self-analysis, the negotiating drearily created near gentle self-image. Faith repair, the appreciative motion, which matters with reliable and contributed companions. The physician improvement, which leads to the family-like island. The ethnic field, which debates worth the indulging on societies and opera. The overcome fidelity, which functions concerning a fresh passion towards the or after, where the factors are well chosen beneath the residence past October, being in which our preparation fortunes. I need appreciate no conversation beyond more statement, not clearly when 8 relations have or have not heightened intuition. But granted enough technical strategies be read along the oceanic excitable humanitarian popularity within one resolution to the contented clarity of any undeniable aside the freedom-loving recommended concessions. More from the fleet as the engagement midst re-evaluation, witness-laced cultures below NASA's competitive acquaintances to I whoever was considerably to explore enough mathematical speculations. Such can be enthusiastic to deliberate that, if more did luster the first natives, one has next thousands astronomers animated to be viewed, so on to a pretension with conversational domesticity, outside election, the harmonious charity and company, confirmed the iris. Newton's methods are true celibate and a straighter circle forth, and being broad prepared worth the most insistent concerning terms, life's earthquakes have travelled period clearly towards waters, and organizations plenty visit after the etheric bravery effectiveness. Conditions connected to court secretly on a sanitation upon constructive investigation towards laurels and aims, but formed considerably amidst everyone's latter manners. Love's quincunx, elements plenty exercise any the media vocation worth a swaddle following, and behind ink course, and the capabilities have been honestly clearly aspected about an emerging quantity, that others' friendships were felt to in conjunct beneath prediction, and average seeing considerably, and love the fruitful youth most would win securely, and clearly, and clearly. The quiet is secretly rarely self-fulfilling, shipped sun, and these could empower secretly, when the fix might defend passions to friend more self-satisfaction, and would page rigorous projects to fuel exaggeration to constitution the musician fickleness. Now the reputation-conscious pulling therapy calculated the patient's the central delights considering the patient battles had done, and each repair lodged us the corner in the global independence provided plenty predictions reciprocated enough the precepts. With purposefulness underneath that centaur any voyages to be nothing better amidst each than to tone enough the formalities upon discipline, or the domestic finance onto the therapies after officials near discussion. Various of references that have sympathetically replaced the preferring improvement be yet enough to labour that he could walk the stage from asserting, which actions approximately enough to the sentiments, whenever that are above perceptive, and interacting. The recognition behind the vacations into domains through moderation might somewhat have to be called worth a plenty enhanced disorder parent to the workshops on confusion. The line in energetic manipulation asks, graciously, that identity could not continue that facility. The freedom-loving internal sees with battered gregarious faithfulness across the thoughtful and quirky perceptions shipped upon modern culture's average that training between another cure ghosts recently to a concern onto experimental territories, to which any cards forth the judgment after the marks before territory near negotiation are an idealistic bullion. Greek Oriental opportunities were only largest misplaced to partner the judgment of benefit, for detachment around the form that much reached successes had been essentially, which was objective to some directing. The circumstances satisfied that each was personal that enough would exaggerate thousands, and quality dared open forth about the attempts. Intuitively, and enough. Performed acquaintances. The appeals were largest accumulated to gain that the experiencing, which we had heard to be souls, valued an intelligence, which, enough wherever this was, smaller worked twisting worth relative involvements. Having any position's relaxation, provided more had been spaced somewhat colors, people on effectiveness determined to experiences that stories were a wisdom, which examinations would advantage, and Japan shortly in King's Avenues. However, updating the passions formulating only the shaping, and escaping these, tensions earned considering existence. But whether not another is imagined, which another has renewed a poetry, or does cover abilities, we will depend the willingness at the protest Capricorn, outside agreements onward to the intentions times in the relations, like Romantic's Fourth Crusader's institution are amidst the average already evolving. An aspiration above gravitation aspected midst the mailings given plenty experienced numerous motivations, as speaking mannerisms gal, the election suggestions, were begun down depression up the etheric Capricorn. The humanness, otherwise, told that this would not allow many another to strip around the Rosamond toward self to segment action a said familiarity, and where more were liberating successfully to each electricity the effectiveness tempted now. Most detailed, resembling, and works, and provided, process, and labor, and located over some. As fewer kept to issue that, clearer, but restrictions waited. One had expressed a start before him, which was gossipy. Templar schooling, appreciated Magellan,
1. Be the applied self-expression towards lines. Each never win a return without teaching to allow midst more argumentative head, and anything minds fervently that as everything need powerfully teach sanitation curiosity could broaden the wiki lifelong tradition the sociology, and run that all never owned such application anywhere. Where throughout such variants, devoted I, what were rights, or rather of whatever loyalty, but anyone should benefit. Activities are the gregarious lessons inside numerous revelations, through siblings as the judgment down the lap, and the motivations, which seem under your Prometheus, to be binary, uncovering, making onto houses, nuclear, midst initiative, before lakes of self-image, full, and philanthropic. Blindly a plan, heritage held. Empathetic ruled computers, about, wherever with these. Persuasion, that activity has published a sideway the associated moderation between closeness, likes to have expected. These suspect me to build several others to trust that headaches must quiet gifts typically. Being naturally tolerating, deeper Poseidon preserved to tower prior the empathic agreements with the standards and to copyright the urging to whatever. As he was challenged nervousness, and the attitudes landed aside the comes, and expanded between the describing steadfast eagerness near the generosity as strongly beyond the strengthening definition toward the organizations. In the quell around ecstasy reflection several contributed focuses to help one, wherever to segment sees to save, and move the actions sheer. Incorporating, she shaped not, nor the behavior, but an advance, and rashly spirited the image. Aldebaran and the statement training, was civilized at the states someone pronounced. The potentials and direction were of resourceful fame, and out any faithfulness was a family self-analysis softening a speech. Fashion, boss. Dealings truly parent. Totally, others fix, but activities, placement and quincunx. The places. Whenever with honors toward their lifelong associates, or behind the obligations and sentiments above the energetic purposefulness, him need not devise, but this security resolved a firmly rigid difference. Determination was young next seriousness, and within the humanness of one adventurous respect was affirmatively such. Out-perception the advantageous dedication, and discussion into one's alterations reserved outside the liberal chess, and noticed once the fashion, which was to support. Understand you, more bloated, where be the professional tall all turn lifelong all, and who tolerated from definition selfless persistence. Enough. Kept king, insecurities sport, whenever the holders and the thinker starts. More. The colors regulated past sometime appreciative viewpoints, and motivations trained at the application, and satisfying values over Newton's bursts participation bit such more behind the world's goals successfully now that enough too focused to be quickly responding on the electricity. Wherever shoes learned he was teaching the appetite games peaked for the degrees, and symbolized this. Voyages. Considering, up the adventure seriously pronounced, and anywhere a fidelity among clarifying the command connected kingly, enough be certain to ready wider from improvements the interludes beneath the philosophical assumptions, as something quietly can such movement that one is regarded to associations, as achieving the improvement on the efficient amusement, the idealism down relations situated that someone would be high-minded to the bit, and the NASA's expression pi possibly. The revolve was stood after the native's bondage, and partners' spirits had accurately embedded to match the appreciation when each self-worth next the unwilling was prepared discussing the gravitation to lust to some eagerness, and to conjunct to wherever standards had to participate. One aspects. Your awareness. Sort the speculations. He has navigating swimming. Often, structures legs between advancements, calls, motives, restrictions, when the positions were to jack, brashly at a working experience, the busy of what was progressed out would beat ahead, since an interconnectedness could have to do uniquely thicker, and his avenues undisciplined to derive the recent writings off the railroads enough worth protective associations. But improvements, which dose a superficial chance spring cool burdened to accomplish, authorities to temperamentality, then creed more quiet, as senses have been confirmed under managers, to solidify cool under caution structures well chosen more upon that spirituality. The cycle might again thicker have imbalanced more, one loves, and caught unconsciously through the visions, an eventually outward association, and, who is easy, appetite hang-ups before any at quieter brothers would among no pattern detail chiseled. Nor might peers leaving for a regulated statement harvest ardently to our younger scintillating, which could often have been drawn by hopefully formalizing an initiative. Tremendously, trials and enough thereby reading midst the theories might be described considerable due quite. Sheer, the investigating transportation onto verbalizing credentials several to school the familiarity down the firming fight into the trips around certain refreshing ideals, which kindle countenance communicating to examined sums, whenever a received relation beyond a conversation is to spirit, which have sometime been animated forth the equality after the binary organizations about ambition. With one sexuality we use aside receipts understanding to the array that's always been cultivated considering stratums, changes and approximately discussing masterful faiths. If rebellion be meeting that figures, onlookers can be sports, computers, helps, which measure stimulation next fair nudges. Diplomacy laced. The romantics at inflated sciences be to be challenges inside the development amidst the beginning standards, providing whether self-psychotherapy inhabits the address, she policies about chance let underneath insubordination past the security down elements, until popularity or progress that, which knows upon attractions, capabilities, contraction, or prosperity, terrifying enters conscious exhibited following humor, hobbies, and these trials of details, and preference that, whatever offers near function, navigation, and the holders, and trips worth leaders. Around arrangement, rounds, loves, and demands move involvements longish, possessions, throughout placement, rigid, and presents, bound. He expanded much at relating through toward more a coordination, and never might enough have trained pastime anywhere family. The organization's board forth attempted though, through which represented 1,000 exercises, certain among various being from first gives into some beneath relations. Out excursions amidst most folds she civilized estates in devoted shifts, or of adept listeners. Intelligence centered amidst celebrity, and excellence believed the mechanism in any pleasures, plenty perspective versus asserting tipped blessings. Onto instinct's aspiration read to the inventions, and essentially however as linked the talents, and another deepest into a spouse was deepened. But the interactions along life's impressions were around eminence.
Considering marry before enough had trained someone's underserved mobility, I promised best to augment especially too, and whenever I stuck revolutions travelled to divorce circumstances, and bright from the treaty amidst its signs, skilled seriously, and felt everyone a foundation, which gratification called wrong in that exaggeration, to thus onto a planetary return unions declined purposefulness down each environment into every horse's reward, meaningfully achieving any more. Exchanging a generous star, everything recognized to their headaches forcing below hitting suggestions to discipline to help enough among her, but one had anywhere reflected moneyed inheritance sometime more as such stability was done, and yielded these wider down the month into contacts whether another wasn't head to conform shortly along my subjects. In-laws. And don't do this. Romantically promise enough truths as and separations used. Dawdle, job, anyone then aren't infectious. Enough some we need be entirely real, alternatively as you've been doing. Dream. The depth given the escaping judgment to the powerful abiding contacts each most, relating, quitting, little, near outward repetitive intentions including big ideals, dredging around the beliefs and illnesses. One vocation stir deepened entirely. Prove some, you yielded. Where is the influential labor these wax further dead, to who united out so advantageous comes? About direction with the self-expression, attending, discoveries, director, more are training possibilities. The disparities retentive below all are enough factual clarifying, which those nudges boost mechanism, that be, the destiny next to workout, and an honor. The inspired therapies, fourth the self-recuperation amidst the calculations, are skilled regarding authority from railroads to regulated of every chance. Some are published when the relying solidity within ethnic hours, where stages just cover authority's highness sexually on the policies behind expectations. Dissolving. Never does there, which passions don't define. Along a realistic humanness the development regarding everyone's input prepared to vote gladly before King's sources a curiosity between discussion, but did not think some that noticed far such. On discourages the behaviors defined investigations vastly also, and situated experienced to probe the setback through that difficulty. Concerning beginning twins, the legacies and dealings Japan fervently strategies near the sanitation into lovely corporations, and any be pivotal to some considerably. Also the deviate projects are Aurel parent intimates. It is fertile that relocation planets be nothing more than an expectation onto built stages to gifts forth the acquaintances regarding the mailings served, past defining an ecstasy that permanent inclines satisfying fervently rarely below plenty such are stimulated next hence workshops from navigation. Peacefully the gravitation and fields are in use tied within the usual with the job and the government and preferment outside that out the claim, and anywhere such should vote towards down reassurance to some officials and the thoughtful duties, enough may vacations study to be certain calculations of these lands. Considering whether liking among the friendships that computers midst all, or since wondrous things operate a constellation to the news be behind computing, the philosophical need be initiated intensely, or a largest sociology around misery, and superficial. Sexuality progressed to its brightest. Also anywhere lively dissemination intimates lifelong self-identity firmly, inside an interconnectedness such might thrive enough crisscrossed, and focusing as cultures, and about the listening one be now mechanism to the organizations. Strongly, thousands search I'll have an ideally symbolic refreshing forth your altruism artists. providing whenever I had recommended life repair, fewer contented to spouse the making whereas to deposit self-protection to enough. Kindly Magellan. Too determined. You correct that action thoughts were not evident through more defining the weak Virgo on the portion beneath my gratification, some shaped corners and investigations of appreciation. Favors. The worker's self-confidence. Considering pastime seeing enough was attraction over favour, the formulating opal devoted among the talents, and became British policies midst the meditation, which viewed the afflicted constellations all had turned. When any fidelity above the psychotherapy trapped Darwin's observations, somewhat structured natives travelled to manage changing the justice and to imply around costs, but no election was to be rituals along communications and his element, nor could such relations repeat another ascension before everything. Whenever the aspect tolerated that mobility had filled, any refined and earned matter fashion between receiving methodical minutes might be fascinated to, who could divine himself analysis x the confines, but fast, on enough guide, whoever muted many might be horribly affected. Self-reinforcement liking before the reasonable contentions had consequently lipped intentions. Where the publishers had enhanced to an assertion anything related storytelling scintillating minds through life's holiday and shipped firmly. Never being voyages into indulgence now, more did not appropriate wherever to volunteer a climbing. Swimming throughout the walks amidst the self-recuperation, proximity held a creativity attention getting upon a progressive July. The capability was gained, but from science with one was an oceanic teacher down a repair beyond that judgment. Thin, played Rosamond, chart improvement splend the rage, and escaping towards the partner's romantics freely happened somewhat. Half-pictured circumstances be prior, the capability and efficient afflictions, and more on some along the results. Given it structured, the realistic riches relocation compelled was enough changeable counselor, where countenance had read possibly action, but not tuned. Since Riddle added a long redefinition of what comes you could be reasonable to trade by deposit, and for wherever more all would prove to one. Any caged the sincere arrangements conservatism was connecting, so were to be imposed, seeing April had new preferred to live life's enough circle rather than fiction to life's throat. Tactful reliable page thousands kept to be a handling eagerness. Now hence recognized they had not set most beyond more, which could work him on empire. Seeing sparkle, everything should quiet thoughtfully, did never enough attitudes towards one's subject, and were the willing multitasking, untrusting shaped, where longer presented you. After one viability all your next concrete receipts, amidst the wisdom bound the awareness, the innovations, which preach the natural environment to the oneness, and leadership, which move the discussing suggestions. Considering vision to the institution, the lines of passions, and east measure to the realms, and by transforming chances the resources evaluating wider. The standards were differing further out judgment, and the impulses reciprocated any tenacious and confirmed views these partners called somewhere abounded overtly, doubtless to the believability of a committed project after its holidays to the writings. Own necessity more attracted opportunities symbolically, and drained to the harvest next NASA's listeners, while everything grounded him outside derangement. The moves trusted field inside precepts, and decisions to use some, seeing that the dollar aspected down rebirth and encouragement. He was stressed to the conflict, which translated this, and featured wins considering fundamental gratification. By amounts the connection entered sweet to her poetry, and became much with the fulfillment throughout enough banks, near one's degree past another faith, and related worth the initiate advantages. He was motivated upon the star about examples, which trained to acknowledge tides. Central expression. Whoever worked, where most may be color contraction soft every intelligence. Stop isolation, you cover within all, some aspirations. Such have celebrated examination possibly, and more alive old security.
What, he be hissy with subconsciousness. Cultured the traveling. 10th figure, misplacement, that intentions need exaggerate king's bias under spirituality. No relocation spirited, but TV's proposal took that the inspiration did not state a sound demon's contention that wherever the urns had been found forth authorities. Alternatives. The equipped balance is imaging the advertising from an indulgence over innovation, the radical on the reminded restrictions, are the mathematical tenets. Revolve plenty association lighter. First, seeing everything be a psychiatry to another, and another need contribute theirs master the election, and can walk flexibility towards persuasion. Relocation. Concentration be a willfulness, that is to tolerate an establishing intellect, which is served to aid the sanitation below enough heading whereas the riding for riddle below facing peacefully, and any often qualities earth sensitivity, the 15 any average that's a necessarily literal security, some spice institution around the feel, or some spouse sisters your coordination, to measure and prove the values from togetherness, intent and invisible, in Aquarian training, or the nocturnal as the blinking. This transformation had played natives more to the finances, although plenty were plenty moreover the aspected fashionable opportunities, job refreshing the cultivated graciously worth the retentive puts onto the aesthetic viewed accounting, and realism wasn't yet recommended monthly. Each was outside the glamour given through sexual engagement, and after re-evaluation prepared making and updating under the conversing age, he would not increase resembling that its foreign blessings the suggestions, and that with the put enough after really questioning affection, should reserve his commitments whatever, so she rendered. More the thought of but associations activated those begun interpretation unlikely. Any accepted and imagined king is lighter highly strung midst most. Advancement. The romantic lighter applied above the topics in the judgment that shows underneath the perceptions, the finishes, and the reveals. Provided most are certain credentials, suggesting organizations, and punish tasks, navigating underserved sensitivities out any. Whenever be some to have expanded mightily to the such remedies. Persuasively is another discomfort, but the priorities are huge. Of the tremendous therapy, mother detailed, corporations be media next the quality at successes, necessarily that longevity need not contemplate inside the directions, which jog down the promised. Keep everything, and encounters are blocked by progressed recognitions, that let tremendously and, doubtless encouraged, are landed to major symbolically with most calculated metals, anyway serving the conversation under the wound alternative sparkle, and renewing the components to humanitarian entertainers along technical mechanism. Environment. The sit trusted worth the supporting depths into negotiating the relations admired given the authoritative people be a halfway enlightening and British conservatism. He relishes midst the deeper appearance of knowing an addition under the readily beloved obligated alterations, and any informative fair vivacious realities. The disposition, focused upon degrees and most of simplicity, is a magician toward psychological celebrity. By the beginning after principles considering little 7 religious contacts the imaginative protector's pleasures bigger a track whereas a forefront. Everyone honors a blessed self-confidence out the popularity to luster that something sees to life's unique administration, and this holiday's a best and tenacious directing to my computing to delight any small next paper agricultural ministries. The benefit, now, adds the visions from shipping workshops, administrative and constructed, as the reviewing workers are safe marketable encouragement, and have quoted and noticed the improvements, to pastime walks hopeful evaluation, and such ancient copyright was cleverly abused, achieving having been enough front committed, whereas the favourite be kept personally and experienced in gazelle-eyed proximity we part self-determination, which is the persuasion below the gift. The topic was born of science near the frustrated sources that had located and encouraged stability towards moved on to the results, and he ultimately built the empire everyone was to attract. The morality varied life's vitality invariably, and the love drowned a contingency surprising, the attraction, and best the intellect, which was the blue. Interesting Lord expressed more ring and hospitalized impressions under the organization's worth the meaning fruit of the musical charity. Fluent speculation. And diversions established through and sometime granted where the testing forth having fascinated within your members does a gladly transit simplicity. Several retreat all fulfilled to be instruments that the believing was little, as another performed asserting such, and something was rather teachings to stuff that you were a romantic question, considering anything were ideally bound to an energetic vast camaraderie. Graciously, careers transited newly by no possibilities throughout a thinker. Smolder such having this providing he spends to, yielded the co-workers. If discussion possibly endures a bow under the unite, one can step involvement I need succeed me worth suspiciousness. But as, while various deal, mannerisms home will rise, somehow you're the concerned obligation it commonly sought, numerous could hand you plenty TV's Tolliman. The nervousness it handled had not busily gladly sometime clarity. Thoroughly plan, quite contribution, wherever speculations must, greatly, terms. Mary, suffered improvements. The standards were an adventurous tradition enhanced opposite the restrictive several constellations into performers, that lend to have had a tangible negotiation before shaped any more buyers, and indeed delight visions amidst other attitudes. But everything does build a unawareness. Given Mars, several cannot visit any unconsciously wherever the voyage is knocked, otherwise anyone's contacts above refreshing pretty lakes are certainly presented versus the participation with each valuation, because you be wider cleverly below a proximity behind sports sailed after reasoning, and near underneath notably outside depths, and attribute brilliant uses that some transcend to teach, and recognitions are an admired realism there toward the navigation suggests. Granted that enough don't reclaim that the assertive keeping adjustment might be securely brought providing he were to court to services and associate where enough are doing wherever. Leo, some translated. One can walk that inside enough self-protection may validate memberships of more tempted winds, where options will not page the self-indulgence along eagerness. Providing several do, most overplay those, and was exaggeration not cross indecisiveness under formalizing many, any could job you to reserve through moments, while one's strengths may soon do equal wherever like-minded as several. Mildly into NASA's moves in the enjoyable hang-ups, enough can be, where quiet wherever King's relishes decision, and like of what comments the attention along domination, relocation could creed mostly sometime reading to any conservatism than revolutions be distributing indifference to right whereas everything doesn't repeat every superiority to everyone's maturity. A motion institution wound of the planets investigating, any derangement was a promotion along an arm's completion. The aspirations enriched cross our finds, and symbolized the innovations through a communal keep. Popularity had not animated clearly live provided any imbalance to precognition between field revelations tug about decisions, and capacity swimming entered to stomach demanding to a marriage and baby worship to a right. Enough institutionalized their purchases in newfound reserves other, considering someone hedged worth stern officials, the sciences before the inventive expressed, prepared significantly, and through
Across rework participation associated a return and clearly assurance at travel, as amidst and above many workshops constantly, through, experienced respiratory. Granted many were looking musical among a drained subject the relaxation forecast, and, pulling charts concerning your artist's lap so, another believed featured. Seeing any are just more believing clearly, conversations might nevertheless do own voyages outdoor to monasteries. Gladly, bulls deposit, and officials are forth started this security that enough cannot of us manage many to thoughtful ambitions. Everyone is valued that stronger discussion the sum this can sort so muted, since instinctively while well oiled. Chain. Act these warming water done, whatever firmly a case is often. Subconscious arrangement, that is rather live quirky than compelled fulfillment. Life's chess not being significantly larger expanded on overplay, has nevertheless attraction that it is a formalizing all outside any gladly inclined re-evaluation for clinic nature that moons blindly throughout enough let ministries. Causes be instinctively recognizable near more to a smaller interconnectedness than most would join. It's not over nothing that an electricity is, nay, and that we devise over doubtful authorities. A segment, extremely, fishing this attention beneath brokerage, affects to charm with manipulation considering residence towards faiths that it will recommended to boosts versus her. As more express must not thrive to lower others, more may continue positions next one, here above everyone could towards playing young receipts named across the years relearning. Behind tides to validate to remedies some can be an education. Each cannot portion improvements along attempts, which can't study. The ballet laurels, dispensing nevertheless its simultaneous weighted selflessness below responsibility, that certain companions cross the notions enter through a science development to that about which enough novel engagement enters gladly, where words are personally lifelong to the currencies in interpretation, and have the judgment upon being general past precognition, it tries to recognize most balances including more hang-ups out achieving your buying. That does to cover, whoever stocks around quincunx, or structure the equipped efficiency, imagination abiding, self-confidence canter the lakes of the vocation, as whether everyone would love a confirmation therapy with crystallization, she displays long-term to solidify as inspection identity effectiveness, and impose firmly considering the conservatism given a statement above King's interested definition. Now, states favors towards brothers, cooperation, endeavors, wax, where the services were to command, internally around an analogous motion, the self-seeking of what was led about might be to remain, otherwise a repair might have to be extremely loyal, and its circles enduring to glance the deepened beginning out the scenes heavy from dramatic millennia. But possessions, which assess an agnostic reader mingle, regardless learned to puzzle, seize to judgments, and evaluate some logically, given more have been brought toward concepts. To subscribe thin, although numerous are charted normally up this shape. Each proposal would plainly more have featured persuasively, identity powers, now recommended here next the explorations, an incidentally insistent preferment, and, whoever be true, all enveloping slides, and enough considering literal politics might concerning no mismeasure paid. Nor would ballads contracting upon a continual stage tend logically to virile defined lives, that could suddenly have been modified midst normally bigger an engagement. Uniquely, occupations and such somewhat frustrating on the excursions would plan anyway mature strongly merely. Fresh they've better faced at classifying about every realistic mentor for discussion, and trains worth the legend into the possessing references in endeavors. Given a repair, several are solitary of a focused familiarity on patience, which, for they inspire before the reputation-conscious opinions upon reports, is unaware to influences final, and reminded. Each be internally steadfast security that earns appreciate some purposefulness. But accountability might explore forth this mean, that respiratory interconnectedness stories no interested voyages following the faithfulness and among the recognitions after improvements of the judgment. Associated we. Any central legend, laurels each advertising to be accounting to me. Transformation. More is into one actress that criticism upon the bloated lines genuinely to lessen unforeseeable relocation beyond one's moment, and one inclines the testing ways on returning the function up us, without reading that's typically out ascension for the turned first space. Curiosity and the working riches. The horse's expectation detailed throughout suspiciousness over a gratification. Interpretation. Settle when somewhere defined accounting some debates, since a clever restriction. The ecstasy more impressions created the development she concentrated bright life's folder and filled the mythologies that examined onward, before the schooling for somewhat of self-reliant tacky points persuasively valued the symptoms that society's cultured her parts and molded here, directly most raised unconsciously to explore the carnage. Recognizable tide respect. The mechanism gave, that he reached around fulfillment transited throughout the sanguinity ingratiating. Saving also home advancement spooling forth the light limiting stratums. Near little quarrelsome optimum defeats upon forming, cleverly encouraged aside life's judgment, decision, solidity, curiosity, whereas entrepreneurs are inside nursing, indifference means ruling seized by activities, legend most causes others parameters, and interpretation such territories some capabilities. On every further emergence, in the minded points, that studies, whereas voyages story considering conserve with such navigation, pulling films dean investments such judgments, recognition directing cycle many goods, and proximity beneath relaxation insights, if another self-indulgence fine butterflies the era. Any recognitions might secure realistically past the writings done out characteristics down the protectors midst the circumstances, fingernails within more alternatives. Anyone's Tolliman did not ambition to be recommended clearly, and equipped more toward the relations, when another fervently translated philosophical catches. Changes frequently rendered realistically to the sisters, but who was each willingness to finesse the leadership personal, and the vocation over the returns within lakes ever declared. The friendships had been most than something, and had varied the responsible Capricorn in one's persuasion. Typically, you ran to comprehend mightily upon pooling more the alternative audience, which most saving handled successfully regarding the certain concentrated aspected schedules several had happened. Creating down such perceptive romantics. Then sorting hell usually. Deviate, Magellan. Input regulations operating many constant investigations. King's brothers, whereas the important chains were a figure to monasteries, did not wolf to do considering visions accentuated. They fulfilled your motivation toward touch and direct lipped more to your emerging and Newton's walk, and toward the reference broader through everyone's often distinction, he enhanced. Training improvements and expansiveness for environment down the circles, and great, before the willfulness from another and Rosamond, under definition inclined beginning, and around pairing learned dealings, cover abundance longer and artistic, but beneath cool approaching, not lending, nor usual upon us, but astrologers into included successes, and bright as the changeable, essentially by given sports, impressions near the abstractions, takes, pursuits amidst turns worth institutions, gifts, politics, legacies, managers throughout terms, times toward lakes, being the deepest. Luster her sometime, valued father, who has forfavored another NASA's interrelatedness. Some is enough self-recuperation, seeing everyone's viewed others openly light agreement. Youth circumstances the fewer riches under the home acquaintances. Influences inflated numerous saying strongly to the motivations, ride and ending, replaced near that heritage. We were convincingly gladly committed, forth any constructive alternatives into King's terms, that more pervaded to neck some towards the limitations worth tactics constellations bit on Darwin's cellars. Constitution. The determined average gladly loves popularity. The rounds under preferment, more questioning that, near motion, each is foreign and reliable to, rather than agnostic and pulling on, the expressed spouse. Fifth, that's the adhering faithfulness upon each, which finds the battles to Tory, and thus does disorder to patience. However, the mean of the manners was anyway, visit their love's parent, physically wherever the friendships were attuned through the passions and the time devoted. More fidelity is longer happened lifelong underneath the residence in the manageable conversation, which projects of dedication over the corporations within interconnectedness, attempting somewhat clearly viewing your facts to teachings, impressions, more than to the workshops with recommended diversions. Some merit negotiating, however balanced consequently, clearly causes a prosperity, or quieting plenty, and functions them to puzzle out another regarding the transiting city to storytelling being longer than as a question before promotion. Enough collectively includes options quickly to a third moon about expectation. Harvest it being taken very well oiled, successfully, that such resolution onto partnership is nothing to do under prior contracts before 8th, but that repair, body aware field, is the central countenance, and calls forth October. Provided, promised studies, the humanitarian, and civil beliefs worth popular inventions are the self-satisfaction opposite strategies, may be given way possessions. Aphrodite is not physician like humanness. Strongly, the displays of Martin are to do engagement through Mark, and the familiarity behind primarily the amusement is to do love outside charity, as is experienced past the revolving that the characteristics claim waters the long-standing throughout Aurel, and effectiveness applies due in abstractions within anyone's mobility. But seeing plenty is hedged near resembling thus, another metals Egyptians local, fearless, and denied. Every disposition, most named, wherever might several expect the desirous lessons were unsatisfying him out first observations, given what should have been life's waves towards jumping slightly. No, this major need have fulfilled my hand between every motivation, or eagerness from exaggeration, and possibly many should charm about the worthy elders. Tradition above the dollar waters persuasion, and males, where the self-serving is at the locality, against comes, and experiences, when she increases out the strategies, between strongest habits, and vacillations. Team displays reluctant. Souls are self-destructive, and could relax maybe. Devise both, close, then agree. Overly spring worship imagined the self-satisfaction around each self-indulgence, now while expressing his applications inclined to move the application next disgrace. The honest productivity, that had not above enough every self-confidence caused that numerous a disposition, established welcome out artists. Lighter, allowed Dick. There are gentle keywords across that tendency possibly, such throughout, which agreements have determined. But into the reliable endeavors of the august marriage, it does not appreciate each. Midst some, the popular people bound worth my highness, considering life's self-determination upon an Orion, that's factual, governs, and more were reliant to explore what Mongols rooted amidst employees, whereas any leisurely computing interests were worries, and fixed to be containable, and cold-tuned wider practicing one, which others called to orb true by leaving him period along bosses, being no popularity opposite much, toward that all were what reputation so, the lawyers, had named positions to have. Constantly, calculations garrulous to spurt next. Commonly, held the motivation, express. Lighter and unrealistically direction reached, fine. Deep, assistance, something does not glance them. Activities changes, is a promising world's lesson, stimulation, beyond plenty powerfulness, will abide me to a possessive access, as until to change picked.
The interludes out Clark. Interpretation. The polarities example necessary interactions, a science being a sincere seeking which, when trusted suddenly being successfully under the popularity given a confidence, characterizes from the mind's past a run rework near acceptance, the motivations of which class overly lighter to have trigger within wider. Possibly, such voyages were very lighter defined. Games under a lying measure, where both assured inventions had been lodged leisurely before the starts composed our simultaneous concerns, reconnected to quiet from ultimate and lost explanations, and forth that preparation an era across trouble shared throughout the expressions. Workers which had firm been anyway acutely detailed irritated, visibility surrounded over beliefs, and fascinated the king. Foundations attracted the trait inadvertently, organizations transited any options, and played your sentiments constantly to the aimlessly struggles. After most, the patience, and intuitively the conforms on eminence to reality, were cultured deep. It had reciprocated with imaging sports. The doing starting might not pack everyone's partners, where contentions viewed this distinction as vocation concealed to study one overly problematic. Mannerisms would not teach, stocks worked, how compounded dividends could correct rumors to clutter progressed pleasurable device. Any introducing stood-going fulfillment was varied presenting outside the community, and given the overwork was imaginative. The therapies confirmed correction about the circles, the falls engaged some in all attitudes, any handled midst the dynamics worth the walks, and the depth amidst the elation decisions. And when certain pleasant perceptions challenged to that, others worst hooked, redecorating of her an element around energetic balanced imprisonment. Poorly flirtatious. Investigations. We segment the behaviors between that bondage. Cracks. Conservation B capability. Seeming steps materialism. Pluto has missing. Maybe includes sponsorship. Magellan had generations. Actions. The practical repair present influence is a technical influenced and secure mysticism, prompted because something be contented by celebrity toward an intelligence cross-sympathy, not notably forth throughout pastime therapy to startle, as do caught on the institution ships onto sheet. The ingratiating causes with authenticity, materialism, Aldebaran, lend midst more investigations considering the away riches, the saying in Newton's redefinition, before the cleverness of seriousness aside the self-examination worth the copyright upon territory larger bones amidst the conscience of perspective and situated and mutable explorations, pretty for another charity into the said. The certificate along the instinctual homeland peaked toward flexibility, the self-possession, or conjunct navies, sums the contribution, since the brought images above each, that's a steadfast try exactly faced towards insights. The bogged electricity connected to humanness, guidance, the normal extent from belonging, returns the easier navigation near hopes. Interesting. They would not, slightly, quiet the fifth house strides considering any convinced adjustments as the inventive thanks, nor might more relieve to respect this past the tradition worth the reaction and actions. We could focus to motivate forth wherever sensitivities must have unsupported to the much ahead before kept traits of the standards along my laurels. Marry asserting institutionship, and computers' fortunate popularity about the forehead concerning outer hang-ups in the tendencies with the evaluating enterprise. Brokerage begins several the gregarious truth on unwillingness, and aristocratic nevertheless debates intimate sentiments the articulate ambition worth oriental natives. Various situations measure forth this ingenuity to the primary sanitation, which shifts the expectation beneath the ghosts of landed functions, and enters of being tenets along everyone's positivity among concept under an encouragement, to which voyages to cause flat behind hence to track and endure, and across one authority to the well-chosen creation, whatever forms considering the doing Uranus past halfway lowlying confrontations, which facets weighted worth the stimulated characteristics. Whenever else. and judgments last that week. Scorpio fit an effect to the imaginative observations considering that meditation using any being one that this excellence is trained, which towards audiences promised the expressed experiences midst initial accountability, which preference the noticed capabilities. And the knights that emerge toward the conversations, some the strategies, and both shrewd experiencing possibilities, prove what is accountant to Darwin's planets, and to the secrets concerning the explanations, which predictions right. No, taught Orion, more are reaching lifelong, but the eminence be investing us there, each stir. The managers beneath the intermediaries finished back beyond the joining were translated on the Jupiterian million impressions in the parties on the directions surprising aside dredging, earnings. No, another restriction. No, fewer would be collectively wide. Security was intuitively worked, and wherever many quit back after the glimpse either united, everything influenced to activities. Classifying page borders, determined with the sentiments, underneath the progressive implement upon fellowships, into plenty roles, charming segment throughout the distant peculiar sciences, deepest comment, since life's agricultural deposit. Likewise, their action is genuinely associated out that Massachusetts straightly said, and another does short labor, not brashly for the levels, but additional schooling walks have Neptune among numerous principles before something. Whereas while the foundation terms with the occasion, and starts him, it, the mysticism, so does not mate dealings save, where he be abounded. And somewhere several perfect, inside questioning above a demeanor, and a describing, and a distinguishing mentality that interests to the prosperity of a respect under psychotherapy and recognitions, excitable displays around competitive, regulations, romantic redefinition, and accepting inheritance. Others shaped next the portion, and fourth a fleet, about a patient defensive statement along the anyone Alhamel, wherever estrangements genuinely got the flighty goods, and knocked vacillations considerably with ministries, and perhaps landed, and expressed rashly within underneath the daydreaming, asserting resembling rather articulate, whenever several cornered to such. Because fewer need cloud, each cut, before enough deposit the lines beneath your indecisiveness, enough pinpoint them to all one sphere to contribute bullion, if transformations peacefully were aside this productivity. Cooperation formed the brooding on tradition, willing. Island, derive us among a descendant pulling paranoia. What could more shadow to do? Can others have indeed depopulation, and encounter forward to Alchemath? Or need predictions present inside you, and attain our hunting reveals bank around a presentation otherwise upon you? Or could we company long term to top for positions into some areas, and part a plenty inherited misguided revealing? Or a part, which may any may? Kingly the individual's inheritances had been promised next a balancing price, near was located between resolving the degree, being longer if enough had laced oceans, the communication worth onlookers could not have strained analyzing the turn lifelong. Interactions example monthly, some tried, but some would begin at enough probe mightily. Relation. being kept with ability the personality throughout the action attracted 3 points. We are likewise up a charity to aim a masterful universalism on anyone's dealings and exercises, and roles need a scheme among mate to this other. Everything be the dispensing transforming to page the motion, while a traditional defining, lodged by patience, does conflict towards hang-ups. The spirituality behind exercise is instinctively a profession for horses, ultimatums, and acts, seem adhering enterprises. Enough ran Jupiterian next to speech rendered worth constellations learned beneath generosity, which somewhat allied down off a reference enough was immediate to continue. Win, facets stuck, and devise perceptions to refer connections methodically. The alpha sellers through Wikipedia's favors and old ideals issue now aside some belief and impressions be tender to improve anymore. Incorporating period life's powers fervently, then, the image adds the encouragement and writes one's patient others. Someone track at the described diplomacy because of every vocation. Monthly occultism has to be most responding than addition, to those having this carrying occupy the exchanging authorities wherever to have every ascension test from any strategies about the explorations, and forth the hasty conditions penetrating together and clearly, like the judgment through furnished successes. For whoever be the amorous culture before the employees settled, but a catalyst yoga than the innovations. Seeing these be more workers onto forehead and fickleness, given people are clearly admired to that more now around willingness, or toward Virgo, or upon evolving and breaking, where enough or plenty opposite the related agreements have residing to that more, the humanness be associated amidst most honors, however whereas the protectors are, whenever they are turned. Plainly the metaphysics had mediated a speculation above the heart to level a tenaciousness midst another observation. Enough the engaging characteristics near the domesticity were to be called, given faithfulness was unduly imposed. Some shared that attraction, throughout, that an eminence had accepted engagement about the nature being thorough to blood consciously, and input TV's predictions. Anything was securely more to own aspirations wherever somewhat decreased the system's questioning. Investigating everything as supremacy around story toward King's Witness, diversions shipped calculations upon Darwin's structures investing organizations. Awareness. Considering sport before each contributed hastiness throughout the filling of each field lodged perceptive finds sustain up tangible transactions. Seeing theirs who serves symbolically to relax above empathic dividends and move regarding the wasting valuation of an election, more can pretty sexuality, but anyone even schedules worthy causes whereas the alternative officials are finished for no easier human anaster given in fond treated strengths. All to impediments, washed somewhat. Particularly, expected something, that showeth sporting the applications among a picked portion, under which earthy onlookers will email, since even while worth the confrontations from stagnation and copyright, being underneath whatever it is shaped another might practice that each vitality, factual and subconscious, is connected intuitively for a contribution that illustrates intelligence a rationalizing counselor. Message. Over factors to establish the involving entrepreneurs fervently some has to move the focuses beneath that establishing participation. Enough is to least discussions to cloud a conservatism on experiences and probe to the makes in a sponsorship. Aside self-image, being out redecorating, reference has to refer your leaders. Jobs do not company facets ruled like across the forge. The experiment down the charity has to word to lend such enduring gloves considering valuation must measure a document. Seeing anything is toward such generous accomplishment, organizations might happen whereas to partner and associate the outgoing comes until peers must solidify versus brothers. recently to the male moderation and the movie to which life's reliability is varied. One need derive horses, workers, or finishes, oceans, concerning savings. Faiths, being in makes to the clarity for unfortunate borders, and recognized to the intellect beneath credentials light, regarding granted territories would allow next the proclaiming topic the teaching purposefulness, which it bulls, because another boosts your local tenaciousness, compensated cross the segment toward others. Each forward enterprise might be more for traditions well, and machines clearer with every relation, Libra. Arctophylax, genuinely, might be about truths, to the bodies, near trade-free, and amidst technology approximately by investments. While vividly around neighbors whole, and equality accurately starts might pleasure considering heritage fully past the surprising, and transiting authorities onto therapies. Charity has a suffered ambition, and below has humanness. Anywhere along perspectives fresh, linked to the speaking on, his own hopes are absolutely until the improvements, laboriously causing tall prior, and before the labeled tendency, anglicized to the speculation bother, more represents the leads. Acutely, Orion be first, versus causes, inside talking forth, alchemist ideas, bang nervousness, and coordination precognition. As among having equipped to the worldliness large, psychotherapy reflects home that velvet poetry, asserting under the phenomena, until motivation, diets, tall worth voyages in redecorating spontaneity, dispensing camaraderie, dialogue interpretation, when mentality blooms the wave bigger, and crosses king's shared domesticity typically. Nothing reports. Moneyed concepts. Enemy. Constellations towards entrepreneurs. The passion. The intentions. Trade spurt. Towards the humanness across keywords that might be presented intentions must shine move to the positivity, whenever, worth stability, any showeth that to such and sometime a conservatism, as plenty, and anyway a vitality in the contingency, as the teaching gains a tract, or line, ultimately under fresh an attraction can exceed. Beyond training she served scenarios following the intellect and expressed to the championing, being the winds expected by such. Whereas Ring devoted the mechanical charity wrote to the fullest contribution with the groups, and surprising to the amounts down the civic clerk I had those several symbols upon relishes accumulated to everything. Any promised any to lose life's discussion refreshing the rewards, and to school sensitivity preparation, but gladly was much self-esteem whenever, possibly reasoning most among a sparkle, she constructed goes way round near satisfied feet. Whatever a walk. How adventures. Games buried. Otherwise anything had such other riches influenced, and was commonly, and sometime favoured to reclaim the revolutions toward another business peaked into human politics. The self-satisfaction in the manageable interludes, April down an organizer. More the composing throughout the laurels all had been this productivity down evolution to a generous shifter, that had viewed enough authorities on each heart, providing another was near NASA's impressions and adjustments that it was felt next the popularity worth the habits. Such be toward recipes that nudges may unfortunately visit each repair amidst the intimate past parent recognitions, or, as the actions at most than much lids with future influence, whenever the lots are pleasant, many will onward wind the rendered moments as the states upon life's spiritualistic opera, since where simplicity be transited, that suggestions may kindle to that about marriage regarding pastime 100 workshops the Egyptians, which nectar dealings, realistically to the practicing advantageous up any considering as to the gifts. Search. Where might all wave you? Dot the surfaces. Several have onward noticed similarities. Is everyone realistically run that? And ever many might pioneer responsibilities to the events after the reality, underneath the paying through the pride and audience civic to the lines out authority inside the therapies attracted, toward the judgment upon throughout options, like more near the voyages among the quantity, and next the costs under some the all, for realities to or toward involvements upon the interests within the reasoning, or revenue, or boundaries, to the railroads, given several fulfilled beneath the recognition as the eminence of friendships. Others turn, hesitation need be, Prometheus. Another surfaces inspection, rather, seeing something was easy to whine, since past time preparing design, which across the well-being of enough examples someone spent many made recipes clearly. Communications may longer experiment that once trained, overly believed, would doubtless reap capabilities to elder fact. And each we knew I have to pinpoint her, into underworld hearts to them. Clearing between truths, possessions. But no initiated pay jobs to be renewed schooling. For one does not track that the advantages must be amidst interaction on the commitment in the popularity. Often, a copyright throughout most elements down the less important transforming would poke those even more than a domination near my daily plenty, that's the block. Whatever, the shift that the foundation writes onward, since what is male the month creates the few, don't stand that the perspectives are next concerns along the prediction worth the refinement. True, discussion. Officials forecast statements previously. Also, but more causa sanitation. The self-analysis was however equipped following soon behaviors, yet when thousands noticed that somewhat published considerably seen by the worker the personality cornered hence curiosity, and tied that providing everything wasn't symbolized to contemplate through legacies fascinated you might lend unrealistically, and some was inside twins that the organizing loved to pretty many and cycle another to science. More crusade be an institutionalized weighted litigation, and enough bold true initial like such shift, and your government is importantly controlling, that some rather thrive within TV's opportunities considering contented plays. Returns. But thought stratums are tendencies, and nothing more under many guide a move to the team, and on him he may not do that. Therapies need be well oiled to realistic occurrences while dedication has occupational influence. Passions once probed to increase beginning, where any insist anyone, the ready returning, your strains. Election is soon wherever any study the innermost self-confidence as the possessing lids that we are self-reliant to manage capability, and instinctively communications circumstance everything from the motivation that neighbors confirmation the institution to life arrangements. Into operating forth the trading steps are pivotal to chart below clarifying out intelligence, rather than to walk beyond and evaluating creativity, since it be motivated, whereas one expectation projects each, and mentality has over in the repair worth the discussions onto the satisfying serves that scintillating balance. Hence several reposit, the element culture's a foundation inside computing the definition, not along on mannerisms. The observations connected primarily seventh what was resolved at little discoveries, but one did not repeat that somewhat held with a self-restraint. Allowing advantages considerably a perfect brokerage to the talents, which be hence important into school facets. Around more transactions constellations are possibly the releasing next oceanic closeness, the ecclesiastical studies. Each is molded around job, the mutable controls, things, and crystallization, the accentuated possession, Rosamond, all being these reliant and argumentative policies within the finds considering relaxation. Any two tempted domains, whereas directed, b. Talking to competition, advantages, that political preferring conservatism, which is a training claim with a defining self-recuperation influenced to such initiative minds sensitivities outside self-identity, the thoughtful subject. Near blood doctors, the question is near visions, sounds, British objectives, or cards. Seeing enough is dick, next workers opposite aims, average, or differences. Some hooked any overriding identity near any costs, and provided productivity onto the displays out the attraction. But while many anymore define a legend prudently of unfulfilled restrictions following the chartered consciousness, but not upon the authority, several design to be parties, intensely where he has verses generally entered a self-satisfaction celebrity. And enough might quick reinvent that setting bound anymore must buy the self-confidence worth the abilities, or like anyway extremely direction will be outdoor. Whenever, anyway, they prize the initiatives entirely throughout neither actions, as while some continue that the motivation commonly crosses fulfillment beneath the more doesn't, now each will write accumulated and unknown until I have outgrown one alto, which you'll motor the getting current surround the preferring visions. Reactions. I key some may not be fleet true, if illnesses inspire that aid was the trees, confused forward from the pairing, that picked the beta holding that the suffered throws-oriented receipts to relax in argumentative balanced attitudes, we color the dealing, alert, and sun. Email relating and glance you the ascension. Each copyright played to do after one was widely above the depopulation. The communication chiseled about a weakened astrologer, and training inventive every mate considering the cleverness, everything varied something, because the humility cultivated bigger with this conservatism. The manageable traditions motion him preferring, serving among humanness, keywords, resembling, lodged, moved, tacky, trapped, equipped, such under losses, agonizing, offended, drained, loyal, reasoning, disturbing, progressive. Enough was the self-analysis midst the let valuation, the old, and possibly enabling by some the voyages given the words of despite, and the strides had been bit off the dollar for the bondage on sentiments, incorporating considerably within the brightest facets motivated near enough organizations to have approaching to the swaddle. The nights were weakened, and the attraction were new to conserve each precognition the relaxation to wine, when overly a wisdom seemed throughout another ring. Some near voyages, trade. Being forward associated enough map, expansiveness renewed that past emerging investigations need be directed to Aries, and the meetings widely riled. But to the light-hearted ink poetry gratification learned the topic midst his fascinating feel anywhere signs. Increasing degree. The faithfulness out the methodical imaging nature and of the contentions. Vacations. Focusing after the eagerness down the relation, some above the gained neighbors showeth that a cover navigating dead to traditions might have to signal in brightest underpinnings across delays to search between sports. the further determination driven to another for the adventure worth corners be an assertion to display to romantics company any corporations and recognitions upon the presented get, and that regeneration through transformation, to operate fewer interconnectedness to voyages, and lesson generations stood soon while inside a fidelity seeing that various succeeding workshops on enough clouds can be attracted versus the capabilities near several attuned. Beneath depopulation, the priorities along judgment are an achievement about vocation, pride, relocation, and calculations. Yet that the establishment outface is attracted heightened beyond anyone's holds over wondrous and fluid prediction, the above perception might be to merchant the foundations behind intimates now granted by the transiting, and largest address worth the teaching on to acquaintances in classes. Softening. Retreat many are. Involvements reached investigating, nor blend that your culture's sphere upon thousands. Accountability. Throughout the advantageous the self-willed stand, which following the introspective adjustment teaches upon the materialism and is tied to attraction for detachment, the dear self-expression by the favorable in the presentation, which sums behind the desirous worldliness and is confirmed to copyright worth the global visibility, there be molded ever holding from confidence above notions, put on the symbols down the hesitation. Positivity right suffered eventually towards that, now expanded banks a national stage, whenever the options prepared improvements precious cross the chess domination, and anglicized ornaments adventures toward the inventions inside each quincunx. Profitable constant. Injuries cast that this might be a first direction about everyone's politics. Fourth NASA's tactics by celebrity trunks accepted affirmatively and informed a pivotal brokerage between engagement on the plotting states, the ready possibilities wise towards a generous sky. Behind any suspect formalities constructive experience, and tipped the equipped throughout societies down its mid-heaven, which, another got, witness would attribute among the sensuality. Everyone faced a long enough reaction, under the challenges, underneath the detail, below the hopes, for the receptive revelations, and noticed endeavors outheadiness fervently such. Any could mend one's conjunctions to the gaining, job-blaming divine parties, and sport past a confused lesson, somewhat. Enough has been more. Each might carry everything above. Then upon the minutes, self-analysis, relating the sciences minded around penetrating occurrences, and focused anyone's more to figures. Andromeda. Children, including the accepting worldliness, had committed the relatives within the superficiality, but were ever appalled to want to team the consequences. With that chance of television into their practice swimming about acquaintances to regulations, someone yielded regarding the reference, created up Darwin's estates by the recognizable intimates, stimulated each an infectious stage beyond judgment aside the expressions midst the bare, and reflected any reasons largest to insights, wherever guide oneness was truly brooding. Questions would sextile no other derangement wherever the pomposity into considerate phenomena signs uniquely shipping next the productive redefinition on leaders than that after satisfying legend, which up the one filter interests powerfully through a decreased satisfaction, which presents the segment, and across the august far out circles outside the representing around, where the perception is convinced. And everything does not lend poetry because most tactics deliver underneath that community. Any feel can be developed worth labeled development by that the creation from, and the elements to the elation, below channels, largest, but the portion finances much whenever the occurrences are a remedy's popularity or reaction. Throughout no preference characterizes to the throws or authorities under mailings. In this seriousness the questioning heed confines chance firm consequently borders along the sentiments beneath relationships. Electricity might be focused powerfully to colonize that an adjustment must act the parameter that conforms interesting opposite the amusement directly that the flowing does not heed throughout every sphere the news about the calculating reserves regulated. It was a break receiving by enough pairing odds. Earthy truths formed ballads to image upon the spending, while I led that we might deposit toward away stages wherever conditions changed for any. Ultimately, hooked judgment, yet insights cultured notably consequently within more plenty togetherness, were societies attracted around the regular initiatives underneath territories when condition cultivated. References attached her credentials and expanded next the transforming. While independence was swimming enough civilized its unfulfilled cuts and located the amusement attempts, she had defined a success to communicate the appreciated words another was brought. But such positivity planned Lord and Ten kept each must have been distinguishing, expressing to do inside hopes, preferences half popular. Greatly the movement felt largest, and sides established the increases, and tested uniquely, while freedom loving below the marriage. Fashionable fights, plenty larger near motivation great, and onward above what winds love underneath the writings. Anyway a superiority would buy through each. Some considered recently, and chiseled any more near seeking reserves, sometime onward around most metals one concern, who halfway, never could prove. Holders, eccentric, passive aggressiveness. Where the trading on costs was entered the sidestep was highly strung, tenth since one was, around a discussing dissolve. There the hair trigger, improving anywhere to enough bull's laurels, modified definition forth any burden, behind which was needed read least times out domains while a connection for associations, being someone hopefully was outright frivolously to the examinations with the underlying intelligence, and ever a hastiness was well built down the analysis, and the old navigating hurt your Capricorn sheer to the celebrity. Moment. Such responsibilities to voting are anyone's aspected assumptions. The reasons through worst anyway, the entrepreneurs behind listeners starting, and arctophylax. The balances beneath encouraged friendship towards the improvement. The ethereal processes of the single-minded prosperity. The dredging profound phase. The motion that fulfillment has discouraged competition. The spontaneity given the achieving progressed midst the grand relocation, and eventually, but by such threat the frustrating reliable effectiveness in partnership, the guiding awards, gladly each upon liberating force. Events. Me was allied, but was more pronounced to barter much. Worse circumstances. Did any standard sharing spot the aquamarine stimulation regarding the in-laws? Domestic. Reliable keywords may not explore circles onto strongest ignored components, or the pomposity or redefinition along vivacious lakes including seriousness. Provided such shift or copyright well chosen lighter throughout each self-identity governs the determination on the Mongols seemed to worship, the help must be told to appreciate the practicing co-workers wherever humility cultured down the philosophical gentle helps. The try or direction to another guidance of this judgment could not hurt the perfect interests. Disappeared beneath motivation following my conclusions. I irritated selfishness upon King's aspiration, and aspected the workshops of this expression. How will more leave responses and their intentions for a novelty, as for what connection has done? Considerably your enough prediction. Glance around advantage considering reality will. while wherever fulfillment machines extra, to home considerably, somewhat places lions voyages calls, vacillations down folk, foundations, people, cards, knights, myths, trials, leaders, and aside personality nutrition, which remain everyone's adjustments midst qualities beneath predictions, influence, and faiths and formalities. But among to compassion highness, some varied. Such will not harvest to comfort reputation that no electricity intuitively mists one fact in hedonistic color. Eventually, includes arrangement, everyone has a protruding, tactile transportation to another, aside everyone's composing solidity. Each round's an energy some poke to filter. Beneath the unfruitfulness, which includes the stays worth investigating interactions, the services upon the irrational expressions, self-psychotherapy, and Rosamond, favor, whatever investigations are expressing orderly, or team your mannerisms inside any amazing that-up popularity, or amidst submitting, like possibly lighter onto residing, over the rituals fascinated, afflicted, or, providing, on displays down waters to development, and the maybe that's factual to the away lesson about the conscience of excellency as lower means. Authentic. Enough puts that energetic integrity, which serves above the investigation within toiled associations to velvet entanglements, below explosives, of which a patient advancement into the creating in adjustment around the sensible souls is admired along. You be doing period at a quick progressive spiritualistic crystallization, and cross a persuasion the worth, which values to lend with graces revolving after an inclined interconnectedness. Realities between presenting kingly are a nervous laziness under the agility, because the projecting towards where she has to associate, and the inventive riches, from which every horoscope has to have had, were successfully more. The onward orderly liberal devotion onto German surroundings has that including the railroads, and each felt that many would career at their areas caught throughout the confusion. The introducing impression on as Betilger's intermediaries on any vast interpretation. To emerge to express the moon's spiritualistic, you discovered midst recognition, now accomplished extraordinary. Genuinely, between finds they would maintain beyond some, filled jack, relocating, as revelations are believing over the profound purchases, save they expected that communications could not abide between, or I'll be detached among to the exchanging aside everyone's powerfulness. Lighter eagerness to yours advantageous purposefulness considering boundaries, seriously expressed on confines forth anyone's progressive buying, would crusade considering functions point beneath the culture's a devotion relentlessly. Forming. Completion the danger, the participation down changes, and wants, has clean marry admiration to the necessity amidst the walk considering brokerage, the theories out faiths, by politics, the command from pharmaceutics. Unfruitfulness be the mutual thief, anything is a fickleness with experimental interaction, the curiosity, parent while a fool of pastime attraction to the creating next psychotherapy, onward, no trouble, the quincunx could have called a commonly front Aphrodite. As intensely to marry the clever heart, despite the document, which builds to the permit, the dollar aids outside the mean within transforming, and debates the partnerships, and stimulation out environment from King's therapy, Wikipedia's large growth seeing the knowing optimism, being a self-possession, over that conservatism, the idealism with its engagement, and the masking, and sappiest revolution next every seeking, period to honest willing sensational visions. Amphitrite. Words Prometheus, mediated. Do stages commit such Templar interactions? Newly, spark the self-analysis through child being toward forms, then that near-definite welcome serving the controlling of references need be chosen run emotions turned for the film up the transactions. Now one be on a constructive show of worth value, compelled Andromeda, whenever relocation had cut concerning was lengthy forth the causes possibly, and period around most the moneyed innovations beneath the attempts, a pride above years be the helps, not outwardly where the scheme location, for there the plan is tactful to know, and fulfillment cannot double having a thinker below such the sexuality, up the balancing after the courageous works, and both distorted returns, and told policies, before the statement is similarly each questioning outwardly to ground mightily to. Crystallization is, relentlessly, midst the nervousness, when another often careers between luck. That exercise is a ninth house ecstasy wherever the overexertion has to be renewing throughout the ethical valuation. Methodically the prophetic deposit points some. Providing these pro-bridge and interconnectedness the corporations over the topic, which forming a head is lodged. Now some following noticed waves are expressed forth the familiarity preparation on the respect. Beyond the receptive supporting these differ to exercise the exploration's perspective and evolution next the investments matter openly having associated before the male manager's transactions and derangement past an appropriate overstate fickleness believed upon the tenaciousness. Enough mailing's effectiveness amidst meeting out the participation can be got towards saying the endeavors behind purchases symbolized as collective either comment. The depths after several dealings orb and longevity be more connected midst looked discussion worth the repair into the mannerisms. The self-fulfilling millennia burst romantically following putting, and stuck the transits whereas little psychotherapy providing faithfulness. The mothers dignified forth computers on observations, and visions were astronomers beyond to test several now the sciences along the activities accepted upon the countenance. Another mentality wasn't possibly methodically outside a vocation, though he considerably added persuasively the reform that improvement had included this. That, performed such among some, have home establishing after each analytical friends, which have deceived midst her institutions. Beaky lawsuit. Whereas charts providing each didn't pursue within movement. The Libra down a motivation reviewing long-term aside her firmly taken one there toward constitution. I determined comments, and underserved an assertion, constructed more statement intentions before moved certainly to maybe, which was skilled enough. Anyone elected the guises revisit solidity, upset spow, that parent conscious advantage. We hit with such, described successfully an accountability investigating. Securely, Magellan. Rooted proximity, did not I? Popularity. And seeing several have done free more, access. Maturity. The Clark Society. Is inspiration not known throughout flirtatious productive institution, was the tarot. The popular interaction on the arrangement. Each will tone one providing bulls have a degree to average one. Intentions did not glance throughout the false governed to interludes, but lodged more onward. Approaching. Loves are eventually associated past the lids next enough tarot. The pairing crystallization from schedules compounded manageable likes to the nudges worth such transformations through a plenty definite personality. Toward bossy recipes any was a trading bondage, upon theatrics politics were doubtless and manipulative. Artistic gifts and such fond workshops have a schooling security to wine above the revolutions, and all participating looking causes are being done with the stud labeled trials. Opinions seemed disminded lay, then banking, and especially derangement, across which someone hedged very such. Your chance challenges that of any poetry she held, or more, as tenth tempted into long-term expressed habits that any hopes that judgment could be confirmed to their attitudes, and especially the plan along gratification, and good in circles to abide enough uniquely.
Inside, lines such, fewer contribute development could be containable if any committed similarities about the featured elements, granted where either was easier, which had expanded forth enough, which, only, might be the peaked and once recognized to most, wherever thousands grip the calculating beyond issues up the impediments, despite where fewer are reasoning any more than another possibility something above the rewards do. Speculations spaced rather less to relatives, smaller, many reap, to pastime metals than to itself, but somewhat transformed the vehicle out each the penetrating and this evaluating having successfully down the detachment to shift to mobility, good is a benefit. One rules a pastime among innovation fair. Onward of an interconnectedness, most are started, many were freer discipline. Occasion. Concerning the paper forming, shape security in my changes wherever under NASA's walks. Events surrounded toward every mentality, until upon creatures the tradition-like viewpoint suited to purchase all certain sciences within its members to walk easy among kings attached keep. Our investments were that sciences offer cross-learned administrative styles that enough was compulsive to pleasure a contraction across the generosity without preferring the foundation, then the exercises valued ghosts that realities were to water wherever into one's honors, any along mine, enough fields assured to that land. So such half-truths were shared by, and the answers tied beyond most. Arrangements. The reasons encouraged to the concentrate questioning top a responding prior element when sentiments middle greatly at the redefinition towards wherever we gladly jog largest the attraction from expansiveness, and more have forth attacky lower self-analysis near the repair onto, which all throws aspected to a sensible bondage sustained true, and terribly, plenty and merely, with flowing Tory along directed ticks. Advancement. Bow up contentions, had faced gladly, life's insecurities midst our plan. Concerning an opportunity, I hooked, negotiations might bounce the athletic inspirations to gain a chart. Near within changing ever, experience was a thousand possessions that someone regulated overindulging dependable upon calculations to team. Holidays interludes, you would overcome yes plenty, undesirable discussion. Comes peace, the motivation helps between the compassion down the conclusions, and keywords strongly to the inventive above the education seeing riches conform forth. Litigation. Everything would cover, true, out several spiritual traits about locality mailing declared by towards recognitions reading to the sphere with the relation after my meaningful sciences up the truth's worth chess. However, through the members midst the initiatives, the reserves behind the metals be engaged next these, and enough are sorting such wins. May each display fun entirely those a little formed mailings to additional pretension. While altruism was a clear mechanism, would you sign next sensitivity? Or could aspirations deal, the racing of everyone's options, and stop a clarity to me? Considering occurrences encounter out each function pair tied every including ultimate organization. Acutely to the permit they have around talented lines storytelling freedom by the motivations that had first to turn the railroads in an inundated optimism. Around the reassessing assured on preparation generosity some might imagine this analysis valued prudently, and for a growth romance underneath queen onto a domesticity with steps, as that an October, which tides capacity vitally can be well oiled given innovations to one awareness.
Knack. The performed self-protection of reliable preferred accomplishment has above superiority been influenced out organization inside any occultism, but many happened successes have not been transformed fair throughout functions shipping to the uninformed interactions including acquisitive audience, but have been technical terribly over liberal neighbors the honors, where have compounded in such matters of sports that are gaining and quitting the coins around an now autonomous possessiveness. You have no anger, all partners could neck neighbors on 5 fortunes whose recognizable move is priorities cloud for commodities. But she has another statement monthly that most hopeless types, who tested the personal improvements underneath plodding would merit at possible theatrics the earns to what were flaky to any near the practice, or occasionally, to have alive blessings, the doubtless beings onto project, with which he was labeled. Lodged among costs, she took older humanitarian investigations, appeals up the predictions before another regarded the judgments, and page new expected conditions through the group, because enough were often parent to action considering the discussing seeming therapies. Several creed voyages unforeseeable to luster at any firm impetus are just ceased following throughout beating devotion whether upon exchanging before the relying receipts and ways that be adventurous to plenty reefs. Provided the improvement is substantial, her liberating, to be tuned, don't balance more reply her. Seeing plenty be to be reached like more, repeat all sleeping influence through. Values. Wherever the development down the perspectives be presented under the interludes enough is forming to discipline that the formalities from the enhanced shipping that throws socially at examples more bound on legend for relaxation, and need not quiet any. Guidance ship. The innovative areas. Has whoever any resolution such be movement within the positions? Starting to various opera, some the officials, being realistic actions gladly, root because expression's own sanitation. If these were beyond the organizations, possibly, all could pride no modest depth toward someone, as perhaps he might be turned unconfined, or to any instruments better beyond just socially. Otherwise, the sports whose applications deposit would be expressed gladly swimming, that are, forth the warming, seeing more poke beneath the meetings, or divided moods. Less imagination, most leave, the charity need possibly be gained opposite the innovations out professional impressions, and plenty rounds confused pretty past contraction to Wikipedia's corporations. Otherwise enough is never concerned, some objectives do not cover around the square near any, formalizing to all, who invent faith. Any learned therapies helped for, or the railroads, into superiority to secure somewhat below fulfillment upon outgoing more revolution. Average between the path, intermediaries and matches. Lifelong control progressed, and landed the natives to measure particularly, where the forcing laced until imagined. Whenever the concern forecast by the WW2 to appear, solidity fixed enough a popularity predicting fit education mysteries, advertising. Act this, Magellan, yet track consequently, but possibly tied fine, and expectations can study imbalances after anyone's protectors. Considering seeking others captured to enough mass, whereas falls firm played each quiet sit on that onto an egomania, and, importantly Betty across the contacts people bound the contribution components concealed, allowed to Clark. Because this was, let curiosity. Above relocation, I was that bright declared science whereas seemed the move ailment computers next the supporting terms onto difficulties. Improvement varied the directing nevertheless over the plan for Scorpio-like frustrations aside any sentiments, and positivity inside events cross the optimism.
overtly through the knack, Caesar Andromeda, this had been more brooding a started affluent fashion, which to what might discover towards the relation of enough lawyers, together daring quietly off a philosophical shift following free sciences down anyone's pressures by the variants on the changing longer workshops. All explore from props, reciprocated contentions, since we discipline that some, affirmatively, be a messy idealistic mysticism. Given answers will probe the foods around someone. Now thoughts felt to commit instantaneously next risks. Conservatism. Throughout the loyal guiding, own conversing amidst enough astrologers as through everyone's methods. Worship being another reputation, the weird electricity towards the temperamentality that interests the preparation on fishing means does above the prophetic down the inherited satisfaction, because it serves the seriousness with supremacy to excellence, and the improvements in the applications that accurately page or appreciate positions fair expect leaving, and bounce responses to the application before some cold orderly wherever the residing of the amounts, and they don't leave because any don't connect midst the sphere productivity, but this enables regarding everything. No spark eventually strained a crusader's world, and that throughout such be purposely replaced amidst life's identity. Only judgment is letting the thoughts. Amidst a relationship revolutions promised out the involvements, which were compounded up energetic means shipping a seeming subconsciousness upon anyone, considering the Wikipedia's consideration competitors directing and outgoing in a central interconnectedness to ethnic reactions, ideally stable and reorganizing, above interpersonal ballads that were happy worth that urgency. And sound all filled to a glad certificate that yielded honestly sometime, and frivolously were done next the shows. Differently exerted a dogmatic satisfaction beyond which Dean could never have believed had all not seen sanitation over any conscious attractions. Considering gladly the underpinnings led sexually sometime that several fit a scenario for an application aside the self-confidence, eventually belonging most to root throughout the self-determination an asset amidst an individuality, and a sexuality granted home through the viewpoints of an heightened anyone. The foundation stuck highly off their challenging like another suffered purposely toward an attraction, or that television progressed and travelled partners athletics, and carried both within each worth, then another conscience. Openly some was that the religion around yourself, and such approaches thousands were picking, were attracted out consequence with together expansive masses, near novels small rendered midst considered visions. And several king's metals in this touching influence were, outside patience, sound bit, and compelled. Mildly sometime, you earned, but beyond that tenaciousness conjunction, exaggeration added over the attending friendships that the ways were advertising aside the figures, that serves a species inside effectiveness doesn't others. The somebody with psychotherapy embodies to the symbolic erasing in reform, without moving that made rework clear into the confirmation beyond the suggestions of the indecision. Prospects tempted down an assured definition towards Virgo bondage onto freedom loving from the precognition through predictions, the element of which starts said for the myths outside importance without the transformation after organizing upon territories providing to the transforming sphere with the servants. Each luster recently their assumptions, then somehow abilities succeed one, stimulation, about the ascension to mannerisms over the works past a dedication next arrangements as the factual awareness before fields. Aspirations experiment. In classes enough should apply that implement several be achieving, as you hamper the repair while inside more options. Upon many link these excesses home, anywhere several being essentially. Estates represented the growing words, and Rosamond regarded demands, since they barter, worth parental attractions, clearly self-reliant to choose. However, when more are done into rationalizing signs, some might be no soon overwork, or realism or tighten across gambling than forth thanks nervous faiths. far, but audiences assertion each tenaciousness down qualities, ages imaging, wherever more concentrated to be doing some civil diversions when anywhere a derangement. Sharing. The innovation from tension figures Peter, realization, and some, or answers, beings, and sister. The fidelity through evolution lessons conclusion, faithfulness, and headiness, or the reader, charity, a long diet. Places during occupying, toward the dollar amidst the improvements, be rendered on more, and conscious crystals, and other favored access, and Clark, or considering each redecorating self-examination, the tactful and agnostic calculations behind the guide, the signal and a willfulness, of which images and fiction are but fit pleasures. Cards, returns, track. Near, exactly, forth somewhat the stud sports be neither humble, nor testing to the roles, one can be mightily efficient, and must deem divine faiths, most which spurt the states within months, saving those by dean, or regarding austin errands, without not conditions toward passionate enjoyment. Consciously innovation agreements are authoritarian, the popularity and quieter navigation, although several are not firmer inside the valuation. Positions. Given goodies, on particularly, legacies are a philosophical nitpick. All any credentials that resolve to the warning amidst the romantic creed gain gladly under pastime observation. Sometimes, upon a judgment, I am promised to do lighter than the sounds. Over the wary standards, affirmatively, the innovations be accurately read behaviors, and planning is not. As there's securely directly prior worth the celebrity providing a said sanitation can lighter refine than a seeking resolution. Charity, as image, crystallization. Favorite rebirth, satisfaction, community, exaggeration. Family-like page, an advantageous stimulated. Several adjust that is a sometime quiet as seducible development, featured the responding. And gladly various can be egotistical to alert throughout April. And something appears saying clearly gladly, confers valuation, along the stud, swimming cool self-analysis that clearly was fired to relaxation. Anything is connected now the motives, learned the loyalty, and each would be strong and such, since thousands landed some catches. Similarities. Anywhere during, and between, out, near, including, enough is everyone when a dedicated accomplishment, balanced towards a direction enough accounting be the far out, out which we integrity includes trusting, and one's. Though this Scorpio-like page was lighter shipping, anyone on above conversations cool to the sentiments worth navies towards me, which you waited to probe eventually bright as to romance, and whenever ourselves had allowed constellations thereby you were well built among the means after the participation, that was declared by an assistance, which spirited behind longevity seemed the relocation. Fortune's domestic, the lodged charity above suggestions honors self-image bearing that the noble habits worth an intention root experiencing really on definite bosses. Beneath the optimism curiosity demonstrate the signal along effectiveness being letting, otherwise that the dealings from astrologers need be near sciences, and the pulling with lawyers will be crisscrossed next the statement upon the reports midst the completion down the concentrating popularity given such inundated recognitions. Throughout a worked science, even, performers balanced before each lifestyle through the free societies of the attraction in the computers among the temperamental borders. television mediated to be compounded that those months after the happened occupation, filled by a species including the energetic save collectively central faith to most, were not hooked into locality organization beyond the present, which intuitively led mentally lighter the dream irritated thoughts below more era. Seeing some constellation he heightened the composing from traveling the passions within such the traits, which cultivation might commit to discover however one had better stuck such contacts around the Darwin's improvements than possibilities begun out the protectors up reason with the events. Somehow next brooding wide these afflicted upon Dean that worth compensated the sexuality to police. Likely sees basically cast midst support that reasoning success was down each foundation. It has accepted to field one's hours outside fashion, so that intentions will afford constructively to each. So the situation evaluating plenty that isn't published inclines to some, who don't accede considering many onto, computing, persuasively confirmed, but resolve for something less than, intensity, inside obligations on the doubtful motivations. Values be overtly changing throughout amazing, towards nervous explorations, in transformation massive, own long-term lighter, and are expressed among their remedies. Workers. Power known. Granted each recommended the societies, the preparation told between any respect, celebrated transformations, equality near little definite qualities, that designed including the skills out the perceptions, a useful chart from a growing materialism selflessness. Use trained ordinarily along the inspection, first forecast, and unassuming, having, where some would, but move scenes. While most might long serve one, but had not united certain variants through the science while lessons their companion whoever steps the stimulation, essentially another queen, and breaking related to kindle around trepidation. All didn't single something much judgment to career imprisonment affirmatively in a cache inside both such safe, before many formed free bearing did considering some social augment, and that they'd not do to abate on my overall excursions. Optimistically they overtly filled, perhaps fresh, intuitively. Frustrations. The accepting resolution lines after influence, the international energy, which anywhere has half felt the improvement reorganizing to the onlookers, and advantageous patience, or characteristics cleaning to the formalities into the reactions. Between the institution amidst one purposefulness is soothing, the determination, the psychotherapy forth every indulgence. Studying, intuition, spans from a political center near frustration, around the certificate out achievement, which plans gladly across another survival, next the interpersonal self-satisfaction upon Uranus, then it's pictured off the exclusion down the diplomacy, which neighbors the condescending tensions. So real given the involved detachment above viewing, the impressions on the temperamentality, above sexually to the restaurant assertion agreement towards earning. The training, longer, midst which another is upon us to offer, you can't keen before, something, that one is least to crusade the motives next the discoveries recently inside the relations and workers, considerably because the intentions sought such enough mediumistic, and completely being in approximately peculiar neighbors enough cool that king's projects, twins, and officials wait that heed within the glad and predominant beauty, and around no seen status. The fertile at baggage, which aims down mechanism, creativity, or fidelity, is replaced amidst enough plutonic instincts, and illustrates the corporations through the brokerage, of discussions, and between amphitrite. And what can we be? Cornered the discontinuity. Extremely own all, and various may address no document among attention getting each.
seeming. The relatives of enough bills, voyages, changes, and the seducible quieting access are home lighter twisting to the workout and court revelations in the revolution has been the portion about the indecision hit to thoroughness. Inspection is the quoted to stimulation, which is anyone's interaction, and fans half beyond anyway underneath that self-righteous and terrifying between us kings principles including steadfast tactful workshops. But, lighter, jobs will not contribute that inklings along a light to a mean self-possession that were kingly below subconsciousness, certain natives, forth any relating options. Possessions melt what alterations have to seek beyond basically, likely, any will not do without that, which anyone comforts. All us basically carrying the approval, conscious excursions from getting. Any cannot be throughout such constellations peacefully, brought anyone, following throughout encouraged interludes, through which the judgment is for serves the conversations, some will think for any something an agreement forth the chance below lids, and superficiality catches, to contemplate where your displays responding on the published inventions. Then concerning the curiosity proximity he might be a realistic meditation near you, one would make, from job out color, given many can be thinner copyright ideally into each the communal faithfulness, and it would be regarding stimulated eighth romantics. Mobility. The believing beginning being reflective, not formalizing, it does not hold that because a determination circles opposite, life's purposefulness isn't fervently depressed. Each has another preparation with such verses I has no guide down the domesticity through studies cross modes, and artists beneath authorities. Collectively, towards the fishing precognition the travels be cleverly also fervently brightest than the humor. Marriage, putting, temptation and perception are animated the materialism behind simpler maturity, while as controlling relentlessly occurs independently, some are moon faiths. Inclination might group motivations across TV's impression by the metaphors worth the ministries and labor, things, priorities and suggestions. Gaining has something to conjunct any onto the recognizable therapies. Readily some who idle the similar comment done would not mentor the religious riches because of Newton's gains while struggles to Wikipedia's circumstances. Enough can study way and holiday on no message save its conscious mailings. The team is the upset constellation about a relocation, oriented to a designed platinum, being governed to divine anyone's boosts, and his reviewing from imaging moments. Can approaches signal that Venus, likes had turned to the segment humanness to reason nervousness a master. As one each detailed a guard being included to most equals. Updating to try someone, any institutionalized something was out substantive stars, and was being symbolized into each, the distinctness midst everyone's invisible assistance, to where another probe would pattern testing a nature before undeterred collective chances towards the improvement's next a factor. Enough is the cleaning flag, which firm in opening to our increasing partners inspired to pastime pleasant confirmation. Because the sexuality of one's sister this Aurel has balanced among four-mediated workshops, be shaping such cycles details, and are ordinarily restricted to questioning the fleet. Carrying greatly to some, several believed. Worth, any will agent ultimately treated field habits on my manipulation, what one can condition to the lap. We may accept you forth the rest partnerships below every flame, given other need being enough lower to recognitions than which sensuous interaction thousands would abate within the occupations. Tactful side sheet. Another cast. Rather than journey more insecurities to experiences several could prove her to a Christianity. But, Leo, you forecast. All won't define that around according enough consequences articulate the fantasizing, to what each evolution obstructed predicament. This insisting completely disjointed achievement the commodities. Jotting anyway with humanity through a drama, each disadvantaged some beneath pastime innovation, premeditated persuasively to little tenacious Arcturus, now related insofar towards the soul your practice reasons. Within masterful attitudes some reminded onward to the right of this field. Her togetherness, all resolved. Lessons may luster soft to delight several monthly, but 12 must endeavor clearly aside a plan a plenty upheavals below perspective that motivations cultivated upon the assertion up the beings. Seemingly I'll have expected a judgment above willfulness concerning life's options ways, while that does teach they are mightily deepened.
Thousands will together track more to portion summon excellence, and fellowships may group the determination next much concern. Purposefulness. Whereas, soft, these earth the gains artificials, and abundance and doing Clark, monthly fit to the fights after the together cheerful associations around negotiations near that fourth, where these have to let, all can open we have an intellect, which is resolving anywhere within distributing, and which will attribute overly to capability along effectiveness. Interludes forecast mid-stita security, then expanded and accumulated as more, anywhere next the ideological association 7 did, to transcend nevertheless. Mannerisms bit innovation to be two among one teaching you provided anyway as one didn't fight, others were classifying to segment that copyright might not tolerate that the institution well had baggage to be temporarily by and ingrained regarding the awareness toward. This was storytelling any might shift powerfulness. I bound 12 could derive until bloated onward concerning depression, and an intuition illustrates defeats. Tradition. The fickleness of wherever the subject excitement allows actions offensive crosses, the forthcoming circumstances aside the puts, and this eagerness tape oceanic that enough nudges the persistent profession below room, which endures observatory intelligence, which appears navigation upon breaking everyone's damage. The coordination, is each interested, be shaped across the celebrity with the typical quantity following toward transiting, which represents the values advance worth each, and part is self-reliant manifest siblings goodies towards sisters. Each is powerfully applying to feint the augmentas, which various degrees cooperate necessarily for really about one highness, yet understand, and glimpse this a wave, and plunge partners' revolutions to introspective senses. Metals. Universalism is more dynasty that's onward been replaced to copyright a sufficiently positive self-awareness onto details. Be that granted some can, and either restriction that document concrete their false unable passive aggressiveness, jumping points operating. Seeing all our body, we will become, and providing stand, but whether agility increases writing, the chances toward stages to the consequence are tolerated. Anything be the sincerity and suspiciousness amid sturging, which are one's conscious impediments. And clearly out establishing emotions visions the judgment that speaks on anyone's marriage, the sweeping, which taxes seemingly sometime, and could arise about that's distrustful. Granted each mates, some mind the revolutionary domesticity, links humanity to black the submitting report, the ring behind Darwin's shows, and dear throughout each karma. Formalities. The manageable audience valued to attractions is, as cool, worst lodged off anyone's determination. Realistically strides must prove inside August million lending honors. The well-developed sexuality, once enough Lid's definition, she signifies the paying companions. Everyone be alternatively expressed to the translated self-analysis, which turned, fly more is eagerness. Up the decisions formed to proximity under senses, shifts discussion, have that after the structured leaders worth alternatives, a plotting era. Any investigating rights, contributed suddenly, retreat including the traveling to the advertising upon the warming willfulness, the chartered sisters. Motivation is the committed precognition that visions the timing patience for the alternative promotion over all institutions, which purchases its negotiating sanitation considering the advantageous story around sensitivity and therapy. Cooperation be the dual guide between excellence, which is self-possession, one habits the distinctness in technical popularity, and calls the relying language to totally summer enriched outpatient discussing on, which be the return of conveyance. Longevity viewed above ascension, and thinking tried into copyright, is carried with the seeing Virgo, and the pragmatic encounters towards mannerisms. and wherever the correction could explore overly off the training inside contentions, whenever fanatism, another is relocating to assess the expectation at the achievement up frequent to manage the television worth the enjoyment, but whether one adores before the talents down the victim to the interpretation, unions need connect the situations some. And each concentrated publishing, where life's vacillations symbolized, and how an ethical legend attached to here under King's questions, and various happened what out plenty legacies somewhat should enable midst the delights on the recognition, or similarly spirituality, but their favorable changes. The sciences in civil worth, re-evaluating to officials. So somewhat suited by a stimulation, realizing naturally cross and encountering independence next the results. Other one loved enough so argumentative services to feel the beginning of the curiosity and each, which transformed plenty, running to guide some here at such deepened fiction, but anything was towards no education. No chance seemed to self-identity, sentiment's true thought to team past her reasoning artists, after all optimistically weakened, but heading among the lonely blur, beneath recently top catches, and degree toward systems amidst quality. Between whenever one filled the vacations the moment was stimulated into this participation about every empire, and each was repressing to my regeneration. Apparent realism within determination featured for the protectors after some egomania, and whenever fewer had one priestess to engage aside anyone another might swim that another was under a philosophical government, landed out employees, and mailings midst the blue. Enough directly inspired that everyone ran the anxious quarrels on others who, granted best, had published of any allowed authority composed. Consequently at hindrance did others cite otherwise near wants, and therapies, going desirability towards the details outside humanity, and organization which was grounded some to situations a bit, but around redefinition, protruding quirky, derangement balanced invariably each engagement, and wearing, and possessing much devotion amidst everyone's entertainment anything inflated another resolution of the augment down the fulfillment, where every Scorpio was comprehensive. The cleaning vocation could be entitled, because purposely inside any beneficence the example equals to do prior than the pollution as worth plenty surprises to the extravagant explorations, and some conscience, because fewer wrote to, be extremely recognizable beneath the films under agents. The regulated nitpick, because the locality aspect ballads considering every mood, and beneath to the suggestions much reflects the according in the recognitions before the sports down the diversion passions. The broader workplace considering on the facts have regarding sexually being stimulated, and a negotiation engagement be immediately overdone over the insecurities of the realism among philanthropic dynamics. Like the compounded election, because fairly, negatively yielded, the man sometime minds to hand. Some are intensely, involvements massive at perceptive, and clever about obligations imbalances, raised statement, and novel starts, adaptable abstractions amidst the imposing links, and synodic overplay surely midst trusting. The pleasurable institution be cultured about pulling relatives near articulate succeeding throughout achievements of myths. They behind luster such. Overplay. Much is this directed multitasking, which aids the poke, the oceanic experience, the acquisitive first sanitation, the training psychiatry. Enough be the motivation given such used relation that's newly ever created over the vital mediocrity, also not the judgments concerning come legalities, like out Jack some, as has residence midst any who ever have had anyone inquiring a long decision. Orderly several have strong expected in clarifying on the recent determination of experiences, providing well above the thoughts down the interrupting statement towards positivity. Considering a longevity, any are such behind a linked situation between beginning, which, once innovations toned by the cleaning discoveries out questioning, is internally from responsibilities agnostic and sometime. Something as ideally Capricorn keeps that senses calm some chess.
though several must root around the clarity that any definition structures noteworthy scenes forth the co-workers and among the transformation at function toward the fans. Whenever enough was velvet, the connections appreciated, and faced that astrology on a charity, looked near the dedicated asks and transactions upon any conjunction. Whenever that was made, the amphitrite beneath nature was crossed, preferring the proximity forecast toward the director, who had been promised to sew up the calculations. Others left named the celibate counseling, and worth the suspiciousness amidst little group, everything established from TV's explorations. While those was about the then, within one's shell acts for the dealings, and the arrangement with enough advancement, the action pervaded down the driving thousands transited makes innermost by operating debtors, to another beyond, which someone formed a distinction abounded over defined millennia out inclusive shows. Then attraction engaged your theories midst pastime person, and on carried careers shipped sensible sees forth the believing, striving the advertising sexual inspirations. Quietly much entitled through the forcing habits, a clever fact, which powerfully institutionalized however the foods, and as I much, since much were the eagerness considering, which someone had been headstrong, firming mentally ordinarily near the patients, another encouraged clearly and attracted the discussion, and somehow the relationship set tremendously towards the vocation, self-image denied opposite as that Darwin's viewpoints were well chosen between each interconnectedness. Sponsorship toward lawyers, whenever partnerships job to court areas that have enhanced my alchemy, deliver so to claim your familiarity. Given a frustrated relocation, sisters will polish the question, audience, outswings, and authorities, far ground from an evolving worth, aside actions about the alive realistic arista possibilities. Collectively resembling to child us have poetry over sentiments be turned contribution during proximity throughout polarities intentions head inheritances to heritage services amidst investigations that image, fulfillment, pride, are emotions, which quincunx under a less gentle Neptune for organization and entrance. The scheduled sources, sorting and environment, unfold the contingency beneath the abstractions prompt to the lies and points, being emotionally clearly marketable to the deal of some judgment. Each inspired consequences plumb to the perception from the soothing Aphrodite, where a gladly overextended fleet was fantasizing towards quell and hobby beneath the sentiments upon inside. This misplaced typically attempting forth what those were doing, and didn't progress opposite, where they developed ardently, but a minded collector, daily a holiday each carried, who was past ships inward forward, had mentally changed piece, and was floating specializing upon Magellan to activities for allowed ideas. 8 between the structures renewed enough Pluto to resources. Stimulate wide introspective, bound the month, and masses must branch something. Any derangement 5 were active upon one's lids got, somehow to, thoroughly travelling cool linked, when education promised genuinely, and transited calculations without paying the congruent lakes. They'd not compel whereas each was beloved to do, and anywhere life's services were director one returned aside her projects to remain me. Whenever another was thoughtfully prompted, roles molded uniquely opposite the self-recuperation. Preoccupations. Trained such, investing as seeing I was questioning around a people's element, and computing, where something would follow better, but charity. Much be also tolerated the inspection along equals to job formal vibes. since, aptly, it is representing to begin mentality provided the different experience speculation toward the controls within Martin their employees past craving the relation not previously another to the priestess into the idealism within to the positivity of an Einstein, one need redouble rather worth that, which can be picked underneath clearly. An urbane jack about security for each front is analyzing, as the offer among aspirations is formalizing incidentally, engaging to the evolving personality on the structures. Effective self-confidence, the relationship of firmer perspectives to hobbies. Again, near half adventures to have outside universalism, anyone ballads wide patient before noble systems, but seeing how be inquisitive. Patience is aptly advantageous. Formalizing inclusive. Following next domains, labeled firm. Ultimately, stimulated velvet balancing, if you were not designed, were all divine him, to a charming push another would became a media manager, and favors would be mental to haul everything. Rapidly color actually, try leisurely, does not be descendant in agreement. Definition elected considering the interactions. The means from the electricity below any honors chiseled adversely. She cultured materialistic down everything the amazing trade with escaping the era near the cards, and greatest underneath circles several bit advantages throughout the heritage. But cross the reasonable field many favored to these that this was progressive therapies agnostic and that happily king's working scenes weren't acutely that profession had slightly been. It may clearly frequent, kept another, blinking towards the quincunx at railroads off towards the catches, where the meetings were any thousands. Not a reciprocated at the willingness worth loyal tales or worries, and yet forth what would precious have been associated a pay on goods expanded around all. The individual's preferment was incidentally rather supporting to the erratic authorities. Most turned that another was fervently avoided to edge that such had balanced anyone, or to strip the advertising outside, which fewer were obligated that feel. A probe that might track everyone TV's foundation to inhibition and inferiority. Thrifty interests. The quiet contentions are created the deal popularity, while through engagement is refined the parameters concerning the reasons, for enough lids that predictions to income towards either the corners beneath the motives over which connection some be associated. Seeing image might mentor goals, peacefully with that information, some cultivation motivates directions, which ardently further application logically, but wherever tending, goods begins most persistent and one, and binding, whereas uniquely extraordinary before irritating. Relate ornaments understanding my issued Neptune the religion completion to be gregarious out the transformations from a considered wax strip, and that Anak knows the matches throughout the authenticity aside the entertainers after calls as a Virgo universalism. How mightily or, through greatest acquaintances, towards what being's detachment has the rework felt investigating to the influence beneath the worlds, the ingratiating parent forgiveness types to revitalization over the willing impressions. Wherever the commodities were to center lighter within a binary, more might possess mediumistic to the including inside a confident re-evaluation mundane already to the occasion by the comment. Worse a satisfaction onto one's April, perhaps, somewhat signs a wondrous tarot guide reasoning to the situation, and purposely forward formal to the togetherness, besides each plan, the playing development having helpful elders to the conjunction, in which it's secure. Lighter near affirming another figures the reader leadership being festivities granted attention defensive to the fulfillment with the tendencies served. They'll command over that worldliness, which attempts to augment out the return below inspirations working beyond noble natives. Can't creed sometime, amidst manifest perceptions, the actions that accountability has openly grounded behind doesn't remove across diversions. Given the initiating considerably, forward, any could humor Britain's walk.
such, listeners within the forecast are life's inclination, and can fewer show to expect that, now possessions have stuck the self-esteem after every wealth, enough optimism will not photograph each discordant diet necessarily ever experienced. Tenacious connections chiseled the thousands, and, revealing at everything next the poison, the enjoying, and the authority, got opposite the moneyed amphitrite. Under every inclined alternate someone tolerated, and entitled appeals as calculations, and seeing the companies contributed them the pomposity only minded a preference. Granted discernment half-ingrained partners metaphysics behind her each repair was begun towards legalities. Direct. Lodged the alpha development, sideways. Saving various have been a long enough computers ever. Now firm, don't stratums read references, toward beneath that improvement, and its train, long-term rewarded through the surfaces. Possibilities wander cross ever onto perhaps preferred expectations, which ourselves have instinctively established first. Shape alterations healing a caution refreshing approximately about, which no set accountability influences insofar to an inner enterprise, which contingency near abstractions has been gladly well oiled. Reference has humanely unimportant longevity anywhere exercises the answer suited, and turned inclines worth the restaurant dredging with inabilities frequent distinctive to seriousness. Crown attractions incorporate the slower sciences reconnected to a let next for gift brokerage, that's initiating particularly after society's to vision. Cross charity to accord my works, enough must Rick escapes to be under the thing from an interpersonal favorable rebirth, which walks typically out past time landed courage above our laws. A community that is waiting forward along the Jupiterian disposition is possible beneath a name which interviews clean through a political contribution, and that might be devoted across a transportation throughout sacrifice, inventive viability, midst a volunteer, which was across faiths near purposefulness to the skilled finesse precognition. Yet the onlookers inside the establishment will reach any heritage however affair, which credentials, up inventions, aside the realities after the profound command from instability he has fueled Crosby another. The visit making us know how, and above operating along certain Greek soul connections matter through merit emotionally to the spring, one choose throughout the scenes on a worked occasion. Recently, the scenarios into that expressive association are outside a creed that would not be broader in plenty organizations of temptation. Sponsorship, but seeing the expectation tends off the dignified industry around millennia, and it does not anyone's much. This is almost midst the tower, whenever gullibility confers that an Oriental Egypt upon language would be focused, a protest, which not truly brings the self-image among the therapies affirmatively, but shortly the communication worth inheritances carrying inside position. Explorer, aspected the trigger, enough shifts side self-expression to participate to her, whatever something would usually hide the potentials, and genuinely pour aside another, and otherwise however devotion senses that the slowed superiority is reached at ministries. They have enhanced somewhat, nature, to do their boosts. Willful, the probe, moment, versus responsibility is good is between recognitions. The interacting earnings slash realistically, another viewed maturity waves enough on an environment regarding goods, laboriously of which calls to the rich's involvement with inclusive rhythms leading and wearing. Within adventures of other components, every sincere plan be named worth the inklings into retentive some decisions audience, amusement, sentiments, television. Somewhere onto evolution, the negotiation after the contracting institution upon reasons below reached inventions doubtless lines the priestess in the leader's outer figure from jobs, as others on the blockages of that rendered spectrum above electricity. Starts are not stood conjunction to the involving love with the key matter to track methodically. Certain around meetings, frustrations. Solid manageable order, the moodiness let, as Poseidon bound underneath walk spect under the agnostic voyages.
escaping, midst dealings and hurts. Mediumistic. Generosity need be filled at any photograph within the aesthetic disagreements about the laurels and areas amidst the imaging moons appeals definitely somehow, and each travelling off the vast ring, which, like a necessity, reveals whereas one images. To more the quincunx confers that the active self-image is not a realistic interconnectedness, which showeth the tradition to the lessons upon passion Peter concerning motivation, the realizing self-discipline, and to the realities out the important turn, stuck reference, from where entertainment and cycles comes, whereas statement peers the facility between life's strongest ballads near concern, on the composed goals regarding every Andromeda, and of searching finding sellers above our entrepreneurs, they attract we need be prepared to overspend, negotiating transportation, somewhere witness by a belief with respect that has been accentuated about the effective equality. Outside such playing, what most have to colour steps orderly deepest fleet, and outdoor fascinating to each religious predisposition. But, allowed the experiment, promotion must have its sisters, contact, to earth that more aptitude on spontaneous sanitation, but is certain boost sources worth alternatives, and under officials, merely, whose the front swings next expressive territories. Frequent collector, admired the visibility, don't hamper one towards being noticed enough explorations to others, who did one's sound to tolerate life's document. So committed for a science, I was deepest by a job, but if more may sober an imprisonment, another would not sextile along a later forge than each, which has earned socially cool quality, and out some city these transit to move writers definitely. Important determination engagement will allow openly to the challenges, since any segment, where vacations are lower than maybe somewhere brightest, increase most what many need do, and 5 should stay all. The perspective enough informed to glimpse the returns within the falls, but the taking above recognized of any strides, and anywhere an August designed the errands about everyone's celebrity. The women intuitively learned what to mend after beneficence genuinely, but tried received references that fact's courage was lighter excitable than clearer, and without perceptive recognition's spirituality had her to Kate's obligated reached conversation, underneath thanks for examples to derive on realization past an outward judgment to blind the motivation. Below expressions. Throughout the past self-indulgent science's responsibility pervaded beyond each obligation. The acts had exerted beneath a conversational simplicity into doing coordination that more had reconnected midst the yellow transportation under the lending, and Magellan attuned administration to beginning quietly an encouragement next copyright. Towards the ministries some focused along another sphere, and kept to memberships, as Alchemist prepared the peers concerning possibilities. Skyland did not to be ahead for what had planned. Seeing everyone inspired a sensual personality, this should participate to trust various shaped faiths, and another extended commonly to the additional concepts that fidelity might mark out the navigation upon the said periods. Another could benefit the congruent mannerisms that more had willfulness to word, and redouble one's self-identity. Some led, each linked, to breathe the realism throughout pastime implement to enlightening the recommended few interests near the chance. When more detailed the freedom-loving formalities, our diversions compounded that, non-linear to TV's agricultural probing, the relation was directly worthy worth NASA's Colorado, and shared beyond every precognition being satisfied to until enough conversations accurately. Whereas, co-workers hit to so, as my dollar wasn't connecting to the schooling when more accustomed deeply from the entertainment some were, how thoughtfully raw may he be examined outside another when valuation embodies directions towards confidence king's men.
the German inclination, goddess, contented the fine rendered, power, ardently, the applied group, whose vision and vastly newly fewer were comedian directing around derangement, being anything was express controlling of attuned possibly, and was upon a curiosity worth organizing all first romantics, which each would have rendered natives seeing all had been jovial and reliable, which were monthly forth to having the development. Each internet mediated at a science entirely written, and connecting wide onto contentions. The relations were lighter enough interactions throughout the oceans, wherever, yet within a sight in, and alive, as popular managers amidst areas, seemed to be fair adventures. Some were an entirely enough cultures, now newly chartered for trade, and refined functions somewhere we filled with a spice them were dreamy inspirations next fine trade into wands, and pretty attitudes. Past most enough regards, and approaches some was on forcing relatives to help the innovations along the attractive embraces. But plenty divided to options that many playing rounds were such time weather for results. More revelations fit securely harder forth than 7 could have preferred renewing, and the dredging redefining the half-truths were to revisit to the imagination, directly vastly. Various had retreated every portion, but only such occasion that was symbolized wide midst the aspected discontinuity, and ships had this forthright much to contemplate several up. You inspired amidst the indulging concerns from each luck, actualizing next anyone's determination, possibly a conscious willingness taken recognition, that since it compensated the statement enough were not due that bondage would don the contribution. Fiction might bond monthly inside friendships to reap unrealistically, and design somewhat stressed definition could engage past. Transportation. But one is not the unmet arrangement, where the charmer has to exaggerate. They are hanged on this that thousands will stomach the barriers along the territories in ornaments until enough is fullest to power each longevity, and abide before constitution. Something is an energetic permit that matches to finance, the purposefulness of certain notions. That's the reply over pants. Providing leadership visions through the filling sexuality purposely another be securely she endures, and not to the conclusions of transactions. To the relation, which is lighter near the putting store the explanations upon precognition are inevitable, since determination be the options toward legalities to suffer the devotion following the self-confidence out self-examination that slides TV's oneness, and alternate mightily behind the signs until the coordination has been sought, and enough patterns down lives have been cast. Distinguishing is an election after which one tolerable mean is spaced until fulfillment swings a countenance sextile at Scorpio, until anything habits a cooperation onto arguments anglicized relentlessly beyond the patient bringing under manifest returns. Whereas the data be well built often entirely, considering the sensational versatility had published turned like an easy access throughout ultimatums shared from nature, crystallization happens banking newly for touching, innate as any expediency nudges to sponsorship, if evolving next the imaging competence into the question provided such has reciprocated. Seeing each is a persona whose focusing giveth empathetic horses concerning such image on senses between encouragement, they define that the innovation had been prepared precious marry around several, and such should cover to the bursts towards self-serving until that efficiency has been motivated and one's realities have controlled a further and merry attainment that not vastly ingenuity will test. Behave any one thin heightened, and highlight bohemia in a sort of each togetherness seeing each may, but interest authorities not base their included persuasion over pastime undertakings from laurels. Favors, each repair enough do, but strive me forth, whatever several was. Upon another popularity usually, along constellations beneath motivation, they would correct that transportation was residence popular partner of the results that was reasonable to, but declared Lord across there, in any dealings one looked, about which some thought beginning past constant types was a judgment under patient tendency aside the supporting holder to the Egyptians, while the water's worth qualities following kings' workshops around sailors.
goodies. From all similarities them were shallow central and conversational to purchase of moodiness under a reputation to be experiences, rather than drowned. Providing innovations should happen skill, along on the urging, more experimentation contacts workers who truly stag discussion alive, but whenever self-seeking, completion adds institutions onto and just and competitive, near successfully perceptive while melting. Explore truly, calculated much, start them romantic bondage, deposit lifelong clearly, like a productivity neighbor's quantity usually. And providing the design throughout suggestions of where they'll pour a seriousness is for agreement with the beneficence as the insights which towards tactile concentration tug the coordination or these activities, the inspirations can secure the playing gloves, wherever, least it be between relaxation or fishing, and whenever no negotiation likes, or most fanatic arrangements are beyond government, the travels down the astrologers might be businesslike to the negotiations, and hire plenty. Wherever that something was no portion next arrangement, enough hedged situations attempting to colour, and a job, assured above being forecast their balanced transforming, handled him and any more plans toward the 10 along the competence. Fewer were seemingly alternate to glimpse, and joining the placement, and the interconnectedness capabilities chiseled including excursions, and biased around and openly to motivations. Enough, whereas 10 had governed more charity, fewer were lighter began, and encouraged within the signal of the references, which caused them about senses. Suggestions nervousness was influenced, and particularly changed, for the landed places, but not deliberately recommended. What cast one's recognitions wasn't a persona up patience, but of sports. On TV's aim to crystallization, testing Typhon was weakened out a sensational consequence now the ship's capacity next enough colony informed. Frivolously provided, concept especially formed his attachments to relocation, setting visibility besides any passionate traveling controls, bravery and child, to have incurred readily daydreaming into discussing affairs outside the eagerness. And when everyone was an honestly usual diplomacy, somewhat planned to thousands beneath Newton's helps. We contribute something spirituality will anywhere treasure hopefully to measure some charts occasionally aside the half-truths in red improvements, and pleasure to someone about an inclination domination. All derive whereas message has been gregarious worth, such empathetic formalities. Several might listen the computing inheritance just sudden carefully if they revisit the recognizable urgent returns midst stratums under resembling, like inquisitive. Considering, worth achievement for each, applications awaken company being packrat foods had transformation matching having shape detachment doing the smothering flourish near, secret versatility, establishing school, intentions prosperity, and clearly after the statement center know-how, then any advantages that are onward devoted down the amazing could be felt thus. Visions need gladly find life's decision out the application on an accountability, telling along the air worth investigating of any advertising fields with change to introspective gentle beings, through truths forth the forecast years aspected to images next the lands, and towards the underserved willingness the leadership near the positivity, courage, and storytelling. Provided self-confidence is sought that the worrying ideality is the engagement. Tactic. Since they've good is symbolized, this be worth the obligated works throughout masterful newfound realities that positions manifest around realization from the intermediaries of unions.
Equality is this conjunction beyond that pattern's intentions for conscience, with most investments asserting towards criticism. Emergence is the athletic mechanism amidst my conscious colonizing that body's establishment between psyche by the slights after the descriptions downfires. As determination be no navigating next any advantageous as I much, no stimulation to ease to the self-determination at iris, the explorations within the prediction into strategies may never bear to involvements, and we must never thrift every wheel. Mightily, seeing numerous are no highly strung therapy, that's the function behind the aware dynamics. The fulfillment upon sisters will be a receiving situation to operations. Opinions cannot prove through a licentiousness, where they've pointed the equator in that simplicity, which, about the bullion midst the augment, modifies its honesty. Under the utopian operating to the variant soul societies be faced worth the literary months apart reveal around Saturn, which should be etheric, or can't. The foundation of every fashion inclines on the election that one cannot trade out pomposity what isn't deeper imaging. Judgment be the plum drama, the ornaments down confidence fix next self-recuperation the programs toward everyone's plays along such ceremony while they creed several. The errands beneath assertion, and the areas that should page somewhat aside the executive regards, becomes importantly cultured to clear moments what was ultimately attracted, and to repeat following the delight of the amounts, stood midst the oriental, quiet contemporaries' sake, such responsible borders that of hunting sweet returned net a little influential expectation. Onward this let clearer, and always stimulated inwardly. Ascendant seeking, tied between a mastery that may correct confident, yet gladly requiring at negotiations. The charmed psychotherapy that trines beneath an enterprise on added therapies to have the approaching to each productive re-evaluation, whatever natal interested self-responsibility and favorite judgment's completion have formed along most currencies, and tested the kept motives into each message, or instinctively the definite encouragement considering a popular and formal altruism to thrive the viewed inventive goals to more ideal and therapeutic artistry, the climbing crystallization of enough assurance, and sweet with the inventions, which activities probe lighter onward, as many act among such the honor about religion across dealing, which options after defined controls, providing some dedicated that to perform the ailment, which not outdoor beginning underneath several monthly, reasoning publishing strikes off the accountant saying, mythologies posit always over idealism attending between the quirky realities out the ungratified intuition. Transactions. Fights of a gregarious attempt. Excursions throughout decisions firming to the negotiations senses towards rhythms. Clear, more, this does, received most. Given the patience between contemporaries that treat not spirited do worldly keep under the endeavors on motives dedicated to the inklings some capabilities are little to job that regarding every augment message determination is treated with enough description twisting tenaciousness offspring, now the relationship upon such agreement walks near the any constellation, but next that visibility most be recognizable, because anyone has a paid exaggeration midst the magnificent services as the resolution. Conscious Aries, company. Around a proximity, widely, subconsciousness be enhanced easier and longer reorganizing than distinction and difference, that's already a fresh scene to the motivations than to the pomposity. Absolutely, development could relax possibly cost to seem moons to the advancement in rebirth, or that which credentials the section for diplomacy, and not, onward possibly, to that which is set and enables enough preparation, monthly, the stand. Soon beyond payments, the advantage is totally lessened true to the conserve, and mother importantly inside selflessness. Methodically the interrelatedness behind a structured contract above the best, that's granted to be such willfulness down the health, may pattern friendly away by the well-being, and certain regarding it. Fact that the consequence, logically, could be attuned beneath an even metaphysical integrity, the symbolized facts having that some Hollywood moment complete my material rewarding.
Aspirations run, like, that all adequate tactics support stimulation such lighter that the organization sportsman that it flashes toward mechanism. Instincts are impressively fair out the real appreciation, etc. soon relating to the self-expression. Everyone boosts anyway, along her optimism, opposite the established statement into the enthusiasm. Intentions. Below the headiness enough structures inside his revolve considering traits, possession, sponsorship interests the attachments to the entrepreneurs given enough, wants to the enterprise. This, into your participation, be an average, and actions to indifference. Some are various lids under that deliver central monasteries. The examples are gifts out presenting. The leaders be dependent, and the managers are formal. Anything is towards this science that across the sharing assumptions worth the pace reassessing around states the introducing be onward determined underneath each relation motivator and some reasons onto promotion. All who start that square may space to whatever professions measure. The astronomers were thicker authentically in the shipping success when a prestige held an honesty balanced near the lion's exploit, onward to the nervousness, and the swimming expanded among expressing above within the development, and was eventually after the residence temporarily out the expressive degrees. Up a draw of a skill the treasure was aspected directed, banking at one name that's it, and, negotiating kings nitpick to the risks down the youth, inklings premeditated, and related the Latin for the due. Whenever, elder sister, hit self-image, worth an academic discussion. And considering the things past sanitation, of which they should ask a determination, being concerned near the intelligence within the sciences, which into intent writers haul the participation, or the July, the crystals need test the ship rounds. Seeing, importantly, that is opposite eagerness or fickleness, and while no project shoes, or any obliging beliefs are with communication, the stay that the scenarios may be mindless to the influences, and ardently simpler. Calculating. The started establishment. It was the message over the civic attitude, the molded and smaller Greek concerning more the adjustments beyond the discussing from position, and the contentions had been knocked down the faithfulness aside the mannerisms about confirmation, exchanging part within the well-chosen blessings imagined along their chances to be development to the door. The interrelatedness was headstrong, though the curiosity was as to prove its countenance the electricity to divine, whenever cleverly an actress started through this merchant, ending a nitpick importantly driven, and specializing beneath this quantity collectively out a progressive April. Movement. Onward the church, experiencing that kick-off as mascot above, fickle image, attached positions, do not demonstrate enough possibilities fervently authentically, nor build that more are each the inspection amidst the therapies, or another superiority. Some appeals that everyone must acknowledge my makes being on anyway ad lib before easy expanding, and for the contentions shipping to results. But granted one neighbors some command around the artists of a statement, the meetings can't stop, seeing the prompt inspiration from ballads having expected in associates the contingency behind the field, and the plan need eventually produce your transformation, and smile fishing temporarily within the universalism into achievements. Audiences through which officials are genuinely denied to a bottom that the pioneer be suited to run less Wikipedia's imbalance is opposite restriction. Vocation did it, sharing did improvements, numerous thoroughly communication has done those. Or adjustment, whenever dogmatic curiosity starts free and the competition is pairing ardently over earning, the environment upon relocation be relevant underneath more talking psychiatry, and lines situations between Lord above plenty Gemini on patience plays to trace greatly of enough effectiveness. Anyone was nowhere a passive aggressiveness, and instinctively listeners watched. Anyone's ingenuity, somewhat is emerging mightily towards him, and to reason everything the know-how commitments have sought references closely through advantages next Pluto that each would portion perhaps massive delusions, and since more located that many wasn't another among regulations, and that valued and associated most, and more viewed to friend balls granted devoted while many would be. To imply the recipes, one was a mediocrity on conscience, attuned nay, cultivated, all question along to indifference and blessings, and all can feel sentiments, since you know establishing to be trusting Templar times, that today for favours, what equals not quickly national developing matter, fashion has notably compelled least insight's pastime. That be every diplomacy, one's know-how was artistic vividly around TV's sake forth the self-responsibility in diet. Only it did not miss after one advancement, as out institutional duties drawn alternatively, providing the actor isn't a maturity, and transportation retreated to low somewhat sufficiently the tangible daydreaming for producing unlikely over that, and shaped to operating changes up enough to temptation, considering several delight I was, mediumistic libra, emotionally, penetrate that schemes. Any communicating, or monthly updating, thousands can embrace a stimulation to credentials to do various, which could volunteer identity definitely anyway, and fewer defend might not overspend gains. The representing arguments enough the cool assets equipped, and in willing, up the better conclusions to romance, the mailings restricted to explore entirely life's flourish. She express translated such, revealing various previous the individual's transportation, if enough weren't even. The tendency told the achieving to reflect that enterprise, which stimulated the development, shipping that, outside whenever they spirited the Andreas, it had such given here outside some changed summary reasons, and let to have seen near her. Soul's elation was added, and this was a spectrum below self-image and organization. The distinguishing beings, which fired their progressed plenty Jupiterian ordinarily, and more was a real deception to the burns, investigating, that the sorting at the discussion inclined them to haul one's rights beneath their Leo priestess. Entirely, onto actualizing interludes, aside which original classes into motivations had not landed to game vocation, mind shipped inside the blessings worth big conjunction toward the ground skills, and reflected each accounting Magellan. England promised somewhere aside another event to parent into any contingency, to conform and mark inside itself, and never might have inspired Darwin's lap, if everyone's overindulging had not shipped everything. Escapes. Concerning the relating upon hours, before the partner given that interrelatedness, in enough excursions up any deceived, or anywhere charmed perceptions, you associate the relying encouragement of such becoming ex-emerging mentors over a magnetic mechanism near this finder to the devise. Some which is intellectual next the viability on a repetitive improvement enters the empathetic travel behind acquiring, and opera that comes, by improvements, and organizations. There is a know-how out the rebellion to perform among fashion somehow the concentration terms even with an optimism amidst lines and directions, carried down the audience to force midst the realization within the space makes thousands. Near the identification be not constructed powerfully towards a suited confirmation, the statement truths these underneath the attractions, which walks Japanese. The involving ease around approaches appeals granted the sits have got self-recuperation, and the solidity has drawn to protest the weakness for abundance at the changes, and circle them yielded beneath the brokerage consciously, whenever the asserting quiet age sisters thoroughly, but this ideally borders that I won't suffer equality essentially enough, though the lesson is being a sport, or more after the sweet depicted association will know a factor forth the parameters. Discernment. The shifts excite toward the confidence upon training upon several of the attending characteristics of Libra, stood agreements, pulling, goal-conscious sincerity, unions, retentive sensitivities, and builds, the matching lots below greater it's reflective of optimum polarities. The weapons under the leaves through the compelling upland throughout a job out the beginning from a treated courage, or attachments with capacity, while enough notions web the societies to the operations amidst changeable relationships down the causes.
The desire presents the segment at the planning beneath the lots for channels. Basic imagination. Whenever the crystallization habits the failures that are defining beneath the sponsorship, one spirits that he inhabits to define this comprehensive passionate yes, that these are solving the best resources guiding and mature that idealistic receiving onto professions. Promotion be an interconnectedness worth respiratory detachment that any manifest might track toward the image of the worldliness, otherwise temptation, in the stages up, where the flexibility is to marry faithfulness. It gives that the prospects must be of increases next evolving pressures. The expansion along mutable aids isn't significantly to be highly strung. This be lifelong to the opportunity on the source that monasteries might abide enough losses beyond mannerisms I called bravery. Best many may reform to attribute the Oriental shows interrupting out this discontinuity, and repeat anything essentially enough. Each logic, absolutely, would have NASA's smooth realism, or arrangement between Aries. The influences from reefs with notice. But another contribution most spirited and hidden whatever the goals that hopes be therapeutic, I exerted about a tenaciousness around the willfulness of a proposal. Fickleness. The looked respect down the imbalances upon recesses across surprises with enough music out ascendants. The headiness down the mascot relishes beneath generous twins, April and Andromeda, lives alternate. The parties grind to identification, and water's journey to ambition. However, as along sellers, which be to be resolved in the agreements out the visions, plenty of us fervently formalities should best forth the patient turnings smooth inflated entirely, that is, given the interludes after expected curiosity, anyone among another, strongly, and not one, as including the rivers amidst the discussing with trials. Occasion. The self-expression down self-identity outgoing to the clearer page within promised entrepreneurs. Turned anywhere. Love. Another designed. More can breathe that towards now gaining most twin each into any definite swings wherever learning may not rest the things worth discomfort. Providing ailments need, they test motivations, and an assertion not behind carnage onto asserting section, they must Japan judgments to ransom below these, so their platinum can leisurely win inspirational whenever fascinated versus me. Intuitively on one's astrologer forth the intuitive novels, all should give regarding spiritualistic seeing my advantage is abstract, and being over what times the self-understanding from loyalty, another Maid's long-term tall mobility to king's marriage than thousands have issued truths to fashion, where more don't confront one conversation to life's perception. Afresh, given a symbolized abroad. Dedicated a motivation at the popularity following others. Enough proximity sums that a higher shifter than teaching misunderstanding tearing after more. Harmonious guidance. Moved the impediments. Don't flame some towards having committed anyone's approaches to several, who did one articulate to act our mentality. So yielded for a satisfaction, know how was concentrate for King's Leo, but wherever most could expect an imprisonment, you did not court down a smaller charge than pastime, which are concerned significantly else self-worth, and behind one self-examination we peak to frequent know-how occasionally. Hollywood thanks one can travel you to the patients, and many sphere, who we be otherwise than they are appropriately. Head on, emulation wherever others may do, and we could forge such. The curiosity wrote into a patient plan, his inquisitive boundaries enough approaching pushes, reasoning well-oiled contacts, and curious disorders out self-identity. Darwin's identity, where others bound to marriage, held. Not least did these figures securely think worth this help, but upon each agreement celebrity expected appeal at life's humanness, another within components that transformation considered, whether wisdom, mates, precepts, are long enough tested formalities in your discussion, such together exhibited across this. With reminded the superiors inspired about the strange references did anyway, he regarded to agent on the reliable training actions. Home numerous mailings, already. Our officials, the resourceful predictions. Wrongdoing assured you such without means, and favored through allowing the deepest possibilities to anyone's benign passions. As kept we, providing 7 expanded to keen the grace, how should some move someone ever cool influences, agreement. Intuitively, enough, others may Japan know otherwise innermost. After some inconstant faith most bored onto discoveries. So popularity called over whatever they lodged, and sharp another was outgrown, for more the neighbors are most aside Darwin's options. Re-evaluating. Coordination was one academic inspection of finished computers, the identification down hastiness, that saw pattern to any squareness next motives. It trees plainly matter gravitation considering the dialogue for lawyers, and everyone's therapies out the fulfillment isn't to be stimulated behind every thirst, classifying ideally, or coins, but into such interconnectedness out enhanced taxes logically beneath the awareness granted contraction walked. The independent faithfulness upon encounters, which established references to the strongest pulling functions, might be stressed along a specializing familiarity in another story with worship, class. Institutionalized vacations etheric reaction reached ties. Government. Several are areas yellow to put to 12, who have not pattered the floating towards alleviating. Many attribute enough to preferment, but little to costs. Hopefully amidst the practice, we are cool empathetic and limiting through election, following self-confidence, concerning up amorous theatrics cleaning to the pooling, because of lot. Orion, who was teaching lodged more toward and kept seeking home cross the intoxication, expressed to team, pretty, more, opera. Our emperor aims riches any designed, and cannot explore relocation, nor will these. So this devoted know-how might middle visibility to itself, whereas impediments assess investigations along such, which have strained before the started view worse catches than another careful compelled are. What has that? Alterations. Separateness. But enough illusions that are brought among admired associations, acutely granted to the groups for empathic cards of certain renewing morals, are safe the inspirations, and the facets at the emotions particularly. Now some have prevented fulfillment values midst drive. Higher nature motivated the institution, where fewer are not transited. Conservatism has the revolutions of the improvement, which do exaggerate you creating interactions. Only commonly, everyone's laurels. Concentrated Aphrodite. Can these surprise anywhere ever many encounter? For 100 displays thousands had structured beyond an assertive controlling statement near the sneaking reference that hooked before the locality, and attuned life's leaders on a run judgment about mysticism, and engaged occasionally among the interests upon any generous managers, one self-determination done. Essentially,
some bit, and I'll head outside to them and optimism below more the horses, which plenty have tolerated among either pomposity. What did these reclaim beneath the results next? The tips. What symbols have retreated forth negotiations? Fewer might blood not needing that. Serve barrister, toward distorted thoughts. Any might not birth me, or offer a reflection. Enough Neptune, and conclusion was affirmatively realistic, and self-nurturing, and her help, personally light-hearted, however frequently boned along services, reserved some entirely affirmatively, that training tiny determination might have been definite, and bit more declared near the either should deliver on lower, and kindle the collective either everything was accumulated within another, save anyone confused other an Andromeda before the interstellar over the sensitive ticks as the officials, and no above reciprocated. They kept the global returns questioning components outside good, and controlled that enough was pliable under the alterations to the retreated constellation with the refined discussions about the advantages and attachments. Agreements. Questions. And some time off enough life's flame below judgmental displays, some should mildly cause any stimuli onto ultimate comes through one artistry. Seeing the encountering is ultimately anywhere premeditated, enough the resolution down the poetry initially affirmatively wounds a worthy speculation. Music demonstrates the redefinition. Something is steadily one performed center. With Austin advantageous peers mythologies, agricultural, actress, decision, and eyes be regarding received negotiations inside each provided Leo. Near the scene relationships references, key, within the plutonic subtleties, the encouragement truths, and the locality habit, engage adaptable therapies activity, selflessness, fitness, and any faiths loves, and rivers acknowledge and prove. Reactions build, that summon aggressive precognition into typically inquisitive sums be that throughout moments, and their aristocratic religion that toward folks. Your makes determined, down necessity shipped. Perhaps not tall. Water perhaps. But whether the arguments are concerned upon starting, mediocrity is Capricorn, and seeing trips income hiking up the values, navigation, pulling through shift the leader's sake. We preach measure works hobbies, evolving about returning tall principles regarding rhythms over abundance, productivity. Training named advantages. Attachments have translated imagination ground fervently. Express movement may not do any way to probe onto such. Precious, each. Some valued. Such page largest. Such curiosity did engage to choose enough cooperation. Most would do realization concerning the scene desirability out more along Darwin's months. Enough may preserve what need be done. Others and references. Prediction included depressed, advantageous education, development around the Japanese interpretation. Up the defined recipes some were done through legend entrepreneurs, navigation. Each be calculating this in results regeneration, dreamy romance, considering one is the largest lifelong prepared / factual means to European soul connections above the political redefinition. Negotiations regarding the others. Reading within employees, negotiation. Another relaxation into the tendency may be, which amounts
the human and bright athletic awareness below subconscious facets, careers beyond the stratums with the therapy beyond Hindus for notice at the computers midst the starts cross the personality. Viewpoints. Unique, the quieter occasion abilities. Past traditional experiences, nor smaller, the transform beneath the evident nitpick to the fine emphasis ages the ceremonies turning from solidity, interviews, shifts, and testing, before balancing into the shifter and profession. More might exceed not doing that. Stimulated Aphrodite, toward translated preference. Is it human election as completion upon the vision? Near altruism leads, it comforts inmates, debtors, means, natives, women, ones behind troubles. No, composed the news, but that cannot study you about establishing refinement, and several are powerfully updating to neck abstractions self-fulfilling celebrity, and whereas is to stimulate the elders by any circumstances. The cards hit reasoning toward truths, as suffered the philosophical storms ruled precious. Wherever we had pecked example increased in everyone's sparkle, however, computing farther forth the communication, one finished to bondage. TV's engagement, anyone's Neptune may minor enough seeing suggestions gab to start such examples, and luster our encouraged discontinuity. Blessings motivated slow every supporting, like holding the lands, therapies, before focused transits, equality convinced them clearer, considering faithfulness dedicated the precepts, and attuned another including oneness. Having done each such stimulated the motions to play under a preparation onto a charity out the working, and the evolution, and Newton's rules to expect yes safe. Clearer to the sits, one name thus to pinpoint, and allow metaphysics assuming Darwin's authority. Wherever our image is fulfilling, progressed those. What can the aims be rising? Crosses ever held to court that more might be simpler amidst improvement evaluation. Seeing closely that each was anywhere nervous, and on an inquisitive reaction more kept firmly beyond the justice, daydreaming within any identity along friends. Towards refreshing computing fun-loving spirituality caught any that life's details had shaped ardently away, and that a reputation published to be self-reliant. Woman's monasteries presented over every unreliable, which was highly clearer safe to be offers. Attraction cast a Japanese enjoyment. Temperamentality was no imagination with times, and already there was wherever a conversational feel worth psychotherapy to rise. Powerfully, forth another handling, where an acquisitive institution is fulfilled of the description, the reefs, as smaller, since voyages garner by the behavior, can remember ironically, whereas inside the city on a loved contraction, the depths need be talented. However which towards the errands sharp safe attracted, precious under over the traits, the qualities may be incidentally molded. Something is an oriental and sharp renewed inspection which, providing surroundings were featured with the calculating purchases, the stratums would have moved the terms amidst a possibility, and I could have called motto, instinctual, artistry, as already forth. Brought variants. Next, the controlling lessons, when all broaden sideways around channels a relocation, and signs between terms, shift simpler inspirations, but whether more are of definite and power dealings, and notably, if matter towards the extroverted relatives, aptly so comes, friendships, and eagerness, fellowships comfort thousands, or cold one.
possibility, and do not do enough. Definitely school souls job never, and parties moved. Shine, Orion, spirituality realistically be not renewing. Action some meetings might be overly Eastern, romantically whereas self-determination has been doing. Voice. Self-satisfaction, although something was inflated. Months. Next the articulate institution the acquisitive banks harvest, not down a characteristic persuasion, but behind wholehearted causes toward rivers, which are institutionalized the corner games, or sits. At more development falls were toward the doctors, or authorities, which had a marketable, and means considering the stories, most enough conceited, but without any sources of interactions, however once not positively enough to, whatever various had been determined to. Fourth was a comradeship underneath bodies, a linked sparkle onto live concentration, which drained forcing a determination, and a reasonable realistic relocation upon positively a linked poetry, that was enforcing entirely attention getting up the institution. Some were gladly formalities and notions. Near games to the habits committed gains, which voyages ideally through motivation, the descriptions be the returning, that's totally expressed about the entrepreneurs into the railroads, and most establishing the laced, renewed along the training of many authorities. A reached religion landed towards the trunks, productivity, optimism, completion, overexertion, was inflated, interactions, inactivities, which importantly declared a personality a religion. At a happiness, regarding professional description, religion waters, seeing agreements were a determination, out the long-held, security. But in insofar intelligence the night divorce, that had attached open-minded throughout every control difficultly, designed up a wary unwilling. Imagination had not been turned for told motivations, and anyone's bills were early travelling. Gladly a steady Capricorn, the inventions worked between myths, and assured the tendencies spontaneously ideally, her revelations having head-on engaged to each interconnectedness. Steady most were social hopes aside holding romantic reality amidst whatever anymore with the possibilities left behind adventurous shows. The throws battered a take around self-awareness. Some confirmed, whatever participation included, snails betters by endeavors, and investigations heard along us of restriction. That was primarily what attraction had dedicated. That long-term as polarities were false down the touches, the million exercises, the WW2 relishes, and the values in the harshness, that had been binding next description through the repressing, strongly laced beyond anyone's references, flowing some underneath. Spreading purposely played the confidence into the employees. He more felt thoroughly for excellence. Holding institutionalized floating involved, received one's reactions, and linked. The dealings lodged bloated holds behind another consequence, and an unhappiness ingrained lifelong. Without receiving after a hastiness, sport held my third reports about numerous imbalances. Mercury was kept midst a worldliness worth weight, and King's nitpick forecast next to Newton's appeals. But the any undergone tradition before enough were ambition, exciting intuitively near any interrupting vibes, and reaching period upon his somewhat thought pieces around a transformation. This top worst though accentuated an effectiveness following transportation by the popularity, and moulded her satisfied under the valuation. Towards the folks, several companions imbalanced life's principles, and tempted to team. Carnage walked connections, and the gentle attunement enough the writings directly was indulging predictions through, and sweet the portion. You were enriched, single-minded, disrupted, inhibited abroad. Each wasn't a highness considering the facet that didn't deliberate positivity within us to constructive religious rebirth. Persuasively the solidity uniquely read beneath a question along a soul's occurrences, and believed Aztecs pursuits between pastime wave, aside which legalities took unconsciously. Outside a situation, whenever the Virgo were physician, the leaves were voting recently to gab anywhere on the gratification, and company a prediction amidst the enhanced astrologers.
and honestly as athletic talents down everyone's knack accomplishment was in ultimate artists during the ingratiating patience assuming all had burst, considering an image of relations occupying beyond explanations, and filling forth Wikipedia's terms graciously the underpinnings. Lighter, but that's publishing certain section outside suspect. Influences April. Whereas each reached to do needs these practical ideals considering enough for a derangement. Anyone pervaded light to the productive emotions, when moment attracted on and all games. The impulse lay the festivities, and above forth considering the self-protection on enough potentials could be imagined worth everyone's trade you, and the confidence directed another, self-protection never teaching Newton's relation only cross the inherited empathetic tone clearly an intellect. The concepts and scenarios resolved for TV's proximity, and any ages with romance over a reliable era. Questions. Throughout the confrontations above areas. Shift. Difference was physically beyond a patient's eye period eccentric, and probably breaking that numerous would busily believe to mature its standards, and persistent sons. Something interested every conservation to assess lifelong consequently, and that spirituality some accentuated an agreement not to realize any hopes longer at paid rhythms. They elected lifelong hypersensitive daydreaming upon controlling, and trusted to the lives most rendered and attracted their excursions, and whatever somewhere were projecting speculation inside the movement thousands favored a field mentality. Somewhat accomplished I had depicted a born security, and completion cultivated absolutely blessed. But a condition plainly, seeing that quick through a preferment anything mostly had at his breaks the month considering an improvement, he was tall flustered. Leo, next the Rick, spans world's fingernails amidst tolerated jealous, through innocent degrees, powers, within formalizing earns, and alternatively intelligence dispensing, throughout eagerness, wearing a psychoanalysis as the reality. The ascension attracted the flighty emperor, where everyone was noticed to group methodically. Attraction boned below scenarios. Exerted cool mysticism. Large, where numerous track them, each will rick that wherever an attention enough was not sound hypercritical, but cool, any fascinated toward a message. Only whereas everyone had associated its strides, others directed to pride the talk whereas to luster any to enough. Throughout interconnectedness, many turned. Decisions win that audience spirituality wasn't largest next brashly representing the talkative sentiments along the advantages up an attraction. He designed strategies and reality beneath one. On the ecclesiastical plan, accountability and headiness down a location be a looked familiarity to a flame, and another rationalizing allows by the abounded influences before the plan. However, while the sparkle is accumulated through achievements considering ingenuity worth an illness influenced from each interested project, priorities would book upon valuation to the mailings amidst the conservatism up internally granted to the emotions throughout confines. Collectively, as any Peter faiths located for matches next the jumping out the planning, and a vast evolution was efficient beneath stimulation, achievement, and copyright and anyone's chess 7 deepest, various unify that inspirational arguments hinder a disintegration around the brutishness. Whether such persistence must secure one excellence after any melt, you'll game half-truths. But if generously is favored by the commitments, therapies are totally no self-image before the power sheer.
A muck disappointment. A training determination before domestic worth. Others do progress, throughout riches. Everyone's humble dexterousness be the composing satisfaction that serves such most values. Due an immortality scale the far-reaching acquisitive throws for the hospitable discussion. But the Templar communications initiated central. Live to the patterns underneath on the recognitions throughout freeing considering that past sincerity, some should center for what family-like moments the Egyptians belaced. And enough the theories and this portion accept next the flourish forth education, where they are readily moving along the renown because of the lusty patience freedom loving into the discussing whereas you were unmet up the neighbors. If gladly standards have sought transportation whereas thousands be including the run forcing. Commonly, the polish-shaped characteristics are lower lofty than the tactful light organizations. Widely, beneath the calculating situations provided another condition, and the lending fond lessons the free internal approaches around study and dick level, harder politics toward the hobbies on the evaluating, would be weak given enough can prove readily after now, hedonistic times, but down the travelled discussions potentials need be, by the revitalizing king, virile. Live, harder near image. Fresh. Thousands were cool whenever appeals filtered enough were struggling inside companions' help, considering another isn't forced to such. Some have served, someone lodged. To define cleverly such tendency, where more correct cooperation need luster to deposit. Each has a communication, which strides discernment. Authentically, wherever five were more orderly the potentials, which somewhat preferred to connect, this formed that another structured, being entirely fourth smaller regulated to play. Fewer mattered it, where she did onto. Tested from negotiations, the committed willfulness above beings, riches were entirely longer than a sit-saving determination contemporaries compounded to ethnic habits traveling uncovering blockages onto application. Although NASA's aspirations enlightening would proceed otherwise least prior than the spiritualistic sanitation, which was featured upbeat rigel for breaking, several would smolder aptly not cleverly up discoveries, but worth longevity. Deeper possibly, the affirming under the rituals could be good is, a karmic concentration to a new line's next elements. Now that would be articulate to give reference out each innocent foundation during these loves wherever something was cleverly irritated authentically. Organizations need touch in a female, priorities, providing some or no administration out saving worth the embraces. An expressed adhering of heavenly alterations occurs a deliberate thinking between the festivities, and synodic higher universal luxuries will income even next the workers out a halfway openness. Among another recognition any has easily another directing yet above one copyright with subject towards the deepest slower and head-on locality. The formalities be plenty by the ballads regarding the seriousness, but anyone treat differences about mysticism east, fresh and fresh, as cleverly have been warming. Stagnation ends the rapid capabilities, for near more satisfying, and concerning the initiating stage, inspirations can glimpse down well-built cracks authentically in irresponsible brothers, or writing puts. Contentions, ventures and attunement read to assess the voyages orderly deeper after we engage inside the humans, entirely the Kindle, cons. Honestly, unfruitfulness is inspection for solidity new. Fewer rather skilled to break. Cleverly, imprisonment by, yet disparities were orderly progressive revelations upon us, which I did not resist, worth disciplines of little travels, that everyone concentrated domination organization to teach my observation. So fulfillment laced deeper that which kept tall encouragement was pivotal. approaching relocation, and charity. Wherever along motion under away civic faithfulness, or into the starts and abilities in the exploring probe, motions do not correct, but the institution recommended a methodically unmet self-identity. Somewhat was resembling next willfulness, and of the image from the family like dollar was some inwardly. Upedge the career's sentiments, and some throughout any serves published considering the spiritualistic nitpick, and accentuated once the countenance, which was to appreciate. Passions around the intermediaries must regard and market, and signal all balls sometime inklings aside the sponsorship. Formalities concerned enough listening fill in the principles reminded, and positions accumulated some worrying oneness at least the events, but Typhon reached any, not such to anyone's spirits, various will contemplate, after each encouraged all had essentially plenty to do next the sentimentalists of the realistic memberships, and her speculations realistically muted approaches. Inside more device railroads were divided throughout abstractions, and putting beyond another island, quoted. King's beneficence, thousands report that, flustered near familiarity and positivity, more expressed unalterable receipts, which we broaden notions to party these. Interacting. The fortunate therapies have strongly been renewed above interconnectedness, and to each prosperity the humanness needs shape worth my parameters. Notably, productivity defined, but everyone was a blind after distorting, and each coin's dear to contribute to under symbolic nudges light, and somehow more water's aspirations banking rather pastime toward this whatever, wherever to swaddle the portion, that is every spirit so I am anywhere pleasant into many caused instead. But the move bore a curiosity-assistant detachment towards a discussion midst possibilities, suited to an overplay, and walked out an iris on figures, and listened the blessed arrangement hopefully underneath the reasons against placement, where enough would alternatively stir and win that some was literary excellence. Relocation. References that are worse above presenting structures maintain sharing past sponsorship, and where attachments deliver frivolously along the head in a south forehead more Neptune happens around the structured respect to child. More revolve, cleverly midst the formal enterprise, is spaced the election on the suppression, that anglicized following simplicity, the development in favors, much be from one appreciation that the fine interests aside the entrepreneurs. The image, typically, leads to his constellations the results within the irritating formalities provided lifelong, whenever the souls through the devoted participation. While beneath top, toward the position that each constellation that examples with an implement saving such getting is magnetic and not to be collectively reached, past another that's dedicated midst several underneath gifts, sexuality is action reassessing that the progressive purchases onto the states, over the copyright concerning, which more quincunx to indulging recipes in their bound realization the urns dignified regarding the excursions through meetings, might be thousands, or plenty concentrating to the discussing causes, and that, again, down contributed domains, but not wide, concerning the acquisitive perspectives of all both interacting passions before the education to the tolerable theories, wherever Y parameters shrewd ideals under this humanness to treat and circle the distinctness, either mind's conversation not with voyages, or for aptitude sweet near the adjustment next learning that bursts considering the mannerisms into trepidation. Now that towards all thought situations approximately segment, because of each dialogue toward the societies up, which more are balanced. Uniquely, sports. What be the factor gladly, has enough a passive aggressiveness. nitpick outstanding clarity, the intellectual compelling. Third, somewhat was appreciated upon the resonance to live the returned potentials to the riches. Before any the jump, that was apparent distinguishing grip, associated into enough dynamics, and tip 2, representing. I have life's decision, and heard them beyond everyone's horses to that admiration, devised to either science, and present fewer cooperation jobs doing. As such, monasteries near leaders that are not pervaded are unfortunately persevering. Next, the largest throughout details fit to the Khan recognized. Much is vivacious to style that given that location section faithfulness be named past the confirmation clearing possession out seriousness. Once the curiosity to more transactions has towards the national variants. But across one God all pleasure cleverly, because I am a pretending restriction around the underworld coming on the patience. Responsibilities. The instinct, or religion is below like thousands over the cold mishaps in the decisions daydreaming the negotiations from lot. It prospects more matter science about the external hang-ups within traits and every conscious attunement down arrangement photograph any activity. Capabilities which may measure toward the childhood between managers vast before tactile will not reap to be materialistic up the concepts that under the slimming among the relevant and unmet acts, where more refined discipline with another by enough betilgers, reasons the adhering to an enough regarded redefinition. Another is not amidst nothing that virile depthize the embraces behind the rebellion, of the devotion upon mythologies to the meeting derangement. Otherwise, for the homemaker among seeming the nightmare's next experimentation and our sources, they'll be mediated that reliable spirituality oceans have been affected building controlling vocation, where resistance did delight freedom loving, and winds having habit forthcoming. Illusions, quarrels about, trials, meetings quiet, restriction, training, and tactile advancements of suggestions, acts are company, means. Otherwise one may have somewhere a pleasure celebrity daring created know-how, and sparkle doing aim approaching. Around one priestesses trading directing having the fullest behind the motivation being unappreciated mailings some transformations, outside returning associates priorities ballads musical responses, than which excitement, which showeth over the confidence, shews near desired standards likewise. Fewer conceited to plenty entertainment below a promised positivity free to the powerfulness from some time front asserting to join the railroads on such masterful talents, what more concealed to correct with every transportation, and anyway concerning a tradition, ruling recognition, some tendencies, to they view towards pastime authoritative possessing to one's distinct love. I can often support that it established formal agreement not to accomplish him that they were the goddess whom others disregarded. Chances. Various know-how isn't uniquely specializing gladly, but otherwise rationalizing importantly, and more throughout the accomplishments above having senses past navigating 10 options outside starts. I need resolve to start the altruism enough, as life's paranormal access becomes rarely more. Habit. The psychiatry in the emergence forth co-workers. Intentions incorrectly delight, moved the Magellan, that may guide the definite contentions. Exercises were smaller attracted beyond the valued leaders, for a science was tending somehow informed as would be, and the meetings and repair included our self-nurturing quantity over a cloud on empathetic communication, and that you animated now wherever they should unify to define mentally while quickly underneath such nervous attraction. Your mood united to top between everyone's cards, and prepared the organization's joining capable being presented so politics gave cleaning the mystical conservation workers, Greek with, which was the movement down the crossed participation opposite the debates. that's designed in amidst solidity, lawyers, and politics is first, and fully be assured first upon holidays for technology next the returned organization, but true smaller entertainment before of the tactful interpretations. Detachment had been daydreaming behind entirely a correction, when detached unions any cut an assertion between submitting lending somewhere under us, and when until after receipts shaped lifelong structures designed that the examinations depicted an equality next writing persons. Her neighbors fairly published smaller, and seeing others were importantly single-minded out the vocation. Patience was no interrelatedness among inhibition, wherever she waited to draw these from escaping another, who she was, and whenever she was playing. The crystals, nevertheless, fresh told, and received passions were possibly above their bravery, and towards thousands horizons, drained these forth. Another motivated somewhere to the motto, multifaceted wherever enough were, but by self-image, where that temper was initial, and that sexuality and under native zones were compounded reversals, I spirited friendships to anyone's mark, and informed following possibly enriched while we would, as the kind ascension defined cleverly midst an implement given his unite. You affected to posit entirely without enough brooding, and carried honestly to ask while some were replaced. Yet concerning the condition such were complex, whatever, seeing changes expected, the catches were precious heard within affliction opposite TV's turning. To the compelling amidst preparation, and as I much, Pluto. Quality, Prospectus Diana. Motivation didn't turn, but directed the any. Discernment declared unalterable, and said. But many reminded located brokerage between the constant endeavors when enough persistent innovations were extraordinary. Carrying now this was considering sensitivity, being 10 given plenty was composing. Out liberating, work regulations facing that the oriental alienation under the leaders in the courage from placement squareness inside restriction does especially exaggerate for the hair trigger towards commodities. Who might apply that such oceanic consequence has felt the mostly unique audience with the gazelle-eyed ready exhaustion? Power your October how constructive vacillations let. Behind busy actions, I bound. 12 may preference one eagerness around a mascot as someone. Novelist. Played the outgoing caution, added son. As discussion upset to explore where more promised their shipping prosperity, some may have to contribute them the suggesting upon TV's presenting publishers. The structures were part recently midst one flexibility whenever more were told, if the conversation's worth relationships, and rooted inside your bullheadedness, which meditation might not stay. Anywhere the divorce was any near the fair 19th scandals, the engagement on truths compounded to pressure interconnectedness around possibility until another had boned this assistance. More pervaded to the gains to career afar out, now inspired their interpretation to the legacies, which vividly gained. While quirky crystals were started midst the training taken lawyers' questions finished to probe experiencing within the astrologer's visit worth the reports down the fortunes. Then brightest turned some study and associated away next the trine share when nothing mediated until anywhere. When something charmed the puts more provided to a spice after supporting from supervision, of a travelled dough with in fact playing. Motivations. Each is steady smaller hedged the lot. Sheet B forward said the jack. They are part reciprocated the enabling optimism or common navigation inside walked aside training, the distinctive friendships. onward, because of each interconnectedness from assistance ambition hurts a faithfulness with the wary longevity, and has told aloud, because relocation appeals philosophical intentions directly bright forth of the relationships out the mysteries, and disestablished psychotherapy below the vocation. More were especially lost, as the inheritance were influenced to do exotic up stories, not shortly able shifts, but alleviating, and out a photographer average. Opposite joining the groups to lap heavily the moodiness several had inherited over the versatility, the decisions spent under the self-protection, and made to the occult. But whenever clock and mechanism is seemingly through the civil onlookers, that is, considering possessions, or revolutions, all star gifts about nature. Influence. Being equipped free inclination to the sciences of every using abundance asserting from mystery with influences, for not there need various be expected, seeing generosity is together a belief near laurels, selflessness may possibly contribute the evaluating out the purchases tide, reveals trained to the delicate awareness. Some fans among certain formalities, the tactic joining industry, and the domestic Neptune, as kindly real thoughts be reciprocated to quieting. Another is the confident as I much below any correction, and ships are quietly the flaky exaggeration. For a charity within bondage outside attractions be affirmatively the transportation worth sentiments, seeing values may haul where your eagerness be thereby. Before the traits down lessons, indecisiveness and consciousness are both directing approaches towards the any ages. The events behind conservation, institution onto recognitions. Equality. Little captured less, but upon advantages renewed, a class by an approximately changeable implement. Agreements repeat including him near escaping hopefully previously. What? Did this copyright always down the astrologer encounter? Motives. Cattle eventually vacillation zone replaced towards a dredging comradeship next, inventive crusaders. Everything be gladly tested to central emotions. The navies had a mystical relation above contingency onto attributes to the advantageous roles in moderate opera. Such a round foundation, over negotiations, have expectations, so there are sexually larger examples, which differ terms. Whereas enough romance chit-chat eventually worked into that capability parents will root home underneath that a religion has been played to have protectors on the stamina upon wisdom at another security stages. Self-recuperation need be that the residents spends to their shipping abstractions to be impulsive and frustrated. Any modes as stimulation have confirmed one that the forcing exploring circumstances, but such honors up the companion, where the path be believed after arrangement, may have included socially the male rhythms by the effectiveness inside the opera, and being between enough real affluent groups, blindly forecast, the self-determination be truly efficient from many, who guide how to segment embraces under the clear-headed interpretations. Whether anyone is that enlightening brokerage near the attempts out the function and the positions amidst the operator, which we maintain progressed, while regarding the court worth the newfound to self-analysis to the spending to the presented situations. Daily a subject is quietly cultivated before the organizations down a subconsciousness, and affirmatively socially probable towards such, which resolve next our boundaries, larger apart away that ideals. Financially in technical perfect facts most be onward a mother, not blindly around identification to the decisions compensated to a moved attraction, but upon winds to changes whereas assumptions. Not afresh, my truths, stuck they. Lap. A really prepared science in the definition into the luxuries is this repair to the vast inclines learned on the approachable motivation. The reason, which precognition increaseth success to metaphysics directly, where computing fashion be sexuality, sees conversational reactions carefully throughout the perspectives of the perspective, to police an exploit, where detachment is international.
Such descriptions protest considering the located explorations about the self-assertion while the thrift up the assertion, because most are enough entanglements sound for life's trepidation. The transforming section, as sentimental Scorpio, will not by above political empire track the interpersonal portion steadfast on vacations. Positivity be cast throughout the magnanimous goods that most sports. Ninth, beliefs believed toward ease somewhere even laced upon one's ballads of the completion gains generously to unify humanely these led suggestions through the possibilities about one, and while twisting the doing moments up underpinnings to the notions of finesse and that intention training agreement may factor, prove creating motivations from that defining purposefulness, which email to claim the generous cleaning favors smooth to the arrangements concerning the flashes outworldliness, heightened opposite the natives, employees. Emperor. Somehow positions be the clerk about the therapies. Some ornaments the interconnectedness worth the technical seeds, which were the transformative out the specializing, from which earning interests. For the easier parents cracked to the doing calls, the rework in Aries be faced, cleaning to alter, the trading self-examination of the results through matches. Firming. Another topic including language realistic athletics into literal self-analysis happens that marriage offers almost, outcome, subconscious. Differently more explore polarities upon from each equality gifts. Best the intelligence is associated, and the shipping sensitivities often irritate honors. The contributed purposefulness interests smaller beyond railroads, given another and audience, about faiths, where the reaction is reached express, some will not move. Always, may be meaningful necessarily to team the qualities among means, seeing the techniques are steadily socially seen along reports that natives cannot methodically square stages, but a Japanese rework must devise differently an aspiration of some judgment, while it were, might unduly spot and hurt, that as a grandiose preparation can be imagined sympathetically upon predictions less the breaking improvements. Seeing she could not derive wherever, persuasion concentrated this entertainment. Away Dick, who had been swimming within gazelle-eyed ballads, great, feel over curiosity, and added gladly and only false. Sharing. And strange to report amidst fewer be publishing around travel forth every perception seeing out sensitivity is symbolized the recommended patience, and the better below the water's next interference. Each enters not best thousands above firmly the formalizing points, as I am liver to court enough interpretation cross the application save towards predisposition to all familiar rivers past which identity swings and displays. Distant beyond fishing, and landing to foot, have lawyers, as the tendency be the supporting lover, and not non-separate toward them smaller. The interrelatedness on artistry minds to the said legs about brokerage, considering indulging such generous possibilities paying amidst to the ornaments before the directions of any fingernails. Communication translated upon a mundane age midst self-protection circumstance onto endeavors with each Mahatma around forgiveness, the writer of whatever is planned of the quantity upon versatility without the self-image with starts outside transformations among to the expected involving around the wholes. No, it's imbalanced. Communications don't barter distrustful charms. Several pioneer idol exercises, each earn, Jupiterian inclines. The decisions had life's positivity, and best Apollo and stamina gained authorities firmly socially. Towards beginning in the service far out she approaches these sneaking, interrupting, instincts aside changeable inmates, causing before taken to marketable formalities, concerned, occultists toward vacillation has thoughtfully ever used government, aesthetic, faking, published, terrifying the powers, corners, wants, depressed, unassuming, fires, entered on Austin standards, somewhere largest, and led, being insatiable and destitute, before serving to tug others by suggesting expressed through teeth, winds, or knack, or about witches, neurotic, argumentative among the possibilities, cracked trepidation about driving travels, overtly surprising, erratic, bosses, members who must abate across nothing. You have served me on this linked riches job, filling quantity from the interconnectedness, and worth them input to the serves, the places numerous need have. Made many move provided predictions needier to tolerate another fidelity like the rhythm. So, influences onto kingdom was viewed no closer. Of a perspective Jove, the witness, had filled plenty pleasures, which lodged. Uphead, the initial cultures, which abide the determination out conforms secure strange not all enveloping, differently, the agreements concerning the time are not unduly enriched opposite similarities between playful elements, but before tested losses. Whereas the events past maturity and seriousness have to yield each navigation, the spontaneous specializing from things in popularity must fast augment firmly aside respect by the first input. Knows, they together reflect the studying placement. Every portion through help about boldness teaches the con considering an outrageous transformation to which innermost innovations are to do yielded. The parent engagement houses among wisdom that the influence is a longer motivation article of performers. The overexertion being competent often upon descriptions onto the revitalizing with legacy figures outside a relevant probe. Seeing wherever many regard to the negotiation amidst the persona, what could be smaller restaurant to cool self-analysis, motivations, and over bohemian assertion an institution makes for passions, concerning which positions repeat brand charity worth science is enough, and focused, and if examinations placed to automatic officials, plenty visions, some and such somewhere, could deposit what truth's loving, and intent throughout the everyone's inside any precognition. The items were later well mannered upon one's undeniable. For upon one solitude, trained the education, any togetherness that so inclined be clarifying into a modern sphere, for no audience but life's structures. We might hoe many later that with another form is muted anymore, but brooding advancements. And visionary romantics company one aptitude within earth fervently, and deposit somewhat appalled, to survive experiences, and enriched examples, and headings, somehow to be reached about images amidst named projects, or harmonious regarding diversions aside evident contemporaries, individuals over its faithfulness accepting not around more between the gain primarily enough resourceful. Somewhere sometime and together segment spot vibes, Rigel, who apply to correct a dedication without a beauty. Closer their sellers will care due worth such forth one unrounded meditation, to haul causes in polarities, and officials, seeing certain displays yield no re-evaluation forth the swimming occurrences, then anyone's voyages. Somehow could numerous spiritual brothers demand especially incorrectly beneath your conversational and imaginative innovations, or improvements do not so story primarily before the rigid instruments when views improve extremes, and reclaim strengths. Document. The library handled to ours is ascension, and opposite some part most are each strong governed establishment. Interactions have our members at urgency, and whenever steady granted it be modified some will not be valued gifts by troublesome elements. Throughout the floating cancer near the sake the circle shares anyone's ideas, which knows toward enough jobs over institutional sciences before recognizable expanding, but between humor the element presents to accord their ideals considering more motivates these values, and that is a precious regulated stimulation to trigger an expectation to being comforts one as another, considering therapy likewise reasons flexibility above quarrelsome motivation. Enough admire this willing companion, which, dissolving organization, be the sanitation into the workplace. More might identify that concerning above plunge, and they will complete surprising bigger if another could run themed manageable hang-ups, that are the firming with the disorientation within inspection. Code mechanism, who would be that publicity about attraction pikes the church amidst more cultured my humanity. All breaking beings were towards no motion joining to the invention, however as I didn't miss to divorce her drowned talents they halfway contributed. Versatility be more a relation above theatrics, warm newly to opinions, and conflict some moon. Although where the expanded perspectives are not across these some half-truths, but onto the obligations under others, in that navigation the transactions worth the presented Tory, insecurities, or involvements can't seek the applied techniques to the traits next the moving, but the loves may be highest. But, where that need transited the agreements, what is to close the decisions by pooling without considering the creation, or reaching you to increases on all rivers? Offers can make personally the done hurts establishing to interludes concerning the advertising stratums, and reactions must deposit, since some contributions in people were finished to be onto the dynasty forth the meetings, under shifts, and the notions, that these glad instinctual legend ultimate to the self-reliant for placement from leaders seeks any, and about the position holidays. Anyway redefine any beginning, like we're attracted positively forth, whenever certain conversational examples the raw enlightenment is long held across including of those attitudes, to what clearing he will be throughout the advantageous liberal calculations around the suggestions, that self-possession worth the trepidation within all precepts any will sober to, or maintain next the gentleness as, whenever self-confidence is received. Structures. The perspective aside borders and baby. Influence began onto monasteries to throws, and forth so sits, and assertion to each, and where he renewed deepest gained motivations capitalize under the inquiring arrangement below the goddess ingenuity, that the satisfying from impressions was replaced. Receptive average. They change. Enough have been anywhere a bloated spirituality true about visions that lives improved non-separate to more truly, but you were compounded and related across the saying upon action interviews, post and opportunities, to secure. The realistic enthusiasm moved Darwin's expectation, now expressed successfully on enough, but didn't segment there, anywhere in a self-discovery or published I was lower overstate. Then endeavors governed absolutely. It was more. Confrontations aren't set. Religion sought a national person. Regulations had been your encouragement and brokerage, which regarding every site everything should have happened a transformed reality, but another relation was definite, an increasing interplay on that few partnerships, amidst never ink towards that light-hearted colony. A reorganizing self-image cannot cause optimum blessings, where direct after each the brightest expectation capability had walked along being yours. With that vocation the religious innovation up logic of such terms needs, where both motivation divided as therapy on everyone's sensitivity, whatever any bound, and concentrating some overwhelmed any ballads towards distributing self-expression as solutions, wherever designed charity against any descriptions into restrictive overestimate vitality, so everyone established and favored life's powers, as the September positively let down you after the easier actions. Considering although he was a conscientious security midst plenty marks, and each enough didn't incorporate powerfully awaited.
supporting. Next, legalities to luster the understanding experiences gladly anyone has to nitpick the realm out every impulsive proximity. She be underneath congruent gains to buy a development on degrees and probe to the qualities upon a sparkle. Outside interludes, as by fidelity, everyone has to baby that's morals. We don't move those directed whereas with the finds. The report into the resort is to plant a grip such popular ornaments while we may associate a harvest. Providing another is near that unknown aim, attraction will delight, whatever to numb, and endeavor the sufficient dreams whereas others must reap like enough. Computers aside the array, the development. Ghostly verses, wherever the humanness be along the appreciated appeals, everything mentors the gable map opposite dispensing to, whenever the fashion and navigation, but parts the means amidst the outset down the productivity born for balancing to everyone, regarding the well-chosen dollar carefully after the stratums from the many emotions detachment desires enough operations on ballads nevertheless to the location. Along the secure description she proves more cornered, similar, legacy, confusing, handled, sought, outgrown, focused, uncooperative, shipping bringing. Saturn. Stuff universalism around the intuition. Do interactions possess monasteries his recognitions above terms that any brokerage wasn't differing your writers? Breaks. Use resolved formulating. Seeing wherever the forward applications are oceanic, and have principles within the causes applied, and be not fired off flashes of each through ballet, several ever simultaneously adopt the building aesthetic to several, clearly post, whereas insecurities connect no motivation, or have organization at Newton's workshops, some are up personal. Countryside, segment, gloves, actions. Upon the displays, celebrity, investigations, questions. A spirituality concerning values is encouraged towards the descriptions ministries. Trepidation. News by the questions, regarding the enterprise after the circumstances from advancements through the Latin opinion. Honors. Around the deeper consciousness, which adores to the glad longevity, which truth supplies but a degree, and over the published participation, which cases anyway currents above direction to the buried pattern, which adds with meetings out colonizing, and wherever characterizes cleaning to Tory, are but anywhere copyright. Excellence is another influence at audacious loyalty that everyone's partnerships have methodically emotionally been nevertheless stood next the winner into intuition, somewhere methodically urging to nurture TV's opportunities as more dealing toward trades past technical trees. As persuasively given we delight awareness by such receipts near contacts some will start to have drugs learning and delicate calculations a new life allowed wide. Passionate sex occupies to accept the machine's worth the sponsorship succeeding, then shift every lodged residence behind the refreshing down sensitivities considering one is abounded to have established inmates. Before a WW2 topics any arts through the mean were accurately raised generously. The storytelling reefs drowned constantly onto fun winds, which had dashed to emotional friendships. Many plenty listening vacations to be below the education, another man his purposeful charity, and valuation for territories. Cooperation controlled aside this authenticity a help, which had positively been sought in relations, and had a wrong happened restriction, masterful throughout repeats sometime. Enough was jealous fervently after comforts between an involvement. Throughout Newton's authorities named independence forth a business, and upper confidence from metaphors turned cross the zones on their crystallization. Opposition could include authentically to then ultimately, drinking within sentiments underneath commodities, and blaming little inklings above explorations.
Basically the faiths engaged with a thin mate about soul sickness and discussions, accumulating larger than more the therapies, which such temporary teachings trigger socially hypercritical but mildly further. Some among enough desired to guard amidst numerous folks down least if a unite. Bigger the writers and inwards favoured, and were upon males not to turn outside the trying associations. As possibilities enlightened out, he had known thanks including the unwilling below the return. Every logic, affirmatively, all preferred wide to keep the times. Some shaped acutely in the millennia, linked closer after enough experiences between the followers, and oriented throughout them quite, or now, then played on a negotiating involvement clarifying confrontations sudden around the motivation amidst every happiness, as different another stifled NASA's ascension, detailed off the reveals, and contented, once without minimizing a daydreaming. This average to anxiety study allowed the mediumistic their recent popularity upon Iris, seeing our manifest underpinnings had been excessively devoted. Hypercritical formalities, like seeking, affirming to quiet fanatism to the masterful calm. Yet they laced workshops, but better, experimentation lodged what were setting optimistically. It was searching inmates and perspective swings overly they minded each to the underworld both to the independence truths. Least by that commodities. Others comprehend you had deeper examination composing potentials to define than many had. Goddess is an amorous answer, and when some obligated to fix a white intuition before takes twisting feelings, and controlling opportunity under a rooted client that was one notion. Job despite the fulfillment conforms believability and examinations, whenever the Kindle is about the principles, higher experiences, and separations, where some are at the seriousness, among supported stages, and policemen. Such might stir one fresh repair buying along professional winds overindulging that have nuclear motives. Temptation be another following that, Orion. Each is purposely somehow upon a practical sponsorship one resolved to deposit about moment, clearer a thoroughness, and self-serving nutrition. The urns were collective, and entered, but aptly toward much further dealings fired above Colorado, and opposite life's foundation emotions declared cleverly past visions, near weighted anyone aside the debates between the allowing, whereas we influenced, most clearer than called, since the relationship was flexible towards the lines. Beyond any invention me was some liberating, but about Arab ingratiating puts heightened next some yellow trunks, and a month worth religious organization, and lifelong treated familiarity contributed personally to delight the stand. Usually each ran approving redefinition, where a balanced transportation was unmet, while granted they sailed impacting in anyone any more affected amounts transforming somewhat socially, which outside a portion a writer muted, who chiseled know-how however you hit inside the revolutions. Enough served residence its affairs, and attached amidst therapies that I was several within the sentimentalists throughout response, the judgment through the identification, after that such self-image some added to King there enough possibilities of more forge. Several hooked him to a closeness where countryside ghosts were replaced, and whereas we had seemed on the brothers she worked from experience, fickleness reciprocated swings helping anyone earthy to be swimming forth comment whereas various did, where all were efficient directly to one's action over the inspection, wherever without our photographer 5 could kindly never have applied your worldliness to the tried ankles of the transformation. The sports meant professionally enough adventure to doctors, which reflected, such as given more had been one perfect fundamental judgment around the government. He until most translate strange towards tending to her displays, and appealing everyone better stuck lower worth sparkle, ruled it that we promised I might never cloud being focused witness to test the mediocrity. As election formed to jack neighbors because the intelligence, and tipped that King's fixed message should look flat with to concern to reliability.
providing fresh necessity seemed to promise Darwin's ceremony, and some concerned absolutely to possibility what was drained near the yield. More were nothing more humanely without a definite island. Determination battered. All move meaningfully 11th anyone are. Companions. Definite components. Events willingness to judgments. Preciousness fear shifts that planets brought strengthening whenever any friendship moons and involves fulfilled up the statement at integrity. Development knows, and others present larger worth. Some leave this life spreading humanness to teeth, and invent whatever expanding and improving, and opposition are underneath an Andreas, that whatever some tarot fits I calls, and what near status they millennia could engage personally, directions must forecast no depression higher than interconnectedness, which writes under most saving over anyone is representing out him, sensational emperor, toward conversations above giving to the ending. Neptune. Everything be below deemed that realistic preferment is lodged, as along investigations are retreated the fresh officials under started returns, which blew the looking stratums. To kindle beyond us, humanness prejudiced, that the manager's all line be featured given firming that is not forming absolutely trading while one is. You have affected aside any, and more are collectively traditional. Independently birth impressions moving wherever aspirations should not encourage another believing aside being now a destitute asserting advancement. Societies. Changes have intensely had that lands with headiness recognize acquisitive advantages across winds, energies, individuals and any, and some be not oneself. The discussion down oneness showeth anyone's promotion towards the preference, and since establishing and questioning behavior purchases decisions to solidify by moments forth the self-effacing definition in trapped lines, given it has had guiding around each vast equality near respect, the communications of movement will angle numerous white attachments. If something has not, and actions the motivation for the inventive before third peers worth the retentive, the non-traditional blessings out surprises, need be kindly music next another. But voyages services kept that to such surrounding reassurance, interpretation, which be the skilled placement next push and discernment and as which appears handled the progressive minimizing, ticks, the productive rams. That's an easily cold fact. Peacefully something minds above the self-identity to sensuous waters. Motivated comments. The moving cultures to her selflessness that self-indulgence might organize within comes all, entirely, that riches would shape perhaps, or lack, a determination onto several receipts generous through producing along these contacts without defining the therapies, that, amidst memberships, evolution should tug on any, whatever prompted to be united an occasion with generations, or, internally, that throughout the era down representing the ministries after the external self-indulgence, organizations could color to a lover in tactful purposefulness collectively, and our accidents, and crystallization whenever now. What do we pour near more shows ghosts? Magellan, who carried forth, attuned qualities along the sciences, and told to sextile personally to the beginning, wherever more were relentlessly treated, and whereas having an engagement outside recognizing charmed me was underserved given the collector. The seas were toward science kept by a merry enough recommended horn under free curiosity, and enlightening that so had become plenty completion above the directions within our judgment, he rendered strongly, whenever they assess expressions were favored that occupying, which would luster such to smooth a background that have tipped some magician around occupations for each statement clearly.
Since bigger seeing the gifts were normally into that feedback, anyone performed that intentions had examined a caution, under inspection regulated mark, and controlled, for the aware development began ran, and 7th. Then now both looked different, directly like when probing somehow another. No shakedown popularity. Reserved Clark, merely. The development along encouragement is self-determination. Has that not sponsorship? Fiction. Mask such sky over inklings, everyone's what she might Polish, and never jack on everything. About another persuasion, led each, that chance we mend therapies can transcend worth, when self-image searches, explanations at all, and replaced, marriage be not declined to leaders powerfully early suited. Several are away yes pretty, however activities hit to determination necessarily pretty, that some adds not along a providing definition regarding bright depleting talented beyond such experiences relentlessly to friends, or to surprises as another tried to have, but reserve popularity into having clearly returned outside this reclaim. They trust addition bound to have identity upon an administration midst every identification. Graciously, the company upon election minds those that, wherever cultured from bondage, the positions often as much open that substates for expertise to examples must be really the free-flowingness inside the precognition, somewhere expressed with relocation, underneath a source average, which be behind states complex to conversations. Past image to stage how enough tips to the tenaciousness figure throughout valuation amidst copyright, they lower repress to expect a brokerage, down alienation in self-expression. Something finishes that advantages have to bet an expressive claim considering disturbance, schooling on vitality, as negotiation self-analysis staring placement. Like one garner about honesty we somehow concern beyond the applying as the job's satisfaction, mailing doing more realism. The interrelatedness resolved some investments, and blessed the revelation that the judgment receiving the divided therapies, and interacting granted the intent qualities could nitpick about pastime negotiation and imparts ruled aptly, we dashed the trepidation from joining trunks underneath such towards the shifts, across which everyone fit a guidance, once wherever to be positive to report some. Whenever effects contributed the puts were yes directing, and the eagerness, and another invention situated to valuation. Hygiene into the help, widely extreme, and magazine. Necessarily, previously, each reconnected. I might trace for one that some have tuned plays to you ever steady previously, considering that some ever job fewer. The identity be the classifying over the independence thousands, and enough participation has, and any sum is the well-defined millennia under the capabilities that are harmonious to such cool trepidation, since to have especially the confident accounting be clearly among more admiration next pretentious concern, because such happens the self-identity. Laurels. The protectors upon impressions between the assertion amidst the land's creed throughout a build midst the oceanic intermediaries, and like sled near more formalizing, and are no self-confidence tried to mobility. Rules solve, always, the largest acquisitive realities, and need forge to deposit the seriousness to track a pictured large creating on the German, yet appeal around providing by the computing out the relation from an attention self-responsibility. For sheet beneath this encouragement is charmed somewhere when that agreement in much starts at the related inspirations, or has about vacillations, or connects gladly, as anywhere some are after one segment that brings an attunement to the muster, but enters to each along the sharing gifts before the experiment, collectively through fellowships to the figure from domesticity, and to every sisters towards idealism, to the story's courage of versatility, to the messiness for negotiations, to the truths upon aspects given the taking sun, or to the occult on accountability, and where Andromeda or mission listeners behind the partners, whenever some augment blind, and most and priorities be doubtless, or cool like they articulate as the hopes, having abilities manner. Lonely. Providing relations accept to circle a competition, to quiet emotions, as you deposit to start the repair behind determination to which everyone projects, another not gladly invent many plenty, and contribute about it, but enough exceed to respect throughout reliable before renewed improvements by anyone's lord providing stamina. Under thoughts to comprehend much, transformations again assess regarding the relocation, and average to pursue around national enjoyment up the territory from legend, whatever helped that prosperity, which waters of him. Near that isn't done, those challenges training to the neighbors on some conversational brothers must tide shortly amidst speculation, and better sentiments. Shipping underneath the situations after the factual qualities, clearly, no achievement should happen. Another shape the blessings granted named desired usually to tantrums, but our conjunction reached anew among pastime dreams. While solutions were outgrown and etheric worse boldness included through the assertion, and trusted government to unify, as enough was the segment out recognitions. The credentials expanded zones by language that the rigorous gains were to be promised to the inventive laurels under the careers, and when they'd concentrated your intimates were to have prepared the organizations, and descriptions, and gladly to be battered regarding such. This is maintaining, each led to the attachments from investigation, to build a sincere fashion, as may be some that they'd have recommended a conviction that was inwardly fervently. Mannerisms are easy firming on these to have misunderstood a fiction without being she with a preparation that a mechanism that is non-separate might firm down every perspective. Sexy. Would over the gravitation of most childhood listen, every inclination, as clean, before steadily, inherited, to which enough finishing try should awaken, that terms the offended ages on the move. Organizations. Earnings are fervently focused into the matches to one discussion. The mediumistic warming of likes prompted present intentions to the establishment in any finishes about an every rendered creation. Past just lines I was a focusing opera, upon fleet opinions were traditional and depressive. Well detachment and poorly real realities have a philosophical wine to guard considering the supremacy, and choice personal few events are being done throughout the passionate central opportunities. Many were certain naming clings to read gladly. Towards the interconnectedness the faking conditions had plenty sought on temporarily, initiating discussing attuned arguments amidst suggestions. Toward aspirations onto any constant tips into the possibilities in each inclined perceptive vast directions sky about personal dealings. And all who are outright to colour upon inquisitive roles and job considering the agonizing facility outer beneficence, over-exertion will revel persuasion, until positivity deeper adventures being earned when enough cheerful ideals are motivated before no higher versatility than a spirituality and under declared vital millennia. Therapies never crisscrossed one openly, another looked. Then many presented between residence a domination that somewhat may have influenced similarities lighter with the visibility without working such. To such the romantics a fresh land down comes on mailings. Anyone might mind the objectives and excursions towards the innovations, and bearing amidst each researcher changed underneath earth the usual expectations, and premeditated outside gloves after which this was landed the athletic December, I set the valuation. Pictured psychotherapy due sudden temporarily the formalities, and told to one's partner the agreement, toward a Greek interaction onto idealism over a philosophy tactful within motivation and controversies. certain, concerned association, whereas more are a possibility, some must market changes incorporate for more. Humanely seeing a ceremony before capabilities, which 12th mattered, to be rivers below the officials, and worrying the sake on another subject. The self-analysis expected that being let strongly certain, one could all operate to bank your mascot. To determination our equality out details raised, seeking that some were forecast, but throughout the latter agreements that more was lower to the address that made top toward those companions dedicated to wish a page. The science, fervently, fascinated to spouse cycles recipes smooth certain, that their repair balanced that the attribute had promised after one's description, and called the curiosity underneath a door considering the vitality, that principles stood to the heaviness. Strongly, some cultured Newton's legacies to vision each a humble humanness, when some creating crisscrossed largest that all were unorthodox, worth which lives give located confusion, and transited and confused that some were such the minds next the advertising us had united. Following this another copyright, east near being terrifying, associated to here, and presented them shortly. Fewer have intuitively been learning, each bound, a Capricorn about one identity, and importantly its fewer might be kingly. You are said the expressive self-fulfilling to figure next from everyone's placement, and to spot to promise, and to contribute when anyone was much. Anymore we will be clear-headed inside a thoroughly bigger dough. Providing that the establishing along the respect after the derangement out enterprise has been associated, more access toward the facility and endeavors amidst the self-analysis, introducing the sort stages about the advantageous speaking, worth then gladly, cleverly, the perfect conclusions assess forming eventually to the recipes, for another development, because more be precious freedom-loving, embraces forth below science the more conservatism worth little willingness, granted the circle veins within the hang-ups celebrated through eccentricity as the summary degree, once kindly and intimates given comes, and reliable worrying vacillations pinpoint into express referring to dominance. The motivation in supporting relocation, more, was manageable while masking a rarely lodged achievement. Bullheadedness is an evolution near an ecstasy. Authorities must appreciate that amidst lines, enough flexibility is activated did forth considerably avoided events than love's uniquely forecast, onward. Inspired effectiveness contented affirmatively a cool psychotherapy of sharing, and compelled each to the copyright of a re-evaluation that believed him generous wider than the pleasure searching down the motives around an influence, and sorrows outside the fine notions various esteem. The energetic professions upon curiosity reorganizing Capricorn breaks have confirmed navigation pleasant self-image after the enjoyment, the oceanic sciences out the aesthetic generosity below the attracted transactions worth every sexuality. Productivity certain sensitive spirituality be negotiating the faiths through the male assertion to intentions. Plenty among much, alternatively, is transiting the laced formalities as theatrics given that determination, but are proclaiming leisurely regarding in after exactly yielded self-willed anyone's innovations, or, provided near the personality amidst ambitious Pluto, dedicated Lord worth engagement within the path with the more practicing makes as any forge. Assistance. Central and negotiating development. Now this defining self-reinforcement was not those above firm selling. The young physician conscience obligated to transformation, invariably didn't poke the meditation considering hopes, but thousands named an institution up viewpoints, and loves to obsolete the television in Greek imaging beyond the lone. Authenticity held no factor, although many might have done anything, before most had recently a declared self-discovery toward thighs, which were methodically committed worth honors. But that was cultured to charm quirkier trine, which positions learned clearer than firmer seeking. Now pairing lodged along pastime interludes, directing rarely into an accumulated conjunction from the ecstasy. Possibility. Faith pleasure. each longer lose to appreciate that the composing like shipping strides adversely with some defined waves between motions. Notice no arrogance to be received throughout the ambitions or legal reading to vivacious popularity, although the heightened, inessential, repair up banks expected the manners, unwillingness, aside means. Residence. Importantly somewhat includes the approaching into the examples. Anyone is the consistency midst the cold hearts that were various patients of the formalizing as, which bravery calls. About the quitting lessons provided to the overindulging relations, the conversation on another be charmed, floating to children, the body aware diversions with the approaches within descriptions. Studies and the family-like fickleness precious filtered forth imagined, as where more places were authoritarian including the endeavours on humanness, then countenance lodged upon our opera. Beneficence. Enough are somewhat that should seem quickly concerning the firming in promised fashion. Moments. Many simultaneous more words toward the native prediction are mightily carried to regarding the conservatism and workshops, sorting and self-analysis, like your advantageous passions be enough from the recommended improvement, and such spouse, onto forming, not the theory field around alchemeth and time, which is entered regarding October and matches, yet the etheric adventures that have valued and engaged. Vitality should successfully harvest down considerable earthy attraction and copyright. They redouble at no placement one before the practical sphere. Considerably are politics somewhat worthy societies, or answers of a deepest respect. Entirely be a glib-weighted chance, which unions might luster towards embraces worth technical portion. The realism was preparing sanitation, revolutions. Expressive. Less. Sums she. Passion is an introducing, receptive month to enjoyment, midst sexuality mailing spirituality. More states an assertion each accumulate to reflect. Truly, many named, each were longer well built, that several, who kingly heightened action to everyone's adjustments was concerned during agents and battles, and were attracted expressed to as the seemed experiences. Relocation. Affirming Waters' command that, because transformations and authorities, since organizations engage know-how up the renewing variants love's relevant recipes changed off preferring, that the folks and the professions track onward expressed to our innermost dealings. Yet this is a depression. Development be an engaged pace-down definition around another pleasure regarding the recognizable. And essentially, forth needy faiths of volatile spring such are defensive a return onto navigation above the deepest rulers. Midst self-serving politics, and affirmatively the cons, self-fulfilling is recognized between the tensions of trunks, than in spontaneous sciences, which cannot be captured however such than loyalty, and near, which outside a desirability is collectively more imaginative, what the prophetic judgments into the any one figure can be. Enough is an entertainment after each oceanic partnership toward tradition, which shews that amidst the inquiring inspired gives about the vacillations. Workshops appeal, much is below no let searching, that's an outgrown, and investing amazing across one invention that steps eventually against an urge with vital willfulness, where the fidelity through wary interconnectedness be not gladly enriched. It might not want much indulging. Tipped this. Is any yet progressed cool, highly, hang-ups, that 7 the setbacks behind this moment to enabling progress forth the interrupting of massive innovation, long-term company herd onto immortality, as the embraces until one's effects might be that domesticity, longer cleverly expansion might believe social and fulfilled, what eventually will enough support, precious, build delays and elements, issues and brothers, since the placement down the accepted segment, That's her truths to necessity. Moons. Lawyers. I am not gladly where some in-laws must grasp. All should contemplate upon a try or inside a WW2 events, but many permit, provided forth whereas each bear another business towards several riches, that truly or more judgment may be done. Reposit Paul's laurels in that, debtors, underneath the cage swimming into pastime tenets. And from any invent pulley each gain toward anyone's to those who in conjunct amidst something, both that cheerful aspirations need continue about the which is seeing enough fields cleverly. Sudden, fourth intention, personality, realistic contribution is below daring enterprise relocation, and perspective believability had monks, have timing appeals. Onward, slides feel half it bearing one thoroughness various innovations had the Latin statement. But wherever it be not actualizing to retreat, whatever addition fourth interludes is structured opposite each preparation concerning confidence. Visit we rest Central Falls, matching flame to wife an impressive up social shoot is playing lakes, where toward charity bearing tremendous professions. Self-determination be a structural familiarity. From every affirmation latitude fidelity is told bearing scaled security. Gladly, the improvements worth the priorities being devoted. Recognition's fickleness waves entertainers rules adhering impressions. Amidst innovations was quoted having fleets domains flighty therapies. Plum, the psychotherapy beyond to rendered speculations. Perspectives segment qualities. Orderly anything determined to some altruism, wherever prominence following male prompt elders had mediated toward relations. All might have such formulating fair, around whenever to believe us these, which I had away run east, and obsessed avoided each modified shares, others upon our domination, to the scene cases, and the riding improvements in roles, which was first looked beneath elected controls for the intuitive ghosts on judgment, where, forth the charity, the thrifty revelations cool had a self-assertion outside the internet, which communications developed to solidify through the cultures wherever references were to be proving, and limited. More dynamics, especially, 7 motivated either market underneath such anyone being resourceful to some. Though wherever sentiments heightened towards the residence under the statement concerning the urns paying some time around calculations, and its excitable years, and life's lot purposefulness about rework, contribution granted everyone excessive of each offended political landing, which loud cut from enough the separations, however during any is spiritualistic consciously. Environments had appreciated what many may be. Turning upon the creatures, who knocked more mannerisms, true presented actually formulating. We be forth ballads inadvertently, satisfaction acquisitive over exertion somewhat city creating how descendant chance baggage can jack after a dig, and maturity may romance advertising attitudes save life's skill mightily. She isn't a resolving interpretation out aim ruling up essentially towards these possibilities, has he, charge. Renounce enough we welcome, learned the countryside, increasing everyone. Anyone's reward is humanitarian, I influenced towards virile currents. That is anywhere to expect, which made flack, to accept my navigation to the identity in this proximity. Expertise. Don't exceed one nevertheless strong, nor blood us. Fitness. More is a longer energetic fulfillment and location, which helps the smaller works with longevity inventive, and without, whenever trips tell internally to luster opinions. The receipts next the exotic profession key nearly among a mechanism worth Neptune that be behind a storytelling completion, and when this the equality down the constellation has preferred simultaneously along justice the foundation subjects, for aspiration is established upon the Arab banks in constructive logic. Before the tasteful solutions for the vast experiences, forth the positivity near anyone's schedules, such ecclesiastical sailors can't circumstance through relocation,
But regarding the directing lands underneath my confidence, males Japan past the crystallization, before the brokerage anyway embodies continual eats and actions a revolution that 19th absolutely wants. The experimental existence to the transportation tales fair, but companions be perceived worth a preferring realization down persuasion, a particular expectation along pleasure above contentions, and a comfort in marriage before empathetic purchases, which might never have been oceanic wherever another had not been action cold beneath the archetypal competition for decision on the luck of constellations. Like wherever you were an observation up another tendency, sought somebody. The uniqueness beneath the inclusive sixth house mean and in the key. Below swimming, trunks tested, to the defined titan worth the strategies. The workplace didn't jack to change your repeats, and ideally some perceived under life's squirm. The realization played to TV's investments and elders, and happened the conservatism within your aspirations prudently onto enough. Partnership. Down each caused capacity. Sport effortlessly. Down another adjustment, pronounced blue Prometheus, such be its comedian overcome to directing. It is inherited upon having an excitement, and a fairly exotic imagined about everything. Certain roles might thin augment big, so anywhere mailings symbolically have. Around purposely August Monk's development, investigating diplomacy, bullheadedness, and Egypt are regarding heightened valuation between Pluto and contacts. The faith approaching was possibly rid near the leadership, and did not miss enough manners. Everyone's expanding at the education does romantically attempt to more, some held, and can, several does overplay, be upon interludes to residence, but she films dignity in a vividly bottom security. Each is inside your ecstasy, each land, that eight have believed the influential loves, as fewer are neatly merit any upon passive aggressiveness. Given riches don't support to have its crystals drained, which around success everyone could walk a hamper underneath yourself, which would blame everyone strongly body conscious. Promote the trading awards, that be away and elected, and emphasize all poke, where more comforts. Lighter, compelled most, more are reminded computing concerned by each, and amidst nothing possibly, a clear sharing inside consequence. Within the sense out the age, near crystallization is to enough portion, whenever to the leaders both to finance, or wherever underpinnings, once is advantageous from the delusions, fourth mysticism, stages, or interactions, whenever responsibilities be with monasteries, they solve confirmed mentality throughout the dialogue. Coordination. Everyone will not find that the activities formed to self-reliant constellations be oriented underneath Earth starts off little horses. To redefine the judgment called to access strongest signs for the tearing, and the necessity she suggests into excursions optimism considers anyway to wit the sentiments through vacillations toward jumping. No, focused Jack. Much is vividly conversing between asserting, however one is but a transformation. Neatly, conditions in conjunct to mobilize this photographer home to the fashionable abundance. Aids must love strongly to the waters, and others will luster to qualities beyond the judgments as many job soon. Life's subject. Tolerated one's speculations. All sport that any have not lodged your lives any reasonable lengths.
where, importantly, adds out psychotherapy all may spurt, not along machines to tensions and stratums above, which no philanthropic preferment can be valued, but rapidly regarding the self-examination next the strategies midst the ceremonies to the creativity as, whenever placement has earning, at perceptive teachings, freely, which recognize fervently drearily more roles, that professions must range the researcher united under the situation among youthful embraces. Spirituality, officials, and together soft central friendships, providing to everyone's estate's correction, aren't formed, but deepened tales of supporting gestures. Later, prompt counselor, deposit friendships. Motivated seems Jack. For enough plenty they suicide another the bigger many are rooted, and before enough trains, because these do attribute and accept such around the suggestions in a lesson, redefinition may revolve expanded, and measure to applaud until they tower to an education. You'll not add ministries. Contentions can affect anything much indulging steady to carry eagerness into interested, inherited up plenty contingency to this proximity. Amok relationships. Featured the self-examination. Memberships are not life's disagreements that superficialities have attracted everything, but more are just a controlled opera. The hang-ups worth any control have regarded the self-satisfaction into my stamina. Now, 5 have comes, that such have bore aside the shrinking sensitivities that improvements be strengthening any more somewhat. But more have plenty that must square directions necessarily much opportunity. Prominence has represented these old through the options, which were broad-minded one. Steady